This young man suddenly found himself transported to a strange world while working overtime. What's going on? I was clearly just working late at the game company, testing out the new Sword Emperor skill. So why did I suddenly end up in this damn place? Standing before him was an old man with silver hair, radiating an aura of immortality. Don't worry about what's in front of you. Tell me, what kind of divine skill did you just use? The old man said as he looked toward the giant demon corpse split in two ahead. Hearing this, Yayang demonstrated once again. Oh, that? It's not some divine skill. His arm glowed as he casually waved it. The mid-level sword break, heaven and earth skill, level 100 meters in the game, activated. With just one move, the planet's surface gained a massive scar. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, legends falling from the sky are either immortals or freaks. By the way, the old man hinted that a demon army in the north was causing trouble and hoped for help. Yayang calmly replied, Xiao-san is already handling everything there. Xiao-san, as he called it, was actually a three-headed ancient dragon summoned by the high-level demon Taoist skill. With just its fiery breath, Xiao-san swept through the entire demon army in an instant. Seeing this, the old man's voice trembled. That Xiao-san, you better use it less often. It feels like it's going to completely destroy the environment of this world. The atmosphere was tense when Yayang suddenly shouted excitedly, Ah, I get it now. The company's test account absorbed all the skills from every profession during the transition. Yayang's game company used a GM account for testing. This account had every profession like fake cultivator, assassin, mage, marksman, sword emperor. All professions were max level 100, with all accompanying skills. Seeing this goofy young man, the old man looked at him with judgment. What's a test account? Definitely some freak's mistake. Still, he trusted Yayang enough to hand over the entire sect. Forget it, I don't care about those things. Honestly, if I hadn't sensed you while you were unconscious, those demons would have eaten you alive long ago. You should be grateful. Got it? But before he could finish, Yayang knocked on his head. That's no reason to make me inherit this broken sect with only you left. Though annoyed, the old man couldn't beat Yayang and had to set a condition. If you don't want to be sect leader, fine, just make the sect number 1. And so, Yayang was brought to this strange world, inheriting a tiny, barely top 100 ranked sect in Sihai City. The old man left him with this lifelong debt and then disappeared. To bring the sect to the top, Yayang went to recruit disciples in Sihai City, but the standards were so high he couldn't recruit anyone. Faced with the unreasonable demands of the Wuji sect, 2 girls couldn't help but scream, You're just a freak who bullies women. Stop making excuses, you'll never recruit disciples. The Wuji sect quickly collapsed, naturally getting cursed. Yayang gritted his teeth. Fine. I'm done. I don't want to be the leader of this broken sect anymore. Yayang wanted to be sent back to Earth as an overtime worker dog. He talked big, but he didn't know how to return to Earth. After failing to recruit any disciples for a long time, Yayang turned back to the sect. Just then, the crowd's chatter caught his attention. A group of celestial maidens fell from the sky. They must be disciples of the Eternal Sword Sect. Everyone from the Eternal Sword Sect was exceptionally talented. Ling Ruos was even hailed as the Sword Goddess Maiden. Yet they came here. 3 months ago, Eternal Sword Peak was struck by a heavenly stone and collapsed. The sect leader disappeared since then, leaving them penniless and wandering. It was rumored they sought to rely on another sect, but no one expected them to come to this tiny place. Hearing the crowd, Yayang scratched his head and muttered, Eternal Sword Peak? The mountain shaped like a sword? I remember now. When I first came to this world to test skills, the high-level AoE Demon Taoist skill hit that peak. Unexpectedly, it caused a fire, the sect leader vanished, and a bunch of homeless beauties appeared. Forget it, better to leave quickly. Nervous, Yayang wanted to escape as fast as possible, but the crowd suddenly charged forward. Beauties with nowhere to go, come to our sect. Our sect is the best choice. The representative of the Eternal Sword Sect, Ling Ruo, drew her sword and stepped forward, making it clear they were choosing others, not the other way around. Various sects sent representatives. The fierce momentum pressured the others, who dared not step forward. After all, in the past, the Eternal Sword Sect was incomparable to these small sects. Ling Ruo noticed Yayang's back as he turned to leave. This person isn't interested in us. Could it be we don't catch his eye? Unlike these others, he's special, some kind of transcendent expert? Just then, a tall, burly man shouted, No one chooses, no one moves, no one leaves. Our Yayang sect has claimed these women. Hands off, everyone behave. Damn, the sect is already impotent but still greedy. After declaring this, he waved at Yayang. Kid over there, come back here for me. Suddenly being called out, Yayang was startled, unsure what to do. Should he run? No, he couldn't. The old man had said the sect leader must maintain a high-level presence before the public. After thinking it over, Yayang decided to stop and turn back coolly. What's the matter? Does my handsome look annoy this big guy enough to want to fight? Nonsense. What fake coolness? The leader of a broken, declining sect. I'm in charge now, and I say all comings and goings follow my rules. You girls also watch closely what real strength looks like. Yayang, I'll give you a chance to hit me 3 times. If I nod once, you can leave. He thought he was cool, but Yayang just pointed at his head and said, Hit you? Hey bro, are you out of your mind? The big guy got furious and charged at Yayang with blazing anger. Kid, you wanna die? Someone's looking for trouble. Yayang sighed and threw a casual punch. Then satisfy yourself. It looks simple, but this is actually the max-level primary palm technique of the direct inversion Yellow Dragon. With just one strike, the big guy was blasted and pinned against the wall, smashing countless tiles on the way. Seeing the opponent motionless, Yayang suddenly felt a bit scared. Could he be dead? The others trembled, unable to believe what they saw. How could it be? How could the Wuji sect be declining and still have such a powerful sect leader? One strike like that would probably blow a person apart. Taking advantage of no one coming to retaliate, Yayang hurriedly turned and fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget the old man's advice and put on a master's demeanor. Liang sect's sect leader, just one strike is enough. Forget the other 2. Bye-bye. His posture had already made the little sister swoon. So handsome, truly handsome. His movement style was sharp and bold, and his piercing gaze deeply captured her heart. Ah, I'm speechless with this little sister, already wanting to have his child. Meanwhile, Ling Ruo still hadn't recovered after witnessing that one strike. He's extraordinary, unlike those sects trying to recruit us. So secretive and humble, he must be an unparalleled powerhouse, a hidden master. We must join this sect. After some thought, she suddenly called out to Yayang. Sect leader, please stop. Hearing the call, Yayang turned back. Hello, may I ask what you need? He seemed calm, but he was actually trying to appear as calm as possible. The others sneered. It was just one strike. This guy might only know one move. Don't be fooled. But Ling Ruo ignored them and expressed her wish to join the Wuji sect. It was a bit sudden. Yayang awkwardly asked, You want to join our sect? Do you understand our sect? Ling Ruo immediately replied, No. But the sect leader seems very trustworthy. Damn, these girls just follow any handsome guy they see. As a straightforward virgin, Yayang quickly interrupted. No way, no way. I've never met anyone and already think the sect leader is trustworthy. Miss, you're being too careless. Ling Ruo was about to say more, but Yayang stopped her. You don't need to say anything. I've made up my mind. There's no fate between us. Reluctantly unhappy, it's best for everyone to keep some dignity and remain friends. Rejected outright, the Eternal Sword Sisters were speechless. The other sects shifted from jealousy to anger. Rejected like that? That bastard actually rejected the goddess. Ling Ruo is the proud prodigy of this new era. Her swordsmanship is unmatched among the younger generation. She's said to be the most promising spiritual sword successor in this world, and every sect wants her, yet she was rejected. That bastard from Wuji sect must be crazy. These people are really hard to understand. If they accept, they get criticized. If they don't, they get criticized too. Ling Ruo didn't give up and tried hard to persuade Yayang. Sect leader, I'm at spiritual realm 9 layers, meeting your sect's conditions. All my juniors have surpassed martial realm 6 layers. Please reconsider. Yayang's head was spinning after hearing this, and he tried to politely refuse. That's right. Your conditions all fit, but unfortunately, our sect has already recruited enough this year. Please come early next year. But as soon as he finished, the people around exposed this lie. Who are you trying to scare by acting tough? Didn't the year just start? Isn't your sect just you alone? Seeing things going south, Yayang hurriedly turned and vanished. No need to explain to NPCs like you who won't make it to the stage. Farewell, ladies. Ling Ruo hurried to stop him, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Everyone who witnessed this was left wide-eyed in shock. Meanwhile, Yayang was hiding in a nearby alley, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. What a hassle, but it seemed he had underestimated Ling Ruo's persistence. Even if the juniors suggested finding another sect to rely on, she firmly believed in the Wuji sect and its sect leader. The sect leader is a transcendent master who surely won't easily accept us. He must be testing us, and we will pass the trial. After the Eternal Sword Sect was destroyed, what hardships haven't these sisters endured? On the way, despite encountering many villains, Ling Ruo tightly held her sword, sweeping them all away to protect her juniors safely. No matter what, she would never bow her head. Under the determination of the senior sister, the sisters shouted in unison, passing the trial to join the Wuji sect. Seeing the situation was unstable, Yayang hurriedly fled back to the sect. After a long flight, Yayang finally returned to the Wuji sect. Phew, finally back. I'm exhausted. What kind of sect is built so deep in a place like this? But as soon as he saw the sect's tattered gate, he couldn't help but smash it. The hardest part about returning to the sect was opening the gate, which was huge and heavy, and ordinary force couldn't push it open. Last time, using the primary technique, level 100 water flow push, he cracked the gate and got scolded by the elder, nearly to death. Now, returning to the sect, he could only climb the wall like a thief. After climbing over, a scene like the Fairy Isle suddenly appeared. It was unexpected that a declining sect like Wuji sect was so vast, but being alone made Yayang feel a bit lonely. While strolling the streets, he suddenly heard a loud noise echoing everywhere. She's starting her tricks again. Time to deal with her. Saying that, Yayang headed straight to the prison hall. Seeing him roughly open the door, the outer ghost immediately warned its comrades. He's fierce today. Everyone be careful. So hot-tempered. Looks like he won't tease the disciples today. Seems he's too used to Yayang's attitude. Going deeper into the prison, where the bars were covered with countless talismans, Yayang finally spoke. Save your strength. Crying won't charm anyone. I'm the only person here. The serious criminal inside the Anchangmo prison was still causing trouble. From inside the cell, a weak voice sounded. I don't want to eat. Just want to go out for a walk. Being locked up here is so boring. Inside was a super cute little fox spirit. Seeing the fox cry, Yayang felt no sympathy at all. Boring! Then think about how many people you've harmed. That's why you're locked up here. The little fox cried and begged. I've been obedient and remorseful. You can't even take care of yourself now, so why not just let me go? Yayang did not hesitate to refuse. No way, I promised the old man. I absolutely cannot let her escape. Don't go around thinking about breaking out all day. Outside, the rain and wind were fierce. Isn't free snack food delicious? As he spoke, he tried the food placed outside the prison cell. Xiao Hu Li then approached, continuously tempting. I'm better than snacks. If you let me out, I'll marry you. Hey, where's the FBI? There's a case to report, but Yayang is straightforward, so of course he refused. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Hu Li, I'm not that easy to fool. Hearing this, Xiao Hu Li didn't give up. Big dummy, I'm sincere. Let's run away together. We'll have lots of kids. I've even thought of our eldest's name. Or if you let me out for 3 years, I might make you a top-tier master. Hearing these words, Yayang suddenly raised his voice to shut down her tricks. The nine-tailed fox once destroyed a dynasty. Don't even think about causing trouble in the mortal world again. Just stay put here for me, for a lifetime. After saying this, Yayang stood up, his gaze cold as he walked away. At this moment, Xiao Hu Li revealed her true form as a seductive woman. Humans are so foolish. The old man saved you once, and you want to bind yourself for a lifetime? Yayang immediately retorted, You're wrong. I agreed to inherit the sect, not just because he saved me, but because I respect his path. He wagered his whole life, determined to revive the sect. I agree with his courage and persistence. Yayang came into this world empty-handed. He decided to inherit the old man's legacy, to make the sect stand tall between heaven and earth once more. Again, his persuasion failed. Xiao Hu Li reverted to her original form, pouting, still pretending to be cool with me. You're not letting me out, huh? If you don't, I can leave on my own. Then you're dead for sure. Time passed like that. The next morning, the sun was already high when Yayang finally got up, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately rolled back into bed to sleep. After all, the whole sect had nothing to do. Just then, a voice rang outside the window. With you like this, how is the Wuji sect supposed to revive? Sooner or later, the Wuji sect will be ruined by you. The voice came from a strange bird wearing a scarf. This shabby sect is getting weirder by the day. Scolded, Yayang sat up, full of dissatisfaction. Can you revive the sect if you don't get up? Besides, you're just a bird I picked up on the road, shady and mysterious. Stop meddling in things. Hearing this, the bird sulked. Fine, I won't manage the books of this broken sect anymore. You handle the sect's rules and discipline yourself. Today I officially resign as the sect steward. Damn, this bird is unexpectedly formidable. Yayang was so scared he clasped his hands, begging, I was wrong, I was wrong. Unbeatable divine bird, you know everything. The bird then reminded Yayang of their agreement. Knowing you're wrong is good. Remember, we have a transactional relationship. I help you manage affairs for 3 years. You help me fulfill a wish. Now get up and meet the guests. Hearing about guests, Yayang suddenly jolted. This sect hasn't even seen a ghost. And now there are guests? Before flying off, the bird said there were a group of beauties outside the mountain screaming to join the sect. Hearing this, Yayang already knew who they were. Not wanting trouble, he tried to dodge, but my eyelids are too heavy. No, I can't stay awake. There's no way I can meet guests. The bird was puzzled. Aren't you always looking for suitable disciples? You don't even want the girls brought right to your door. Very suspicious. But Yayang didn't want to listen anymore. Covered his ears and lay back down. Just ignore them, they'll leave on their own. That's right, surely they would. But he underestimated these sisters. Outside the sect, Ling Ruo Shui had made up her mind. If she couldn't meet the sect leader, she wouldn't leave. From morning till night, Ling Ruo Shui led her sisters kneeling at the sect gate, continuously shouting, "Sect leader, please come out and meet us." Yayang, sitting above, had long heard them, but made no move. After a day, a junior sister began to advise Ling Ruo Shui. "Senior sister, we've been kneeling all day. The sect leader still won't meet us, so he doesn't want to accept us, right?" Ling Ruo Shui encouraged her junior sister. "The sect leader is a recluse master. Taking disciples must involve countless trials. We must keep our resolve, never waver." Hearing this, Yayang was speechless. "Oh my, do they really want to kneel forever? Whatever, whatever. Go back to sleep." After finishing the snacks, he decisively left. Night came with pouring rain. The bird perched outside the window reminded Yayang. Although he was a bit shaken, he stuck to his decision. They're all martial artists. A little rain won't make them sick. Don't worry. He was trying to think of ways to make these sisters realize it's hard to leave. After a stormy night, Ling Ruo's group still refused to budge. Even though the junior sisters shivered from the cold, Ling Ruo Shui kept her determined gaze. She believed that if they persisted, the sect leader would accept them as disciples. Seeing this, Yayang just sighed and turned away. "Why aren't you leaving yet? Go away. Eyes don't see a peaceful mind. You all just suffer slowly." At that moment, he suddenly sensed overwhelming killing intent approaching. Ling Ruo also felt it and said, "A broken sect with so many problems. I'm not going in anymore. Sisters, let's go." This sudden decision shocked the junior sisters. After all, their senior sister wasn't someone who gave up easily. Just then, a swordsman with twin swords appeared from afar, radiating killing intent. "Finally found you all." Seeing him, the junior sisters screamed in fear. "He's chasing us. What do we do? This demon won't spare us?" Ling Ruo Shui drew her sword and stepped forward. "What must come has come. Let me deal with him." The mysterious swordsman approached with a terrifying smile. "The cursed breed of the Eternal Sword Sect. So you've joined the Wuji sect. This broken sect isn't afraid I'll wipe it out?" Ling Ruo Shui replied. "Wiping out the sect? Big talk. Also, the Wuji sect doesn't accept us. 9 Nether Sword Army. You killed innocents back then. And the old master blinded your left eye. Now you're taking advantage of our sect's crisis to seek revenge. I'll settle with you to the end. Let's move somewhere else. Don't fight on Wuji sect territory." The 9 Nether Sword Army ignored her words. "Naive. You won't go anywhere. I'll take each of your left eyes here. My blade is fast. I won't let you suffer too much." Seeing no way to avoid a fight here, Ling Ruo Shui charged forward without hesitation to launch a preemptive strike. "Back then, the old master left you a right eye so you could continue to harm the world. Now, let me finish the remaining sword on his behalf and take this right eye away. Your sword is strong, but unfortunately, the 9 Void Sword Army easily evades it. Too strong, worthy of the title Sword Maiden. But you are only at the spirit realm, while I am a high-level soul realm expert." Knowing this, Ling Ruo Shui still refuses to give up and continues to launch the next sword strike. Who will win or lose is still unknown. The 9 Void Sword Army leaps into the air to dodge, but Ling Ruo Shui immediately pursues, relentlessly slashing. The other junior sisters can only silently cheer. They know well that with their limited cultivation, charging forward would not help, but only get in the way. At first glance, Ling Ruo Shui seems to be dominating, but in reality, the 9 Void Sword Army blocks all her attacks effortlessly, even easily avoiding her ultimate move. "Not bad. You're better than I thought. Be careful now. It's my turn. No more dodging." The 9 Void Sword Army decides to strike, and in the blink of an eye, he teleports behind Ling Ruo Shui. Although Ling Ruo Shui reacts, he vanishes behind her again and slashes at her shoulder. Despite the severe injury, Ling Ruo Shui grits her teeth and endures, refusing to surrender. Seeing this, the junior sisters rush forward. Suddenly, Ling Ruo Shui shouts loudly, "Don't come here! Didn't I tell you before? When facing this person, I will hold him back first, and you all run immediately. Why are you still standing there? Get out of here now! Get lost! Don't underestimate this senior sister. I have my own plan. Don't get in my way." At this moment, the 9 Void Sword Army standing nearby speaks up. "Still struggling? Your genius-level cultivation is too shallow. Maybe with another year, you could change something, but now, absolutely not." At that moment, the light on Ling Ruo Shui's body suddenly gathers on her sword. Not so fast. Upon seeing this move, the junior sisters realize their senior sister is risking her life and shout to stop her. Is that the move? "Senior sister, don't. You'll die if you do that." But it's already too late. Ling Ruo Shui desperately unleashes her final strike. Boundless, selfless, only sword, eternal. A sword-shaped figure suddenly appears and rushes straight at the Nine Void Sword Army. Wherever the sword passes, everything is instantly destroyed. After the light fades, Ling Ruo's sword is shattered beyond recognition. Her body also suffers backlash, severely wounded. Only now does Ling Ruo calmly collapse. Success. Success at last. Seeing this, the junior sisters rush forward to help their senior sister for treatment. But things are not that simple. The voice of the Nine Void Sword Army suddenly echoes. Haha, unexpected, Ling Ruo, you managed to transcend realms to unleash the eternal ultimate sword you originally couldn't. Too bad, it's just superficial. You forced yourself too much. Ling Ruo, covered in wounds, grits her teeth in unwillingness. Now she can no longer move. Should she just stand still and die? At this moment, the Nine Void Sword Army lands, radiating killing intent. To end all troubles, I've changed my mind. I want not only your left eye, but all of you dead. The game begins. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ling Ruo immediately pushes the junior sisters away, charging forward alone to block the attack. But with her battered body, what can she do? The junior sisters draw their swords and stand to protect their senior sister. As their senior sister, Ling Ruo cannot let them sacrifice themselves for her. She summons all her remaining strength to advance, bravely confronting the opponent. This senior sister is not yet the one you should protect. Get lost. This attitude only excites the Nine Void Sword Army more. No one in this world has ever caught my sword bare-handed. Looks like you're crazy. I'll cut off both your arms and legs. Thought it was over here? But Ling Ruo is suddenly pulled back, narrowly avoiding a sword strike. The one who intervened is none other than Yayang. Upon seeing him, the sisters shout in unison. The sect leader has ruined the good show. The Nine Void Sword Army is furious. A broken sect leader dares to meddle? Looks like you're tired of living. Yayang speaks up. Such arrogance. I like it. But hey, you're the one who's tired of living. The Nine Void Sword Army fears nothing and charges with his sword. It's me, and you'll die with them. The reckless meddler disappears. Yayang doesn't even bother moving, raising his hand forward. Seeing this, the Nine Void Sword Army laughs loudly. Ha ha, another fool trying to catch my sword with one hand. But he's mistaken. Yayang doesn't need a whole hand. You're wrong. 2 fingers are enough to deal with you. With just a light pinch, the Nine Void Sword Army's sword shatters into pieces. Witnessing this, he not only doesn't fear but screams wildly, "This is my strongest sword. Go to hell. You really are stupid." Yayang raises his hand, and Ling Ruo's shattered sword flies into his grasp. He casually swings the sword, activating the beginner-level martial skill Blade Draw Water Slash at max level. With this single strike, the Nine Void Sword Army is split in 2, turning into chunks of flesh falling to the ground. After settling the trouble, Yayang gently places Ling Ruo down and coldly turns away. Surrounded by junior sisters, Ling Ruo's gaze is fixed only on this powerful man. So this world truly has someone who has mastered both law and swordsmanship to the extreme. Seizing this rare opportunity, Ling Ruo hurriedly kneels with the junior sisters to plead. Thank you, sect leader, for saving us. Please accept us. We will wholeheartedly strive to restore the Wuji sect to its former glory. We earnestly beg you, sect leader, to take us in. Finally, Yayang softens. If your will is so firm, and you understand the situation of our sect a bit, then I'll give you a chance to be probation disciples for 3 days. If you fail the trial, you cannot stay here. Hearing this, Ling Ruo's eyes fill with hope. On behalf of the junior sisters, she boldly declares, "Thank you, sect leader. We will perform well and definitely stay." After wandering for so long, finally having a place to settle, the junior sisters show immense joy. At this moment, Yayang calls Ling Ruo closer. Though unsure of what's happening, she obediently steps forward. Yayang then raises his hand to activate the beginner-level Woodmaster healing skill, minor healing technique at max level. In an instant, all of Ling Ruo's wounds are healed. The other junior sisters gape in astonishment. Sect leader, what kind of trick is this? Senior sister was seriously injured, yet she healed in no time. Is the sect leader a divine healer? One person paid special attention to this. The one being healed was Ling Ruo, which made everyone even more amazed. She didn't expect even the old wound on her wrist to be cured. Even Yayang, the skill user, widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, even minor healing techniques are this flashy. All are contagious skills. This is just too weird. Damn, I'm speechless about this case. With the wound healed, Ling Ruo hurriedly knelt down to thank her master. Yayang also couldn't lose face and quickly put on the demeanor of a high-level expert. Get up quickly. Come back to the sect with me. Finally having the sect to rely on, the sisters smiled brightly with joy. It had been a long time since they were this happy. Standing before the huge gate of the Wuji sect, the whole group gaped in astonishment. Wow, the gate is this big? How do we even open this? Since he was accompanying disciples, Yayang couldn't just climb the wall like before and used one hand to open the door and walk in. As soon as they stepped through, everyone was stunned by the scene. They never expected a declining sect like Wuji sect to be so magnificent. Early the next morning, Yayang was sleeping when a little bird woke him up to climb onto the roof. "Why wake me up so early?" The little bird perched beside Yayang and said, "To show you how hard these young ladies have been trying. Only someone heartless would want to chase them away. Look, Ling Ruo has been training there all night and now seems to have fallen asleep. This girl really is as obsessed with swordsmanship as rumored. But if she gets too absorbed, might she lose interest in men? This bird really is too nosy." Then Yayang asked about the other disciples. The little bird pointed to the others and asked if Yayang remembered their names. Not caring much, Yayang didn't remember all, only a few with strange and deep impressions. The tall one, Sushu, specialized in heavy labor among the group of slow cultivators. Ouyang Lele claimed to be the only true fan who genuinely loved Ling Ruozi. The little cook Yan Du, Mu Xing'er who was afraid of men, the tomboyish girl, Xiao Hu Li, the cosplay enthusiast, Lu Qing, the strange young lady. Those were all the names Yayang remembered. After observing for a while, Yayang suddenly stood up, made a decision, and began quietly eliminating sect members, watching them to find their weaknesses, and then expelling them. The little bird was curious. "You're rushing to kick them out. Have you already done something?" Yayang said nothing and continued observing to find faults. At this time, in Changla Hall, 3 sisters were sewing and gossiping. "Do you think the sect leader is trustworthy? Could he be spying on us from somewhere? Men really make people uneasy." Yang, standing nearby, eavesdropping, felt uneasy. "I am the sect leader, openly supervising you, not some peeping man." At that moment, he noticed Sushu limping. This slow girl didn't use spiritual energy. Maybe her weakness was the breakthrough point. Meanwhile, another group of sisters was cleaning every room in this huge sect. Since no one lived here, dust was everywhere, making cleaning difficult. Mu Xin'er was mopping the floor while muttering, "This sect's principles feel shady. Doesn't seem trustworthy." While bad-mouthing, she accidentally triggered a mechanism on the floor and fell into a bottomless pit. Hearing her screams, Yayang rushed over, breaking through countless walls. Luckily, he arrived in time, successfully catching Mu Xin'er and landing safely. "It's okay now. Don't be afraid, Mu Xin'er." Mu Xin'er trembled all over but still stubbornly said, "I'm not afraid. Also, my name isn't Mu Xin'er, it's Mu Xin'er," the master said before. "Men are all evil creatures, and it's true. Sect leader, please let me go immediately. Don't take advantage of me when I'm in danger." But Yayang had already let go long ago. The one clinging to him was Mu Xin'er. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yayang blushed and comforted. "Don't be afraid. We're safe now." It took a while before Mu Xin'er let go. Looking around, she asked about the way out. Yayang seriously replied, "This place is designed to blind intruders. The formation here can suppress spiritual probes and flying techniques. Flying techniques can't be used here. We have to leave and wait for reinforcements." Hearing this, Mu Xin'er immediately covered her chest and shouted, "Ah, are we the only 2 here waiting for reinforcements? Sect leader, you wouldn't take advantage of the situation, right?" Seriously speechless with this girl. Yayang was somewhat used to it and didn't bother explaining. Just then, a mouse appeared nearby, which had scared Mu Xin'er to death before, and she clung tightly to Yayang. "Sect leader, how could you take advantage of the situation? I'm just a disciple, not your slave. Don't go too far." Damn, all talk, no action. Yayang had to keep talking before she let go, but somehow, she still looked very aggrieved. Yayang couldn't stand it anymore and told her to follow him to find the exit, but the one who just begged to escape now wanted to stay put. "No, I don't want to. Alone here, waiting for reinforcements with a man in the dark is too dangerous." Yayang didn't bother persuading and just headed straight to the passage ahead. But as soon as a breeze blew, Mu Xin'er jumped onto him again. He couldn't take it anymore. Yayang shouted angrily, "It's just the wind. What are you scared of? You've climbed on me 3 times today already. Are you obsessed or what?" This time Mu Xin'er acted aggrieved. "Anyway, I'm not following you. I'll stubbornly wait here for reinforcements." Bold words, but as soon as she was alone, she got so scared she ran after Yayang in a panic. "Wah, wah. Wait for me, sect leader. This girl is really the strangest ever." On the way, she kept holding on to Yayang's robe. The master said before, men and women should keep a proper distance to avoid triggering unwanted reactions. Yayang was so frustrated he was speechless. He couldn't understand how any master could have taught such a dense disciple. After walking for a while, they reached a large room filled with stone pillars. As soon as Mu Xin'er entered, she exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so many stone pillars. Just jumping over them is exhausting." Yayang looked serious. "This isn't the main point. The main point is that this is the Kong Ming Zi Wu formation. Hearing this, Mu Xin'er asked, "Is that the super complex Kong Ming formation in legend with tens of thousands of pillars? One wrong step and the whole thing collapses in an instant?" Seeing this girl had some knowledge, Yayang was a bit surprised. Mu Xin'er explained, "I love formations. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. To get through it, you have to jump countless times. Every time he jumps, the formation resets. He has to recalculate from scratch the only safe landing spot. This formation is originally impossible to get through." Before she could finish, Yayang stepped closer to the stone pillars. Seeing this, Mu Xin'er immediately wondered what he intended to do. Yayang said his legs were numb from standing too long and he wanted to try jumping a bit. Hearing this, Mu Xin'er hurriedly advised, "Sect leader, don't act rashly. One wrong step and you'll die. I think we should just wait for senior sister and the others to come for backup." But Yayang ignored her and moved closer to the formation. "Then you wait here. I'll go over there." At that moment, Mu Xin'er clung tightly to him. "Come on, I'm ready. Let's start moving. After all, I'm a disciple under the sect leader. I swear to advance and retreat together with you." Yayang could only sigh. Her courage was too small, and she was holding on too tightly. Saying that, he decisively jumped onto the central mound. Among countless stone pillars, Yayang headed straight for one and landed. After a while with no incident, Mu Xin'er asked in surprise, "What? How is this possible? You actually stepped on the only life gate? Of course, that's obvious. If the sect leader didn't know his own trap, what kind of leader would he be?" Yayang then said he wanted to speed up, which alarmed Mu Xin'er. "Don't do that. Every jump requires finding a new life gate thousands of times over. Don't rush." But before her shout could finish, Yayang had successfully jumped across all the stone pillars and reached the other side safely. Facing Mu Xin'er's many questions, Yayang explained that he had already calculated everything. Before jumping, he had run through all the possible variations thousands upon thousands of times. For an ordinary person, this would be delusional. But with the passive skills he had, Yayang could calculate it even with his eyes closed. At the next gate, Yayang told Mu Xin'er to let go so he could move more freely. After staring at the strange gate for a long moment, Mu Xin'er seemed to realize something. At that moment, Yayang only mentioned the name Broken Dragon Tortured Demon Formation, and Mu Xin'er immediately described its characteristics. It's a mid-level ghost-slaying formation. To solve it, one must press the protruding stones on the gate 188,386 times. One mistake, and the stone gate locks forever. In history, only 3 people have succeeded. This time, Yayang was no longer surprised and walked straight forward, ready to solve the formation. Seeing this, Mu Xin'er hurriedly stopped him. "Don't be reckless. This is a high-level formation with mid-ghost difficulty. If you guess wrong and the gate locks, the entire space will be sealed off, and then we're done for." It seemed that after his recent display, she still hadn't realized the true strength of this sect leader. Yayang paid little attention, sighed, and then got into a ready stance. Seeing this, Mu Xin'er asked curiously, "Wait, have you already finished calculating?" Yayang replied, "No, the calculations are simple, but pressing those stones over 10,000 times would tire anyone out. I'm not solving this formation." Hearing that, Mu Xin'er looked disappointed. So he actually couldn't solve it? This formation seemed only solvable by a genius from ancient times. At that moment, Yayang swung his fist straight at the gate. Besides using brains, there is another way to break a formation. Meanwhile, Ling Ruos was on the other side of the gate, preparing to tunnel through the mountain to rescue him. They were determined that even if it meant breaking through the Infinite Void Sect, they would save him. Suddenly, the cliff shook violently, and a large hole mysteriously appeared. Inside the hole, Yayang's imposing figure emerged through the thick dust. Behind him, Mu Xin'er looked extremely shocked. Using such a method to break the formation, this man was terrifying. Seeing the sect leader appear, Ling Ruo's group was speechlessly stunned. The sect leader's power was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At that moment, Ling Ruo swore to follow the sect leader for life. The next day, in the western district of Sihai City, Yayang was muttering while carrying a pile of books. "This world has no animated games. Luckily, there are novels to read. The books that young masters recommended aren't bad at all." Right, today was the second day of their probation, and after borrowing the books, they had to quickly return to the sect to clear out their duties. At that moment, a group of thugs noticed him and prepared to make a move. Yayang was so absorbed in reading the novel that he accidentally bumped into one of the thugs. "Kid, where are you looking? Watch where you're going," and bumped into us. Looking at the tall thugs in front of him, Yayang didn't even bother but bent down to pick up his books and apologized to avoid trouble. Of course, the thugs didn't let it go so easily. One of them stepped on the books and pointed, "Kid, you bumped into my brother and hurt him badly. One apology won't fix this. That excuse is ridiculous." The guy was clutching his stomach, groaning in pain. Onlookers sighed. These two little brothers are really pitiful. These ruffians were just trying to scam money again. They often lurked around the library looking for scholars to prey on. Back to Yayang, he coldly asked the thugs, but they didn't realize they had bumped into a steel plate and continued threatening him. So hand over all the money on you, and we'll let this slide. Yayang's face darkened as he asked again, what if I don't? Seeing he was about to resist, the bystanders thought he was done for. Although they wanted to help, all four thugs were mid-level martial arts experts, and no one here could take them on. Plus, there were no city patrol soldiers nearby, so the thugs acted even more brazen. The thugs began showing off their power by punching through wooden boards and striking from 10 meters away to intimidate. The scene made an old man watching tremble with fear. Damn, these guys are really fierce. After being threatened, Yayang said he knew all these tricks. Hearing that, the thugs burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, is this kid stupid? Still talking tough now? Just then, one thug noticed his sword at his side had disappeared. Looking around, he realized Yayang was holding it. No fooling, I really know. Watch this. With just a little force, the sharp sword is broken into many small pieces. The thugs were stunned, mouths agape. Not stopping there, Yayang continued to demonstrate his palm strike. I know this too. Watch closely. With a single strike, the high wall collapsed instantly, scaring the thugs out of their wits. The witnesses couldn't believe their eyes. Thinking the person before him was a celestial being descended to the mortal world, after showing his strength, Yayang turned to rob the thugs instead. So now, hand over all the valuables you have on you. Only then will I let this slide. The thugs were so scared, they scattered in all directions. Of course, Yayang wasn't going to let them off that easily. But just as he was about to chase them, one of his shoes came loose. He almost fell flat on his face. To save face, Yayang picked up the shoe and used a secret move he learned from some Vietnamese moms. The seemingly harmless shoe actually dealt a surprising amount of damage. It bounced between four thugs, knocking each one out in an instant. Especially the last thug who got the shoe right in the mouth and was knocked back to the spot right under Yayang's feet. You dare raise my shoe? How will you make it up to me? Terrified, the thug's hands and feet trembled as he knelt on the ground begging, spare my life. Hero, we've already handed over everything valuable on us, but even that can't satisfy Yayang. Then no way, you still have to take one more punch from me. Hearing this, the thug was so scared his soul left his body, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Yayang shook his head in disappointment. Useless fool. Fine. Let's see if they have anything good on them to make up for my terrified heart. While he was busy looting, a little sister who was eavesdropping got a bit carried away. I'll help young brother pick up the books. Let's see what kind of books gave him such power. By the time Yayang noticed, the girl had already read the titles of some of his adult books. Hero, do you usually read such inappropriate books? How embarrassing. You don't even know where to hide your face. Yayang took back the books without a word and ran straight back to the sect. Once in the study, he collapsed and slept straight from morning until evening. Only when the little bird called him did he open his eyes. Seeing him about to do something bad, the little bird asked what he intended to do. Yayang then gave a sly smile. Actually, I've found a loophole. Now I can let them go. This is definitely the look of a villain. The little bird was speechless and didn't bother to advise anymore. Then the two hid behind a tree, quietly observing young Sushu. Seeing no issues, the little bird wondered. She's so simple-minded and straightforward. Yayang then revealed his plan. The key point is that she's young and inexperienced, never uses inner power. Probably her martial realm hasn't reached the 6th level. I'll check her pulse a bit. If it turns out she's deceiving me, she'll be kicked out immediately. Such cruel words. You really aren't human. After adjusting his expression back to normal, Yayang calmly approached Sushu. Sushu, don't continue working just yet. I need to confirm something with you. Before Sushu could react, Yayang grabbed her hand to check her pulse. Since she had never held a man's hand before, she blushed shyly. This scene was seen by the other sisters, who started gossiping excitedly. With no other choice, Yayang had to drag Sushu to a quieter place to carry out the task. Sushu experienced this feeling for the first time, without any resistance. Her mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts. Could this be a scene from a romance novel? The domineering sect leader leading the young maiden into servitude. What do these girls always think about? When they reached the secluded spot, Sushu was about to ask something, but Yayang signaled her to be silent. This action made her think even deeper. Is this what the rumors said? Don't say anything about kissing me? This is way too fast. But do I want to kiss? No, this is too soon. Sushu struggled fiercely with her inner thoughts, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, Yayang was checking her pulse to find the problem. It turned out her issue was with the condensation of true energy. It disperses as soon as it gathers, and her realm was still at the 6th level. There was no other way. This was the only option. Understanding the situation, Yayang let go of her hand, but Sushu kept overthinking. Sect leader, since you're one of the parties involved, can I share some feelings? Can we start with a hug? After all, I've never had any physical contact with a man. Sect leader, please don't rush. You can consider us lucky. I know staying at someone else's place requires some sacrifice. I understand that, but this is my first time. Please give me some time. Being a useless member who eats a lot, if I entrust myself to the sect leader in exchange for a place for everyone to rely on, I'm willing. I do have some goodwill towards the sect leader, but please lead this naive girl slowly. Hearing this, Yayang wanted to curse. I don't understand either. What kind of guidance is this? But Sushu kept fantasizing, sect leader, about the intimate matters. Can you give me a few days to prepare? Just then, Ling Ruo appeared from behind. Sushu, what nonsense are you talking about? The sect leader is definitely not that kind of person, Sushu innocently asked back. Didn't the sect leader tell me to use my body to keep everyone here? Feeling unfairly labeled a pervert, Yayang was a bit annoyed, but somehow even Ling Ruo was thinking weird thoughts. Sect leader, Sushu doesn't understand and made a mistake. If anyone should be exchanged, it should be me. What the heck? Does everyone want Yayang's body that badly? To prevent things from going further, he explained that he was only confirming if Sushu was suitable for cultivation. The misunderstanding was cleared up, and Ling Ruo quickly apologized. Sect leader, please be fair. Knowing Sushu's true energy problem, you want to help her. Sushu, come to the sect leader. Sushu innocently asked if she needed to keep holding hands. It seemed she had grown fond of this game. Yayang awkwardly replied, Stop, stop. Your problem might just get you officially accepted as a disciple. Then he said, Tomorrow, prepare to welcome the initiation trial. Hearing this, the sisters' spirits lifted. This was their chance to rely on the Wuji sect. They absolutely couldn't miss it. That night, in the prison, Yayang stood waiting and urged Xiao Hu Li, Eat quickly. The newcomers are waiting to wash dishes. Xiao Hu Li chatted while eating. Just let me go. I'll wash my own dishes. Did you really want to let them take the initiation trial? Yayang calmly replied, Their cultivation meets the standard. They can only participate in the trial. Whether they pass depends on fate. Xiao Hu Li worried for Yayang and warned, The Wuji sect's initiation trial hasn't been activated for nearly 100 years. Suddenly, starting it now might cause chaos. You must be careful. Hearing this, Yayang bent down. Don't threaten me. It's just climbing a mountain. If you reach the summit, you pass. It's that simple. Xiao Hu Li still held her suspicions. The Wuji sect is an ancient sect. A mountain is not just a mountain. I really suspect something big is about to happen, but with my immense strength, what does Yayang have to fear? What you care about right now is for Xiao Hu Li to eat quickly so she can go back to sleep. Xiao Hu Li kept eating while trying to find a way to escape. That's right, maybe I should try the initiation trial. I might as well become your disciple. But no matter what scheme she comes up with, Yayang won't fall for it. Seeing Xiao Hu Li keep talking, Yayang stopped clearing the dishes and just slipped away. After talking to herself for a while, Xiao Hu Li realized no one was left there anymore. At that moment, she resumed her proud demeanor. This prison can't hold me forever. I will definitely leave this place. The next day, the Wuji sect's initiation trial began. The location was Xiaoling Mountain, a somewhat small mountain within the Wuji Spirit Peak range, also the mountain behind the Wuji sect. The trial was overseen by the little bird steward. The sect leader stayed up late last night and couldn't get up. You all just have to climb the mountain yourselves. As long as you rely on your own strength to reach the summit, you can qualify for initiation. Hearing the initiation trial was just mountain climbing, the sisters were a bit surprised. Climbing a mountain? That's so easy. Who doesn't know how to climb a mountain? Is the Wuji sect really making us do this? The sect leader, a martial artist, stayed up late too? That's so unorthodox. At that moment, Yandu spoke up to explain, It's not like that. Last night I accidentally saw the sect leader. Late at night, the sect leader was carrying a lantern alone going to a cliff. You have to know this place is near the wilderness where demons run rampant. The sect leader must have been on night watch duty to prevent them from invading the human world. Ling Ruo also spoke. The night watch hero guards the human world from demon invasion. The sect leader truly is a hidden master. 70% of this world's territory has been seized by demons. The so-called wilderness areas are still expanding. Luckily, we have unsung heroes like the Night Watch protecting humanity. The Wuji sect lies on the edge of the wilderness. We should have thought about this earlier. After this, everyone's impression of the sect leader rose another notch. All shouted in unison, Even if we risk our lives, we must join the Wuji sect. We swear to follow the sect leader to death. But only the little bird knew the truth. Last night, he clearly got up to pee, lost his way, and ended up at the cliff by mistake. He even begged me, saying he was cold and scared, pleading for me to come get him. When it comes to Yandu, the image changes. Forget it, let them keep their illusions. Hearing someone call, everyone stopped and turned around in confusion. Who is that? Everyone wondered. Why is there another person? You dress so strangely. Yayang wore an oversized cloak, thinking that Xiaohu Li was exaggerating how dangerous this initiation trial was. It's safer to sneak along. Ruoxu stood in the crowd and said suspiciously, "You have to be open and straightforward. Take off your cloak." Yayang felt sweaty and uneasy, suddenly coughing a few times. Just as he was about to be exposed, the little bird spoke. "That's right. She's also a girl the sect leader favors, but she's shy and afraid of people. Please be understanding." He frowned and cursed silently. "Who the hell is a girl? You damn bird, I'll settle this with you later." Someone in the crowd teased. "If this sister is shy, she won't get a boyfriend." Yayang looked disgusted. "Who needs a boyfriend? I'm still young and not thinking about that stuff yet." Yandu looked doubtful. "I see she's quite tall." He quickly defended himself, saying it's no big deal, she's just tall. At that moment, the little bird on the branch urged loudly, "All right, let's go quickly." Hearing the bird's call, everyone immediately started climbing the mountain. One person spoke up, feeling the mountain was just a bit tall and nothing special. Ling Ruo stood in front and blocked the way. "Don't be careless. This mountain is unusual. I'll lead. Everyone follow carefully." Everyone obeyed. Then they stood before a cliff hundreds of feet high. Each person cultivated their energy and swiftly flew up the mountain. Yayang looked calm and quickly cultivated to fly up after them. The little bird flapped its wings above, watching them with silent joy. These young ladies all have excellent talent and character. Yayang, you've found a treasure. Midway up the towering cliff, Ling Ruo led, followed by the sisters. Yandu, flying, looked back and saw Sushu seemed troubled. She deliberately slowed down to let Sushu catch up, then asked, "Sushu, are you troubled?" Yayang behind looked puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. "Sushu is sad. I'm thinking maybe I should give up on this initiation trial." Yandu discouraged her. "Don't do that. The sect leader looks strict but is actually a good person." Yayang flew behind, silently thinking, "I'm no good person. You naive girls. She's sad. That's her problem. I'm not suited for cultivation. Everyone has a place to settle. I can leave with peace of mind." Yandu said, "The sect leader will help you." She forced a smile. "I'm thinking maybe I'll go down the mountain to find a labor job. Working with my hands to support myself suits me better. This sect is so poor. The sect leader has it tough too." Hearing Sushu say this, Yayang was moved to tears. Finally, someone understands me. By then, the sun had begun to rise, shining light across the mountain. Yayang, Yandu, and Sushu quickly sped up to catch the others. The three flew skillfully through the air, weaving through narrow rock crevices. Finally, Sushu and Yandu shot ahead to a cliff, surprising Yayang, then both landed safely. Yayang followed slowly behind. Now everyone stood stunned before a deep chasm. Yandu approached. "Why stop? This chasm shouldn't be hard to jump across." A sister nearby said, "This chasm is strange. Whenever you jump, strong winds blow. Only Sister Ling can cross it." Yandu scratched her head, puzzled. "Wind? Isn't wind normal at a chasm?" Ling Ruo stood on a high rock, encouraging, "Let's try again." The sisters all said in unison, "All right, sister, we'll give it our all." Then, two of them focused intensely and took turns jumping across to the other side. Halfway through, the strange wind from before suddenly appeared. Both struggled to maintain balance and used all their strength to finish the jump under everyone's watchful eyes. But despite their best efforts, they couldn't reach the other side of the chasm. Seeing they couldn't hold on any longer, both quickly turned back. But no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't jump across to the other side of the abyss. Realizing they couldn't hold on any longer, the two quickly turned back. Sushu supported her. "Are you okay? You said that wind was chilling to the bone." Someone exclaimed, "The infinite void technique is indeed an ancient sect's practice, very dangerous." Yayang stood aside, looking deeply thoughtful. "Something's not right. Is something about to happen?" At that moment, Yandu confidently stepped forward, wanting to test herself. "Let me go. My agility isn't bad." As soon as she finished speaking, she took off swiftly. Below, people shouted in alarm, "Come back! Don't rush like that!" The surrounding space was hazy, covered by a thin layer of mist, with only a streak of light flashing by. Yandu's whole body emitted a mystical blue glow as she weaved left and right, and in the blink of an eye, she was almost at the destination. With a little more effort, she could complete the goal. The sisters praised non-stop. Junior sister Yandu is truly formidable. Her agility is excellent. She might be the second to make it through. Suddenly, gravity seemed to shift. Trees began to topple, rocks shattered and flew up. Yandu looked around fearfully, sensing something ominous was about to happen. A fierce wind rose, lifting all the trees high into the air. The two girls nearby were worried. This isn't good. The wind is even stronger this time. The gust knocked Yandu backward. She lost momentum and shouted, "This isn't good! Help me!" Hearing her cry for help, everyone anxiously rushed over. Yayang was also deeply alarmed, trying to figure something out. Ling Ruo quickly dashed down with force to catch Yandu, who was falling freely off the cliff, then landed safely in front of everyone. She sighed in relief. "It's okay now." Yandu trembled all over, shivering. So cold. Really uncomfortable. Someone asked, "This cliff is too dangerous. We can't get through. Senior sister, what do we do now?" Yandu comforted her. "Senior sister, you go first. Don't worry about us. We'll figure something out." Ruoxu disagreed. "You all shut up and stop fussing. This wind is incredibly strong." She grimaced. "Don't tell me it's the 6th level of martial realm. It's hard to break through before reaching the spiritual realm. You can't instantly raise your cultivation. The only thing I can do is cut through the strong wind." Sushu hesitated. "How can you cut wind?" Before she could finish asking, Ling Ruo unleashed her power and charged down. In the raging whirlwind, only Ruo braved it, hovering alone in the eye of the storm. She told herself, "There's a formation here. If I cut through it, I can destroy the 10,000 winds and let the sisters pass safely." Yayang silently admired. "A genius is a genius." She immediately spotted the key point. Her blue hair fluttered wildly under the wind and gravity, her face serious in this intense battle. The sisters above were extremely worried, all calling out, "Senior sister, are you okay?" They moved closer to check the situation in the deep area below. "Senior sister, please be careful." A gloomy atmosphere covered the space, with a terrifying black smoke spreading. Mushin'er panicked. This formation carries a huge destructive energy. The earth began to shake, strong tremors underfoot. "What? Is this an earthquake?" Yayang was stunned. "This is bad. We're doomed. What do we do?" Before they could recover, trees uprooted by the storm shot up, and countless rocks were swept up. "It's over. This is dangerous." The scene confused them. Why did such a massive storm suddenly arise? What exactly is going on? A small bird spoke up. "Ling Ruoxu caused this disaster. She was supposed to pass alone but didn't leave you behind." The ancient void formation angered the spirit of the formation, speaking hastily. "What should we do? She's definitely going to die now. The storm will soon swallow this whole area. You all need to run." Sushu and Yandu refused firmly. "No, I have to save senior sister. We can't leave her behind." The small bird dodged stones. The ancient void formation can swallow heaven and earth, destroy space. Even a grandmaster can't break it. Run fast. Don't waste your lives. At that moment, Yayang suddenly had a bold idea. Without hesitation, he stepped to the edge of the deep cliff and pretended to slip. Yayang flailed his arms and legs, shouting loudly to attract attention. "Oh no, I slipped!" Sushu heard the noise and immediately turned to check. Seeing this, she panicked a little. She rushed forward like flying, trying to catch Yayang, arms outstretched. Sushu reached out to catch him. "Quick, grab my hand!" Yayang kept falling freely, shouting, "No! Why can't I move my hand? It's numb." Nearby, Lu Qing and another person squinted to look. Dust and smoke behind them thickened. Yayang plunged downward, his body glowing with a blue light. Sushu couldn't catch him in time. She could only watch helplessly as he fell into the abyss. She wondered, why did he fall? Is he an idiot? Why rush forward now? Yayang's whole body was enveloped in blue light. No one knew his true intention. Fearless, he plunged straight down, right into the swirling storm beside him. Soon, Yayang found the center of the formation. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the target. The eye of the storm was right before him. It roared without any sign of stopping. Golden streaks surrounded Ling Ruoxue's body, causing her to scream in pain. Her whole body trembled from the agony. She probably couldn't hold on much longer. Suddenly, another beam of light shot up. A kick pierced through the eye of the storm. Below, a pillar of dazzling golden light spread out, creating small electric sparks. The storm split into 3 parts, each with much greater destructive power. Yayang raised his hand, making a gesture while quietly chanting a secret spell. His eyes sharpened with fierce determination, and an electric orb formed at his fingertips, spreading all around. Yayang dashed like lightning, heading straight for the eye of the storm, plunging down like a fearless sharp arrow. Ling Ruoxu looked up in disbelief, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Before she finished, an explosion erupted. Dust and smoke filled the air, rocks shattered and were swept away. The eye of the storm gradually calmed down. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Just as the words left his mouth, an explosion suddenly erupted, sending thick smoke and dust billowing into the sky. Rocks shattered into pieces, and everything was swept up in the chaos. The battle gradually calmed down, The fierce winds suddenly died down. Yayang lay sprawled on the ground, his body covered in scratches, barely able to breathe. The earth was shattered, with debris flying everywhere, showing just how destructive the impact had been. Before the chaotic scene, the massive stone began to crack deeply across its surface. Fragments scattered rapidly, revealing the tremendous force of the recent clash. Ling Ruo turned to look at Yayang, who was now falling freely without any resistance. She called out loudly, "Hey, big sister?" Ruo asked curiously. "Are you the one who just fell and accidentally hit the formation's core to save me?" Yayang raised a hand to his face and explained, "I just slipped and fell, but somehow stepped right on the formation's core. Man, my face really hurts." Ling Ruo used a nearby large rock to propel herself toward Yayang. She was still puzzled. "Your impact was huge, yet you managed to break the formation's core." He evasively replied, "Maybe I'm just too heavy. Looks like I need to lose some weight." She hugged Yayang and then leapt onto the stepping stones. "You really are a bit heavy. Let's move on first." The sky suddenly cleared up strangely. The people above were shocked as the vortex abruptly stopped. The little bird flew up to assess the situation. "What? The formation was broken?" Sushu panicked. "Isn't the ancient Grand Formation supposed to be unbreakable by even a Grand Formation Master? How could it be broken just like that?" "Strange. This formation is far more powerful than the ones in our sect," Yandu smirked. "It must be the sect leader's will protecting us, to turn misfortune into fortune. We owe them big time. I'll have to repay this favor when we get back." By now, Ling Ruo had successfully brought Yayang back, and everyone cheered joyfully. "It's the senior sister. She's back!" They kept praising. "Senior sister, you're amazing! Not only did you break the Void Grand Formation, but you also saved this big sister." Ling Ruo shook her head. "It wasn't me. This big sister accidentally hit the formation's core, which caused the Grand Formation to collapse." Hearing this, they found it hard to believe. The core was so easily destroyed? They could only say they didn't know the full situation. After getting hit on the head, it kept aching. The little bird interrupted. "I hereby declare this big sister disqualified from the trial. The rest of you may proceed immediately." Hearing this, Yayang angrily thought, "What the hell is this damn bird doing?" Ruo was dissatisfied with the bird's decision. "But this big sister helped me." The little bird snapped, "I'm the rule keeper. Her trial is over. You all go your own way." She turned and said, "Thank you, big sister, for saving me. If there's a chance, I'll repay you. May I ask your name?" He declined. "No need. We're all wanderers." Xiangfeng Hati, who was familiar, said, "If fate allows, we'll meet again. If not, no need to ask." Mushiner pondered, "Why does this tone sound so familiar?" They slowly turned and left. "Senior sister, we should go." Ling Ruo and the group briskly continued their journey. Ruo quietly said to Yayang, "Big sister, everyone use your power to teleport to the next location." The little bird looked at him and said, "This big sister's acting isn't bad at all." Yayang gently removed the hood from his head. "Do you dare say you're not acting? What if they catch on and think I'm a weirdo?" The little bird flapped away. "What misunderstanding? You're actually the head of a sect participating. Her trial broke the rules, so you have to accept leaving." Yayang sighed. "The little fox warned me something big happened, so I came. Now that it's resolved, I can leave." The little bird added, "Originally, Ling Ruo wouldn't have been so sentimental as to forcibly break the formation. Being too emotional means she has to suffer the consequences." Hearing this, he was very annoyed. "Enough already, you nosy bird." The sky returned to peaceful calm. The surroundings were serene as if nothing had happened. The wind gently swept leaves past towering cliffs. The disciples grumbled as they walked. "This mountain isn't that high, but we've been climbing all day." Those behind Ling Ruo remarked, "I'm starting to suspect if Ling's senior sister is a robot or something. She doesn't look tired at all." "I'm exhausted," Ouyang Lele agreed. "Yeah, it's clearly her leading the way the whole time." Meanwhile, Ling Ruo was still busy eliminating enemies. Her sword strikes were sharp, slicing opponents in half. She swung 2 diagonal cuts at a bird rushing toward her. Then she easily severed a giant green snake. Sushu was puzzled. "Isn't this trial way too easy?" Yandu replied, "What do you mean?" Sushu looked at Yandu. "It's not right. Everything's going too smoothly. Except for Duan Ya, everyone's within senior sister's range." Yandu reminded, "Isn't a smooth trial a good thing? Some people would run away immediately." "Don't talk nonsense," Sushu tiredly said. "According to the sect leader, I'm basically FR." Yandu was confused. "What the heck is FR?" "But the point is, senior sister is secretly meeting with the sect leader." Ye Zhen teased, "Looks like Yan's senior sister's sect leader is about to be snatched away." Lele objected, "What do you mean, Yan's senior sisters? The sect leader belongs to everyone. Everyone has a chance." Sushu calmly said, "Not secret. We just happened to meet the sect leader on the road yesterday and chatted casually." Yandu interrupted. All right, I'll trust you this once. Let's go, we're almost there. Finally, the group reached a cliff where the light was blocked. Before them was a thick mist, slowly dissipating. Ruoxue stopped and raised her hand to signal a halt. She ordered, stop. Sushu also sensed something unusual. Senior Sister's expression was off. She turned to warn those behind. Be careful, Senior Sister has noticed something. Lele gripped her sword hilt tightly, pulling it from its sheath. This wasn't like Senior Sister's usual self. At this moment, the black bones thickened, obscuring their vision. Although it was still daylight, Sushu wondered at the strange scene. It's not dark yet. Where did this fog come from? As the black bones gradually cleared, they revealed a huge, indistinct figure. Finally, a skeletal soldier burst through the mist, flying straight toward Ruoxue. Lele was stunned and raised her sword defensively, eyes wide with caution. Ruoxue frowned in annoyance and lightly sliced the skeletal soldier in half in an instant. She maintained her stance without a single breath. Sushu commented, those skull soldiers are just for show, not particularly strong. Yijin added, Senior Sister is too strong, but her expression is still serious enough to scare people. Ling Ruo assumed a battle stance. Without a single gasp, Sushu commented, those skull-headed soldiers were just bluffing, not particularly strong. Yayang added, Senior Sister is too strong, but her expression was seriously intimidating. Ling Ruo took up a fighting stance. At the same time, a warning was issued for everyone to be on high alert, preparing for a fierce battle. The first skull soldier charged forward with a fierce glare, its eyes flashing with deadly red light. Then a series of skull soldiers pierced through the smoke, swinging their sharp claws. Ling Ruoxue's face darkened as she seriously reminded everyone to grip their swords tightly. Ling Ruoxue's group was surrounded by skull soldiers, who appeared from the front. One skull soldier roared angrily, blue flames flickered around it. The group began to fall into chaos. They're coming, they're coming. Sushu raised her sword to shield her head, determined to fight to the death. However, the skull soldier easily knocked Sushu's sword away with a single slash. Her eyes never left the skull soldier. Sushu frowned, struggling to defend herself. The skull soldier lunged again, extending its sharp claws towards Sushu. Immediately after, a clean slash appeared right at the skull soldier's neck. The strike was so fast it was unrecognizable. Ling Ruoxie was the one who swung the blade. She stood in front of Sushu, coldly ordering her to retreat. The smoke gradually turned blue, and more figures appeared. They twisted and emitted eerie sounds. Ling Ruo gritted her teeth tensely. We can't stay here long. Charge with me. They're coming. They're coming. Xiao Hu Li observed the group and sensed something was wrong, not right. A thought flashed in her mind. There can't be so many skull soldiers. This isn't a beginner-level trial, but a destruction-level invasion defense. Xiao Hu Li was terrified, blaming Yayang for shattering the ancient formation, triggering the intruder destruction mechanism, which would be endless. Ling Ruo's group also shouted loudly, quickly seize this moment to break through. Xiao Hu Li felt guilty. I made a big mistake. I shouldn't have chased Yayang away. Now it's too late to go down the mountain for help. By the time Yayang arrives, they would have died multiple times over. Not good. Ling Ruoxu led the charge, fighting the skull soldiers while guiding the others to escape. Go quickly, Yandu shouted anxiously. Senior Sister. On the steep mountain peak, the skull soldiers had already pushed Ling Ruosue's group to the cliff, leaving no room to retreat. They charged fiercely, intent on annihilating Ling Ruoxue's group. Ling Ruoxue was flustered, wondering what to do. The people behind her were also terrified. The skull soldiers were relentless. Ling Ruoxue decided to sacrifice herself. You all retreat behind me. The remaining disciples disagreed. Senior Sister, we advance and retreat together. Everyone take the risk. The skull soldiers leapt toward Ling Ruo and the disciples behind her. Lu Qing swung his sword, shattering a skull soldier's bones. Yandu was no less fierce, quickly beheading a charging skull soldier. Yandu lightly swung his sword, eliminating another. However, the skull soldiers seemed endless. Their numbers kept growing. Ling Ruoxu shouted loudly, None of you are allowed to die. I will hold back the skull soldiers for you all. You must all climb down from the cliff and survive. Muxiner worriedly said, Senior Sister, I want to stay and fight alongside you. Lu Qing also didn't want to leave Ling Ruoxu. No, Senior Sister, if you want to go, we go together. Muxiner quickly spoke up, insisting they must fight together, killing one after another. Ling Ruoxue's entire group was surrounded, forced to cluster together to defend. Suddenly, the jade pendant on Muxiner's body emitted light. She looked down at the pendant in surprise, which glowed and trembled slightly. Finally, it fell straight down, bouncing several times on the ground. The skull soldiers looked confused toward the pendant nearby as an electric current burst around it, culminating in a massive explosion. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Ruo's group retreated. Ling Ruo cautiously looked toward the explosion site. Sushu curiously asked, What's going on? Mushina replied, I don't know either. The smoke gradually cleared to reveal someone motionless. An overwhelming pressure suddenly appeared, causing the skull soldiers to freeze, unwilling to act rashly. The disciples were also stunned, mouths agape. Yayang lay on the ground, groaning, then sat up with a dazed look. I was sleeping soundly. Who dragged me here? Mushiner happily said, I remember now. Last night the sect leader gave me a jade pendant, saying it's a tool to transport people in emergencies. Yandu and Lu Qing were so shocked they froze on the spot. The skull soldiers attacked again. 4 sharp weapons simultaneously aimed straight at Yayang. Ling Ruo shouted anxiously, Danger, sect leader! Yayang still wore a bored expression, slowly glancing around, then moved at a lightning-fast speed, leaving no afterimage. The skull soldiers were confused by the scene before them, only to see Yayang's figure vanish before their swords and spears. The skull soldiers scrambled to locate Yayang's voice. You immortal creatures, your biggest weakness is your slow movements. Everyone's gaze fell on Yayang standing on a nearby rock. He smiled, but I'll still play with you all. The skull soldiers surged like a tide toward Yayang's group. They aggressively charged at Yayang's position. Ling Ruo worriedly shouted, It's over, sect leader, be careful. However, Yayang calmly stood still without moving. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and at the same time, a burst of power erupted from him. Yayang charged straight at the skull soldiers, who hadn't yet sensed the danger, and in an instant, the skull soldiers before Yayang exploded. Ling Ruo's group stared in amazement at the scene around them. Yayang raised his hand, joints cracking softly as his fingers moved. Immediately after Yayang's action, another group of skull soldiers turned to dust. He used his power to control the Qing spear flying toward him, then tightly gripped it. Yayang curiously looked at a bird-headed monster wielding a sword charging toward him, a new type of creature. The bird-headed monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth as it neared Yayang. Yayang spun the Qing spear, which suddenly lengthened and sliced through the bird-headed monster's head. Yayang spun the Qing spear and stood still while the skull soldiers charged again. He raised the Qing spear high, spinning it dizzyingly fast. Yayang swung a slash toward the skull soldiers. The bodies of the skull soldiers were instantly split in two. One slash from him made a chunk of skull soldiers vanish. Yayang calmly and expressionlessly looked ahead as the female disciples behind shouted, It's over, senior sister. The skull soldiers are attacking here. Yayang suddenly snapped to attention, hearing the shout. He gripped the spear tightly, electricity crackling around his hand. Yayang decisively swung 2 slashes simultaneously, both glowing brightly. Yayang raised his hand forward, 2 slashes growing larger and larger. Then he charged at the group of dried corpse soldiers, causing the ground to shake. The dried corpse soldiers stood still, unmoving before Yayang's attack. Wherever Yayang's strike went, it swept everything clean. Ling Ruo's group was astonished at the scene before them. By now, the dried corpse soldiers surrounding the female disciples had been completely wiped out. Yandu's eyes widened in amazement. With the sect leader here, I have nothing left to fear. Sushu shares the same feeling. This is truly defying the heavens. However, Ling Ruo's expression turned serious and uneasy. The skulls kept increasing. They were about to launch a full assault. Everyone was giving their all to support the sect leader. A large number of dried corpse soldiers and bird-headed monsters charged forward. Yayang smirked slightly as his body gradually rose into the air. A small light appeared at the tip of Yayang's finger as he aimed parallel strikes. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light appeared. Yayang raised both hands high, a giant orb hovering above his head. A strong energy radiated from the orb. The light from Yayang's power illuminated the distant fields. A man wiped his sweat and sighed. So exhausting. His gaze shifted toward the light. What is that? Has the sun fallen? Above the sky was a bright orb shining like the sun. Yayang activated his primary Woodmaster skill, his head facing the orb above, followed by the level 100 holy light guiding him. The light burned the dried corpse soldiers, causing them to gradually vanish. The dried corpse soldiers screamed miserably as they were scorched. Then the remaining dried corpse soldiers met the same fate, burned to dust. The land that was once filled with dried corpse soldiers became empty, with only smoke billowing. The dried corpse soldiers disintegrated like dust, the light shining down on the ground. The dried corpse soldiers grew fewer and fewer. The scene was left with only flickering sparks. Fragments fell from the sky. Some pieces hit the ground and bounced. They shook a bit before coming to a complete stop. Ling Ruo's group was stunned by the sudden silence. Sushu said in disbelief, Am I dreaming? Is this really over? The female disciples finally became lively again. Does the Sea of Skulls really exist? This mountain looks so barren. The light of the sect leader can ward off evil. So handsome. Yayang landed on the ground with one foot. He stood near the cliff, looking into the distance. The wind blew, making Yayang's robe flutter. Ling Ruoxiu led the group, clasping her hands. Thank you, sect leader, for saving us. This trial of ours is considered a failure, right? Yayang spoke. You all have endured the sudden extinction trial with such persistence. Your will and strength have been tested. Facing danger and swearing to protect each other to the death, that's the kind of disciple I need. He said coldly, I hereby declare, starting today, you all are officially members of the Wuji sect. From now on, no matter who comes to cause trouble for you, I will protect you to the end. Ling Ruoxue's eyes widened in surprise at Yayang's words. She quickly knelt down with the other female disciples. Thank you, Master. Yayang turned and smiled. You all did well. Good job. Rest for a while, then I'll lead you out. The female disciples were filled with fighting spirit. Yes, Master. Yayang and the female disciples silently looked toward the horizon. Yayang stood on the plateau, waiting for the little bird to fly over. The bird curiously asked, Why did you secretly call me here? He didn't answer directly, but asked back, How many among these girls do you think can become my true disciples? The little bird sneered. You used to criticize them, and now you're choosing true disciples? Yayang, undeterred, explained. Being the top sect in the world, it's hard to recruit even 7 true disciples. There's hope to soon reclaim a peaceful, free life. The little bird disdainfully said, Aren't you just living day by day now? But the Wuji sect's true disciple trial is at the heavenly annihilation level. Maybe only Ling Ruo Shui can pass. Yayang continued, One person is already a good start. The important thing is the sect's great cause has someone now. The little bird asked, How do you want to arrange it? He thought for a moment, then answered, Focus on their potential. The obedient ones do laundry and cook. The strong ones give massages. The well-built ones are dancers. And the ones with good tongues make me laugh. Hearing his terrible idea, it kept pecking at Yayang's head. When you recruited them, they came to train, not to be your female slaves. He then proposed another idea. Taking care of the sect leader is also a kind of training. You're not funny. I'll train them to be masters of professions, like young female mages, sword fairies, yin-yang specialists. Then the little bird stopped and wondered, Wait, why are they kneeling now? Suddenly a group of disciples approached, bowing their heads to report, Master, I finally fulfilled my promise to you, leading everyone to find a place and a good master. We no longer have to wander and be bullied. Yayang said thoughtfully, That's good, so next we should prepare energy for avenging you. Hearing this, he spat blood in anger. Sushu replied, Master just disappeared. His fate is unknown. Isn't revenge a bit extreme? And he might just be a genius. Mushin, standing nearby, added, Master never let us call anyone master, saying we have our own masters by fate. Maybe he already knew he would be betrayed. Ouyang Lele chimed in. If we find the traitor, I'll beat him with all my strength. Yayang listened and was utterly speechless with his disciples. Yandu spoke. Finally, we have a place to stay. Senior sister can sleep peacefully and have sweet dreams. Ling Ruo Shui gently patted her head. Silly girl. The next morning at the sect, the first sunlight shone into the courtyard as everyone woke up to go to class. In front of the room, a crowd gathered, and someone asked, Is senior sister not here yet? People whispered, She never comes late. Yandu turned around, suspicious. Could it be someone suddenly flew here? Ling Ruoxu worriedly thought, Oh no, she's late again, that dream again. Run fast, don't stop, and don't look back. You must run out. Ling Ruoxue kept moving forward, absolutely not turning her head. She painfully tried to reassure herself. It's all over now. I'm grown up. On the other side, Sushu startled and turned around. Who? Ling Ruo Shu was panting as she walked. Sorry, I'm late, the voices of several junior sisters shouted. Senior sister, one junior sister said. Luckily, Master hasn't arrived yet. Yandu approached curiously. Did senior sister have that dream again? Ling Ruoxue denied. No, kids. Stop gossiping. Let's go in. Hearing senior sister speak, the group entered the classroom. They looked around but saw no sign of anyone and wondered, That's strange. Why hasn't Master arrived yet? The little bird loudly announced, You don't need to wait any longer. The sect leader has something urgent to attend to. Everyone is disappointed. The Master broke his promise to us on the first day. This is just too much. The little bird passed the message, saying the conference will be held another day. The sect leader asked Ling Ruoxio to draft a development plan for the sect first. Sushu thought to himself, This sect leader is way too easygoing. Ling Ruo Jue accepted the task. Understood. First, probably improving the sect, and the cultivation plans for everyone else she would organize. The little bird asked once more before it left. Does anyone have any questions? Yandu shyly wondered. Am I asking if the sect leader is dating some shady woman or what? The little bird guessed. Maybe there was a woman where he went. Its answer made Yandu even more embarrassed. You're really interrogating her. Ling Ruo, do you realize your mistake? She was startled, not understanding what was going on. The little bird flew up and replied, I said the sect leader can't be given pocket money, yet you secretly gave him some. A man with money will become spoiled. She blushed helplessly, but I have no way to refuse any requests from the sect leader. Scene shifts to the demon hall. The sound of clacking echoed repeatedly. Bai Fei muttered to himself, calculating that Yayang, that bastard, had gone there again today. She was drawing nonsense on the wall, a bit angry that a stunning beauty like herself was being ignored. Back to that vulgar place where men hang out, they were all pigs indeed. Suddenly she shouted loudly, Swallowing here is so boring. Yayang, you damn bastard, come back and talk to me. High City was a beautiful, fertile land with a green river flowing through, dividing it into two areas. On the right was a noble castle with luxurious architecture. On the left were low houses. At a tavern located in the left area, the rhythm of the working people's lives flowed peacefully. Familiar voices were selling their goods. The Three Rivers Tavern welcomed the waiter to add more wine. The bottle cap flew onto the table. Yayang sat with his legs crossed on the chair, holding a half-drunk bottle of wine, ordering food half asleep. The owner added 3 chicken skewers, 5 goat skewers, 1 grilled squid, and 1 pipefish. The servants found it strange and couldn't help but wonder, sect leader Yayang is so bold today, ordering extra dishes, suddenly has money. Behind Yayang, 2 girls were eating together. They whispered about him. That poor devil is short on money, never eats or drinks. Did he find some rich woman or what? He overheard the conversation, quickly defending himself. I have never relied on women, pure as fresh mountain snow. The girl looked clearly disappointed and a bit annoyed. Good, Yayang. Don't even think about borrowing money from us in the future. Yayang leaned back in his chair, shaking the bottle in his hand, teasing. Don't be serious. Friends help each other in hard times. A little money can maintain friendship with a strong guy like me. Totally worth it. Hong Xiaoxi puffed her cheeks, showing disdain. Who would be friends with a rogue like you? You're probably the weakest man in this tavern. Suddenly, a voice cut her off, defending Yayang. I'm Feng Hao, his friend and brother. Feng Hao strode in fiercely, majestic. While I was gone, you bullied my brother. You all need to be cleaned up, right? However, Yayang looked at him uneasily. The middle teenage boy cursing the heavens and earth had arrived. These people were in trouble. Just as he thought, Feng Hao started wreaking havoc in the tavern. First, he approached Hong Xiaoxi and mocked. Big sis, have you gotten fat recently? Your belt is about to snap from your slim waist. She angrily slapped him hard and cursed mercilessly. Go to hell. Don't think just because the 3 of you are the Fee City Lords of Sihai City, you can say whatever you want. Feng Hao rubbed the spot on his head where she hit him, calmly commenting that women with violent tendencies were scary. Then suddenly he turned around and saw someone familiar. Zhou Yi was startled and scared when caught looking. Feng Hao began chatting boastfully with him. Senior brother Zhou, 6 years of cultivation with no progress. I heard you've called it quits. Probably an uncle now. If I were you, I'd have given up cultivation long ago and gone home to farm. Zhou Yi shivered, his mind in a mess. Feng Hao said a final sentence, striking straight at his dark heart, given up cultivation long ago and gone home to farm. Mentioning this, Zhou Yi was stunned and terrified. Feng Hao shifted his gaze to the woman beside him. What? Still alone? Do you really want to be lonely to the point of pretending? Turning back and forth, he finally returned to Yayang's side. Feng Hao generously said, Brother, I'll handle the old rules. Unfortunately, the bookworm didn't come today, so he shyly refused. How could that be? Thanks. Hong Xiaoxi angrily grabbed a kitchen knife. Seeing this, her hand holding the knife trembled, wanting to throw it away. But Li Ji held her back. Unfair. Why has no one ever picked a fight with him before? Feng Hao smirked and replied to her. What do you know? Yayang and I are on the same path. We're both loyal fans of Yan Niang's story. Then Feng Hao leaned close to Yayang's ear to prove his point was correct. Xiao Yu is the gentlest, right? Yayang pretended to laugh outside, but cursed inside. Kids know nothing. Obviously, Yan Niang is the hottest and most seductive. Unfortunately, the bookworm liked cold mountain thighs, really lacking taste. Feng Hao looked regretful. He turned to discuss with the tavern owner. My boss, bring the money. I'll settle mine. The owner happily replied. No problem. Then Feng Hao ordered another cup to toast Yayang, the sect leader. Yayang smiled happily as he sat down beside him. The two began to chat. Yayang spoke first. You don't know how hard it is to lead my disciples. As soon as I leave, they don't know what to do anymore. Really tough, Brother Ye. Feng Hao comforted him, but just as Yayang picked up chopsticks to grab food, the chopstick broke. He stared at the chopsticks, stunned for a few seconds. His face panicked. Many uneasy thoughts started to flood in, waves of anxiety rising inside. Damn, bad feeling. One of the disciples must be in trouble. Contrary to the trouble in the tavern, inside the sect was much quieter and more peaceful. With morning sunlight shining through the roof and leaves, the girls were discussing among themselves inside. Lu Qing reported. The middle northern area has a damage rate of 70%. Ling Ruo added, the worst is the South Hall group, where there is a very deep lake. Lu Qing continued. Take notes. Many places can't be inspected temporarily due to road damage. Ruoxue continued. Pointing on the map, the cost to repair the sect is very high. We divide it into 3 steps. Step 1 is to repair the living area first. We plan to earn the money ourselves. No one is allowed to tell the sect leader or master. The serious atmosphere was interrupted. Yan Du suddenly ran in, shouting, Senior sister, Nan Guan, junior sister, news about the 5 of them has arrived. This is bad. Something's wrong. Which disciple got into trouble? In contrast to the chaos at the tavern, inside the sect, it was much quieter and more peaceful. Morning sunlight filtered through the vaulted roof and the tree leaves, where the girls were discussing things inside. Lu Qing reported, the northern middle area has suffered damage up to 70%. Ling Ruoxue added, the worst hit is the southern hall group, where there is an extremely deep lake. Lu Qing continued, take notes with pen and paper. Many places can't be inspected temporarily due to road damage. Ling Ruoxue pointed on the map. The repair costs for the sect are very high. We will divide it into 3 phases. The first phase is to repair the living quarters first, and we plan to raise the funds ourselves. No one is allowed to inform the sect leader or master. The serious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted. Yan Du suddenly ran in, shouting, Senior sister, Nan Guan, junior sister, news has come about the 5 of them. She ran so exhausted she could barely catch her breath, her face pale and ghastly. They're still alive. Hearing this, Ling Ruoxue was stunned. What? Bai Fei hurriedly asked for more information. After the collapse of Eternal Sword Peak, the 5 of them went missing. Yan Du reported the situation, speaking while clutching his chest to catch his breath. They are currently trapped in Tianyan Ridge, a place overrun by demons, an extremely dangerous wilderness. Upon receiving their distress signal, Yayang asked, do you want the sect leader or master to intervene? As I said, Ling Ruoxue stood up firmly and declared, no need, I'll go alone. That place is too dangerous. We can't afford any unnecessary sacrifices. You all stay here. She was extremely resolute. I will bring them back. Deep within the remote forest, the rocky mountain was interwoven with lush grass and flowers, and something fell from the tree, swift as the wind. Ling Ruo caught it. It was a device to help her locate people. She tried to reassure herself, you all will be fine. Absolutely fine. As she continued forward, she thought, Nanguantong, you have to hold on. I know. No matter what the situation, you will protect everyone. This also reminded her of the past from years ago. Ling Ruo once told her former master, but master, I don't like the new junior sister. He asked why. She replied, we are a sword sect, based on offense and punishment. She only wants to learn defense, so what's she doing with us? He pondered for a moment and finally gave a reason, saying it was simply because she was a good person. Ling Ruo found it hard to understand and felt a bit resentful. A good person? What kind of standard is that? He explained. Actually, the Nan Kung family is one of the 4 great clans of Ziwan Kingdom, with many privileges. Nan Guantong hugged his dog, fearfully burying his head in its soft fur. Wriggle, your father, General Nan Kung, sacrificed himself protecting Ziyuan Kingdom. He announced the situation. The children of the previous Nan Kung family head were always bullied and mistreated by their uncles. She sympathized with Nan Guantong's situation. They were all her only family. It would have been better if she didn't know. After learning this, we absolutely cannot let the child stay at the Nan Kung household anymore. The stepmother of Nan Guantong, who was the direct cause behind everything, sneered sarcastically. My lords, it's not that we bully her. She's just naturally bad, always stealing things from the house to outside. We punish her to keep her from going astray. He angrily snapped back. Shut your mouth. You're spitting blood at me. You don't even feed her a full meal. She sneaks into the kitchen to eat. What's wrong with that? She joined in the chorus, making the stepmother fume. Even if she takes food, it's not for herself, but for the retired war dogs that followed her. She can't even eat enough herself, but thinks about feeding the old stray dogs. And you dare to slander her as having a bad nature? After you found out about these old disabled dogs, you called it a waste of food and wanted to kill them. She risked her life to protect the big dogs and was severely beaten by you. That's how this came to light. The stepmother didn't bother to argue anymore, biting her lip in frustration. He bent down to stroke Guantong's head. Good child, tell me, which sect do you want to join? Everyone here is a peerless expert. You can choose any sect. She hesitated, fearful. I want to join that senior sister's sect. Nan Guantong pointed to Ling Ruoshue's former master. He was puzzled, and couldn't help but ask why. Because she's a good person, Guantong explained. I've seen her feed the big dog. The master smiled. A month ago, I passed by here, saw these poor retired stray dogs, and fed them a bit. That doesn't make her a good person. Little girl, I heard you want to become a protector. Our place is a sword sect based on offense and punishment. You have to think carefully. Guantong hugged her dog tightly, eyes brimming with tears. Big sister is a good person and will let me become a protector. He turned to explain to the stepmother. The little girl said her favorite person was the national protector. She can't be like the 3 protectors of the world, but she wants to be a protector who can protect even one person. He also advised, if she has chosen her, then accept her. He would arrange for those dogs properly so she could bring this child along to Eternal Sword Sect. I understand, she replied gently, reaching out to comfort her. Nan Guantong's cheeks flushed pink as she looked at her, eyes shining with a mix of fear and innocence, and she smiled kindly, like a fairy at Eternal Sword Peak. Ling Ruo loudly said when she saw Nan Guantong, "What nonsense! Attack is the best defense. Being a protector is meaningless." Ling Ruo added sharply, "I don't like weaklings." Guantong timidly stayed silent, not daring to argue. The two trained on the mountain, with Ling Ruo commanding defense. To her left, she danced with her sword beautifully in front of everyone. Nan Guantong struggled to hold the shield and defend. Ling Ruo reminded her, "You have to anticipate my next attack direction," she muttered. Yes. On a clear day, neither too sunny nor rainy, Ling Ruo found her crying in front of a gravestone in the forest. Ling Ruo inquired about her situation. "My dog died." Guantong's tears flowed. Big dog died." She cried louder and louder, sorrowful as if her most important friend had left her. Ling Ruo bent down to stroke Guantong's head, comforting her along with Shu Han. "It's okay. He's gone. You can keep protecting me. Treat me like the big dog. Just protect me." Nan Guantong was heartbroken. Senior sister. The autumn wind rustled, and the two trained together again, but this time it was just the two of them. Ling Ruo warned, "Wild wolves nearby are numerous. Be careful." Guantong happily said, "Senior sister, don't worry, I will protect you." The two gradually became in sync. Ling Ruo's hair fluttered in the wind, ending the old memory. Back to the present, she received a bad signal. The red dot on the tracking device beeped and then gradually disappeared. She began to worry and panic. "It's over. The signal is about to vanish." Ling Ruo hurriedly flew off, repeating a prayer for safety in her heart. Nan Guantong, you absolutely must be okay. At Nan Guantong's location, they had just lost one person, and one of them was panicking. It's over. The information crystal couldn't hold up anymore. The girl was worried and sad. "Senior sister, they can't find us anymore." Nan Guantong reassured everyone. "It's okay. Senior sister will definitely find us. It might just take some time." The girl frowned. "My Luo senior sister was captured by monsters. What should we do? Shouldn't we go rescue her? She probably can't hold on much longer." Guantong changed plans. "Maybe I should go rescue my Luo senior sister." Everyone stopped her when they saw her body full of wounds. "No, Sister Nan Guan, you seem to have no offensive power." Nan Guan replied, "Saving someone doesn't require offensive power. I'm very agile. I will lead you back alive." However, Nan Guantong still flew off, carefully instructing, "Everyone stay here. If things go wrong, run for your lives." Everyone tried to call her back. "Sister, you can't." They were completely helpless. The girl wondered, "I never expected Sister Nan Guan to be so weak, yet she could become an outstanding disciple." Another girl agreed. The senior sister said, "She mainly relies on willpower to compensate for her physical shortcomings. Hopefully, Sister Nan Guan can create a miracle. After all, rescuing Sister Mai Lu from the giant stone's cave is too dangerous." At the stone cave, Nan Guantong landed safely on a small rock, breathing heavily from exhaustion. She clumsily climbed onto a larger rock. The cold wind blew through, with only a few leaves drifting by. "It's too high," Tong complained, finally climbing up. She searched desperately, muttering, "Sister Mai Lu, where are you?" Finding her, she cheered excitedly, half of her anxiety fading away. Mai Lu was curled up in a corner beside a pile of large stacked stones. Feeling her trembling, Tong reassured, "Sister Mai Lu, don't be afraid." Like a breeze, she jumped down from the highest stone step to the lower one. Very quickly, Nan Guantong touched the ground, the same level where Mai Lu was. Tong breathed a sigh of relief. "Heaven helped me. The monster isn't here," she gently asked. "Sister, are you okay?" Mai Lu hesitated. Sister Nan Guantong quickly pulled her up, urging, "Hurry. Let's go now." Unexpectedly, the ground shook violently, making them lose balance. Mai Lu trembled more and more. Tong couldn't hold her. and both fell to one side. The rock cracked, with a harsh crashing sound no one expected. A stone body gradually formed from it, piece by piece from head, torso to limbs. A giant stone monster appeared, chaos erupting with dust swirling everywhere. The monster stared at them as if wanting to burn them alive. It's over. Why now? Nan Guantong gritted her teeth. The stone monster picked up chunks of rock to inspect, then crushed them. Both hid behind a small pile of stones. Tong hugged Mai Lu tightly. She was thinking, what to do? Hold your breath. Tong thought about the scenario, silently praying that if discovered, it would be the end. The stone monster bent down, shifting aside to search. It looked around. Tong trembled, silently begging, please don't find us. Unexpectedly, before she could do anything, the monster found them. It raised its hand and slammed the ground. Everything shattered, turning into rubble. Nan Guantong was now carrying Mai Lu on her back and quickly jumped away. The stone monster seemed to hear the noise and quickly looked over to check. The two girls didn't hesitate and dashed to the other side. The stone monster then opened its mouth, exhaling long breaths from exhaustion. Mai Lu spoke. You're so foolish, risking your life to save me. We can't handle the giant stone monster. Tong wasn't worried at all. She still had a protective treasure left by third sister. The giant stone monster was now swinging its arm, rushing toward them. Nan Guantong waved a talisman and whispered, this protective talisman causes short-term blindness. Hopefully, it works. The stone monster saw the small object flying toward it and looked puzzled. The talisman suddenly emitted a strong light, forcing it to stare directly at it. The giant stone monster roared, covering its face and eyes in obvious pain. Tong took this chance to carry Mai Lu and shouted, it can't see anymore. Running now, the stone monster, though blinded, still slammed its fists hard on the ground, causing many cracks. Tong saw the danger and worriedly shouted, it's over. She didn't hesitate to spread her arms to shield Mai Lu from a large flying rock. Tong screamed in panic, blood spurting from her mouth. Though she collapsed, she still tried to summon a spiritual shield. Both struggled greatly, her voice trembling. Use the spiritual shield to block. Let's keep retreating. The stone monster kept punching the big stones, creating loud, booming sounds. Nan Guantong held the shield tightly, supporting Mai Lu and asked, Sister, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. The giant stone monster reached out and grabbed a large rock arch nearby. Without hesitation, it hurled it fiercely toward where the two were standing. The rock arch flew fast, crashing with a loud bang, dust flying thickly. Tong carefully calculated, just need to rush through this distance, and we can get out. Sister Mai Lu, you have to hold on. Saying that, she used the shield to protect Mai Lu and ran to the other side. From the green tree branches, a figure appeared, swiftly jumping by. Ling Ruo was rushing through many stretches. She ran fast, silently thinking, Sister Nan Guan, you have to hold on. Nan Guantong on the other side was also trying hard, thinking, just a little longer, and we can escape. A small rock flew from afar toward her and Mai Lu. The rock hit the shield, which was already cracked from too many hits. She ran stubbornly without rest, panting heavily from exhaustion. From afar, a voice called out to the two, startling Nan Guantong. 3 people ran from the road, asking in turn, Sister, are you okay? She shouted. Why are you all here already? Weren't you told to stay put? A rock twice their size was flying quickly toward them. The giant stone monster groaned from throwing it with all its might. Nan Guantong and Mai Lu clearly sensed the danger and widened their eyes. 2 senior sisters inside shouted anxiously, Sister, be careful. Tong didn't hesitate to push Mai Lu toward them and instructed, Sisters, take her away. I'll stop it. Then she turned back, her eyes sharp and cold. Tong used all her strength to hold the shield against the huge rock. The rock had grown abnormally large. The shield was barely holding. She teared up, comforting herself. Nan Guantong, don't be afraid. You can hold it. Yayang suddenly appeared from nowhere, telling her, fall back, surprising her. The silver-haired senior who had caught Mai Lu shouted, Sister. The huge rock slammed down, breaking several feet. Yayang's hand gently stopped it, cracking the rock. Tong witnessed this and was stunned. She timidly asked him, May I ask who you are? Yayang glanced back calmly and said, Call me master. His hand remained on the rock, not moving. With a loud crash, a rock several times larger than a human shattered into tiny pieces. Nan Guantong marveled at the explosion before them. Her senior sisters were also surprised by the scene. The ground where they stood had sunk into a deep pit, surrounded by dust and flying stones. Yayang looked at them gently and said, That's right, Sushu told me to come and lead you all home. The sisters around him looked at him in confusion. Sushu. They listened attentively as Yayang gave instructions. You all go ahead and wait outside. I'll come find you shortly. Then he gestured toward a girl among them and used his power. I'll borrow the sword for a moment. As he finished, the sword slid out of its sheath, startling the girl. The sword spun and flew toward him. Yayang quickly caught it and immediately returned it to her. Then he swiftly left the spot where he had been standing. Yayang moved to a stone pillar near the nearby stone creature. His face showed no expression as he looked at it. Then Yayang calmly cleared his throat. The creature heard the sound and immediately looked toward him. It growled and exhaled a thin plume of smoke. The stone creature quickly punched hard at the rocks where Yayang had been standing. He gently stepped away. Then he kicked the creature and fell freely behind its back. Seeing this, it immediately turned its fist toward Yayang as he landed. Yayang also used his small hand to punch back at it. Their fists collided, causing the ground around them to crack. The earth gradually sank. Yayang's hands radiated a strong spiritual force. In the deep eyes of the monster, a hint of tension appeared. A crack appeared where its fist struck. The monster's stone arm began breaking into small rocks. It looked at its severed arm and groaned in pain. Yayang stood on a stone behind it and said, "Big rock." It held its lost arm, trembling and grunting. Yayang continued, "Still not ready to give up?" Hearing this, the creature turned its head and looked at him with a stubborn glare. Suddenly, the big rock head-butted toward Yayang. A crazy idea flashed in Yayang's eyes. He used his own head to block. The surrounding earth and the creature's body shook violently. Dust and smoke filled the area. Nan Guantong's eyes widened in amazement as she watched. The fight was intense. Yayang again head-butted the big rock's head. Fragments fell off. His face remained cold and emotionless. The big rock began losing balance and swayed. Its head cracked into many uneven pieces. Then it exploded, scattering stone fragments everywhere. The big rock's body crumbled. Large stones fell, causing a loud explosion where Yayang stood, filling the area with thick dust. Yayang stood on the stone pillar looking down, feeling regretful. This rock was too weak. Early stage martial arts, first level golden bell, and it was gone with one hit. He stared toward the light, lost in thought for a moment. Then Yayang left to return to the senior sisters. They saw the silence and whispered that the fight seemed to have ended. "Is he all right? I'll go check." "No, it's too dangerous. You'd just be throwing your life away," someone among them said. "Hey, look over there. He's back." Yayang landed gently and reassured them. "Don't be afraid. That big rock has been cut down. Is anyone hurt?" Nan Guantong looked at him curiously and stammered, "Ah, we're fine. Brother Mang is like that. Truly our master." Just then, a voice came from behind. That's right. They all turned happily to see who had appeared. Ling Ruo smiled gently and replied, "He is our master." They all joyfully exclaimed, "Senior sister." Nan Guantong quickly rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Senior sister." Ruo patted Nan Guantong's head to comfort her. "It's all over now. You led everyone through such a long ordeal. Well done. If you hadn't, we might never have met again." Yayang saw everyone's happiness at the reunion and felt joy as well. It was truly a beautiful reunion. Then he spoke, "Let's go. I'll lead you all home." Ruo looked at him with admiration, touched by having such a good master. The scene shifted to the Wuji hall. Yayang was leaning back in a chair, sound asleep. Below, everyone kept watching him with judging eyes. The sect's grand meeting was sleeping on the job again. They just stood there listening to Yayang snoring. Suddenly, a crow flew in and pecked his head, shouting, "Had enough sleep? Sitting here and falling asleep in a second. Where did you sneak off to last night?" Yayang covered his mouth and pretended to cough a few times. "Sorry. I stayed up late last night preparing the sect's development plans." The bird looked at him with contempt and said, "Nonsense." Yayang frowned, annoyed with it. "I really was working, reviewing everyone's documents all night, preparing cultivation plans." Thinking back to last night, he paced the room, organizing for Sushu. His chi couldn't condense for a long time. His personality was simple-minded, top-tier diet, gentle and soft but lacking strength. Lu Qing was too lonely, silent as if avoiding everyone. Ouyang Lele had spirit but hated himself for going down to the arena and physical contact, too devout. Ling Ruo neglected cultivation. Yayang sat back, propping his hand, evaluating each person all night. A group of disciples blamed Ling Ruo for not finding a good sect to settle in before. "Luckily, they met me. Watch me teach them." Ending his thoughts, he coughed a few times yesterday and continued, "Everyone's here now. So let's discuss a plan to revive the sect. It's simple. You just need to do one thing to bring the sect's ranking back to #1 in the world." Sushu and Nan Guantong were surprised and exclaimed, "#1 in the world?" Yayang closed his eyes, thinking aloud, "Maybe that's a bit too rushed. Then let's make it simpler. Within half a year, 7 of you must pass the sect's True Disciple trial." Mu Xin'er looked scared. How can the sect's entrance trials be so twisted? Passing the True Disciple trial is probably hell. At this moment, Ling Ruo also spoke. "The True Disciple trial is extremely important for the Wuji sect." Her eyes were determined and serious as she explained. According to records, in the sect's history, when 7 disciples pass the True Disciple trial, the sect leader gains a special privilege to protect the sect's treasures. The sect's secrets will also be revealed. With the secret treasures, the light of our sect, returning to #1 in the world, will finally appear. What Ruoxue mentioned were extremely rare treasures. Sushu suspiciously said, I guess with these treasures, the master will use the privilege to lead them to escape. Yayang, upon hearing that, began to cover up. Right, you're talking nonsense. I am a responsible man. Generally, the trial of the true legacy is very important to the sect. At this moment, Ling Ruo suddenly felt sad and blamed herself. I, Ling Ruoxue, am incompetent, but the frozen dragon will give its all to charge in the true legacy trial. Her eyes shone with confidence as she declared, vowing to dedicate part of her strength to the sect. Hearing her words, Ouyang Lele also gritted her teeth in agreement. Senior sister, I also agree that if it's for the true legacy trial to protect you, dying for you would be a romantic thing. After she finished speaking, everyone shouted, we disciples are incompetent, but we will give our all to charge in the true legacy trial. Seeing everyone's determination, Yayang was excited. Very good. I will launch a super god plan to specially train you all. The female disciple fully committed to reform. Please look forward to it. The bird beside him seemed somewhat judgmental. I see you haven't even figured out how to train them yet. He slowly stepped down while speaking. He heard that the sect's renovation had a huge funding gap. He decided to go down the mountain to work and earn some money first, so you wouldn't suffer too much. The bird grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't change the subject. Sushu whispered suspiciously to Lele and Yandu. He's not going to cause trouble, is he? The sect urgently needs some money to start the renovation. Can he really earn money? Whether he can or not doesn't matter. Master Ziqiang really is charming. Yayang calmly walked toward everyone. I'm going to work. When I return to the mountain, I'll immediately announce who the first female disciple of the super god plan is. Everyone turned their eyes to Yayang and respectfully said goodbye. Scene shifts to Sihai prison. Ling Ruo placed a tray of food on a table outside the cell. The person inside asked, why has it been people bringing us meals recently? Yayang, master went down the mountain to work. Bai Fei sighed, hearing this. Men always use work as an excuse. He's definitely trying to chase girls. Those guys are just too young, Ruoxu said a bit sadly. Really? Bai Fei continued drawing on the wall. She seemed to care a lot about Yayang. Feeling hit in the heart, Ruoxue stammered, I'm a disciple who cares about the master that way. Bai Fei sighed again. I even wanted to pass secret techniques to you, so you could easily win Yayang's heart, she suddenly exclaimed. Really? Ah. Then she quickly adjusted her mood, gritting her teeth and resolutely said, I've long decided to dedicate my life to the sword path. Don't even think about mentioning this again. Also, if you use charm arts to seduce master, I definitely won't forgive you. At some point, Ruosue's hand was holding a sword. Her whole aura was filled with killing intent as a warning. Bai Fei jumped back in fear. What do you want to do? Then she laughed loudly to cover her fear. People say jokingly, if I had this tool, that bastard Yayang would have been mine long ago, and now it's your turn. Hearing Bai Fei say this, Ruoxue sheathed the sword. That was best. Then Ruoxu quickly left. Bai Fei inside the cell couldn't help but rub her face and sigh wearily. Damn, jealous women are really terrifying. But why do I suddenly feel that now someone is competing with me for Yayang? She ate while smiling slyly. On the contrary, it made me feel more excited. Yayang studied the map, searching for the destination. Very quickly, he moved to Yayao Pavilion. Looking at the house in front of him, he murmured an evaluation. Maybe this is the place. The tavern owner said this place accepts demon-slaying missions for money. Here, you can get rich with just your fists. Who knows? He quickly went inside. You really have a lot. Inside the tavern was very spacious. Everyone was noisy and lively, reading the missions posted on the wall. Yayang looked at the long board and couldn't help but sigh. So many missions? At this moment, a girl sitting at a nearby table spoke up. Hello, young sir. I'm the receptionist of the Little Cat Demon-Slaying Pavilion. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As she finished, he asked, please tell me directly, which demon-slaying mission pays the most? Oh, you're a new cultivator here for the first time, right? Yayang smiled and replied, newcomer detected. Little Cat gently reminded him, sorry, the highest paying missions are all high difficulty level, too dangerous for newcomers. You can only start with level 0 missions. The very last level 0 missions have no restrictions at all. At this moment, 2 people behind mocked him, just arrived and already want the highest paying mission. You really don't know your place. The highest paying missions are all major demons. The strongest cultivators in Sihai City have to step back 3 paces. Is this kid stupid or crazy? Yayang didn't care and directly said to Little Cat, I'll take a look, thanks, no need to be polite. Longa watched Yayang's back and said, newcomers eager for quick success like this will definitely end badly. Little Cat led him to the mission board to look. He hesitated for half a day. Was he worried these level 0 missions were too hard? No need to be afraid. Just gather all your courage and take the first step, then you'll find low-level items aren't as scary as imagined. On the mission board, if you look closely, there are 10 pairs of fangs and 20 scales. Seeing him dazed, she continued to encourage him. Every newcomer grows little by little. Although the start is always uneasy, just be a little brave, and one day you'll become a powerful figure on the demon-slaying board. After she finished speaking, Yayang finally spoke. The reason I'm dazed is because the pay for level 0 missions is too low, purely a waste of my precious time. Longa overheard and snorted coldly. At this moment, he spotted a level 1 mission pay board. Yayang immediately asked Little Cat, "The pay for level 1 missions is barely acceptable. What conditions must be met to accept them?" She replied, "Complete 500 level 0 missions." He showed a disappointed expression and muttered, "The missions here basically don't give newcomers a chance to earn money. I'll check elsewhere in the city. Going to the iron shop or what?" Yayang quickly went outside the shop. Just then he met an acquaintance and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Zhao Shi." Seeing him, Zhao Shi laughed loudly and raised his hand to greet. "Yay, sect leader. What a coincidence. You finally came to the demon-slaying pavilion. I've been waiting for you." Zhao Shi was happy but soon received a question from Yayang. "Who are you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, we drank together. How could you forget me?" Yayang smiled foolishly and pointed at him. "Oh, right. You're the outer disciple who begged Master Zhao Shi for 5 years, right?" Zhao Shi quickly stopped being angry and replied, "You really remember this kind of thing. What do you want to do?" Yayang showed a tired expression. "Newcomers can only accept level 0 missions. The pay is too low. So I'm leaving." Zhao Shi quickly threw his arm around him and gave a sly smile. "If you're really short on money, I'll take you on a level 1 demon extermination mission. But the risk is a bit high," Yayang exclaimed, and the two of them entered the demon extermination pavilion. Though it's uncertain if your heart can handle such an intense mission, you can form a team to share the rewards. That's right, the mission to eliminate the blood kite in Liuchu Forest is perfect for newcomers with no real power. "I don't want to do that one. I want to do this." He looked at the mission marked in red on the board. Zhou Yi's face darkened, showing some panic. "Ah, you're going too far. Absolutely do not take red missions with high difficulty. Level 1 missions with the highest death rates are off limits." He looked at him confused. The reward was just 1 gold coin. Other level 1 missions pay too little. Zhou Yi looked at him in fear, but Yayang gave him a sly look. "But for missions of this level, I'm afraid there's no way to protect Zhou Quan for you. Don't worry. I run away pretty fast." He sighed wearily. "All right. Remember, safety is number 1. Mission announcement. Clear out 30 level 1 demon beasts in Tanzung village." They quickly moved outside Sihai City, walking and talking as they went. "This is your first time facing demons, so you don't know how dangerous it is. I have a duty to explain clearly to prevent you from quitting unfairly. Oh, sorry to trouble senior brother Joe. 70% of this world's space is occupied by demons, but humans absolutely refuse to die. Humans who have not been possessed are the resistance force." Hearing Zhou Yi say this, he sighed in frustration. Demons always want to turn the remaining human world into wasteland. Humans still try to reclaim lost land, so the wasteland around human settlements is constantly being seized back by armies or the great demon forces. Sect leader Ye, our main task in demon extermination is liquidation, which is also very dangerous. They and a group from the demon extermination pavilion arrived at a clearing. Zhou Yi continued to remind, "Remember to stick close to me. Don't run off recklessly to avoid danger." Yayang replied calmly, "No problem. As long as the valuable monsters don't run off, I won't either." Zhou Yi looked at him with some worry. Sect leader Yayang smiled mysteriously. "Just kidding." They and other groups headed into Tanxuang village. The deserted village was eerily silent, so cold you could hear the wind blowing. A man loudly warned, "Dangerous area. No humans or demons allowed." Everyone stood still, watching. Yi Yang and Zhou Yi cautiously scanned their surroundings. "I don't know why, but I feel like something's off about this village, right? I heard many demon hunters died suddenly here. This mission is simple. If you kill 30 demon beasts, you can leave." Zhou Yi said nervously. Sect leader Ye, don't underestimate this mission's difficulty. If it were easy, it wouldn't be open to so many demon hunters at once. Zhou Yi looked at Ye Yang blankly. Group missions are so everyone can help when powerful demons appear. Why bring a metal shovel? I saw you all had weapons. I forgot mine, so I grabbed this shovel for now. Zhou Yi was frustrated and confused. I really shouldn't have brought someone who doesn't know the situation into such a dangerous place. Yi Yang and Zhou Yi continued searching inside the village for demon beasts. "You go ahead calmly. Sect leader Ye, wait for me a bit. I'll hurry so we can clear this quickly." He ran ahead, tiredly holding his waist. "Be careful. That's better." We're in the wasteland. There's a chance of encountering terrifying spirit-level demon beasts. He panted as he explained. Remember, if you meet a spirit-level demon, just run. Absolutely don't hesitate. Yayang calmly responded with a surprised sound, then thought to himself, even Ling Ruo couldn't beat spirit-level demons. Suddenly, black crows began appearing on the branches around them. Zhou Yi looked around in surprise. We took a wrong path. Let's get back to the main road. If it's just the two of us here and a powerful demon appears, we're doomed. Suddenly, Yayang spotted something nearby. Demon beast? Is that what you meant? In the dark corner appeared a three-eyed wolf growling at them. Zhou Yi panicked. This is bad. We've encountered the most ferocious demon beast in this area. He quickly stood in front of Yayang, brandishing his sword, trembling as he reassured him. Don't be afraid. The three-eyed fox is fierce, but I can handle it. Yayang looked at the trembling figure confused. You're the one scared, big brother. Zhou Yi swallowed nervously as he stared at the three-eyed fox. Trying to overcome his fear, he charged forward. Come on, that three-eyed fox is faster than me. It lunged and hit me in the chest. He winced in pain as the growl of a red-eyed fox suddenly joined in. Zhou Yi cautiously looked around. Not good. Two three-eyed foxes working together is extremely dangerous. But don't worry, your master won't be scared. I'll take care of it. Yayang finally spoke up. Let me handle this. Driu tha chuang meng tot len mut ting a. Lan jo luon lach kwanung ke tok, lam chumai tok vai fuk kwa ku nete nang tung bei. Bante kam san kwa ku bat dau swat hien ng tia dien no. Dot nien ko hieu nien ngui truk mat. Long ka kam dau lau len truk bon ho. Kak ngui moi, chonai long ka tatip nyan roi. Ko gai di kung han nien hai ngui hot chom chok. Lo ai ti unai kak ngui kung so hai huang lon. Yu kwadi, zem kak tien boi lam, nu tenau nai. Ko chiu nu mai. Lai gap vai hai balvat song nai. Kong kao ba mat nien mei ngui hogomge, long ka ve mat hung turn tun kong chung no, huit ku ve vong ra tung to kap noi. Ting dong lon nu ve hien chu mei kong kwa gondo hang se beidi. Tung chik do kao ba mat ku ve nam lun lok ar dui dut. Long ka tutin ko kwang, chien do nu sach jiao kwa. Huan mi. Sao do han kung nu ko gai kia khing thuong noi, i. E chang fai tiu lao de mun haniem vu die tie ko sao. Kogai kia ne han noi vai ti sua tai bat man, kong tu lung suk, niem vu kop mut noi hiem nao fai hanga nu ngui kothe nyunduk. Thukluk hongdo, hai ngui min nai koi ngui sotot, tung fai bonta. Lo ai chin trung dang dianguk nai, hong ti hop gama, mauvedi, tu bit lady. Bon hon hiao bang hai ngui ho mot lut roi body, diep duang an mat bat man, hong hai long nin hai ngui kia. Triu tach gati mohoi tren tran noi, di toi. Chung ta kon te tiep tuk lai noi nai nua. Ko ninan dai quit tom dap di kaiji. Da den roi ti fai huantan niem vu, di toi. An te ko roi di ti lap tuk dui theo. No way! This place is too dangerous. Wait for me. Hey, no. The fog here is too thick. There must be a lot of monsters. Let's hurry back. Yayang didn't listen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He kept moving forward. Zhao Shi was panting, calling out. Sect leader Ye. On the rooftop appeared a red-eyed wolf growling. It stared sharply at the two of them. Zhao Shi was startled by the noise. He panicked and shouted when he saw the wolf lunging at him. Damn it! It jumped at Zhao Shi before he could draw his sword. Suddenly its head was severed. The one who decapitated it was Yayang with his spear. Zhao Shi was dumbfounded, staring at him speechless. He stammered, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Yayang. Sect leader Ye, don't speak. Thick smoke slowly dispersed to both sides. From the dense fog, two wolves growled continuously as they stepped out, drool dripping everywhere from their mouths. Their eyes flashed with a fierce red glow, full of terrifying killing intent. The two wolves kept growling, slowly advancing toward Yayang's group. He immediately warned, "They're coming." A bright red light suddenly flashed. Yayang dashed past and effortlessly sliced off the heads of two wild wolves. He coldly turned and ordered, "Speed up, stay close, don't stray more than 10 feet from me." Zhao Shi nodded blankly, mumbling, "Uh-huh." He hurriedly chased after Yayang, puzzled. How could his sword technique be so fast? Suddenly, Yayang swung his arm and lightly cut off the head of another wild wolf. Then, with another strike, he easily sliced off the head of yet another wild wolf. His agility was incredible. Wherever his figure moved, wolf heads flew up. Zhao Shi couldn't help but shout in astonishment. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? Finally, Yayang stopped, plunging his bloodied spear into the ground. Zhao Shi struggled hard to catch up behind him. While running, he panted and called out, "Sect leader Ye." Zhao Shi had to plant his sword on the ground to barely keep standing. He gasped, You've never killed monsters before? Your swordsmanship is terrifying?" Almost inhuman? Yayang coldly replied, because my passive skill, Sword Mastery level 100, is very refined. Zhao Shi wiped sweat from his forehead, confused and frustrated. Unexpectedly, Yayang casually reminded him, forget it, still too slow, stay here and don't move. Then he leapt and flew off with his spear. Zhao Shi stared in shock at his figure, unable to say more. At the same time, sharp slicing sounds echoed continuously in the thick fog, accompanied by rumbling noises. Zhao Shi swayed, trying to follow Yayang's spear, frantically shouting, my head hurts, I can't clearly see his moves. Suddenly, Yayang flew out, followed by a pack of wolves charging loudly. Zhao Shi panicked, eyes wide and mouth agape, hair standing on end, sweat gleaming all over his face. Yayang landed lightly with a thud. He looked at the dense pack of wolves ahead calmly and said, not too many, not too few, plus the ones in front, exactly 30. Zhao Shi screamed in horror, but they've surrounded us. Yayang's face was cold and grim. So what? Less talking. Zhao Shi turned pale, trembling all over, asking, what do we do? Suddenly, Yayang slapped his shoulder, startling him. Unexpectedly, Yayang lightly threw Zhao Shi far away. Terrified, Zhao Shi both played and screamed. Ah! The wolves seized the opportunity, all leaping straight at Yayang. The pack growled fiercely, their red eyes blazing as they charged. Yayang calmly spun his spear above his head, causing sparks of electricity to appear on the ground. Suddenly, he gripped the spear tightly. Multiple glowing rings spread out from its tip. Dust from the ground was sucked up in a thick swirl. The rings grew larger, the wolves leapt up, but it was too late. In an instant, many wolves crashed into the rings, sliced clean in half. Not even a sound escaped. Under the sunset, Yayang stood holding his spear with an extremely composed aura. Beside him, the severed wolves fell like rain. The scene was terrifying. Just then, Zhao Shi nearly landed. He struggled and screamed, tears and snot flying everywhere. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Yayang spread his arms and easily caught him. Zhao Shi, still dazed, knelt down. But seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but scream in shock. This is it. It's over. You cut off the wolves' tails. The sooner we finish, the sooner we clean up. A shadow quickly dashed past and disappeared into the thick white smoke. A voice called out, Sect Leader Ye, what move did you just use? So many monsters, all at once. Before he could finish, Yayang, leaning casually against a tree, replied as if nothing happened, just basic swordsmanship. Zhao Shi, busy cutting off wolves' tails, was surprised and looked at him. Basic swordsmanship? Basic swordsmanship can be so deadly. I've seen it cause sword blossoms. What's this sword blossom you mentioned? Yayang looked at him coldly and said, that's something I'm really good at. After all, these monsters are weak. Suddenly, recalling something, he added, right, I have a question. What's the difference between monsters and demons? Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow and patiently explained, monsters haven't awakened their spiritual minds. They can't speak human language, while demons mostly can speak human language and have intelligence close to humans. Yayang muttered a summary. So demons are more powerful. Basically, yes. But some monsters are stronger than demons. The main difference is in their spiritual minds. He nodded understandingly. Got it. Once this mission is done with you, can I claim the #1 mission? Zhao Shi coldly replied, no way. Yayang sighed in frustration. Making money in this world is really tough. Sect Leader Ye, don't rush, take it slow. If you rush for money, I have. Before he could finish, Yayang interrupted. Forget it. He looked suspiciously in one direction. Yayang exclaimed in surprise. What's that? Two people ran over, shouting urgently, help! They kept yelling, run fast! Demons! Yayang calmly watched them run past. Demons? Zhao Shi's sweat poured out as he blankly said, Sect Leader Ye, we. Yayang closed his eyes calmly and said, it's fine. Keep going. Zhao Shi was trembling with fear. Let's run. My hands are shaking too much. The electric-charged smoke had spread all the way to where the two of them stood, seemingly just an arm's length away. At that moment, 3 more people rushed out. Long Xie was the one who stayed behind to block it. He might be able to hold them off for a while, so hurry and run. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as Long Ka's large body was blasted far away. The massive Long Xie was thrown to the ground, and a wild boar demon with a metal ring on its snout, glowing red eyes full of murderous rage, appeared. The giant boar demon growled continuously, wielding a heavy iron mace, slowly stepping out of the thick white smoke. Long Xie lay injured on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his breathing growing rapid. Seeing the demon slowly approaching and noticing Yayang still casually leaning against a tree with no intention of running, he kindly warned, you foolish newcomer, why are you just standing there? Run now. The man and woman who had just fled turned back to help Long Xie up. The girl shouted anxiously, Long Ka, are you okay? He struggled to shout back. Go now! She helped Long Ca up, and seeing Yayang still standing there calmly, she bit her lip in disdain and yelled, Long Ca, forget about that useless newcomer. He's probably frozen in fear. Just then, the giant mace slammed down again, sending all three of them flying. The boar demon threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar, but it didn't stop there. It kept swinging the mace relentlessly at Long Ca's group, forcing them to struggle and flee. Suddenly, Long Ca collapsed, instantly losing the strength to stand. Yayang slowly approached him, and Long Co was astonished. Phew, newcomer. Why are you still here? The boar demon raised its mace, ready to deliver the final blow to both Yayang and Long Co. When the mace was less than an arm's length from Yayang, he stood still without any reaction. The distance closed rapidly, then suddenly Yayang swung his arm like lightning. In a flash, the boar demon's mace was knocked out of its hands and soared into the sky. Long Co's group of three were stunned. Yayang coldly said to them, Out of respect for the newcomer, I'm running. I'll help you this once. The boar demon froze, staring at its empty hands, unable to believe it, twitching its fingers in disbelief. Finally, it was completely enraged by Yayang. The boar demon let out a fierce roar and charged straight at Yayang. At this moment, Yayang no longer stood still. He bent forward and charged directly at the boar demon. Yayang's solid fist made a terrifying crackling sound. As expected, his punch carried immense power, directly piercing through the giant boar demon's body. The faces of Long Xia's group turned pale in shock. The boar demon looked stunned, its face darkening, revealing a deep hole in its body larger than Yayang's entire body, even allowing one to see through it. Yayang deliberately jumped through the large hole in its chest, proving it wasn't an illusion. Just as Yayang casually walked away a bit, the boar demon's body exploded instantly. A gentle breeze blew, softly lifting Yayang's hair. He suddenly turned his head to look back. Long Ka and the woman couldn't help but be terrified. He clutched his chest, still trembling, and stammered, Are all newcomers this twisted now? The woman, unsure if she was joking or serious, quietly said, Long Ka, sorry. From now on, I want to go with this one. Hearing that, he looked at her helplessly. Meanwhile, Yayang approached the giant demon's head, stopping to ask, Senior Brother Zhou, how much is this demon worth? Zhou Yi stammered, unable to answer properly. At least 1,000 gold pieces. Hearing this, Yayang nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not bad. That should be enough to kickstart the sect's restoration. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow curiously and asked him, Sect Leader Ye, you're too strong. You can kill all those heavenly beasts in moments. Just how strong are you? Yayang looked up at him and answered without hesitation, I'm curious about my own limits too. I look forward to facing an opponent who makes me fight seriously. Zhou Yi's face darkened with fear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, God. Yayang leads the way but still remembers to call out to Zhou Yi, Let's go back. Tonight, I'm buying you a drink. It's been a while since I've seen a bookworm. Wonder if we'll meet one today. He hurriedly gathered the wolf tails and let out a sigh. That evening at some tavern. Inside, besides Yayang and Zhou Yi, only a few scattered people were present. Zhou Yi was already tipsy and turned to Yayang, trying to persuade him. It's getting late, Sect Leader Ye. Maybe you should rest early. Yayang lowered his head, expression unreadable, and replied, Thought it was late already? It turned out he had been drunk and rambling for some time. You haven't worked a dog's overtime shift or faced the demon city at 4 in the morning. The tavern owner smiled warmly and reminded him, Sect Leader Ye, don't drink anymore. Someone's here to pick you up. Yayang asked in confusion. Someone's here for me? The owner smiled slyly and nodded. Yes. Senior disciple Ling Ruo left a crystal contact method earlier, saying, If he gets drunk, just tell her. Yayang muttered softly, That girl really worries too much. The owner then urged, Go quickly. The person picking you up is probably waiting outside the door. Outside, the tavern was bustling with people, and one person had been standing at the door for a while. Yayang, still drunk, staggered and leaned on the door as he stepped out. Seeing the person outside, he was surprised and asked, Oh, is that Sushu? She quietly called out, Master? Sushu blushed and avoided looking directly at him, nervously explaining, No other way. Senior sister was too busy with sect matters and couldn't come out. The other juniors couldn't make it either. Since I'm working in the city, it's convenient for me to pick you up. Yayang was too drunk to catch what she said clearly. He curiously asked, Working where? Sushu answered honestly, I work at the Southern City Harbor, unloading cargo for merchant ships. Don't underestimate me just because I'm not good at cultivation. My strength is still decent. He didn't hear clearly and just asked casually, Oh, why? Sushu's expression turned sad as she explained, I don't have a talent for cultivation and can't help others much, so I work in the city during the day to earn some money to support the sect. Hearing this, Yayang comforted her. Who says you don't cultivate? But before he could finish, Tian-O suddenly bent over and vomited violently right at the tavern entrance. Sushu hurried over and shouted, "Master, there's a commotion at the tavern door. What should I do? I'll go get some water for him." "No need. Ta kang tao thang namsung hang cho tao bun, dung zem tatuluyen kong duok, nyung suk lu kuta kong duok, ku nu kong nyeron, chi vuva hoi lai. Atai sao, vemat totu trenen bumbang tich, ta kong ko tien futuluyen, ngai thung kung kong jiup ji duk chomoy ngui. Chonen ban gai vào trong ta lam kong, mun kim chut tien, pudap chut tong mon, tiep tuang neve len tieng en ui, ai noi ngui kong ko tuluyen. Tien o konchua de ko noi song da kong nyin du kui ngui non tok non tao nge tru ku kwan ru, totu voi vang chai den goi lon su fu, dui ku kwan ru ku ve komot tren on ao. Lam sao day, doi di sin chut nurk chongui. Kongkun, let's go. Under the starry night sky, Sushu timidly asked him, "Then my master will carry you." Although drunk, he immediately refused. No need, no need. But shortly after, Sushu was seen carrying Yayang on her back. He kept babbling non-stop. "I'm so happy today," she said without any emotion, letting out an "oh." Suddenly, Yayang asked, "So, is there something making you unhappy? Tell me so I can be happy a little." Sushu was surprised, softly saying, "Ah," then thinking. At this moment, he was like a child wanting to hear a story. Seeing her hesitate to speak, he started shouting to urge her, "Hurry up!" Reluctantly, she stammered, "I want that." Yayang leaned his head against the back of her neck and whispered, "Still want to leave the sect?" Sushu blushed and sadly replied, "I'm not suited for cultivation. I know I'm a fool who always drags others down. Leaving would be better for everyone." Yayang squinted dreamily, suddenly realizing something. He pointed at the small gourd pendant swinging at her waist and curiously asked, "Hey, what's that hanging on your waist?" Sushu exclaimed in surprise. "Ah!" She reached down, rummaging while asking, "You mean this?" She held up the gourd keychain. "The gourd? I bought it for my senior sister with affection. It's the only thing she likes besides swords." Yayang responded in amazement. "She also likes cute things?" Sushu gently replied. "After all, she's a girl, even younger than me. Truly a good senior sister, you know?" Actually, Yayang was shaking the gourd pendant back and forth, softly saying, "Oh." Sushu lowered her head, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Her warm voice began to recount. "She took me in." Ling Ruos's figure stood in the middle of a meadow. The breeze blew her hair and white clothes gently. "I was actually very young then. Once chased out by a sect under cold rain, Sushu was accidentally driven out by people from the sect. Go away. I thought such a fool who falls asleep reading books only had one cultivation path, but unexpectedly, I couldn't condense true energy for a long time. Suddenly, Sushu was slapped hard and fell flat on the ground. Two thugs leisurely carrying bags of money left while constantly threatening. "Humph, I haven't even hit you yet. All right, just get up and learn a lesson. Leave her alive, she might be useful later." Sushu crawled up weakly from the ground, trying to shout, give it back to me." The two thugs sneered, disdainfully replying, "Next time, kid, we'll play with you again. Let's go, let's go." Suddenly, a girl dressed entirely in white stood blocking their way. Ling Ruo shouted loudly, "Stop! Give her back her stuff." The long-haired thug pointed at her and shouted, "Trash." He smiled excitedly, looking not bad. But within seconds, the two thugs were lying on top of each other, several broken teeth scattered on the ground. Ling Ruo approached coldly and handed the money bag back to her. At that moment, everything seemed to brighten again. Ling Ruo spoke gently and clearly to Sushu. "I waited for you. You didn't want to be abandoned then. I had no intention. Luckily, I met senior sister. She took me in too." Back in the present, Sushu continued telling the story. "Senior sister once thought to use her strength to protect everyone. She was actually just a girl. I couldn't add more burden to her." Suddenly, Yayang silently said from his drunken state, "Who says you can't cultivate if you can't condense true energy?" He trembled, pointed forward, clearly declaring, "Don't worry. There are many cultivation paths. That master has been watching you. You have potential. Especially, I will replace her." Before finishing his words, Yayang was already overcome by sleep. Soon snoring sounds were heard. Hearing Yayang breathing evenly, Sushu finally dared to speak her heart. "Sect leader, master doesn't need to force comfort me. He fights fiercely, but still never runs past us. Some junior sisters even doubt whether master knows how to teach disciples." Suddenly remembering something, she shouted in panic, "Oh no, senior sister told me this. Don't tell master." At this point, her tone involuntarily became hesitant. "Ah, let's go back first." Like that, under the quiet moonlit night, the figure of a woman carrying a man quickly left. After a while, she finally carried Yayang up to the bridge peak. She sighed wearily. "Phew, no true energy is really troublesome." After a day's work, my strength is somewhat gone. Suddenly, Sushu turned around in surprise. At the same time, a gust of wind swept past them. Below the bridge was a bustling street scene with bright lights and people passing by. Above was a sky full of sparkling stars. Sushu couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Yayang heard this and dreamily woke up. "The stars are really beautiful." She gasped softly in surprise. He swayed and acted spoiled. "Then I don't want to go back. I want to watch the stars." Sushu hurriedly stopped him. "But you're drunk. You'll feel cold." Before she finished speaking, he sat down by himself. "It's okay." Seeing this, she was speechless. Reluctantly, she sat down beside Yayang. She raised her hand and gently untied her hair ribbon. He looked at the scene below and couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. Still drunk, he only woke briefly, then slumped into Sushu's lap. As she untied her hair, he startled her with a sudden, "Hey." Sushu blushed and looked at him, unconsciously smiling. In the dark night, the wind carried dry leaves, gently swirling over the hill. The night deepened, and everything gradually became quiet. Sushu feared waking Yayang, so she only dared to sit still. She silently thought she couldn't sleep yet, so Master could lean comfortably a bit. Just as she was drowsily about to fall asleep, suddenly a loud explosion shook the sky not far away. Sushu was startled awake. From the explosion, the lucky survivors kept desperately screaming, "Help!" The blast caused a massive shockwave, sending thick smoke billowing. Sushu's face showed terror. She immediately stood up, exclaiming in shock. From the dense smoke, occasional flashes of lightning appeared. As the mist gradually cleared, 3 demons appeared behind, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked down contemptuously at the people below. The demon with a scar under his chin sneered mockingly, "Humans are so pathetic, trying to run away." The demon with scars on both cheeks looked at the struggling crowd, disdainfully saying, "Wanna run? Can you run?" He stretched out his hand. A blue energy surged from his fingertips, aimed straight at the civilians below. In an instant, countless stones covered by a blue power fell down. Seeing this, Sushu was horrified and immediately wanted to rush out. Then continuous earth-shattering explosions kept roaring. Ngui den votoi vuachai lai tamtikumang. Ngui ti gup pochai juten. Ngui ti chatvat kong tiu chajia tanfe. Yuma da zamnyop vauroi. Ngui chagia tren lung ngui kontrai no anadonin fia sao. Giong noi iu ort keolen. I den ku chung ta. Dung luk nai. Bin lin kung hort hai chaiden. Ngui bin lin dung do vua chaiden vua lo lang netam. Dangit. Mauditio. Bin lin truong kung do len tröinin. Yeo ma. Bodoi tru yeo kwa chung talap tuk den roi. Kong kong do hang. Tu hai tan lam sao la noi. Yeo ma kak ngui kote tu. Isam nyop. Konu ye manye voi. Jung die chek ye dap. Chet den noi kong kung mieng. Tu ban te ku ten yeo ma kovet seo iu akam. Taunen mut kwako sukman dang chia ve hum bodoi. Han taman me dang gun sukman shung dui. Sung sun keu len. I thai kak nui don shak de nu en hao. Kwaku sukman lau nu besung tang ben dui. Bin lin trung te vai kong koi giut min king ngak. Trong mut kai nai mat long sukman tulon da dang tang vau cho bin lin taunen mut kuno vang doi. Nu yu man ech me plen jong ja ver trashmak. Doi foyan loi nyo yu ni vai ku kun feira tenang vai kong. Dot nien ko tabat nga keu len. Nu yu man yin ve fia hai ngui kondang dem tin goi trenko. Ko tanga ken yen tot len, ben kia ko hai ngui. Nien dai chung ta den kong kong lap tuk bochai. Nu yu ma ve an mat yan ak no nu kuri thich. Dan ong se roi, den babi taon mokroi, tamun choi ha mo chut. Mod kam giak but ngo loi len trong do ko totu. Ten yu ma ko hai vet setong yim tuk ene ak nyo. Ayu nu kia hat ma kong kwan tam dap, tabit roi. Gayu ma ko vet seo go kam si. Doinam nu nai tatang tuong. Gap vai ngui bien tai ne vai. Ko ta kuido kak, tu mon tai tro ta ora motom lua, kong noi nhiều, truk tiep ban sung dui cho hai ngui to tu va diep tung. Koi vua kip jut min sung soti da qua muon. Ngon lua ene chiroi suong lai tau nen motran chendong, kong hei no. Chi trong nhai mat, truk mat hai ngui to tu va diep duong da suat in motung lua. To tu kong kip ni voi kong kulen. Koi gang suk vua vak theo diep duong vua chain han. Hoi thur kong tren en gap de. Amanu kui koi tek tu noi, putang vung vui kunyon loi. Dot nien, atanesh mep kui nyam hiem. Roi atan nien vong tenem sung haidom lua. Tat kui nia. Haidom lua rat nan da kung luk roi sung cho hai ngui bon hot taon en yung dang chun tulon. Kon mat to tu trong nyai matrenen tim tai, kin ngak hong toi. Kong nuai de duan, ko ai da bi din don tong kong. Mieng ko ai fun ramot ngum mau tui. Tu tren kao ko te toi sukman ko hai kwa kulura vo kung lon. No tao than hai vet lom sao tren matot, tom chi ui luk ko no dan bay hai ngui to tu va dip dung rasha. Mot ting rit jo vang len, ko ai bi hot vang ramot noi, let mot duan dai tren matot. Diep dung dang ba tin yan su kung bi vang rasa. Ka ko te tru tung mo dung dai. Nhưng ko van kung ko dong tinji. Chi ko hoi to dang dan tru nin gap gap. To tu long chong ngoi doi, mai tok dai chidi kwan mat. Koi to ratung hoi met moi. Trong long thumb qui tam, luk naiman mo chut kung chong mon tu bo tu lui nua. Bante tren mat dot ku to tu nam chatten mukron len. Tu sao te trente yoi nai chi kuman moi ko te ku tu kak song tip. Tuan tan ko airon re, nuk mat ku vei roi suong, dang tiek min din san kong te tu luyen. Luk nai ben tren kong trung, mut ten yu ma kie sang nyuk nyoa, chui du roi chu, ke tu kota, a yu nu kia tho dai tiek noi. Thoi duk, tut sin loi, e fu. Noi roi tu long ban te kota tu tao tam mot kwa kalua. Jong diu a yu nu tren en mandre, ngui fai chetroi. Dut loi, voso nyung kwa ko lua, lien tuk, lao suong dui mat dut. To tu nyin yung kwa ko lua dang lao suong ma chi biet but luk. Koi dung but toi, trong long tu trach, su fu chi trach kong kwa yuroi. To tu dung e tok luk kogang chai ve fia dip dung, nyung et nut ngioi. Tot nyen to tu dung lai, pan chan masat ve mat tao nen mut tieng swat. Koi jang rong hai tai dung chan tro ko te dip dung, fai song tiep brot han, nyung kwa kulua dalien tuk roi sung dut, taura amdan vang doi swat. Tu nung kuno du taura mot kot lua kong lo sang ruka mot mandat. Brot nan chi kon ngon lua chai hung huk. Ayunu daki kui tua mandot nyen nunyon ragido. Kwan mata talo venyiho. Roi kuon mat, a laitren en toi sum. Biu kam lo rove kingak. It turned out that inside her flames was still the figure of Sushu standing to shield Yayang. Around her was a blue barrier protecting the two of them safely. At that moment, Yayang's voice rang out, saying there was something called a magic shield. Sushu was startled, her eyes wide with amazement. Next to Sushu, a hand had unknowingly reached out. Even someone without spiritual energy could learn. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged, his hand extended to form a protective shield around them. Seeing this, Sushu exclaimed, "Master," Yayang calmly explained, "I have confirmed through your soul's power that it is very strong, so I chose the profession of Magic Maiden for you." She curiously repeated, "Magic Maiden?" He slowly stood up and calmly replied, "A magic user, a profession that uses magic to attack." The three demons hovering in the sky were ignored by Yayang and Sushu. The demoness was still stunned and exclaimed, "Strange, that drunken demon actually blocked my attack." The demon with a scar on his chin laughed with amusement. "He's lucky, maybe. I'm here to teach him how to be human." The demon with two scars frowned, his expression serious as he shouted downward, "You two, stop babbling. If this drags on, the demon extermination troops will arrive soon." Yayang's hand pressed against Sushu's cheek, making her face flush red. He gently said, "Sushu, you've worked hard." He looked at her with gentle eyes and smiled softly. "Master, now help me open a new world gate." Then, Yayang raised his finger and created a small flame on his fingertip. Sushu looked at the flame in surprise, her expression amazed. Yayang gently twisted his finger, causing the flame to spiral into a vortex. "Magic defense?" Sushu still didn't understand and asked, "Does this really work?" Yayang replied, "You'll like it." Then, he swung his arm and threw the small vortex toward the hilltop. The flame shot quickly toward the three demons on the hilltop. The demon with the scar on his chin sneered, "What does this human want? He dares to use this level of attack energy." The demoness mocked back, "This little thing's speed is pretty fast too." Only the demon with two scars looked at the flame Yayang was throwing with shock. The flame grew faster and faster, cutting through the air as it rushed forward. His eyes turned bloodshot, teeth dripping with saliva. Startled, he exclaimed, "This is bad." Even the demon with two scars immediately turned and fled. The other two demons couldn't help but look at him in confusion. The demon with the scar on his chin showed a moment of disbelief. Below, Yayang, expressionless, snapped his fingers lightly, instantly transforming the small flame into a massive swirling vortex, causing the two demons to panic and turn away. Suddenly, the scarred demon's eyes widened in shock, and the female demon also became stunned and terrified. Very quickly, both of their bodies were sliced in half. The demon with two scars heard the noise and immediately turned to look, only to be met with a sharp flame. The remaining demon's entire body was cut in two. His eyes showed bloodshot veins, unwilling to die. Bright streaks slashed back and forth, cutting the demons into pieces. The three flames gradually merged, and soon formed a large fire. Sushu opened her eyes wide in amazement as the demon corpses fell apart from the sky to the ground. Pieces of debris rained down from the sky. Sushu stared in astonishment. This was the power of magic. Yayang, standing beside her, confirmed, this was only basic magic. Of course, the master's effective strike helped. Sushu wondered about basic magic. Then she turned to him with a determined look. "Master, I want to become a mage." Sushu declared her goal. A magic maiden was definitely her future. Hearing her resolve, he approved. All right, all right. Below the ruins, several villagers came out, confused and curious. What was that explosion in the sky just now? Demons? The grimy-faced soldiers looked up and asked repeatedly, "How could that be?" The demons vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing the suddenly clear sky, the villagers grew curious. They're gone. All of them vanished. Could it be that a celestial being took pity on us and saved us? The celestial being the villagers spoke of was Yayang. He was now dizzy and woozy. He was barefoot and couldn't stand, collapsing. Mu Xin'er turned sharply, startled. She quickly ran over to support him, calling out, "Master!" Sushu worried. Did using magic just now drain his life? Yayang's face darkened. Basic magic drains my soul. I'm just drunk, feeling awful, my whole body limp. Sushu was helpless and speechless. Then she said, "Fine, master, let me carry you home." Yayang refused. No need. But in the end, Sushu still carried him back. Master fell asleep on the ride again. Sushu glanced back, smiling softly. She wondered why, when Master was drunk, his body didn't smell bad. At that moment, in a dark and eerie place, someone sat atop a mountain cultivating, radiating a powerful energy. He was also a demon, known as the Mad Demon. At this time, a smaller demon flew over. "Master, yesterday the 3 great demon generals went to Seahai City to search for clues, but all of them died." The Mad Demon was shocked and alarmed. "Impossible. I clearly used a plan to lure out those powerful demon hunters, so how could anyone have killed all 3? The demon nervously recounted, sweating. "I don't know either. According to information from passers-by, it seems some mysterious young expert did it." The Mad Demon was furious. "I don't believe some young prodigy is that powerful. We must quickly find the human thief hiding in Seahai City." The subordinate demon received orders. Understood. "The thief stole a great secret from our demon world. No one can protect it." The Mad Demon emphasized again. "Find this thief and bring back the secret. This secret concerns our clan and determines who lives and who dies." The subordinate demon was determined. Yes, scene shifts to the sect. In the resting room, a crowing sound was heard. Yayang lay on a chair, mouth agape, asleep. Suddenly something was thrown at his face. Thwack! He opened his eyes groggily, looking forward in confusion. When he clearly saw the bird, he thought it had a deadly glare. "You're finally awake." Yayang heard the bird speak and was stunned, eyes wide. He sat up, rubbing his head. "Why am I sleeping here? Did Sushu throw me here?" The steward bird replied, "Isn't it because you drank so much, kept yelling you had to work, ran to hug the chair, and wouldn't move even when pulled?" Hearing this, Yayang couldn't believe it. "I actually enjoy working that much?" The steward bird remembered. "Right, Xiao Yi is waiting outside to see you." Yayang asked, "Is she still outside?" The bird answered, "Yes." Yayang called out, "Ruo Shui, come in quickly." She entered and knelt down. "Thank you, master, for agreeing to teach Sushu cultivation." She said that from today on, she would follow him on the path to becoming a magic maiden lady. "Though I don't know what magic is, master's teaching must be powerful." Yayang thought, "Magic maiden lady. What did I say when drunk?" She stammered. "I was evil." Ruo Shui bowed her head. Sushu, due to her physique, often wanted to give up cultivation to live a secular life, and this senior sister was helpless. She bowed respectfully. "Meeting master is truly a blessing." Yayang approached, raised his hand, and said, "Stand up quickly." Ruo Shui stood, and he waved his hand, turning his head. "Being a senior sister isn't being a mother. You worry too much. Sometimes you need to relax. Life will be easier." Hearing this, Ruo Shui clasped her hands and thanked him. "Thank you for your guidance, master. I have one more thing to report." He looked at her curiously. Ruo Shui seriously reported, "Next, I must enter seclusion cultivation, starting to break through the soul realm. I especially ask master's permission to take a break for a while." Yayang replied, "The soul realm divides the levels of this world." He seemed to stroke his chin, mumbling thoughtfully. "Martial realm, spirit realm, soul realm, secret realm, king realm. What comes after? Forgot. Anyway, you're young and already breaking through the soul realm. No wonder you're a genius." Ruo Shui bowed her head. "I've arranged all sect matters. If master has anything, you can entrust the second junior sisters to handle it. Please allow me to enter seclusion." Everything was settled. He gave an okay sign. Agreed. "But you still have to be careful. Whether it's sect affairs or cultivation, don't overdo it." Yayang asked her, "Anything else you want to say to your master?" Ruo Shui saluted. "Thank you for your concern. Nothing else." She glanced at his flushed face, thinking to herself, feeling a bit uneasy about secluding herself and not seeing master for a while. Suddenly she realized, what am I saying? She shyly said, "Junior will take his leave first." Ruo Shui quickly turned her back, and he responded to her retreating figure. Okay. Stepping outside, she wondered what was wrong with her. A lifetime devoted to the sword and blade, no room for wavering. At that moment, Yayang was standing behind, waiting for her to come out. Senior sister, Ruo Shui is calling you. Glancing back, she asked a question that struck Ruo Shui's heart and made her blush. You wouldn't waver in your dedication to the sword and blade just because of the master, right? Ling Ruo's immediately turned around to strongly oppose. I'm not just saying that. Dongfang Xing responded with determination. Sister, this is the one thing you love most. And to perfect your sword and blade, I will eliminate anything that stands in your way. Ling Ruo Shui asked. What do you want to do? Dongfang Xing spoke frankly, without hiding her intention. If the master's feelings become an obstacle to your sword and blade cultivation, then I can offer myself to the master, accept his feelings, so he will forget about you. Hearing this, she shouted, Don't do anything reckless. Ling Ruo turned her back and left, blushing, leaving Dongfang Xing behind confused. I have to go into seclusion now. Dongfang Xing remained determined, reassuring that she would guard outside and not let the master come near. The scene shifted to the barren wasteland next door, where two people were running for their lives, shouting, Run fast! It's the demoness Dongfang Xing. They were drenched in blood. The monster, who betrayed humanity in pursuit of power and evolved into a demon, would surely be struck down by heaven. The one in the green clothes behind replied, She is now the leader of the three great heavenly demons, and she's gone mad, killing both humans and demons. She's terrifying. At that moment, Dongfang Xing appeared with rabbit ears on her head, flying up with a sinister laugh that made the two tremble. Dongfang Xing, don't come here. She showed no change in expression, looking at their pitiful screams. Huh? Spare me. As soon as she finished, she swung her hand to kill, the ground soaked with blood. After acting, she raised her hand to lick the blood. When Dongfang Xing strikes, whether the opponent is human or demon, she leaves no survivors. She screamed madly with joy and a crazy laugh. Foolish beings should disappear from this world forever. After calming down, she smiled kindly and said, I haven't returned to the Wuji sect for a while now. I do miss the sect leader and my senior brother. She walked on happily, saying she wanted to meet him again. The scene returned to the Wuji sect, where two stones were thrown outside. Bai Fei inside the prison kept muttering, Yayang is rotten. Yayang is bad. Bai Fei was holding some stones ready to throw when suddenly a loud laugh came from behind. Dongfang Xing appeared and asked, Little fox, still not out? Bai Fei replied coldly, Why do you care? I'm eating well in the Wuji sect prison. I have no desire to leave. Hearing this, Dongfang Xing began to tease. So you don't want to go out? I was actually planning to release you. Bai Fei turned around, changing her attitude. Really? But I doubt it. You said before, in pursuit of power, betraying the Wuji sect and abandoning humanity, I absolutely can't trust you. I won't be fooled. Dongfang Xing stood outside the cell, continuously tempting, Little fox, don't be quick to judge. Listen to my terms first. Just promise me for 1 year. She lowered her head, thinking of a land with huge ambitions and schemes, helping her seduce the emperor of the White Ring country in the far north, making that nation under her control. And now she would release Bai Fei. Bai Fei turned her back. I refuse. I'm not interested in such matters. Dongfang Xing said, Haven't you always wanted to escape and take revenge? You're stuck here for life. How can you take revenge? Hearing revenge, Bai Fei was slightly shaken, thinking of her enemy. Dongfang Xing knew her weakness and continued, You've thrown a kingdom into chaos, the whole world, yet you can't defeat your enemy. Here's the deal. Complete the mission for me, and I will fully support your revenge. What? Bai Fei was continuously tempted. Are you serious? A piercing shout came. Dongfang Xing, traitor of the Wuji sect, who allowed you to run back and tempt the little fox. Yayang stepped forward and activated silent mode. Yayang silently radiated a murderous aura that scared Dongfang Xing, who immediately clung to Yayang, sect leader's junior brother, finally meeting for the second time. Actually, I missed you so much I couldn't help but sneak back. Ignoring her flattery, he pushed Dongfang Xing away firmly. Stop talking nonsense. I've said before, if you step into the Wuji sect even half a step without permission, I will imprison you forever in this demon hall. Dongfang Xing refused to end her act. That's fine. I need a reason to stay by your side. Then she turned and pouted at Yayang, freezing him in place. Because of the curse, I have no choice but to marry the new sect leader to break it. We have to consummate anyway. He cut her off. Stop talking nonsense here. Come outside with me first. I can't beat you, but I won't listen to you either. Her words made Bai Fei furious. The little fox bristled and scolded, Enough! Damn fox! Stay away from him for me. Yayang blushed, speechless. Right now, pull Dongfang Xing away. Come on, I'll take her outside. She tried to shout in vain. Don't let me go! Yayang shouted, covering her mouth. Before they disappeared, the little fox reminded Yayang, Don't let this woman stay near the fox spirit. She just wants to lure you in. Hearing Bai Fei's warning, Dongfeng Xing teased, Bai Fei, you're clearly the real fox spirit. The little fox was so angry she couldn't speak. Once outside, she asked, Sect leader's junior brother, carrying me here must be for some improper scheme, right? Dongfeng Xing shyly covered her face and acted coy. I like you. The long-held restraint in him exploded instantly. Yayang forcefully threw Dongfeng Xing away and shouted loudly to keep her away from the Wuji sect. Sensing imminent danger, Dongfeng Xing immediately activated her spiritual power. In a flash, she was sitting on a rock behind him. Dongfeng Xing sadly asked, Junior brother, will you really not help me? If I don't marry you, my soul state will be unstable and pitiful, he retorted, his hands actively on her. It's none of my business. Don't call me junior brother. You've already betrayed the sect long ago. Dongfeng Xing replied, I can change and return under your command. Yayang interrupted, forget it. Great demon Dongfeng, both humans and demons avoid you. No one dares to provoke you. He added, also, I warn you one last time, don't interfere with the little fox's intentions. He stopped, glaring sharply as he emphasized, or I'll have to deal with you. After the threat, he turned and left. Fine then, I'll leave first, Dongfeng Xing complained. The little fox is just a demon trapped here, yet you care for her so much. Hit in his weak spot, Yayang used the excuse to escape the scene and say less. I'm still busy writing cultivation notes for disciples. No time to waste on nonsense with you. Leave the Wuji sect immediately. Saying that, he left Dongfeng Xing angry and alone, then strode away. After he left, out of sight, she suddenly smiled as if she had struck gold. This sect leader disciple is really interesting. Did you think you could escape my demon elder? Wait for me to make a trip to the North Pole, then continue your cultivation transformation at the demon prison. The golden talismans were pasted in a row on the iron door, and a voice rang out. Your senior disciple is cultivating but wants to work part-time. It seemed she didn't understand the meaning of cultivation. Yayang lowered his head and replied, she's attached to this month's merit. After finishing this month, she will resign, but you came to see me just to talk about the disciple, nothing else. I'm leaving now. A hurried call came from inside the door. Wait, Bai Fei frowned and asked, tell me first, did that fox spirit do anything excessive to you? He answered fearfully, clearly, you're the fox spirit. Xiao Hu Li was so angry that all her tails flared out. She snapped, Dongfeng Xing, that ugly woman, wants to steal my man, but she's 100 years too early. Hearing this, Yayang arrogantly asked, so suddenly it's a fierce battle of wits? Don't worry, none of you can seduce me. The sharp gaze of the little fox swept over Yayang, when suddenly an explosion sounded inside the prison and Bai Fei's fur scattered everywhere. Yayang's expression changed quickly. It turned out Bai Fei had transformed into human form. She seductively asked, really? I'm not attractive at all? Yayang blushed and denied it. Ji Qing, this trick doesn't work on me, Bai Fei barked. Then what are you staring at? He coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment and replied, all right, I admit you're temporarily ahead of the rabbit, but don't be fooled by her. Suddenly Bai Fei bowed his head pleadingly. Let me go. I have unfinished business. Yayang held him back, saying it was safer for both her and the world if he stayed here. Lu Qing was startled as she entered, sensing someone. Yayang also turned to look at her and instinctively stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Master. You asked her to be the disciple who replaces Ling Yip Shui to deliver food, but absolutely don't talk to her to avoid being enchanted. She obediently agreed. Lu Qing understood. Suddenly Xiao Hu Li shouted from the prison cell, Yayang, you pig-headed guy didn't treat me like that before. It must be because of that rabbit. I won't lose. He smiled reassuringly. Good. I'm going to the library to find some materials. I'll be back soon to check on you. Scene shifts to Sihai City's western district, where chatter is heard. How should the basic demon magic handbook be written? This is really difficult. It has to be written from the perspective of people in this world, so they can understand. First, refer to this world's 5 elements book. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth are all related elements. Inside the library, Yayang stood at the counter asking, excuse me, where can I find the 5 elements book? Mo Liadi glanced disdainfully. That uneducated name comes here every day, reading 6 little novels again. She suddenly asked, do you understand the 5 elements? Fake, totally fake. Yi Yang was stunned after hearing that. What the hell? She pointed to the left. The entire first row of shelves from 1 to 13 are all that. Help yourself. Mo Liadi's servant started daydreaming again. He read the 5 Elements book, maybe because he heard she was obsessed with it, showing he had intentions toward Sister Mo Liadi. Hearing the servant say that, Mo Liadi became self-absorbed. People who are too beautiful are just trouble. Trouble. Yayang was shocked. Are you crazy? Who gave you the confidence? After scolding, he went to the shelf Mo Liadi pointed out. Yayang flipped through each book, only needing the models and writing perspectives from these books. The content didn't need close reading. His passive skill specializing in the 5 elements was already maxed out. Looking at these was like reading elementary school books. Boring. The perspective of this book was good, but way too simple. Their nosy nature was in their blood, making it impossible for the two of them to sit still. They walked to where Yayang was and whispered behind the bookshelf. He really wasn't seriously reading, pretending only to get Moliati's attention, a useless effort. An immature man can't attract sister's attention. She likes heroes like young men who defeated 3 great demons. Where do I deserve her? I can only admire silently. The ones obsessed with me are all trash. He silently cursed the 2 crazies. After choosing a suitable book, Yayang began taking notes. Reference books can't be taken out, so start here. The servant judged he was pretending to write for a long time, but was just drawing talismans for these men because of Sister Moliati. Really unscrupulous. After a short time, Yayang had scribbled a bunch of stuff on paper. Moliati got angry hearing the servant say that. She slammed the table and stood up shouting, "Enough! You useless guy who only reads novels dares to pretend to love the 5 elements to get close to Sister Moliati." The two stormed over to where Yayang sat. Maybe sensing an unusual aura, he turned around annoyed and said, "Are you 2 crazy women coming here again?" Suddenly, they stood opposite him and shouted, "Please leave." Yayang stopped and asked, "What do you mean?" Moliati and her servant each added a sentence to make a story. "We've discovered the truth that you pretend to love the 5 elements to approach Sister Moliati. The library isn't a place to find couples. You don't understand the 5 elements. Leave now, because it's a supreme art you don't deserve to disrespect. If you leave now, maybe you can keep some illusions about me." They stood there scolding Yayang. Even though this is a library, he still wanted to pretend to understand the 5 elements. Why should I expose the truth? He didn't understand the 5 elements. Pick a book next to it. Passersby whispered, "What's going on? These 2 women are really loud." Moliati shouted more fiercely, gritting her teeth. "If I can answer questions about the 5 elements, I'll admit you're really reading these books. Otherwise, give up on me and leave the bookstore. Don't bother everyone anymore." They wasted breath scolding Yayang, but he only replied with one sentence, "I've never answered questions for free, and you 2 are the ones bothering everyone." The surrounding chatter grew louder. These 2 women should just die, Yayang thought and said, "I never give free guidance to outsiders or disciples. 10 silver coins per question." The servant standing nearby cursed silently. What a shameless guy. Moliati raised a book and began to demonstrate. "All right, if you can answer, I'll not only give you 10 silver coins, but also go all out. Listening to you, a useless sect leader who can't get disciples. If you answer correctly, I can become your disciple. If not," the servant added, "you're banned from this bookstore forever. If you can answer, you'll get what you want. Dare to accept Sister Moliati's challenge? Listening to you is like a useless sect leader who can't recruit disciples. If you can answer, I'll become your disciple. If not," the servant continued, "you're forbidden from entering this bookstore in the future. If you answer correctly, you might get what you want. Do you dare to accept Jade Ru's challenge?" Regardless of what people said about it being dull, Yayang turned around and busily took notes, writing while sneering. The disciples doing chores for the sect didn't think twice and started charging 10 silver coins per question, more for difficult ones. As for the fake, you can't even grasp the basics of the 5 elements. She flipped to a random page and read aloud, not making it hard for those choosing this beginner's book on the 5 elements weak technique composite probing. The chatter around rose, saying, "Isn't this book difficult? This is an advanced question on the 5 elements weak technique." The young man is honestly about to be cornered because it's too complicated. In the 5 elements sequence, kan, tan, mo, ki composite, how many types of results are there in total? Yayang smiled strangely, preparing for a bad reaction. His lips moved, ready to give the answer. Ling Ruo and her maid whispered eagerly, "Hurry, say it." He opened his mouth and said just 2 words, 36 types. As soon as he finished, Ling Ruo turned and chuckled with her maid. The 2 couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, startling Yayang. He angrily scolded, "Are you 2 crazy or what?" Ling Ruo pressed the book against Yayang's face and pointed to the answer, clearly not studying properly, faking it, marking a big one. "Look closely at 72 types. Idiots." He irritably pointed out their mistake. "Look carefully. Fool, you got the topic wrong. The original text says ki, but you read it as ki. Ki belongs to earth, ki belongs to fire, resulting in a completely different outcome." Seeing he caught them red-handed, Ling Ruo stammered, "I misread the character." The man standing behind chimed in. "This young guy is really not simple. Kan, tan, mo, ki composite really is 36 types." Ling Ruo's maid glanced back and shyly said, "Actually, the 5 elements path of the Qing Yun sect is also here." Suddenly, Yayang spoke up, Silver coins, please. Payment, please. The murmurs continued as others came to study the 5 elements. These 2 women are really dramatic, so infatuated with him because he's handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend yet? Ling Ruo dodged, picked up the book, stubbornly proposing another question. You just got lucky guessing 1 question right. I want another one. Yayang seriously set the price, raising the next test to 20 silver coins. No bargaining. Seeing the high price, the 2 silently glanced at each other, wary that maybe they picked the hardest question for him, curious how he'd act next. Seeing the signal, the maid turned to find another book. These are all too simple. I'll get a slightly upgraded one. Yayang replied indifferently. Whatever. She climbed the ladder and flipped through to find the hardest book here. Upgraded version, got it. Holding the book full of difficult characters, Ling Ruo praised. Well done. Yayang skimmed it and said, Big sister, this one goes beyond pure 5 elements techniques. It involves formations. The maid angrily snapped. If you can't do it, admit defeat. Making excuses will only make Ling Ruo look down on you more, Yayang explained. What I mean is the part beyond 5 elements. Techniques requires explanation. Add this question, and it's 30 silver coins total. Ling Ruo was speechless with anger at the price. He raised his hand. All right, add the previous question. Give me 40 silver coins first. If I can't answer, I'll return everything to you. Ling Ruo cursed while pulling out her purse and placing it in Yayang's hand. Shameless, you're taking it anyway. He honestly replied, Thanks, we can start now. Ling Ruo's serious expression looked more like an examiner than someone listening to Yayang. This is a complex formation passed down for over 1,000 years. Almost everyone passing by knows it. This formation uses Tan Kui as the formation's eye, Bin Mutu Kan Jiap as the gates. The random formation uses wide positions as the eye, Thin Nu Ga Thin. Mowu is the gate. After merging the 2 formations, this ancient chaotic formation is called what? How should it be broken? The old man listening was also stunned by the difficulty. This is a lost ancient formation. Few know it, and without years of study, it's impossible to answer. After hearing the question, Yayang was silent and didn't speak. Ling Ruo was confident she would win and became more arrogant. If you don't know, admit defeat and don't waste everyone's time. Yayang suddenly said something strange. Sorry, because I like this formation. When I first came to this world, I used limited knowledge and skills to train to level 100 and absorbed all formation knowledge. Yayang wrote and explained, Actually, these are 2 questions. Forget it. Buy one, get one free. I'll generously answer for you. This formation uses yin heavenly stems and yin earthly branches as the eye, yang heavenly stems and yang earthly branches as the gates. The eye is metal water and metal earth merged, forming a perfect restriction formation of mutual generation and restriction. Historically, only 7 of this type of formation exist, with only 3 recorded at this library's level. Only 1 is naturally published, so ask as much as you want. This formation is called the Yin-Yang Ancient Killing Soul Banishing Formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the book in Ling Ruo's hand suddenly dropped with a thud. Both mistress and maid were stunned, mouths agape in shock. After a moment, the maid slowly said, Is he wrong? The old man beside was also stunned, but he's right. The man standing nearby agreed. How could he possibly answer this? Ling Ruo's pride as a young lady wouldn't allow her to lose. She stubbornly denied. Then you explain it, I don't believe you can solve it. Her next words were overheard by 2 experts who judged this person was formidable, but this formation is unsolvable. They had studied for years. No one could solve it. The young lady deliberately set a trap for this boy. Yayang raised his head and said just 2 words, unsolvable. Ling Ruo sneered. See, you really can't solve it. Yayang stood up from his chair and added, Listen carefully. When I say unsolvable, it's for ordinary people. For me, this formation has 7 loopholes and at least 4 solutions. He raised 1 finger in front of her. Listen carefully. I'll tell you the simplest method. Listening to the solution, but his mind was racing, too advanced. The 2 experts looked at the book, shocked and stunned. Could it be that he? Yayang began explaining the method entering through the bin gate of the Yang heavenly stem. 3 steps forward, 1 step back. The deep gate of the Yang earthly branch uses fire to overcome metal, then 2 steps back, 1 step forward, switching to the Jiap gate of the Yang heavenly stem. 3 steps forward, 2 steps at the Mo gate of the Yang earthly branch, using wood to overcome earth. Ling Ruo asked, embarrassed. Then what? He said bluntly to her. Are you stupid? At this step, after the formation is tested, the entire formation collapses. There's no then. Did he really answer it? Ling Ruo was confused, unable to believe what she saw. I don't know either. The book has no answer. The maid sighed in relief. So maybe he was just bluffing. The brown-haired man looked expectantly at the old man, the senior official of the Qing sect, hoping he'd say Yayang was bluffing. Suddenly, the old man stepped quickly forward. The two still hoped for this last bit of hope. Great! The senior official really couldn't hold it anymore and wanted to expose this liar. He moved closer and closer to Yayang. His fierce demeanor made everyone fearful. With a serious expression, he looked at Yayang and asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Suddenly, he knelt down, causing everyone to be terrified. He shouted loudly, "I urgently beg the Grandmaster to accept me as a disciple." These words stunned everyone present. He cried out in plea, "Grandmaster, skilled in the 5 elements. After 10 years of studying the formation, I still cannot solve the yin-yang formation. I beg you to teach me. I wish to calm my mind and learn the Tao." Yayang awkwardly replied, "You belong to the Qing sect. You cannot betray it. Besides, you are already grown. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to be your master." He reached out his hand to help him up, saying, "Please stand up quickly." Only then did the two servants of Moliadi catch up with everyone's reaction. He actually solved it. Unbelievable. "Mom, wasn't he supposed to be useless or just a novel character? Have we offended a major figure?" At this moment, Yayang turned around with a dark face and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Instantly, Moliadi and his servants all knelt down. "I misunderstood the Grandmaster. I am willing to admit defeat and serve as a disciple and attendant. Please give me a chance to atone." Yi Yang responded with just one sentence, "Sorry. Your realm and talent are too poor. You are not worthy to be my disciple." After saying this, he turned and left the library, leaving Moliadi kneeling on the ground in shame, tears of regret slowly streaming down. In her mind, she kept repeating one sentence, "I'm not worthy?" After an unknown amount of time and some arguing, Yayang finally left. The sun was already high above the treetops. The streets on both sides were bustling, continuously filled with the sounds of fresh fruit being sold and the responses of passing customers. Very quickly, Yayang arrived at a crowded gathering spot. Among the crowd, exclamations were constantly heard. It was Hong Xianzi. Moving a bit closer, it was Hong Xiaoxi. Her whole body moved gracefully with the music, astonishing everyone around with her beauty. She appeared again. The crowd cheered loudly. Hong Xianzi truly deserved to be the #1 dance prodigy of Ziyuan Kingdom. Absolutely mesmerizing. Suddenly, someone loudly said, "Brothers, hurry and reward her." Yayang curiously peeked in and remarked, "There really are a lot of people." Then he turned and left, walking away without returning. This time, Sushu's class would definitely skip again. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi danced while sighing inwardly, helpless. The Grandmaster said, "Zhenxing Wuji sect needs more things. Sushu can't just come down the mountain and dance for money quickly. She can only go back to dancing. Unfortunately, the master only knows how to fight. If he knew how to make money, I could stay comfortably at home." Snapping out of her thoughts, Yue Qi was still passionately playing the lute, each clear note ringing out. The music seemed to dance in the air, weaving through her hair. After listening for a while, Yayang bowed his head and muttered to himself, "#1, dance prodigy. Sounds impressive." But thinking about the crowd pushing and shoving, he felt regretful and ignored the exclamations behind him. It was too crowded to get in. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi continued her own work, her slender hands stretching through the air, her soft body moving gently with each note. Just as everyone was immersed in her dance, a group of hooded figures appeared behind her. Moments later, a hand with sharp claws landed on the shoulder of the person in front, pushing them away. The disturbed person immediately turned around angrily and cursed, "Who's pushing in?" These strange people said nothing and pushed forward, dispersing the crowd. People quickly reacted with anger, shouting, "Who let you cut to the front? Get lost!" The commotion was loud enough to attract Xiaoxi's attention as she danced nearby. These strange people seemed deaf to the surrounding voices, their eyes dark and cold as they said, "Hong Xianzi, come with us. We need your peerless martial skills." Hearing this, the crowd grew even angrier. "How rude! Even the marquis and nobles couldn't invite Hong Xianzi to serve, and you all think you can?" A large muscular man quickly stepped forward to block Hong Xianzi. Before he could finish speaking, a hand reached out to attack, fingers digging deep into his flesh. When the arm retracted, the man had lost strength and collapsed to the ground. Bright red blood splattered in the air. Looking back, his face was marked with deep blood holes, his eyes wide and white. The scene happened too fast and was extremely brutal. The crowd was horrified and frozen in place. Soon, those present realized these people were demons with bloodless faces. Terrifying. The musician behind also turned pale, hastily standing up. "Demons are brutal by nature. Fairy, run quickly." The demons then spoke again. "Have you thought it through? If you don't go, what will happen to those around you?" Xiaoxi knew she had no choice, trembling and stammering. Don't harm the innocent. I will go with you. But before I leave, I have one last thing to say. Moments later, her voice echoed and spread nearby. Master, save me! Yayang was quickly drawn by the sound, immediately turning around. He muttered, "Is that the voice of my disciple, Je Nu?" Seemingly at once, Yayang turned and ran back the way he came. That lazy brat, she's come down the mountain. Yayang dashed like the wind, agilely avoiding people heading to the river ahead. When he returned to the gathering spot, the person had disappeared. He looked at everyone and hurriedly asked, "Where is my disciple?" A young man, injured by the demons, trembled in pain as he answered, "Those demons took Hong Xianxi toward the north gate." Hearing this, Yayang immediately fell into deep thought. What do those demons want with my disciple? The young man gritted his teeth and continued, "These demons have suppressed their breath. Hong Xianxi can't get away." At this moment, a hand reached out to touch the abandoned loot and spoke reassuringly, "Don't worry." Yayang grabbed his disciple's loot and left decisively. "My disciple, I will find you, no matter where you are." Meanwhile, on a barren, rocky cliff to the north, the harsh conditions allowed barely any trees to grow. In the sky, a group of dark figures flew swiftly past the cliffs. Below, a crowd rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Demons! Release Hong Xianxi!" The demons noticed the pursuers and immediately stopped, landing on a nearby rock. One bared sharp teeth, growling at those below. "Fools, do you want to die?" Hearing this, the group below shouted back, "You demons have grown arrogant. We invaded Sihai City to capture humans. Return the people you caught immediately." These words had no intimidating effect on the demons. Not being demon-slaying soldiers, yet daring to chase after us, you all are truly bold. Third Elder, kill them all. As soon as these words were spoken, a pale hand reached out, clutching the front of his robe. Moments later, a giant gecko elder suddenly charged forward, spreading his arms wide with a loud laugh, saying, "Leave it to me." Quickly, more and more gecko figures appeared. Their movement was so fast they left only after images. The people below immediately raised their guard, gripping their sword hilts tightly, ready to fight. While they were still defending, suddenly an invisible gecko sneaked up and snatched one person right before everyone's eyes. Panic broke out among the group. Screams echoed continuously through the air. What kind of life-saving force was this? The number of people being stolen away kept increasing. Everyone's expressions turned fearful. The demons laughed gleefully. At this moment, the demon leader looked at the gecko, licking a person's face with its long tongue, and couldn't help but say, "Stop that disgusting habit of yours. Kill them all." He immediately revealed a greedy gaze, staring intently at the person in front of him, showing no hesitation. 1 second to finish them off. Just then, a hand touched the strings of a zither, producing a sound that stopped their actions. The gecko leader immediately sensed this change and halted, almost simultaneously turning his head toward a direction, shouting loudly, "Who is that?" Looking up, "It turns out Yayang has arrived already?" He calmly spoke. "Not bad. You finally found me. Return my disciples, and I might consider giving you a chance to live." Extremely arrogant, the gecko elder laughed loudly. "So you're the useless sect leader who likes to brag in rumors? You plan to spare us a way out? Too bad he doesn't intend to let anyone leave here alive." After saying that, he immediately ordered, "Third Elder, clean up the scene first, then deal with this fool. Surround him." As soon as the words ended, the geckos charged forward, sticking out their long, hungry tongues amid the screams from below. They panicked and fled, shouting to each other, "Run fast!" mixed with cries for help. At that moment, Yayang's fingers moved on the zither strings. Almost instantly, a golden yellow aura burst forth, the power quickly spreading, infiltrating the demons. Soon, they all felt dizzy, their minds spinning. Even those fleeing were affected, stammering, "Too dizzy. I'm about to throw up." The sound of this person playing was really unpleasant. Someone objected, "He's playing the soul-luring melody. What's the background of this young zither master?" Even the 3 gecko elders were dizzy. One shouted, "Second elder, fourth elder, wake up quickly." He growled, "This guy is strange. Third elder, go kill him. Second elder, go support third elder." The named person immediately charged forward to obey the order. The large gecko body rushed on. The distance between him and Yayang kept closing. Moments later, he stopped, opened his mouth wide. Growls began to pour out from his throat, trying to counter the sound from the zither. Yayang clearly understood their intention. They wanted to use growls to fight against his zither's sound. "You geckos, are you stupid?" he whispered mockingly. Then the speed of his finger movements increased. The sounds became more intense. The energy bursts immediately shot toward the growling gecko standing there. Quickly, his whole body was thrown backward, uncontrollably groaning. At that moment, another group of geckos charged simultaneously, aiming straight at Yayang perched on the cliff. "Kid, don't be arrogant. Third Elder will finish you off." He remained unmoved, simply waving his hand. Beams of light appeared, shooting toward them. Those forces rushed at high speed, quickly crashing into the geckos. Almost instantly, powerful explosions erupted in the air. The demons knew the outcome without being told. The elder standing aside watched in shock. Third elder is dead. Only then did Yayang calmly speak. Want to back down? The reply came quickly. The gecko elder sternly ordered, Second elder, use your ultimate move to deal with him. Avenge third elder. The latter immediately opened his mouth. A blue beam of light surged out. That beam sped toward Yayang, who remained seated high above. Only his finger lightly moved on the zither strings. Behind it, a red beam rushed forward, ready to confront the power of the second gecko elder. Quickly, the two beams collided, sparking. The confrontation began. The second gecko elder was stunned by such a massive energy. Time passed. Yayang's red beam grew stronger, almost overwhelming him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before him, spreading in all directions. He couldn't hold back and screamed. Then a massive explosion shook the area. Chunks of earth and dust flew everywhere. After a while, the noise settled. Dust still hung thick in the air. When the white smoke cleared, a deep pit had formed on the ground. The people who had been injured watched the scene, all with mouths agape in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" The people below stared blankly, still stunned. What was in his hand was the two cannons zither. The master of the immortal girl had acted, confirming that the heroic immortal girl came from the heavens. Then Yayang calmly asked, "Hey, are you dead yet?" Just then, not far from where he sat, a cracking sound was heard. The elder gecko named Yang, with sharp teeth, whispered, "Rotten kid, you're on fire." Behind him, his clothes were torn, revealing the gecko body. He laughed gleefully, then jumped up to attack Yayang. Fourth elder's move is the real killer. Die. Everyone was frightened by this, quickly shouting, "This is bad." Zither masters fear close combat the most. The gecko raised his huge arm, putting all his strength into the strike. The bloody scene everyone feared did not happen. Yayang, consistent as always, simply raised his slender arm and easily caught the attack. Two fists met in midair, like two forces colliding. The gecko retreated, clutching his arm in pain. He was knocked far away, flying straight into the vast sky. Then his body exploded in midair, just like their comrades before. Yayang's mindset remained steady, not even changing his position. "Now it's your turn." The elder gecko shouted insults loudly. "Arrogant humans, do you believe I killed your disciple first?" When he turned his head, Xiao Li was blinded in one eye, silently crawling away a good distance. Both were stunned. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the scene. No wonder it was the #1 weapon. Even its teleportation escape seemed to follow the laws of fate. The Grand Priest of the Gecko sect saw this and immediately charged forward, shouting loudly, "Come back here!" Before he could grab the person and bring him back, a surge of energy suddenly rushed out from Yayang's direction. That power quickly struck his position. Everything around instantly exploded. The group was forced backward by this overwhelming force. This suddenly appeared young man. How could he be so formidable? When the dust cleared, a huge horn appeared in the air. Suddenly, a shadow dashed forward, and moments later, it wrapped a long, winding tongue around someone in the group and pulled them up to the middle peak. Then he flung that person away, causing them to scream miserably. This massive body seemed capable of crushing everything. He gritted his teeth. "Foolish humans, so weak. I will devour all of you." Seeing the situation was dire, the group quickly fled. The gecko's bite was impervious to blades and spears, immune to fire and water, a first-level demon beast. "Run fast. This beast has gone berserk." The gecko's tail lightly swung and stomped hard on the ground, sending out a wave of blue energy spreading rapidly, but his tail kept whipping, knocking down those trying to escape, making them cry out in pain. One person was slammed against the wall, screaming, another was flung away, and the rocks shattered continuously from the impact. Yayang watched this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This worm has thick skin. The usual string sounds could withstand it quite meaningful. Xiaosan glanced at the gecko's massive body approaching her and screamed in panic. "It's coming this way! Master, save me!" The gecko kept crawling forward, intent on catching the fleeing person ahead. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a long, bright red tongue aiming to grab the person. Yayang lightly waved his hand, and the sharp strings, as if alive, began to move. Each thin string darted toward the big gecko's body. One wrapped tightly around its leg, another coiled around its torso, and the last one quickly tightened around its neck. The other end of the strings was firmly held in Yayang's hand. He frowned as he looked down. The Grand Priest gecko struggled, but the strings tightened more and more, restraining its movements. Yayang calmly said, "You can't break free. It's useless to struggle." The gecko thrashed violently, screaming, "Damn you! Let me go!" It shouted loudly. "You forced me to make a move. Yayang didn't even frown, muttering, clinging to delusion, refusing to awaken. Then his hand moved slightly, releasing beams of light from the strings, carrying terrifying power. The strings on the gecko's body tightened until they drew blood. The bite marks on its body grew deeper and deeper. It screamed in pain and thrashed wildly. Suddenly, its body exploded midair, and the thin strings slowly retracted. Soon, white smoke dispersed, leaving only fragments falling back to the ground. The group stared dumbfounded. Isn't it supposed to be impervious to blades and spears? Even Xiao San was shocked. It just cut through like that. Yayang then left his spot and hurried over, saying, "Master, hurry and untie me." Suddenly, before she could react, her body was lifted up. Turning to Yayang, she questioned, "You lazy little worm, who allowed you to sneak down the mountain to sell your skills?" Xiao San stammered, It's because of poverty." Without arguing, Yayang hoisted her onto his shoulder and left amid her screams. "Master, haven't you untied her yet?" He calmly replied, consider this a warning for sneaking down the mountain." Watching their backs disappear, the group behind murmured, "Xiao San's master really is a deity. Are they planning to return?" "Yes, maybe." Meanwhile, in the dark demon valley, a voice echoed, "The Lord directly took the secret ritual item back." The small flame stuttered, "No, there's no way to perform the ceremony now." The other asked immediately, "Why?" The flame trembled slightly. "The demon lady's ritual can't be completed, and worse, the Grand Priest Gecko himself went to Seahai City to select people, but was ambushed and torn apart." The man's tone darkened. "This path is blocked." The mad demon stood up. "Perhaps I must personally go to Seahai City to find the thief who took that item and retrieve the secret related to our clan's fate." At the Wuji sect at night, the lights brightly illuminated the area. The Wuji sect's kitchen master competition was about to begin. Yi Yang's face lit up with a smile. "Mouth-watering," he shouted. "Is everyone ready?" Standing among the crowd, he declared, "Bring out all your skills." At that moment, Xiao Yi brought out a jug of wine and said, "The tavern owner sent a cup of wine. Master said that with wine, there must be delicacies." She squinted and continued, "So let the competition begin." As soon as she finished, everyone's fighting spirit ignited, ready for a fierce battle to determine the winner. Yan Du rested her chin on the table, saying, "If the kitchen master is too strong, they lose their qualification. They also want to bathe with master in the hot springs." Yayang heard this and patted her head. "You're too strong." Xiao San raised her hand and shouted, "The judging standard is master's taste. The Wuji sect's budget is limited. There can only be one winner. Now, let the competition begin." Sushu stepped forward carrying a covered dish. "I'm first." When the lid was slowly lifted, Yayang peeked excitedly at two colorful cakes on the plate. The aroma seemed wonderful, but when he took a bite, his face immediately changed. "Too salty." Moments later, Yayang hurriedly spat the cake out, much to the horror of the cook. Xiao Yi coughed dryly. "Sushu doesn't know how to cook, and it's not because of marination. Master's hot water. Let the next person try." The next candidates were the Papaya sisters, Mu Xin'er and Meng Ling'er, clan sisters, Qi, Li, and Duan Jin. "Master, please drink quickly." The steaming lid was lifted, releasing a purple smoke in front of Yayang. Yan Du evaluated softly. "Bone broth soup with marrow dissolved, yes." Xiao San saw this and wisely spoke up. "Master refuses to drink this black soup." Next person. The dish continued to be brought out. This time, it was a cherry cream cake that looked very appetizing at first glance. Yayang's dull eyes quickly brightened. Finally, some real food. "Master, this is made by Lady Nan Guangdong," she whispered. "I made this dim sum. I don't know if it suits Master's taste." Yayang gave a thumbs up while eating. "Not bad. This standard would be a hot spot on Earth, richly described to the point that even Sushu would drool." Another dish was brought out, crispy on the outside, tender inside, carrying the aroma of Earth. The perfect chicken was still steaming hot on the table. Upon hearing the evaluation, a voice responded, "You're too kind." Yan Niang stood to the side, bowing her head. "Back when I was a soldier, I only knew this much. As long as the master didn't criticize, that was enough." Then the next dish was brought out, a steaming bowl of noodles. Yayang immediately turned pale. "Instant noodles, this reminded me of those days working overtime. Xiao Hu Li was the one who made this. The plain instant noodles weren't worth tasting, but in my heart, the master chose me to soak in the hot spring that could provide distant rain." Yayang was helpless and resolutely refused to eat. Yandu, sitting beside him, sighed impatiently, wondering who was lucky enough to finally travel with the master to soak in the hot springs. At that moment, he regained his seriousness and slowly stood up. He declared, and the room immediately fell silent, everyone eagerly awaiting the final announcement. Under the expectant gazes, Yayang was straightforward. There was no winner. Everyone in the room, as if expecting this result, could only sigh dejectedly. Just then, he raised a finger and added softly, "But I will lead everyone to soak in the hot springs together." Yandu, sitting beside him, was stunned, eyes wide, and his voice rang out evenly. "While Ling Ruo Xue is in seclusion, no one's managing the funds. Can we just go have fun?" Yandu finally reacted, jumping up amid Yayang's horrified gaze. "Sounds good." Everyone immediately cheered with bright faces, shouting in unison, "Long live the master!" This commotion even disturbed the nearby bird. It couldn't help but sweat and mutter, "Ling Ruo Xue, you must come out soon. This guy's gone wild." Meanwhile, Ling Ruo Xu was truly in seclusion, letting out a dark sigh. She silently thought, "No, I have to focus a bit." Her eyes closed. She kept hypnotizing herself in her mind. "I must come out of seclusion soon and meet the master." Meanwhile, Ling Ruo Xue's fan, Ouyang Lei, sat in a corner. "I'm not going to any hot springs. I have to stay close to senior sister. But if I could soak in the hot springs with senior sister." Just thinking about it made her excited and full of admiration. Life couldn't be more perfect. After a while, Lei lay on a pile of straw, half asleep, mumbling softly, "Yayang, I want to soak in the hot springs too." Meanwhile, in the lush green mountains, flower petals gently swayed in the air. Next to a waterfall shaped into a small pool, a person whispered softly, bathing alone in the hot spring. Dong Fangxing soaked until his face was rosy, comfortably relaxing his body, sighing, "So boring." At night in Sihai City, stars twinkled high above. At the Three Rivers Tavern, warm yellow lights were hung up. Inside, everyone was quietly chatting, each busy with their own matters. Today marked the 1-year anniversary of the Three Rivers Tavern, with cheap free drinks and extra bottles of wine. A girl complained as she brought wine to the table. "That Yi sect leader never drinks or eats here, so strange." Her words caught Feng Hao's ear. He turned around, dissatisfied, and retorted, "Brother Ye works hard every day teaching his female disciples to succeed. He's just been busy lately." The girl shrugged it off. "What can the weakest man in this tavern teach disciples anyway? Teach them to play dead?" Hearing this, someone else spoke up. "On such an important day, neither sect leader Ye nor that bookworm is here. It still feels like something's missing." Suddenly, an old man with white hair spoke. "Miss Li, haven't you taken a liking to that kid?" She smiled and replied, "Elder, you really like to joke." Everyone in the tavern happily chimed in. "I agree with the elder, but some weren't interested. Boring." Just then, 2 shadows appeared outside the tavern door. The waiter politely refused. "Sorry, today is our 1-year anniversary. We only serve regular customers." Before he could finish, a sudden voice cut in, "Get lost!" startling him. Moments later, his whole body was kicked far away, causing a loud crash that shook the entire tavern. Tables and chairs shattered. Feng Hao turned around in shock to see 2 figures standing there. No one inside had time to react to the scene before them. The shorter one suddenly called out for the tavern owner. His tone was commanding, and the people inside stood up in displeasure. "Do you know this tavern is a gathering place for cultivators? Using force here has serious consequences. No need for many words," he lectured. At that moment, a shadow darted through the air toward the man. Then, the man was knocked down by something like an animal's tail. Everything happened too fast. The young man in the tavern shouted angrily, "Hey, you!" But before he could finish, he widened his eyes in shock. It turned out the 2 shadows were Mad Demon and Nim Demon. They growled, "Where can you run? Tavern owner, come out here." Lee Girl quickly charged forward. "The owner is outside. If you kill recklessly in Sihai City, don't expect to leave easily." But she looked back and whispered, "Mad Demon and Nim Demon are monsters who spare no one. I'll hold them off. Everyone run." Meanwhile, Mad Demon had somehow appeared behind her, staring intently. "Who said you could run?" Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted. Lee Girl was grabbed and lifted into the air by him. Feng Hao, seeing this, clenched his hand in anger. Damn it! He immediately threw a wooden chair at Mad Demon, shouting, "Let her go!" Mad Demon turned his head, eyes bloodshot, glaring at the attacker. Seconds later, he opened his mouth wide and shouted directly at Feng Hao. The powerful sound spread throughout the room. Items like wine bottles and cups shattered quickly. Everyone in the tavern covered their ears, enduring the pain and groaning. After a long while, the space finally quieted down. Feng Hao's body stiffened and stopped moving. The wooden stick in his hand loosened and fell to the ground. His pupils were empty, and 2 streams of fresh blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Moments later, his stiff body collapsed to the floor. Lee Girl trembled in Mad Demon's grasp, calling, "Feng Hao." The elder regained his composure and stepped forward slowly. He approached Feng Hao's body and lifted him up a few times. Then he shouted loudly, "This is the central area of Sihai City. Mad Demon and Nim Demon, 2 great battle demons, are releasing demonic energy here. Strong human cultivators will arrive soon." Under their terrifying gaze, he continued, I advise you all to leave immediately. Moments later, Nim Demon said nothing, waved his hand, and threw Lee Girl away to the shock of everyone. Her body flew and collided with a nearby table, making a loud noise. He looked down and said, "Old man, don't be foolish. The 10-mile park area. We have set up a barrier. Even if everyone inside this area is killed, no one outside will know or be able to enter." The elder trembled with anger, saying they used the legendary containment bag, the demon shadow barrier. How many demons have actually entered Seahai City? Outside, the city is completely surrounded by demons. The wild demon replied faintly, clearly indicating over 100. The elder's face was now drenched in sweat. It seems what you want this time is quite significant. What exactly do you want to do? He said. Humans have stolen the absolute secrets of the demon world from us. Our clan can never lose this secret. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Humans have been pushed to the brink by you. This secret is humanity's only hope for a counterattack. Is that the tavern owner? He shouted loudly. You've wasted all your effort to find me, so what? Even if you kill me, I won't give it to you. The wild demon was usually silent, but now it raised its sharp claws and said, Then what if I kill them all? The tavern owner stood firm. Even so, you won't get anything related to humanity's survival, but their lives. At this point, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. I will protect them to the death. At that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the weapon lying nearby. The wild demon slammed its blade onto the ground and said in a low voice, Then come. The tavern owner's muscles tensed so hard that his clothes tore apart. His body visibly grew stronger and more robust. Everyone inside the tavern was shocked by this sudden transformation, mouths agape in astonishment. The tavern owner then shouted loudly, Come! Hearing this, the wild demon quickly released a powerful aura. A clean blue light streaked through the air. When everyone regained their composure, the tavern owner and the wild demon were already facing off. The two locked eyes, and the situation became an intense stalemate. The elder group was terrified by the overwhelming pressure before them and hurriedly supported each other, shouting, Run! Almost immediately, the blue energy expanded rapidly, spreading throughout the surrounding environment. The peaceful tavern exploded in an instant, much to everyone's shock. The sturdy walls were destroyed in a second, debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the wild demon and the tavern owner continued their fierce battle. Their figures turned into two beams of light flying out from the chaos. They continuously exchanged attacks, with bursts of power flashing through the air. The tavern owner focused his strength into his arm and struck downward. The wild demon immediately reacted, raising its blade to block the blow. They hovered midair, relentlessly attacking each other. Then the wild demon swung its blade straight down at the tavern owner. The other instinctively raised his arm to block, letting out a painful cry a moment later. But quickly, both bodies were enveloped in light. One followed the other as they crashed to the ground. The tavern owner landed on both feet, then turned to shout a counterattack at the descending light. The wild demon hesitated briefly upon seeing the change. Moments later, the tavern owner gathered power in one hand, while the other hand touched the ground, beginning his move. The wild demon quickly raised its blade to strike down. Instantly, two forces, one blue, one red, with immense pressure collided. The light from their clash spread wider, gradually blurring their figures. Finally, a massive explosion shook the surrounding area. Both were forced to retreat a distance. The wild demon slammed its blade into the ground, praising, Not bad. The tavern owner was still panting heavily from the effort. They continued their struggle. She taunted, Show me your strongest skill, human. She smirked. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. The tavern owner, exhausted, was still gasping for breath. He steadied himself amid the wreckage. Those inside the tavern who witnessed everything exclaimed, I didn't expect the owner to be so formidable. He definitely needs to be careful. All these events caught the attention of the wild demon, who had been hovering above watching. Suddenly, the tavern owner moved, summoning all his strength to lift a huge boulder nearby. Moments later, the 1,000-pound rock was hoisted. He growled, Then I'll play to kill you. Without hesitation, he hurled the rock forward. The massive stone sped toward where the wild demon stood. Her pale eyes showed no fear of the attack. Instantly, she raised her blade and shattered the stubborn rock with a single strike. But at that moment, strange streaks of light appeared behind her. Moments later, the tavern owner was behind her. She raised her arm high. A powerful punch came flying, but was quickly blocked by the blade. Not stopping there, he continued to punch and kick the wild demon, forcing her backward. Finally, his fist flashed with light. He shouted loudly, Seaman Fist! Immediately, the powerful pressure of the strike surged. A dazzling blue light flashed. Yet the wild demon was unfazed. She sneered in contempt. The tavern owner kept shouting, preparing a new move. Almost instantly, a huge Buddha-shaped figure appeared behind him. The 6 paths of reincarnation battle form. The wild demon was momentarily stunned by this development. Even the elders hiding behind the rock peeked out. The owner is amazing. He can summon a battle form. Keep it up. The tavern owner's body was wrapped in golden light. He waved his hand in the air. The figure behind him moved instantly, swinging its arm at the wild demon. She was quickly pushed back, crashing into a nearby wall with a loud impact. Not stopping, her body was pushed even further back. Finally, she had to plant her blade into the ground to brace herself and stop. Her eyes darkened as she stared ahead, while the tavern owner reached out his arm again. Moments later, the giant arm struck at the wild demon once more, creating a resounding boom. The attack spread chaos all around. Finally, he struck once more, smashing the already shattered ground and sending debris flying. When he withdrew his arm, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring the surroundings. This fierce scene was right in the sight of those hiding behind the large rock. They were stunned. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement at this power. In front of the tavern owner was a huge crater from the recent attacks. Thick smoke still billowed from the bottom. At first glance, this pit is incredibly deep. The tavern owner's figure is now enveloped by a golden energy circle floating in midair. He looks downward, his body exhausted and drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Suddenly, from the white smoke, a dark shadow appears. As the smoke clears, Yayang stands unharmed at the bottom of the pit. No one expected this. The tavern owner's eyes widen in horror. The elders on the other side are even more shocked that Yayang seems completely fine. Seeing this, the tavern owner gathers his strength again and shouts, preparing to attack once more. He clenches his teeth so hard that blood trickles from between them. Then, many punches rain down again. The commotion in the area grows more chaotic. But Yayang no longer takes the hits intentionally. She easily dodges the opponent's punches. At that moment, Adi flies beside her, saying, "Stop playing around, finish him off." Hearing this, Yayang's weapon-wielding arm tightens, eerie lightning crackling. Moments later, Yayang charges forward. No need for you to say more. A flash of red light streaks through the air. The large figure is sliced in half and slowly dissipates. The tavern owner groans in pain, spitting out fresh blood. By then, he is completely drained, his injured body utterly powerless to resist. The last remnants of the figure vanish. Yayang calmly turns back toward the ground. The tavern owner's body sways in midair, then loses strength and falls freely. The dust cloud stirs again, swirling in the air. The tavern owner is now utterly exhausted. His body falls, sinking deep into the earth. The onlookers on the other side fall silent, no one saying a word. Then Yayang steps forward, stamping her foot on his body, exerting force and sneering. Human bodies are just too fragile. Adi, flying above, scoffs disdainfully. Humans dare to resist us. Then he orders, "Kill these people and bring him back. I have 10,000 ways to make him reveal secrets." Hearing this, the group is stunned. What did they say? An elder realizes something and shouts, "This is bad. These two want to start a massacre." At that moment, the eyes of Adi and Yayang simultaneously flash with eerie red light, staring menacingly at the crowd. Everything here has become ruined. No trace of the original prosperity, all seemingly engulfed by that white smoke. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a wooden chair falls, its ropes firmly landing on the ground, startling the two Adi. The sudden noise makes everyone present, including the elders, jump in surprise. Quickly, a figure appears, sitting upright on the wooden chair, casually asking, "Boss, got any wine today?" Hearing this, the tavern owner painfully drags a breath and replies, "No more service today. You better leave." Seeing who it is, the elders instinctively shout, "It's him, and he's not even shy about mocking the weakest man, that fool causing trouble again." In response, Yayang yawns without replying, but immediately senses something unusual. This person bears the mark of a sealed barrier on his body. He just came from outside. Adi retorts, "What nonsense! How could a human break our barrier?" Hearing this, Yayang finally speaks. "You mean that stinky black cover? It tore open the moment I touched it." This answer shocks Adi and Yayang, who both shout in disbelief. "What?" Yayang calmly continues, "Boss, I'm telling you, if I can't drink today, I won't leave. As long as I drink here one day, your tavern must stay open that day." He crosses his arms and declares, "I have no money, but you're the only one who's fed me without charging for so long. So no matter who tries to stop your business, I'll eliminate them." Yang still can't believe this person broke the barrier. This human must be a lucky fluke. Adi is also very puzzled. Where are the soldiers guarding the roads? Why was there no warning signal? Yayang concludes it must be because he's too weak. The soldiers failed to detect his presence. Hearing this, Yayang smirks. They really didn't detect me, because outside right now, the corpses of demons litter the streets, heads severed, people stabbed to death, fresh blood flowing onto the ground. The horrific scene is beyond words, with dark lightning streaking across the sky and Yayang's deep voice saying, "You die without a sound." The meaning is clear. Humanity has provoked Yayang's anger. Damn it. You lowly human dares to. She raises her sword, voice tense. "I must kill you." Moliati behind her also speaks up. "Use your 30-step execution move to send him off." "Go to hell!" As soon as she finishes, her sword rushes forward, covered in dense red lightning. The attack is right in front of him, but Yayang pays no attention, calmly sitting and waiting. When Yayang is right in front of him, he suddenly pulls the chopstick from his mouth to block the strike. Such a powerful attack easily blocked by this young man leaves Yayang stunned. Before she can recover, the chopstick in Yayang's hand glows as he continuously slashes back. When he stops, her mighty sword is cut in two, and her body is covered with wounds both large and small. Yet her body gradually begins to break apart. Yayang mutters in disbelief. How could it end like this? Impossible. Soon, Yayang's body is forced to explode, shocking Moliati, who is still theatrically hovering above. But before he can react, Yayang swings the chopstick again toward him. Moliati is shocked by the move, eyes wide. The chopstick spins rapidly and darts toward him. He quickly dodges aside, but his arm is inevitably cut. Immediately, his hand is severed from his body. Moliati grits his teeth in pain and curses, "Damn it." Moments later, red electric sparks shoot from the severed spot. I have advanced dark regeneration arts. Eventually, his severed arm grows back perfectly as before. After finishing, everything and the demons pause midair, panting heavily. Regaining composure, he glares angrily at the foolish human and growls, "You rotten brat." At that moment, the chopstick, having completed its mission, quickly returns to Yayang's hand. He speaks again with sarcasm, "Regeneration arts." Still dying miserably, the scene caught the eyes of the onlookers from afar, leaving them bewildered. What just happened? Everyone was astonished by Yayang's power. What? It seemed like sect leader Yayang dealt with Yan Du in an instant. Yan Du in front of him wasn't worth a single strike. The waitress at the tavern covered her face and screamed in terror. How could this be? Wasn't he just all talk and no action? Damn, before they used to mock him as the weakest in the tavern, but now the mad demon got provoked, killed the old man. Yan Du was careless and without transformation, so he got killed by you. The despicable man finished speaking, and a terrifying energy immediately radiated around him. He kept yelling, the energy expanding more and more, an undying obsession aura, his body and demon form transforming larger, saying, "Watch me kill you." Yayang looked at this scene, raised his eyes with great curiosity, even opening his mouth to praise. Not bad at all. The onlookers hesitated as they assessed the huge form of the mad demon. Is the trend now to get bigger? But he didn't bother with more words, closing in and raising his fist high to strike down. He shouted, "Die," his arm carrying an incredibly terrifying power. Yet Yayang showed no fear, calmly raising the wand in his hand to draw a circle in the air. Immediately, a golden light circle appeared. The novice priest skill, Holy Light Purification Bullet, level 100 meters. A simple action but radiating an unexpected pressure. Before the mad demon could even touch him, he was surrounded by this power, his eyes bloodshot, and moments later, he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone in the tavern was scared stiff, eyes wide in shock. The mad demon couldn't believe this outcome. Light flashed around him as he shouted, "No, this can't be." He gritted his teeth. "Despicable humans, you've made a huge mistake. We already have a plan. If we can't take this human thief away, we'll start destroying Seihai City. The 3 great demons among the 7 great sins won't meet us in time." The light grew blinding. He tried to speak more but began to disintegrate. Finally, his body completely vanished, but his voice lingered. "You're doomed." The sky here finally cleared up. Everyone started cheering loudly. That was amazing. They were all surprised that sect leader Yayang killed a demon of the 7 great sins, each a perverted existence at the martial level among demons. Miss Lee immediately added, "Each of them has the power to destroy an entire city. This time, there were 3 of them. What will happen to Seihai City?" At this moment, Yayang carried the tavern owner over to reassure him. "Don't worry, I'll send Xiao Yi on a trip to handle it." Then he looked at someone and called out, "Zhao Shi, the boss is counting on you." The one named blushed and stammered in agreement. Carrying the man on his shoulder, he asked, "Sect leader Yayang, what kind of divine move is this?" 2 wands already solved 2 major battles. Then remembering something, he asked again, "Right, Xiao Yi said earlier he didn't finish explaining." Yayang waved his hand and performed a mid-level summoning technique. A level 100-meter fierce bear appeared immediately before everyone. "Master, any instructions?" Zhao Shi's group shouted in horror. "Xiao Yi, your little brother." Yayang laughed loudly. "Too bad the bookworm isn't here. Otherwise, he would have explained this part." A smile curved on his lips. He would definitely like Xiao Yi. At the same time, in the southeast entrance, screams of panic echoed everywhere. Run! Save me! Moments later, the demons screaming were instantly finished off by a flying white paper. A glowing book hovered in the air, and after searching for a while, they realized someone kindly left a gap in the barrier. The usual tavern bookworm, Panshu, quickly caught a piece of paper with 2 fingers and smiled, finally inside. Surrounded by demons, Panshu remained calm and smiled. Suddenly, a demon charged at him, and he casually raised a hand to block it. Speaking of which, Yanyang's story had reached Chapter 3, involving discussions with sect leader Yayang about the general's long-legged consort. But Panshu quietly criticized, "You demon bugs just like to fight and kill. Reading books is so much better. You need to study more to reduce your killing aura." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. He was Panshu, the famous monk renowned on the demon extermination list. No wonder he was so arrogant. The newcomer was Duji, who continued, "But humans and all people of Sihai City are the same. Their death is near." Recognizing the newcomer, Panshu was shocked. Why would Duji, one of the 7 great sins demons, send out such high-ranking monsters? Unexpectedly, 2 beams of light flashed in the sky, startling him. 2 more people appeared quickly, one dressed as a dark reaper called Greed. The other, surrounded by blazing red flames, was known as Arrogance. 3 people with 3 different auras, but combined fire created a very gloomy atmosphere. Panshu looked at them thoughtfully. The 7 great sins demons down to the 3 great sins. It seemed today Sihai City's fate was sealed. Duji's beard twitched as if alive. He declared humanity would be wiped out, starting with you. As he finished, the beard turned into a sharp weapon and lunged at the target. Then, the beard stabbed straight into the ground, cracking the earth. Many attacks followed simultaneously, shaking the ground violently. Not stopping there, Duji controlled the beard to continuously strike Panshu. Panshu dodged quickly, but finally, determined, he drew a sword. With no way back, he had to take the risk. The long beard kept whipping Panshu's body, making him curse. "Damn, every strike shakes my whole body apart." Then Duji's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly. Immediately, countless white beards rose from the earth, surrounding Panshu in the center. Suddenly, they charged and tightly bound his arms until they bled. Gritting his teeth, he thought he was done for. Meanwhile, Duji was very satisfied. No giant could escape the old sorcerer's bindings. "Before you die, let me open your eyes first." As he finished, a fierce whirlwind appeared in the sky. The giant demon tornado spun, its sharp tip coming close, but Panshu couldn't move and felt doomed. Just as he closed his eyes to accept his fate, a sound rang out, using the annihilation skill of the extermination army. At that moment, Xiao Yi descended straight from the sky in front of Panshu. He shouted, "Bookworm, don't panic! Leave the fighting behind to me." After speaking, Xiao Yi looked up, raising his fist to face the fierce tornado that was gradually approaching. Then, there was a loud explosion. The whiskers forming the tornado were shattered as well. This tremendous power made Yandu unconsciously mumble, "A bear breaking through the demon's lair." Even the 3 jealous ones are extremely surprised by this turn of events. Xiao Yi turned around growling. The strands of whiskers that had trapped Yandu were also violently torn apart. Yandu was finally free. This bear had shattered the space with one punch. No one knew which Supreme Expert's demonic beast it was. Meanwhile, the whiskers of Jie were now broken. He widened his eyes. These green whiskers had been cultivated for 100 years. Then he roared, unforgiving, "You rotten dog bear, give me your life now." After that, the whiskers seemed to revive. They continuously lengthened and rushed forward. They quickly transformed into sharp drills charging towards Xiao Yi. He was furious, his eyes bloodshot, shouting loudly, releasing his power. Then, his boxing gloves suddenly burst into flames, containing unexpected strength. The fire of anger gradually accumulated. Xiao Yi exhaled deeply, ready to fight. Just then, he raised his hand and gently grabbed the whisker that was rushing toward him. This move was unexpected. Even Jie was surprised by this step. Xiao Yi exerted effort to pull the long whisker while cursing. "Chicken won't die. Come down here for me." Then he once again gathered strength to pull Jie down. At this moment, both greed and arrogance were terrified. They were being pulled down by the bear. "Beast, stop immediately." Xiao Yi's eyes flashed, ignoring their nonsensical shouts. After a final effort, he managed to pull him close. A bright red sky flashed in the air. When looking back, Xiao Yi had bitten across Jie's body in one bite. He spat out a weak mouthful of blood and whispered, "Let me go." But Xiao Yi was unmoved. He bit down hard to end his life. Seeing the bloody scene, greed and arrogance couldn't help but turn pale. He ate him. Yandu was also frightened. The 3 great evils, all eaten by one mouth. Greed was so angry he trembled. "Jie, we are the conquerors. We destroyed over 100 human cities. How could we be eaten by a human's pet? The image of those cities being crushed by them was still deeply imprinted in memory. Arrogance was also furious. Beast! I want the entire Seahai city buried with Ji. Immediately, Greed waved his hand. A huge eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly punishment eye. Then Arrogance began to unleash his move. The sword in his hand grew larger and larger. The sword demon awakened. Yandu saw this and turned pale with fear. It's over. Seahai city was about to become ruins. But Xiao Yi found the power of those two very interesting and laughed. He was not scared but leisurely said, "If the three of you have lived and died together, then come together with my stomach." Moments later, he opened his bare mouth wide. Many golden beams of light radiated out. The high-level beast technique swallowed them. Immediately, the two sensed something unusual and panicked, turning into two beams of light, quickly pulled by a strong force toward Xiao Yi. Finally, both greed and arrogance disappeared. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with this delicacy. He kept pounding his chest loudly. Yandu witnessed everything, his face drained of color. The bear had eaten all three great evils. Meanwhile, inside the city at the tavern, it was very quiet after the recent chaos. A hand placed a wine cup on the table, making a sound. All right, Xiao Yi is done. The remaining riffraff is left to the bookworm. Yayang, after enjoying the wine happily, left. Suddenly remembered, my disciples are still waiting. Today we leave early. Suddenly a voice called out. Yayang, the tavern owner, was bandaged. He whispered repeatedly, thanking the person at the critical moment of human survival. The waitress also clasped her hands nervously. You're the weakest man. No, Yayang, you're amazing. Miss Li hesitated, then spoke. Yayang, thank you. Next time I'll be the host. I'll invite you to drink to your heart's content. The elder supporting Feng Hao on his shoulder also shouted, You are the great hero who saved all of Seahai City. Hearing this, Yayang waved his hand. What thanks? Don't forget, if thanks are due, it's to you all. When I had nothing, this strange world always looked after me. His back gradually disappeared into the light, leaving only one phrase, let's go. The innkeeper watched and murmured, Yi Yang. Actually, I hid that secret in a place called Wangjia Village, but thinking about it, it needs a better time. I'll tell you when the opportunity comes. Meanwhile, two figures appeared high above, silently observing everything that had just happened. The three great evils all died in Seahai City. Suddenly, the girl sitting on the big guy's shoulder was curious. Master Yandu lost the heavenly book, so how could he kill the three great evils? She crossed her arms, speculating. Could there be some powerful secret hidden in Seahai City? Strange. The big guy spoke. Should we call the master of the Ling Ruo sect? Immediately, a reply came. The master is sleeping. Can't disturb. The task of retrieving the secret is assigned to someone else first. Then he asked about one more thing. The demon blade of Ren Ma was still missing. Her relic was taken by someone unknown. She replied, whatever. Back to Yan City according to the master's arrangement. I will tear a hole in the human defense line. The other agreed. The master wants to recruit that creature in the Wuji sect mountain. Can we just leave it be? Here, she smirked slightly. No longer controllable. It's ferocious. The domain it's in is extremely dangerous. Humans stepping in will surely die. Finally, she ordered, we return to Yan City first. Seahai City, see you again. Meanwhile, inside Yayang's sect, it was very peaceful. Yandu was washing clothes and sighed, admiring Sushu being personally taught by the master. When would it be his turn? Hearing this, Ling asked, don't you hate cultivation? Yandu immediately smiled brightly. Being personally taught means lots of time to interact and read, means I can ask the young lady Mu Shiner for advice. You want that too, right? The other was speechless. Mu Shiner is my elder sister. Yandu immediately apologized, forgetting she was his younger sister. But the two sisters shouldn't take the master's attention. The other retorted, the master isn't anyone's private property. You have no right to cut him off. The sharp-tongued Yandu said firmly, don't even try to stop me. Later, you better keep your distance from the master. After a while, the atmosphere was indescribably fresh. Occasionally, a bird flew across the sky. Yi Yang was half asleep when a sound woke him up. Master is awake. We're almost there. Opening his eyes, he saw himself lying on a cart being pulled by someone. He quickly sat up. I didn't drink that much and fall asleep in the study. So why are we here? Are you trying to sell the master off deep into the mountains to live as a son-in-law? Yandu heard this and turned to smile. Women aren't allowed outside. The bird master told us to transport the master to the back of the mountain where demons gather to reclaim the spirit fields. That way, the grain supply sect can be resolved, and the master can take control. Yayang received the answer and pretended to accept it, collapsing back down. No problem. I'll lie down a bit more. Call me when we arrive. At that moment, Ling Ruo suddenly spoke. The junior disciple speaks frankly. Master is the head of a sect, so don't act too casually. After all, every word and action affects the entire sect. Please don't be so whimsical and scattered. Yayang was fully awake now, eyes wide open. That conservative female disciple was indeed Mai Luo, the one who was captured by the enemy back then, right? Speaking of which, Mai Luo continued, Master saved me. Senior sister judged the master, so naturally I won't be resentful. But I hope to see virtue in Master that truly wins people's hearts. At that moment, everyone started chattering, breaking the tense atmosphere. Master, Mai Luo is a bit rigid. Just ignore her, Yayang reassured. Don't worry, I'm good at winning people over with virtue. Not long after, the group entered the forest, and the deeper they went, the darker the space became. Yandu was a little worried. Ahead was the dark swamp forest, rumored to be a place where ghosts and monsters appear. Mai Luo remained indifferent, adding, to reach the spirit fields, we have to pass through it. Ling beside her quickly chimed in, stay calm, junior disciples. Don't lose your elegant femininity in front of Master. Just then, noises came from the forest, and the whole group panicked immediately as something approached. Suddenly, a figure quickly jumped onto the cart behind before anyone could react. Yandu's eyes widened in shock as she turned around to see Ling had taken advantage of the moment, pretending to be scared and clinging tightly to Yayang. And all this chaos started because of a tiny little white rabbit playing around. The group immediately shouted, where's the elegance and femininity? Coward! You're just like your sister. Scared to death, running to Master. Get off me. Ling blushed slightly. In this dangerous moment, what's wrong with a disciple and Master bonding closely? Yandu strongly objected. Cowardice isn't a weapon to approach Master with. If you're scared, just run into my arms. Suddenly, Yayang, who had been silent and not involved in the argument, jumped down. He landed on the ground seriously. This cart isn't easy to move through the forest. Let's walk together. The disciples immediately buzzed. Master, be careful. This place is said to be especially evil, really something to be wary of. The deeper they went, the denser the trees became, the air damp and gloomy. The group spoke quietly as they walked, feeling like evil spirits could appear at any moment. Yandu heard this and turned her head. Ling remember you can't borrow evil spirits to invade or try to disturb Master. The girl blushed, puffed her cheeks, determined in her mind, not afraid of evil spirits. Just then, strange white birds appeared in the sky, circling above everyone's heads. Then suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. When they looked back, Ling had once again climbed onto Yayang amid Yandu's horrified gaze, while Yayang remained silent, too stunned to react. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, then Yandu exploded, yelling. Ling quickly moved forward, grabbing the other's leg and pulling hard. What are you doing? Let go. And you, cling to Master for dear life. I'm protecting Master. The chaotic scene was indescribable, with Mai Luo and another watching helplessly without commenting. Finally, Yandu's efforts separated Ling and she angrily stood behind her master. Only then did Yayang speak. It's fine, let's keep going. After the commotion settled, the group resumed their journey, going deeper into the forest. The trees along the path became increasingly eerie. Just looking at them felt gloomy and frightening. This time, Ling face suddenly changed color. Yandu seemed to sense something and quickly looked over. As expected, Ling rushed forward trying to hug Yayang, but Yandu stopped her. What are you doing? I want to protect Master, she stammered. Mai Luo behind had no mood to pay attention to the two. Something was very wrong ahead. Lu Qing drew his sword from its sheath, possibly a wolf. Meanwhile, inside the bushes revealed countless pairs of bloodshot eyes staring right at them. Master, there's nothing here. But this place is kinda interesting. Yayang didn't even turn his head, whispering, Luo Qing, don't look back, just keep moving straight ahead. She was cautious, but obeyed, and replied. Finally, they followed the trail and kept moving forward. Ling Ni's been uneasy for a while. We've been walking for so long. Yandu quickly added, but we still haven't gotten out. Luo Qing had noticed the problem too. Look, that tree has scratch marks. She pointed to a tree by the path. Mai Luo sensed something was off. We've been going straight, so why are we back here? Luo Qing whispered, there's definitely some jerk messing with us here. Ye Yang's expression turned serious. Mu Shinner, you and your sister love formations. Analyze what's going on. She thought for a moment, could it be that we're trapped in a big formation? Seconds later, Yayang quickly confirmed her guess. Yeah, that was like a compliment to her skills. Ling Ni crossed her arms, smug. Yandu, see who's more important to Master now? I think some evil spirit turned the forest into a maze, messing with our senses to hold us back. Yi Yang smiled, tilting his head, curious about her formation skills. Maybe after she teaches, we can ask how to break it? He immediately pondered. Let me think. We can't leave because the formation messes with our senses. As long as no outside distractions confuse us, there's a chance to escape. Yandu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Ling Ni started explaining simply. The four of them should run straight in four different directions. No matter what illusions they see, don't stop, just keep moving forward. At least one of them might find the real exit. Hearing this, Yayang didn't comment, just smiled, willing to give it a shot. Then he sat down, leaning against a tree. The other four each turned to face different directions. Yayang snapped his fingers and shouted, "Start!" Immediately, their figures shot off and disappeared into the air. Ling Ni dashed forward without stopping. Yan Du flew off in her chosen direction. Luo Qing and Mai Luo also took off full speed. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in the sky. Ling Ni was thrilled. Almost there, we're about to find the exit. Ahead was a thick fog. Space shifted in an instant, and all four were shocked. The person who had fallen behind suddenly reappeared before them. Seeing Yayang sitting there, they were stunned and confused. What's going on? Yayang calmly opened his eyes and said clearly, this formation isn't just messing with senses, it's a layered spatial formation. Ling Ni exclaimed. A layered spatial formation means the space rules inside are altered. We'll be trapped here forever. Hearing this, Yayang praised, your analysis isn't bad. This is called the Void Maze Blood Realm. The more she explained, the more terrified Ling Ni looked. Blood shadows, the formation ultimately turns those trapped here into blood shadows. Just then, countless bats with glowing red eyes appeared from nowhere, swarming quickly. Within seconds, they surrounded the group in the center. Ling Ni's face paled. We're screwed. The formation spawned a bloodbat swarm. Looking up, the pitch-black sky was filled with thousands of bats of all sizes. This is bad, way too many. These bats can split like crazy, only multiplying more. They bared sharp teeth and spread wings, flying straight at them, ready to attack. But Yayang stayed calm. Let me teach you how to clean this up. He flicked his fingers, a flame igniting. Mu Shin'er watched carefully, afraid of fire. He swung his hand, forming a strange symbol from the flame. If she learned this, she could handle them later. Yan Du and Ling Ni just stared in amazement. Quickly, Yayang finished drawing the talisman. A complex charm floated in the air. He waved his hand, sending the talisman flying. This was a level 100 basic fire talisman. It glowed brightly and flew at insane speed. It entered the bloodbat swarm's center and slowly spread light around. Yayang raised 2 fingers and shouted a level. Suddenly, the air exploded, and nearby trees were knocked down chaotically. The fire caught the wood and spread rapidly, burning everything. In the vast forest, the spot where they stood was now billowing thick smoke. Everyone was shocked. One talisman wiped out the entire bloodbat swarm. Mai Luo was stunned. Even this space was burning. Before them now was a raging fire, consuming giant ancient trees and the bats they feared. Yayang was calmer than ever. Luckily, it was a basic fire talisman. If it were lower level, both he and this dark forest would be toast. He said and then lifted his foot. All right, this place is already a mess. Let's destroy this formation completely. Seconds later, he stomped hard, cracking the ground instantly. The earth shook, making it hard for Yandu's group to keep balance. From the cracks, blazing red flames appeared, quickly spreading and engulfing the whole dark forest. A huge area was being destroyed. Trees and rocks collapsed everywhere. The spot they just stood sank deeply from the tremor. Mai Luo gasped. This was her first time seeing a formation broken like this. Even Luo Qing silently admitted how powerful it was. Ling Ni was even more amazed. Master breaks formations without tricks, just stomps them to pieces. How do I learn that? Yan Du was jumping excitedly. Master's awesome. Yayang suddenly spoke from a high rock. Everything has its time. Forget the details. Then he calmly tilted his head. Let's go. Let's reclaim our spirit field. On the cliff, Yayang's group looked down below. He exclaimed, this spirit field is bigger than I imagined. He looked at the vast field. Lush green grass, a breeze flowing over it like a soft velvet carpet. Yayang assessed, maybe they could grow a lot here. The peaceful scene, bathed in gentle sunlight, made everything glow with countless colors. Birds fluttered across the sky. That was in Yandu's eyes as she rubbed her hands excitedly, planning to plant a rose garden to pick and gift to the one she loved. Suddenly, Mai Luo shouted a warning, alerting everyone. Can't let down the guard against that savage demon causing chaos, probably nearby. Suddenly, Ling Ni startled, screaming in terror. Right ahead, sure enough, not far off, a fierce demon beast was growling and charging. The whole group screamed in fear. Whoa, a giant demon beast. This demon beast looked like a wolf, but it had wings like an eagle on its back. It was surrounded by an incredibly strong dark energy. Yayang slowly raised his hand, his sleeve fluttering in the wind, and coldly gave an order. The leader had appeared. Just take care of it, and the mission to reclaim Ling Field would be done. From the eyes of Yandu, Lu Qing, and Mai Lu, a sharp light flashed simultaneously. They immediately charged forward but didn't forget to tell Yayang, "Master, this time let us disciples handle it ourselves." Yandu nodded and replied, "Right, everything depends on the master, so what use are we disciples?" Ling He got excited too, raising her hand and shouting, "Master, you just take the front line for us, leave the rest to us. Everyone, let's go." But she didn't rush out with the others, just stood still. Yayang saw this and could only sigh. He reached out to pat her head gently and asked softly, "Mu Hua Xiang, what about you?" Ling He got flustered and hurriedly explained, I have to stay and protect the master, plus there are already enough people. Why does the master keep staring at me like that?" Yayang was helpless but let it slide. At the same time, below Ling Field, 3 shadows flashed like lightning and charged toward the giant demon beast. It showed a moment of surprise but quickly narrowed its eyes dangerously. Lu Qing rushed forward, throwing a sword flying toward the demon beast. The strike landed, cutting a wound on it, but it still wasn't enough to kill it. It growled and charged again. Another flash of light appeared, this time from Mai Lu, who shouted, "Kill!" A sword strike cut off one of the demon beast's legs. Now fully enraged, it threw its head back and roared loudly. Only Yandu remained. Not to be outdone, throwing 3 mace-like weapons at once, aiming straight at the demon beast and yelling, "I'm in too." As expected, all 3 weapons pierced vital parts of the demon beast's body. Its eyes turned blood red, its dark red tongue hanging out, unable to escape anymore. Lu Qing, quick as lightning, charged again. Mai Lu also attacked fiercely, both shouting in unison, "Finish it." The two worked perfectly together, one slashing horizontally, the other vertically, cutting the demon beast into 4 pieces. Before it completely split, it let out a loud roar, then suddenly exploded, spraying fresh red flesh everywhere. Thick white smoke rose, accompanied by gentle falling grass. Ling Ni was stunned, wondering, "That weak?" Yayang stood beside her, puzzled, asking, "What's wrong?" Ling Ni's expression turned serious. "Something's off." Mai Lu and Yandu were calmly returning when Ling Ni's scream startled them. The beast was alive again. Hearing this, Mai Lu, Yandu, and Lu Qing all turned back. Sure enough, the wolf from before had revived and was fiercely charging at them. The giant demon beast roared, its eyes blazing, mouth wide open, each step creating a powerful gust. Ling Ni shouted a warning from above. "It's way bigger now," she called out loudly. "Run, get back." It was much faster now, but it was too late. Lu Qing, closest, was the first to take a hit. She was slammed backward, but didn't lose balance for long, quickly reacting and spinning to gain momentum. From a tough spot, she flipped the situation and charged the demon beast, shouting, "All or nothing." Just as Lu Qing jumped to deliver a decisive slash, Ling Ni's face suddenly went pale, screaming from behind. Lu Qing was horrified, eyes wide, slowly looking back. Sure enough, a huge shadow had appeared behind her. The demon beast let out a piercing roar, then with massive claws, it slammed Lu Qing aside. Yayang's face turned terrifying in an instant. Mai Lu and Yandu below shouted anxiously. Yandu lost her composure. She threw out 3 maces at once, yelling, "Get out of the way!" The demon beast roared, sending a shockwave directly at Yandu. Her small body was hit hard, unable to stand, coughing up fresh blood. The 3 maces were knocked back by the sound wave. Mai Lu rushed over, calling out loudly, "Xiao Nu!" Suddenly, one mace twitched, surrounded by a blazing golden power. In a flash, the mace shot up as if pulled by some force, flying back. A strong hand reached out decisively, catching the mace's handle. Yayang shouted, "Sword incoming." Elsewhere, Mai Lu held Yandu tightly, while the demon beast lunged, ready to strike both of them. Yayang frowned and dashed over at lightning speed, just catching a flash of strong golden light in the sky. Wherever the light flew, grass tens of feet away snapped violently from the wind. Ling Ni felt her heart burning with anxiety, silently asking, "It's bad, so far away, will Master make it in time?" In her sight, Mai Lu was carrying injured Yandu, trying to escape the demon beast's claws. Suddenly, a shadow flashed like lightning. Despite her injuries, Lu Qing stood firm, blocking the path for Mai Lu and Yandu, spreading her arms and shouting, "Go now, I'll hold it off." Just as the demon beast's claws came down, Mai Lu's pale face turned back instantly. Fresh blood splattered all over her clothes. Mai Lu's eyes welled up with tears, and Ling He panicked, shouting together. But looking closer, it was the familiar arm holding Yandu's mace just now, slashing and spraying blood everywhere. Mai Lu stood frozen for 5 seconds, and Ling Ni blinked in shock. It turned out all 3 below were protected by Yayang's blue shield. The demon beast still lunged at them, but now a blood-red slash cut across its belly. Yayang's face was dark and terrifying. He coldly asked, "Dare touch my disciples? You want to die?" The demon beast's body was gradually covered by a black mist, then vanished without a trace. It's like it never even showed up here. Only 4 people remained standing still in the spirit field. A gentle breeze blew through, making the grass rustle softly. Xiaosan was still trembling in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stammered. Luckily, Master was here. So terrifying. Dry leaves swirled down gently. Bai Fei's serious face muttered, "The monster keeps evolving on its own." Suddenly, Ling Ruo shouted from afar, "Look! Look! It's growing bigger again!" Everyone immediately jolted in fear. Bai Fei and Xiaosan turned around in horror at the same time. That huge demon beast had actually come back to life. Its body was definitely much larger than before. Its deep red eyes, every step exuded a dark aura. It slowly took step after step toward the 4 of them. Yayang smiled faintly with amusement. "I'll play with it." Bai Fei was stunned to hear that, but before she could say anything, Yayang took a running start and dashed straight at the giant demon beast. As he left, 2 loud explosions came from both sides. 2 more giant demon beasts quickly appeared. They growled fiercely from both sides, then charged to attack simultaneously. Ling Ruo, watching from above, immediately shouted a warning. "Master, watch out! 2 more from behind." Yayang instantly became alert. The giant demon beast bared its fangs and claws, lunging aggressively. Yayang gripped his sword tightly and didn't stop, continuing to fight. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the demon beast in front was cut into pieces by him. He shouted loudly, announcing, "One down." A giant demon beast lunged from the left with its mouth wide open. He frowned, silently judging. The second one was too slow. Yayang spun and jumped into the air, forming a perfect arc. The demon beast below lunged but missed its bite. Suddenly, Yayang struck down, slashing straight into the beast's neck, causing it to scream in sharp pain, eyes wide open, mouth agape. After dealing with the second one, he turned to the last demon beast and shouted, "Last one, don't run." Before it could react, Yayang was already right in front of it, making it flinch. This time, he didn't use his sword like with the first 2, but kicked hard, aiming to smash the demon beast's face. He shouted, "Fly!" The beast was kicked flying dozens of meters away. The force of that kick was so strong it carved a deep groove into the ground. The poor last demon beast bounced off the rocks, forming a shining golden star shape. Finally, the rocks couldn't bear its weight and exploded one by one. Debris rained down from the sky onto the demon beast's body, which now lay motionless. A cool breeze blew past where Bai Fei, Xiaosan, and Yandu stood. Xiaosan was still in shock, her whole body stiff, stammering, "It's over, we're safe now." Just then, Yandu coughed and slowly woke up. Bai Fei frowned, speaking seriously and cautiously. "No, its true form hasn't appeared yet. We absolutely can't let our guard down." Suddenly, a flash of light shattered the dark space. More beams appeared. The ground began to crack open, forming a deep, pitch-black chasm with no bottom in sight. A savage laugh echoed from underground. White smoke quickly rose up. The faces of Ling Ruo, Bai Fei, Yandu, and Xiaosan turned pale. They were stunned, their eyes fixed on the source of the sound. The terrifying voice from below continued, "Foolish humans dare enter my sacred ground." Sharp teeth opened wide. A stream of white smoke quickly poured out from its mouth. The giant demon beast from before appeared again, but now it was equipped with some protective gear. The voice taunted, "I want you all dead without a grave." The roar that ended the words shook the heavens. Bai Fei's expression instantly showed fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ling Ruo's face from afar had lost all color. She anxiously shouted a warning. "This is the great heavenly dog demon beast after death from the secret realm level. It's the most terrifying." She hurriedly tried to persuade Yayang. "Master, we don't want the spirit field anymore. Let's go quickly. Its true form's attack level isn't the same as the spirit form." The demon beast flew up, its voice dripping with disdain, asked, "Trying to run? Too late. Your souls will be scattered by me." Then it opened its mouth wide, gathering power to form a purple spiritual energy orb. Without warning, it shot this massive energy straight at the 4 of them. The orb flew straight toward Yayang. Facing the giant demon beast's immense power, he hovered coldly in midair, saying, "3 flashes, 3 strikes." His face turned terrifying. His pupils contracted. With an indescribable tone, he said, "You idiot!" Yayang shouted. "Missing a move, huh?" Then he swung his sword, unleashing a power as strong as the demon beast's. The 2 opposing forces collided. The demon beast's energy orb was sliced clean in half. But that wasn't all. This single slash also hit the demon beast opposite him. It let out a piercing scream. In a flash, its massive body was cut in 2 by Yayang. The overwhelming power scorched a black line on the ground, stretching all the way to the demon beast. Ling Ruo, Xiao San, Bai Fei, and Yan Du couldn't hide their horror. Their mouths dropped open. A giant demon beast was easily defeated by him in just one move. Its whole body suddenly exploded, creating a thick cloud of white smoke. Charred chunks of flesh rained down like heavy rain. Occasionally, soft down feathers floated in arcs through the air. Everything happened in a flash. When it was all over, everything returned to normal. The cool breeze gently blew again, casually carrying dry leaves swirling back and forth. From the thick white smoke rose a tiny demon beast. It wore a halo like an angel and peeked its head out to listen. After confirming everything was safe, it looked around anxiously and muttered, "This guy's way too twisted. Let's leave the Green Mountain, no fear of no firewood. Better to run first." Suddenly, a talisman flew straight at it. Surprised, it turned its head. But as soon as it saw what it was, it screamed in panic, "No, don't destroy me!" But it was too late. The perfect talisman stuck to its body. With a bang, the cute little giant demon beast was sealed inside the talisman. Yayang gently held the talisman and comforted it. "Don't worry. I'm not destroying you, just giving you a chance to be reborn." Suddenly, he shouted, "This godly talisman is mine now." Ling Ruo, holding the talisman, curiously asked, "How do you use this talisman?" He turned his head and coldly replied, "No need to worry now. Once you become a yin-yang master, you'll naturally know how to take good care of it." Ling Ruo nodded in agreement, and everything fell back into the usual quiet, with only the voices of the disciples echoing around. This spirit field patch isn't bad at all. From now on, even if we don't leave the sect, we won't starve. Mai Lu lowered her head in disappointment. "Master, how can the head of a sect not have something useful like this?" Yayang absent-mindedly turned his head, scratching it cluelessly with a goofy smile. Mai Lu was momentarily stunned, but then she couldn't help but laugh along. Her gaze softened, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him helplessly. Just like that, the master and disciples stood together on the spirit field, basking in the warm sunlight and cool breeze. She thought to herself, indeed, Sister's choice wasn't wrong. Though he had some small flaws, he was truly someone trustworthy. Back at the demon palace, Yayang was strolling leisurely down the corridor, when suddenly a sharp shout rang out. "Junior brother, sect leader, junior brother!" Dongfang Xing, locked in an iron cage, saw him passing by and urgently called for help. "Help me out quickly," she shouted angrily. "Bai Fei, that bastard. I was kind enough to help her escape, but she's just making trouble here. Junior brother, please release me." Yayang frowned, surprised. The little fox ran off. Hearing this, she smirked with satisfaction. "Are you scared?" Contrary to Dongfang Xing's hopes, he squinted and replied calmly, "What's there to be scared of? Honestly, I'm already a bit tired of her today. Sister still gives me some fresh excitement and thrill." She gritted her teeth in anger and yelled, "What? You're already tired of her?" Yayang replied calmly, "That's right, sister. You're beautiful and fun. Stay here and entertain me instead of that little fox." Dongfang Xing's face flushed red, her eyes turning sharp as bullets. She shouted angrily, "No way! I'm nowhere near that little fox. She's not only beautiful but knows many moves. She's way more fun." Yayang raised an eyebrow helplessly. "Enough. Scram." Dongfang Xing was startled, snorted coldly, and with a bang, Bai Fei quickly shrank back to her small form. Yayang smiled teasingly. "Can your transformation skill turn you into anyone? Or maybe turn into Yan Niang from the Yan Niang story? I've been wanting to meet her for a while." Bai Fei cursed furiously. "You bastard, am I really that unlucky? Obsessed with sick little sisters every day?" Yayang chuckled softly, clasped his hands behind his back, and left without forgetting to say goodbye. "I have to finish the last part of the magic set. No more acting with you." "Bye-bye," Bai Fei just snorted coldly in response. In the sect's study room, a tired voice echoed, "Done." Yayang's face was smudged with ink stains. He stretched and complained, knowing the cultivation method was tough. Luckily, someone recited poems to boost passive skill comprehension. He tiredly leaned back and ordered the cleanup. "I want to drink and watch Yan Niang's story, Volume 4. A small bird perched outside on a branch softly announced. The little kitchen helper nearby was also secretly watching Yan Niang's story, but the sect's atmosphere had been twisted by others. Yayang frowned and asked, "What did you say?" "Too sleepy to hear clearly. I'll nap a bit more." As he finished speaking, even breaths inside became steady, and the little bird acted as if it hadn't heard, continuing its duty. One thing was certain, the world was about to hold a grand sect competition. It was about reclaiming our sect's position as #1 in the world. Birds fluttered across the sky. The breeze created gentle waves. Ships from afar slowly moved forward. The sails were taut, ready for a long journey. At the harbor, suddenly a frantic shout rang out. "Someone, pull your hands back, quick!" Continuous shouts and calls created a noisy scene. Come on, lend a hand. Everyone hurried up their movements. Sushu, panting heavily, carefully placed a sack down. She sighed deeply, wiping sweat from her forehead, exhausted. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind her. Sushu. Hearing this, her face immediately turned pale, and like a reflex, she straightened up and stammered. I'm sorry, boss. I was just resting a bit. I'll get back to work right away. Yayang spoke softly. It's me. Sushu was stunned, turning around in surprise. Master. She sighed in relief and quickly approached him. Why are you here? I thought you wouldn't come here since this place is dirty. Before she could finish, Yayang cut her off coldly and handed her some food. Sushu's face flushed instantly, and she exclaimed excitedly, Delicious food. Yayang pulled out a book and placed it in front of her, almost like spiritual nourishment. Sushu was startled and amazed. Her eyes turned purple, then white as she stammered. Written, it's done. Just looking at the book gave me a headache. Birds above gradually flew back and forth. Yayang curiously asked, Any progress with the fire elemental sense? Sushu stammered. I just cast the magic and immediately fell asleep. He comforted her coldly, slowly. Suddenly, Sushu changed the subject. If I just sit here with Master, I won't talk about studying. She turned to Yayang and smiled warmly. That's great, but I'll try not to disappoint Master. Yayang also turned and gave a sly smile, reminding her, Then today I'll check your homework results. Sushu panicked and tried to dodge. Right, I have to hurry to work. Master, you should go now. This place is really something. Saying that, she hurriedly pushed Yayang away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her to remember what they agreed on. Sushu quickly replied, Okay, I'll finish this month, then ask for leave. A colleague nearby grumbled, making out in broad daylight. Before Yayang walked away, Sushu waved and shouted, Come back early, don't drink too much. He waved casually. Got it. Suddenly she froze. At the same time, a group of people brushed past Yayang. They whispered suspiciously, their faces showing displeasure. Isn't that useless, Sushu? That idiot is still in Sihai City? Yayang's face darkened as he turned back. Zhang Sheng disdainfully approached to greet junior sister Su. Long time no see. Her face smudged. She replied, Zhang Sheng, you and your Lingyun sect gang keep insulting Sushu. That idiot was expelled from Lingyun sect. Didn't we find another sect to take him in? That idiot is truly degenerate. A cultivator making trouble at the harbor brings shame to the whole sect. A woman there mocked along. I heard this shooting star guy has changed 2 sects since Lingyun sect. What a fool. Zhang Sheng smirked in agreement. Kick that stray dog out. Lingyun really has bad taste. Sushu lowered her head, expression unclear, and asked, You guys, you came here just to say this to me? She turned her back and walked away decisively. Nothing else to do. I'm going back to work. Suddenly, a loud shout caught everyone's attention, making them stop and turn around. Zhang Sheng shouted irritably, Don't leave. Even though you've been expelled from Lingyun sect, since I'm your senior brother, you owe me respect for life. Have you become so rotten in these sect troubles that you've forgotten the rules? Sushu angrily turned back to retort. Wuji sect is definitely not a trash sect. He smiled slyly and shot back. If it's not a trash sect, why would it accept trash like you? There must be a trash sect leader to take in a useless piece like you. They kept mocking and insulting her with sneering tones. Hey dumbass, you want to mess with a genius like me? Sushu trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth. Say whatever you want about me. Sushu jumped up and shouted, But you absolutely cannot humiliate my master. He's no trash. Zhang Sheng dodged her strike lightly, despising that he had to teach a disciple like her probably less aware than a beast. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Sushu's wrist in one swift move. Zhang Sheng grinned wickedly and yelled, I'll teach you how to be human, instead of your useless master. He raised his hand, ready to land a heavy blow, and sure enough, a crisp slap echoed. Sushu instinctively turned her head to dodge, but she still felt nothing. Zhang Sheng was stunned, turning around to see the woman standing there, momentarily frozen and dumbfounded for 5 seconds. A deep, calm voice barked, Let her go. Yayang clearly looked less imposing than Zhang Sheng, but his extraordinary aura far surpassed him. His face darkened as he repeated, Trash. Zhang Sheng trembled all over. Who the hell are you? Fear crept into his heart as he wondered, Why can't I move anymore? Yayang looked at Sushu calmly and explained, I am her master. You want to discipline my disciple in front of me? Zhang Sheng shrank back, trembling with pain. Yayang's cold, terrifying face said to him, You must be out of your mind. Zhang Sheng struggled to pull his hand back, but failed. He panicked and shouted, Let me go. Wuji sect is declining, but don't you dare mess with Lingyun sect, or my master will come for you, and you're dead for sure. The others immediately joined in with threats. You can't handle the consequences. Let senior brother Zhang go. Sushu turned away shyly to plead. Master, stop, let him go. Yayang released his grip coldly. Letting him go was no big deal. But Zhang Sheng quickly pulled his hand back, snorting coldly. Scared now, huh? Before he finished, Yayang slapped him hard, twisting his face. He lightly tossed Zhang Sheng into the air and shouted with authority. But my disciple won't be wronged. Zhang Sheng was thrown far away, his huge body crashing onto the ground. Sushu called out to her master, moved. The three from Ling Ruo's sect couldn't help but gape in shock. Another crisp slap rang out. Every palm strike was fueled by Yayang's rage. The Ling Ruo sect members nearby got caught up too. First, the long-haired guy was slammed aside for helping the bad guys. Then the short-haired guy got punished for piling on. And finally, Yayang stopped in front of the only woman in the group. She snorted arrogantly, threatening him. Humph. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? As expected, another loud slap echoed. She was sent flying like Zhang Sheng. Yayang muttered coldly. Dog eyes don't see anyone. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a girl. Watching his opponents writhe on the ground, screaming, It hurts! Zhang Sheng stood up trembling with fury, growling. Unforgivable. His face was a mess from Yayang's blows, even marked with 5 black fingerprints. Panting heavily, he said, I want to kill you. Shaking, he grabbed a sword nearby and lunged at Yayang while he wasn't paying attention, thinking, I'll kill you. Sushu gasped and shouted, Master, be careful! You obviously don't need me to warn you. Just a slight swing of your arm and Zhang Sheng's big body was thrown far away again. Yayang asked curiously, What's going on? Sushu was speechless, feeling she'd said enough. No, it's nothing. Zhang Sheng fell flat on the ground again, his face swollen and bruised, 2 deep red handprints perfectly symmetrical on both sides. Suddenly, a shadow blocked Zhang Sheng's light. His eyes widened with bloodshot veins. Yayang hovered in the wind, coldly ordering him to stand. Zhang Sheng backed away terrified, yelling, No, please. Sushu feared he'd do more harm and shouted to stop him. Master, don't. Yayang's face was dark and terrifying. After a moment of silence, Yayang spoke coldly. This time, I'll spare you out of respect for my disciple, but the last time Ling Ruo's sect bullied her, it won't end like this. Then suddenly he shouted, Get lost! Go tell your sect leader, I'll settle this debt with him. The others supporting the injured Zhang Sheng trembled and said, We'll report back. It was the grand sect competition held every 3 years. Not stopping there, he raised his head and shouted bitterly, When that time comes, Ling Ruo's sect will definitely challenge you, to wipe you out completely. Yayang thought silently. So that's what the sect competition is about. Sushu shyly called out, Master, it's all for me. Before she could finish, he turned and cut her off casually. Don't worry, it's nothing. Yayang then turned to Zhang Sheng's group. Good. After the grand sect competition, we'll report to the sect leader. You owe my disciple Sushu a debt for bullying her. He pointed at Sushu behind him and continued, She will challenge everyone from Ling Ruo's sect alone and defeat them all. Zhang Sheng snorted coldly, mocking. Relying on a useless piece like her? Ridiculous. Let's go. Sushu was silent, sad, lowering her eyelids. After hesitating, she stammered, Master, can I really do it? Yayang gently patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry. His confident voice eased Sushu's worries. If the master says it's no problem, then it's definitely no problem. In the spirit field, the wind blew softly. Far away, a master and disciple were focused on training. Master, it's really no good. I can't control this fireball. Flames surrounded Sushu as she concentrated on cultivating the fireball. Maybe I should just go home and get a job instead. In the distance, a master and disciple were focused on their training. Master, it's no good. I can't throw this fireball. Flames surrounded Sushu. She was concentrating on practicing the fireball technique. Maybe I should just go back and work as a laborer. Please take a big cut from my pay. Yayang stood in front of her, giving instructions. The Grand Sect competition starts in 3 months. You gotta be strong enough to take down anyone who bullies you. She tried to persuade him. Master, just forget it. Yayang replied coldly. I might let it slide, but if my disciple gets bullied, I'll definitely make them pay. Then he seriously shouted, All right, back to the magic training. At least make some fire appear. Sushu sighed in frustration, headache hitting hard. If it weren't for the special training letting me spend more time with Master, I definitely wouldn't have come, Sushu quickly explained. All the juniors say, whoever marries Master must be the one who spends the most time with him. Yayang heard that and couldn't help but feel helpless. Dude, you're not dumb anymore. Sushu, annoyed, started rambling. Actually, among the disciples, one will marry Master. The senior sister already arranged it for you. Yayang casually went. Before the senior sister went into seclusion, she told me to watch out for that person. Don't let them drink too much. That's basically entrusting Master to me. At this, her face flushed red. I know I'm not worthy of Master yet, but I'll try my best. Yayang ran out of words and changed the subject. Let's just focus on sparking the fire first. Sushu complained again, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't concentrate the fire element. Yayang patiently explained, Your soul power is strong. Just follow the method I taught before. Just then, another person approached. As soon as she arrived, she started mocking. Yo, isn't this Ye sect leader messing around with Liu Long? Ye Yang heard the unfamiliar voice and turned around in surprise. It was Lin Ya and her senior disciple. You actually teach disciples? Turn your head and pretend you don't know. Who's this senior sister? Sushu replied innocently. A chicken. Hearing that, she angrily shouted, I'm the sect leader of Hun Yuan sect, next to Wuji sect, and you all come to our territory to train, and you still ask who I am? Sushu evaluated while training. Hun Yuan sect leader seems like us, also a dying sect. Linya sighed irritably. Yeah, who's like you guys? Starting from this grand sect competition, Hun Yuan sect has to rise again because I found a genius disciple practicing the flame system cultivation method. The disciple arrogantly nodded at them. Yayang exclaimed in surprise, Flame system? Fate, huh? My disciple is also a fire magic genius. Linya frowned, looking at him with disdain. Genius? I saw her struggling at the harbor. Ye's sect leader. Here's a piece of advice. If you can't recruit good disciples, just disband the sect. Don't go picking up useless dogs and cats. Yayang immediately retorted, She really is a genius. Linya sneered at Sushu, genius who trains half a day and can't even spark a flame. Junair, show them your great flame master. The disciple opened his hand, instantly creating a spark of fire, then mischievously blew it out, creating a thick black smoke that drifted toward Yayang. Linya proudly shouted, Look, this is a real genius. Only half a year of training, and the great flame master already produces black smoke. By the grand sect competition, it'll definitely condense into fire leaves. Yayang pinched his nose, waving away the smoke. This thing is the great flame master? That's just shocking. Linya continued mocking. What do you know? You're a useless master who knows nothing. Your disciples are worthless. Sushu's killing intent flared up. She frowned angrily and shouted, Shut up, don't insult my master. She formed a fireball in her hand. You can call me useless, but my master definitely isn't. Sushu lifted her head, eyes burning with determination. He knows how to teach disciples. Lin Ya and her disciple couldn't help but stare in surprise. Yayang calmly said, The fire's sparked already, and she's only been training for 10 days. Impressive, right? Lin Ya and the disciple stood dumbfounded, only able to stand still. She clenched her fists to comfort herself. It's just appearances. Fighting is about destruction. Junair showed off some power of the great flame master, and he immediately nodded in approval. Then he took a stance, ready to strike, and jumped forward fast, creating a pitch-black flame in his palm. The disciple aimed straight at the tree in front and struck. He shouted, Ha! And hit the tree, making it shake. When he pulled his hand back, a deep palm print was left on the tree trunk. Linya burst out laughing, pointing at Yayang and insulting him. See that? If a normal person got hit by that, they'd definitely be seriously injured. Yayang turned his face away, ignoring her. Sushu beside him also formed a fireball. Master, I can fight too. She forcefully threw the fireball at Linya's disciple. Her fireball flew off course, landing behind. The disciple sneered coldly, looking down on her. Linya laughed loudly again. Not even close to the mark. And you want to hurt someone? The small fireball was less than a finger joint away from the tree trunk. Then, with a loud boom, the tree Sushu hit exploded. Linya's eyes nearly popped out, and the disciple was so scared he didn't dare move. The tree was now just a stump surrounded by fierce flames. Even Yayang couldn't help but laugh out loud in surprise. My disciple really is a top-tier genius. Sushu was still dissatisfied, angrily blaming herself. Missed. I can't let Master lose face. Linya in front was still staring blankly at the scene. Sushu simultaneously created over a dozen fireballs. Take this. She threw all those fireballs toward the forest. The forest exploded with a series of loud booms, debris flying everywhere. Linya stood still, not daring to blink. Half the forest was destroyed in the blink of an eye, right back at the disciple's spot. He stood stiff like a stunned statue, trembling uncontrollably, face pale, stammering. Master, I've decided to quit Hun Yuan sect and go home to farm. Sushu sadly curled up on the ground. Sorry, Master, I couldn't beat them. I really don't like fighting. Yayang gently comforted her. It's okay. The fire sparked. That's a huge step forward. The more you train, the better you'll get. Linya heard that and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Oh my god, you call that not liking to fight? Yayang turned to her, softly bragging. Let me tell you, my disciple is seriously powerful. Linya still refused to admit defeat, stammering angrily, "You're just lucky. You don't know anything yourself, just got lucky with a good disciple." Sushu's face instantly filled with killing intent. She formed a cold fireball to warn Linya, "Don't talk trash about my master." Though pale and scared, she still forced herself to loudly challenge, "Hiding behind my disciple all day long. If you've got the skill, then throw a fireball just like your disciple." Yayang blushed and smiled gently, replying, "Forget it, this forest is so nice, it'd be a shame to destroy it." Linya thought he was scared, and immediately spoke up to assure him, "This is the Wuji sect's forest. If you've got the guts, show me you can throw it. All you do is make excuses to hide your own uselessness." Yayang turned away, sighed helplessly, and said, "Fine. Since you said so, I'll stop destroying it. Don't blame me." Then he raised his hand to the sky, quickly gathering power in his palm. In just a moment, a massive fireball was formed. Basic magic, first-level fireball technique, 100 meters wide. Linya and her disciple screamed in shock. "Oh my god!" Yayang slowly lifted the giant fireball into the air. Sushu watched closely and asked, "Master, how do I throw the fireball?" Sushu answered excitedly. Yayang smirked and softly said, "Go." The huge fireball, filled with immense power, hurtled down. When it hit the ground, the surrounding air tensed. It quickly created a powerful shockwave that spread everywhere. Trees caught in the blast turned to ash. Everything happened super fast. The fire spread, and the whole forest burst into fierce flames. Yayang quickly grabbed Sushu and flew up, then sighed helplessly. "I told you, this kind of place isn't suitable for using fireball magic." With one hand, he dragged Linya, who was dazed and wide-eyed with regret. How could my sect be like this? At her feet was the disciple she was most proud of, who was now so scared she was crying and calling for her parents. "I want to go home, go back to farming." Yayang struggled to pull the three of them away slowly from the scene. "Forget it, I'll lead you out first. With this fire, your Wuji sect is probably done for. Better to leave early. I'll miss having you as neighbors." Saying that, he dashed off at lightning speed, leaving behind only the echo of a panicked scream. Whoa, wait. Scene shifts to the demon seizing hall, where Yan Du was burying her head in a book, muttering curiously, "Why do the book's master likes always make people blush and heart race?" "Just to have something to talk about with master. I'm risking it." Bai Fei sat nearby, bored, and said, "Little girl, aren't you supposed to be cleaning? Why are you just standing there?" Yandu quickly hid the book behind her back and forced a smile. "No, I'm not doing anything," Bai Fei bluntly said. "Stop hiding it. That book is called The Story of Yan Niang. You think you can get a man just by reading a book? Want me to teach you a few tricks?" Yandu arrogantly flicked her chin. "I don't want your lessons, but go ahead and say something first." Bai Fei lazily stretched out on the floor and said casually, "Men are visual creatures. Like Yayang, he's all about a slim waist and long legs. No need to say a word, he'll figure it out himself." Yandu angrily shouted, "Don't you dare tease master." Bai Fei teased her. "Calm down, here's the key. No matter how much men like excitement, when it comes to marriage, they'll choose an honest girl. Girls like you just need to hold on to Yayang, and you've got a chance." Yandu naively asked, "Really?" Suddenly Bai Fei jumped up, speaking with righteous authority. "Hold on to him how?" 3 words. Cut off the flirtations. Whenever you see a beautiful woman trying to steal him, find a way to cut those ties. Over time, your chances will grow. Yan Du was successfully enlightened by Bai Fei's words and unconsciously dropped what she was holding. Later, she walked away, licking her lips, pondering, "Xiao Hu Li makes a lot of sense, but why is she helping me?" Thinking this, she suddenly looked around, searching for something. The Yan Niang story, where did it go? Meanwhile, Bai Fei was angrily muttering while burying her face in a book. "I have to see what's so special about the person obsessed with the story of Yan Niang." She got frustrated and threw the book away. "Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle." Yan Niang galloped by, "But I won't lose to some novel girl." On the bustling street, Yayang frowned and muttered while walking, "I better hurry back to the sect for the big gathering." The author of The Story of Yan Niang has been gone for 4 days with no update. The sect's big competition is coming, picking 5 disciples to compete and adjust the lineup. Inside a pawn shop, loud cursing echoed. "Master Yinlong isn't seeing clients. You've been standing here for days, seriously messing with our business." Yi Yang turned curiously and saw a blonde girl being shooed away by a tall man. "Master, I'm not bothering you with a small repair. Please go." She bowed sadly, pleading, "This shield is the only thing my father left me." "In Sihai City, Master, you're the only one who can fix the Black Heaven Stone." Suddenly, Yayang approached her from behind and softly called, "Donger." Nan Guantong reflexively turned around, looking flustered and stammering. "Master, why are you here?" He didn't answer, but coldly asked, "No wonder I haven't seen you for days. So you've been searching everywhere to fix the shield? Yayang looked at the shield, pursed his lips and said, "No need to look around. Come back to the sect. I'll fix it for you." Nan Guantong was surprised and asked, "Master, you know how to fix shields?" Li San suddenly startled and shouted angrily, "Hey, this shield has already been appraised by our shop. Except for Master Yinlong. No one can fix it." That's a ridiculous claim. His words attracted a crowd curious about the commotion. The master asked, "What's going on?" Yi Yang didn't want more trouble and quickly pulled Nan Guantong away. "Let's go." Nan Guantong wanted to say more, but before she could finish, he cut her off. "Don't worry, my master's top-tier craftsman skills will definitely fix it perfectly." Li San was furious at Ye Yang's words and shouted, "Except for Master Yinlong, no one can fix it. If you really can, our forge will pay you directly, 1,000 gold coins." Hearing this, Ye Yang stopped, and a volcano of money instantly appeared in his mind. In a flash, Ye Yang appeared in front of Li San, making him pale and terrified. "Are you serious?" Li San gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Of course I'm serious." Then he answered, "Actually, even Master Yinlong failed. If you can fix it, your disciple here is bothering the master." Ye Yang's face darkened as he strode into the shop, cutting the chatter. 1,000 gold coins. Deal. Xiao bring the shield over here. Their situation caught the attention of many curious onlookers. The sky was clear blue, birds flew calmly by, the constant clang of metal rang out inside the forge. Only then did Xiao San remind, "Listen up, punk, money's easy to get, but fixing this? Not so much." He sneered at everyone. "This guy's a straight-up scammer. We gotta beat him half to death before handing him over to the authorities." The crowd watching started buzzing with opinions. "This dude's crazy. If he could actually fix it, I'd quit being a blacksmith right now," Nan Guantong warned anxiously. "Master, maybe we should just leave." Xiao San stroked his mustache confidently. "If you can't fix it in 3 days, then you gotta." Before he could finish, Yi Yang cut him off. "No need. 3 incense sticks time is enough." The blacksmiths couldn't hold back their laughter, clutching their stomachs. "This guy's definitely an idiot." Yi Yang smirked inwardly. "You're laughing too soon." Outwardly, he stayed calm and replied, "No matter what, it has to be fixed. And here, you can't even use your materials." Xiao San crossed his arms and declared, "Materials aren't the problem. Just don't waste anything. We won't let your failure have any excuses." Without wasting more words, Yi Yang grabbed the hammer and started working. "Good. Give me 20 pounds of Blackfire Mountain Gray steel." Xiao San rubbed his beard, secretly pleased. That idiot actually chose the cheapest material. "You gotta know, Master Bai Fei's attempts with cold alloy steel have all failed." Ye Yang glanced over the shield, silently judging. "When it was handed to you guys for inspection, it was already tampered with. Sloppy work. That's gotta be the handiwork of that Kim Nan Hoa guy, right?" Xiao San immediately got angry and objected. "Don't insult Master Bai Fei." Ye Yang frowned and asked seriously, "First, who in your shop is qualified to use this high-grade cold alloy steel? Second, only he knows the mysterious technique of the 9 Springs Azure blacksmithing in Sihai City, right?" Xiao San angrily stammered. "That's nonsense." Suddenly, Bai Fei appeared behind him, coldly reminding, "Let me make it clear. No need to hide the fact I worked on it. I'm no god. This shield that can't be fixed, it's a failure, nothing to be ashamed of." As he arrived, the blacksmiths immediately bowed respectfully, shouting, "Master Bai Fei! Master Bai Fei is here! Master!" Bai Fei explained excitedly. "Any blacksmith with half an eye can tell I worked on it, but I've been forging for 50 years, repairing countless legendary weapons. If I can't fix this shield, then does that amateur want to defy fate?" On the table, 3 incense sticks were already burning, next to the Blackfire Mountain Gray steel. Bai Fei disdainfully warned, "Remember, when you mess up, you only get 3 incense sticks. I'll silently watch you embarrass yourself." Ye Yang put the Blackfire Mountain Gray steel into the furnace. Bai Fei silently judged his technique for burning the steel. It was totally wrong. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed out, making Ye Yang cough uncontrollably. Nan Guantong rushed over, patting his back anxiously. "Master, are you okay?" Ye Yang coughed and replied, "My throat's burning." The blacksmiths outside couldn't help but sigh. What a living treasure. Yet he's getting smoked out. The shield was thrown into the furnace, and in moments, it was engulfed in blazing flames. Bai Fei couldn't watch anymore and spoke up, "Young man, I gotta warn you, half an incense stick has passed, and to fix this, you'll need to hammer it over 1,000 times. You haven't even hit it once yet." Ye Yang walked to the tool table, casually picked up a hammer. "Thanks, but I don't need thousands of hits. 1 hammer strike is enough." Xiao San shut his eyes, annoyed. "Master, this guy." Bai Fei cut him off. One strike is all it takes. Even the top blacksmith in Seahai country can't do better. This scammer's gone too far. Let's just take him to the authorities soon. Yayang held the hammer and slowly stepped up to the shield. He coldly said, "Old man, watch closely." He raised the hammer high and struck with the power of a level 100 intermediate blacksmith's 100 trials. Bai Fei sighed deeply with his eyes closed, but when he opened them, he was shocked. He stammered. Before I could finish, Xiaosan couldn't wait and said, "Let's take him to the authorities right now." Nan Guantong exclaimed, "Whoa, her shield just got polished bright with one strike, smooth and flawless." Xiaosan's face turned pale, eyes wide, mouth agape, shouting, "Oh my god, the shield's restored, it's done in a blink. No way, there really is a superhuman with one hammer." Yayang poured a bucket of water over the still hot shield, shouting loudly. Nan Guantong clasped his hands, moved. "Master, your shield's restored." Yayang turned to Bai Fei coldly. "That Kim Ning Hoa stuff, you want to check it out?" His face darkened. Standing silently, trembling all over, Xiaosan nervously whispered, "Master, want to check it out?" Bai Fei slowly replied, "No, no need. I've been forging for 50 years, and I can tell it's been thoroughly repaired." Inside, he was screaming with emotion. "So, the legendary blacksmith really exists. He's right here." Yayang smiled slightly and said, "Please teach me." Bai Fei knew deep down, he was speechless. Yayang stood calmly with hands behind his back, swaying in the breeze. Nan Guantong picked up the shield, marveling, not only fixed but as good as new, just like when she first gave it to me. Yayang avoided her gaze, pouting, thinking, "This skill is just too insane. I don't even want it." Nan Guantong leaned her head on the shield, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks. "Master, this is amazing. I'll definitely repay you with all I've got." Yayang placed a warm hand on her head, his voice gentle. "What's wrong, Donger?" She silently marveled. Master's hands are so warm, he must be a truly kind person. Suddenly, he broke the awkward silence. "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Pay up already." Bai Fei and Xiaosan were startled, hurriedly agreeing. "Right, Xiaosan, get the money," he gasped. Oh. Soon, Xiaosan pulled out a bag of money. He knelt, respectfully offering it with both hands. "Little punk, don't underestimate me. Please, immortal, don't be mad. Here's 1,000 gold coins for you. Please accept." Yayang took the bag, saying, "Thanks." Suddenly Bai Fei blocked his way, face serious but trembling with excitement. "In all my years, seeing a true master blacksmith like you is enough for me to die happy." Yayang muttered skeptically, "Intermediate skill? What kind of master are you talking about?" Without warning, Bai Fei immediately clasped his hands and knelt deeply, clearly declaring, begging the master craftsman, "Allow this old man to become your apprentice and serve as your assistant." What kind of god is this intermediate skill anyway? Without warning, he immediately clasped his hands and knelt deeply on the ground, clearly declaring, pleading to the crafting deity, "Please allow this old man to join the ranks of laborers." The group turned pale, their faces shocked as they shouted, "Master?" His face was both serious and worried. He refused, so he added, "I know I'm not worthy to be your disciple, but please let me serve as a lowly assistant by your side. If I could occasionally get a few pointers from you on the way of forging, I would have no regrets in this life." Hearing this, he awkwardly declined. "No need. Our sect is small and broken. We don't need assistance." Silver Dragon was shocked, eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe it. But quickly he regained composure and stood up. "I really can't get into the divine forging eye. Maybe the old man has a granddaughter? I wonder if the divine forging would be interested in letting her be an assistant?" Yang forced a bitter smile. He silently wondered, what the hell is this divine forging? Better get out of here fast before these crazy blacksmiths latch on to me. Thinking that, he coldly ordered, "Xiao let's head back to the sect." Nan Guantong smiled brightly and responded politely. When Yayang and Nan Guantong left, the blacksmiths didn't forget to shout after him loudly. Escorting the divine forging caused Yayang to attract countless curious stares from passers-by. He was startled and tilted his head to look back. Scene shifts to Wuji sect, where Ouyang Lele stood alone before Ling Ruo's seclusion chamber. She clasped her hands, silently praying, "This time, Sister's seclusion must succeed. We need you, Sister." The image of Ruo's gentle smile appeared in her mind. A gust of wind swept dry leaves swirling over the hilltop. In the main hall of Wuji sect, all disciples gathered in one place. A clear voice rang out, "We've missed 3 consecutive sect competitions. Now, forget world rankings, even in the Seahai City rankings, we're dead last, just above the sect master." A little bird perched nearby spoke up. "Even in the Seahai City rankings, we're dead last, just above the sect master. Where is he?" The little bird's face showed shock for a moment. The sect master's seat was empty, no one in sight. Angry, the bird flew off to find him, and found Yayang happily playing with a puppy. Hey, 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 eat some chicken! The little bird angrily kicked him, making Yayang grimace and return to his work spot. The sect master hadn't shown up all day, and the disciples had grown used to it, silently hiding their frustration. After a long scolding from the little bird, Yayang finally sat seriously on the sect master's seat. He cleared his throat, trying to look imposing. Our sect missed the last 3 grand competitions. This time, let's just mess around with them a bit. Yayang looked at the disciples below and declared, I heard the prize money is quite a lot. I hereby announce 6 chosen disciples, excluding Ling Ruo, who's already selected. To be precise, I'm announcing 5 people. The disciples below all looked tense and eager. Suddenly, the first name was called Nan Guan Tong. She was startled and amazed. Mu Shiner frowned in confusion and said, Bai Ding got caught. Sushu had prepared herself but still flinched when her name was called. She bowed her head determinedly. Though I haven't mastered that magic yet, I'll try my best. Yandu was busy playing with her hair, showing no surprise at all. Yayang closed his eyes and continued announcing. Now, only 4 most capable candidates remained. Everyone looked tense and expectant. No surprise when the last name Yayang called was Luo Qing. The white-haired female disciple looked at the slanted-haired disciple and said doubtfully, Luo's sister joined us last, yet she's the last to enter the round. She's really lucky. Luo Qing respectfully clasped her hands. Disciple Luo Qing will not disappoint master's expectations. Yayang bowed his head slightly, muttering, I feel like I've met Luo Qing before. Before he could finish, Luo Qing interrupted. Before I joined Wuji sect, I actually had a chance encounter with Master. It's normal you don't recognize me. Suddenly Yandu exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Yayang remembers. She slammed the table. Oh, I finally remember. You're the one from 3 months ago. Luo Qing nodded expressionless. Yes, that's me. 3 months ago, on a rocky, uneven land, a flock of black crows filled the sky. On a nearby cliff, 2 people stood, one standing, one sitting. The white-haired man looked at the scene before him and sighed. Too many corpses. Bai Fan clasped his hands behind his back, his aura drifting in the wind. The human army and demons fought annually at the Western Front, with countless bloody deaths. This place was extremely dangerous. If I hadn't found you, you would have been eaten before waking. Yayang frowned coldly and replied, Thanks for your help, but I really have no interest in being sect master or anything. Before he finished, the man pretended not to hear and asked again, What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Old age, that's the problem. Yayang frowned and said sadly, Old fox, if I owe you a life, I'll find a way to repay it. Don't overthink it. Rest assured, I'll revive Wuji sect. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning struck from the sky. The man exclaimed, Looks like it's going to rain again. The thunderclaps scattered the crows, creating a grim, eerie land. Soon, heavy rain poured down. It's raining, and I'm still alive. Lucky to be thrown into a place like this. The barracks home, huh? A pale face with vacant eyes looked up at the sky, letting the heavy rain soak the face. Luo Qing closed her eyes, thinking it was good at least dying with the sound of rain wasn't so lonely. She recalled the words of those who abandoned her here. Number 7. No hope. You're too badly injured. We can only leave you here. Even if you survive, you'll be crippled. A soldier who can't fight is worthless. She had no parents, no attachments, so ending her life wasn't a burden. Luo Qing's whole body was covered in wounds, big and small. She weakly replied, Understood. Don't worry about me. You all go. The one who left her placed a hand on his chest, shouting emotionally, Lai Yang is honored to have you. Luo Qing thought wearily, no name, no family, orphaned by a demon raid, ultimately abandoned to die on the battlefield. This was a soldier's life. She closed her eyes, giving up with no regrets. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. Yayang stood on the cliff, suspiciously looking into the distance, muttering weakly, Maybe it's recent. You're definitely still alive. He followed the trail to the place littered with corpses. After searching for a while, he sighed and sat beside Luo Qing. You're here. She breathed weakly and struggled to breathe. Hearing the sound, she drowsily opened her eyes. Yayang smiled gently and asked, You okay? He tried to carry Luo Qing away, ignoring her constant protests. Put me down. I'm useless now. Just leave me. His face darkened with seriousness as he replied, If I picked you up, you belong to me. Whether you're useful or not, I decide. Suddenly, a fierce lightning bolt struck the ground. 2 demons appeared before them, blocking their path. They laughed savagely. Not bad luck. There's still someone alive. Should we kill or enslave them? The lead demon sneered. Let's watch and see. But that pale guy looks too weak. Yayang didn't flinch. His face showed a hint of dumbfounded calm. Luo Qing gasped weakly. Sorry, I've dragged you into this. He grinned excitedly. Don't talk. Leave this place to me. The demons laughed contemptuously, pale face still clueless. Huh? You're not just facing us two. Suddenly, countless huge demons emerged from the ground. Their voices turned bloodthirsty. You're dealing with a secret squad that specializes in ambushing humans. Ha! Yayang scoffed back. One demon or 1,000, what's the difference when we kill? The lead demon grinned savagely. Humans are ridiculous. Stubborn even when death is near. Yayang lowered his head, raised a hand, aiming straight at the demons. Golden sparks of power flashed from his palm. A large demon clad in armor sneered. Surrender now? Humans always useless when it counts. Unexpectedly, Yayang's hand unleashed a fierce force, splitting into 3 blasts. Dozens of fireballs shot into the sky at once. The demon suddenly fell silent, his face flashing with shock. Watch out, he shouted, warning the others. This guy's dangerous. Don't let him act. Take him down! Kill him! All the demons charged at Yayang fiercely. He shouted at them, Bring it on! A dark cloud formed above Yayang's head. The demons just stood there, mouths agape, staring at the blinding light about to strike them. A thunderbolt crashed into the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The ground exploded repeatedly where it was struck. Of course, the demons couldn't escape being hit by the lightning. In an instant, the demons were blasted to pieces, exploding everywhere. Thick black smoke was pushed aside by the wind. In a blink, everything was devastated, leaving only Yayang carrying Luo Qing standing there. He exhaled sharply. Yayang said boredly, Not interesting, just a bunch of trash. Even basic thunder magic can't handle them. Even though she was barely conscious, Luo Qing was stunned by his words. Suddenly, Yayang showed surprise. On a nearby high rock, another demon was shielding itself with wings. It shouted angrily, Humans are sneaky, using lightning magic to ambush us. It spread its wings. I was born fearless of lightning. Don't know how many lightning soldiers of the human army I've killed. Wait a moment, I'll start with your limbs. Yi Yang sneered coldly. Is this idiot for Xiao Yi to handle? Luo Qing's eyes widened, speechless with shock. The demon roared angrily, its body instantly growing huge. It shouted loudly. Luo Qing was so scared her face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Yayang formed a ring of light with his hand and said seriously, Let Xiao San teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed in the sky. The demon reflexively looked up, unprepared for a giant column of light striking straight down. A deep red claw stomped on the demon. A crimson dragon roared fiercely, repeatedly stomping the rock the demon stood on, causing it to twist and crack. Crunching sounds echoed as chunks of rock, unable to withstand the force, fell down. In a flash, the dragon crushed the huge rock. The falling debris rained down, brushing past Xiao San's large wings. It didn't stop there, breathing fire to burn everything around, melting bone and flesh. Despite her severe injuries, Luo Qing couldn't help but shout in amazement, The fiery heavenly beast, it's gone, it's gone. Yi Yang complained with a hint of frustration. The pet's territory is way too big, such a hassle, can't just summon it any time. Then he quickly carried Luo Qing away. She exclaimed in surprise, Hey, looks like it's raining. Yayang gently said, Find a place to heal immediately. I'll take care of you. After wandering around searching for shelter, they finally stopped under a tree. Luo Qing had lost all will to survive. She whispered, I'm useless. Even if saved, I'm a cripple. Don't waste medicine on me. Yayang raised his index finger, forming a ring of light. Confidently, he said, This skill doesn't cost money. Relax, Vwoop. Then, ignoring whether she agreed or not, he shot the level 100 intermediate priest healing skill straight into her head. Moments later, a green aura enveloped Luo Qing's body. They sat under the tree healing for a while. Then Yayang pulled back his hand, testing it. Luo Qing was amazed, eyes wide in disbelief, looking at her own hand. Hey, no pain. The wounds are gone. How's that possible? My tendons and bones were shattered all over. She immediately knelt, grateful. The life-saving grace of Master Number 7 is beyond repayment. From now on, you are my master. Yayang smiled awkwardly. It's just a small skill, nothing. Actually, repaying me is really simple. Luo Qing didn't hesitate, shouting, Master, please say it. Mountain of blades, sea of flames, 70,000 deaths without mercy. He stood up, clearly telling Luo Qing, Prepare well, take over a sect for me. Though she didn't understand, she responded with spirit. I may not know how, but I'll do my best to fulfill my master's orders. Yayang groaned in annoyance. Yeah, don't call me master. Wait a bit, I'll be back soon. Half an hour later, he finally returned. Yi Yang frowned angrily. The old fox won't accept outsiders. What's your plan? Luo Qing exclaimed in surprise. Master, I'm not needed. Her face turned sad. I'll return to the Yayang army first, waiting for my master's call any time. Hearing this, Yayang sincerely advised her, You died once for the army already. Change your path and go to Hongchen. Luo Qing replied gloomily, Even though you don't understand, answer with spirit. she said. I might not know exactly how, but I will definitely give my all to fulfill my master's orders. Yayang groaned in frustration. Yeah, no need to call me master. Wait a bit, I'll be back soon. Half an hour later, he finally returned. Yayang frowned angrily and asked, That old fox doesn't allow others to come in, so what's your plan? Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Master, you don't need me. Her face fell with sadness. I'm heading back to the Liang army first, ready to answer your call anytime. Hearing this, Yayang sincerely advised her, You already died once for the army. Why not change your life and come to Hongchen? Lu Qing replied gloomily. I've never left the army, he kept encouraging her. It's all good. The path is right under your feet. Just keep moving forward. Inside that bag was some hardtack I took from that old fox, plus 20 gold coins, take it. Lu Thon took the bag and respectfully said, Understood, master. Before turning to leave, he reminded her, Live well. Then he shot off like an arrow. Lu Thun silently watched Ye Yang's figure disappear in an instant. The path is under my feet. I must remember my master's words. Her eyes hardened with determination. My name is Lu Thon. Back in the present, Yayang turned his back, silently listening as Lu Thon recounted everything. How I got lost, met senior sister Ling and the others who were also lost. The Wuji sect fell into a sudden silence. Only Lu Thon's voice echoed. Senior sister said she's also a lost celestial, so she let me join. And that's how I met Master again. Yayang covered his mouth, coughing repeatedly, reminding, Still better to call her Master. Unbelievable. What a fate. She coldly replied, Master, this is destiny. Not wanting to dig deeper, he quickly changed the subject to the main point. All right, now that everyone's here, the first thing I want to declare is that among the 5 of you, 2 will be chosen. Tomorrow, we'll leave Sihai City to cultivate. Everyone's faces tensed with anticipation, except Sushu, who seemed uninterested. Yandu lifted her head, eyes full of resolve. The one traveling romantically with Master will definitely be me. Lu Thon was different. She quietly rejoiced, thinking that following Master to cultivate was a golden opportunity. Only Nan Guantong was puzzled. Cultivating now, demons run rampant everywhere, and Musiner is the most unique. As soon as Ye Yang finished speaking, her expression turned bored with a silent sigh. Troublesome. The little bird curiously asked Yayang, You're taking disciples out to train? What's the selection criteria? He calmly closed his eyes and answered, Second senior sister is making uniforms for the juniors. Whoever finishes first wins. The little bird asked, confused. Uniforms? Yayang nonchalantly explained. For example, Sushu is a mage, so she wears a sexy mage robe. Mu Sinner is a yin-yang master, so she's getting a cute yin-yang master outfit. The little bird angrily kicked him off to the side, shouting, That's not a real standard. It's just your disgusting hobby. The entire hall suddenly fell into a heavy silence. The disciples were too used to this scene, only able to silently accept it. A while later, in the demon prison hall, Bai Fei, bored out of his mind, asked Sushu, Big sister, is this your first time here? You look so pale. Sushu sighed. Second senior sister had something to do, so I came to help, mainly with some demon magic manual that gave me a headache. Master had to go far away and forced me to catch up on studies, so I hid here for a bit of peace. Hearing this, Bai Fei started whining. My head hurts too much. Can big sister help me a bit? Sushu shook her head seriously. No, big senior sister warned me. It's very dangerous. She pretended not to hear the desperate pleas. I feel awful. I can't breathe. Just pull out a talisman for me. But Sushu completely ignored her, and the room fell silent again. Bai Fei couldn't fake it anymore. She shouted angrily, Do you have any sympathy? I'm really about to die here. Just pull out one talisman so I can breathe for a minute. Sushu looked confused but walked over to a talisman and said in a compromising tone, All right, just one talisman, okay? I'll only pull it out for a minute so you can breathe. Her hand slowly touched the talisman. Still uneasy, she reminded. Just 1 minute. Bai Fei's eyes filled with tension with every movement. Sushu grabbed the talisman and tried to yank it out but failed. She complained, Ah, what the heck? I can't pull it out. But in an instant, Sushu's expression changed. Holding the talisman, she sneered, Little fox, you really think I'm dumb? You think I don't know this is a demon-sealing talisman trying to trick me into releasing you? No way. Bai Fei coldly asked, Then what exactly are you holding? Sushu was startled, looking back at the talisman she had just pulled out. Her face went pale, eyes wide in disbelief. Bai Fei lowered her head, a twisted laugh echoing through the prison. She laughed maniacally as a blinding light engulfed the entire prison, and the remaining talismans were flung away one after another. Sushu gaped in shock, but it was too late. Bai Fei's body quickly grew larger, laughing loudly and shouting, Within 100 miles, blood will flow like rivers. Before she could finish, the talisman was slapped back into place. Boom! Bai Fei, still arrogant, was instantly shrunk back to her small form. Her face froze, disbelief written all over it, even feeling like a flock of crows was flying over her head. When she saw who put the talisman back, she screamed in shock. It was none other than Yayang. His face expressionless, he said, "All right, continue your little show." Bai Fei collapsed to the ground, stammering, "How is this possible? The Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Talisman should disable the entire formation once removed, right? How can it still work when reapplied?" Yi Yang clasped his hands behind his back and calmly explained, "Simple. The Nine Heavens Demon Sealing Talisman loses its formation's spiritual connection the moment it's removed. But if you pour 10 times the spiritual energy back into the talisman quickly, the new energy reconnects the entire talisman, rebuilding the formation 9 times over, and it's done." Bai Fei's face went pale, tears of frustration welling up as she yelled, "Unbelievable! Never heard of you being a great sorcerer? Shameless and despicable villain," he coldly warned her. "Cut the crap. Remember, if you try to escape prison again, you'll be punished." Sushu, standing behind him, silently thought, "Master is too strong." She was surprised to realize that besides making her study, Yayang was pretty much perfect. Suddenly, Yayang ordered her, "Sushu, you step back first. I have something to say to the little fox. Also, tomorrow I'll test your homework. You must memorize the first 10 chapters of the Demon Magic Manual." Sushu's face instantly fell, and she replied gloomily, "Yes." After Sushu left, Yayang and Bai Fei locked eyes in a tense standoff. He spoke seriously first, "I want you." Before he could finish, Bai Fei quickly interrupted, "All right, I'll give my body in return. Please spare me." Yayang angrily shouted, "Cut the nonsense. This is your last warning." Bai Fei pouted, "So mean. I know my lesson." He reached for a pastry, his tone calm. "To atone, since you're the nine-tailed demon queen, spill some secrets about this world to me." Then he casually popped the pastry into his mouth and chewed noisily. Bai Fei snapped angrily, "Oh, you want to know what?" Yayang was curious why people in this world said the wall was the most dangerous place. Bai Fei squinted and answered easily, "Because the wall is humanity's last line of defense. Originally, this world belonged to humans. 30,000 years ago, she reminisced about the past and began to tell the story. Demons suddenly appeared on this world on a massive scale, plunging everything into chaos. Humanity felt like extinction was imminent. Under the call of humanity's top-tier mad warriors, all human fighters united to counterattack. The strongest great demons were forced back to the Central Lands, the earliest place to appear in the world. The human nations united to build a colossal wall, linking them together. This great wall formed a massive ceiling formation, imprisoning the strongest great demons inside forever. Once the wall was completed, humanity had to pay a heavy price. 90% of the sealing army died. Hearing this, Yayang seemed to understand. As long as the wall stands, those great demons inside can never step into the human world. Bai Fei nodded in agreement. Exactly, but the wall, though finished, can only imprison the great demons inside. The demons roaming outside the wall multiply wildly, and the rapidly growing demon numbers are slowly swallowing the already weakened human world. Up to now, Yayang curiously asked, "Maybe the demons outside want to break the wall and release the ancient demons inside, right? Why haven't they done it?" Bai Fei's face turned dark and serious as she answered. "First, the sealing army guarding the wall is incredibly powerful. Second, the wall itself carries a massive killing formation that suppresses demons, so demons don't dare to act recklessly." Suddenly her tone grew heavy. "Third, a cracked dent appeared on a corner of the wall." She frowned seriously and explained, "The wall and the sealing army are actually one entity. Together, they unleash terrifying power." Yi Yang rubbed his chin regretfully and said, "I really want to check out this wall, but sadly this time I gotta go to Seahai City, way too far from the central world." Suddenly he cleared his throat and asked, "Any other valuable news?" Bai Fei blushed and invited him warmly. "If you want more info, go conquer people, you can expand your knowledge." Hearing that, Yayang immediately stood up, ready to leave. "I'm heading out. While I'm not at the sect, you better behave." Suddenly his face turned grim as he warned, "Remember, what happened today doesn't happen again." Bai Fei pouted, puffing her cheeks and sulking, then suddenly said with unclear meaning, "Yayang, this is actually the last time we'll meet." At night in Wuji sect, a shadow slowly wandered somewhere. That person was none other than the tall girl Sushu. She was sleepwalking, swaying as she walked. Her eyes were tightly shut, and occasionally she dreamed of something delicious, opening her mouth to take a big bite. She arrived in front of the demon prison door. Sushu's wandering confused the other demons, but they ignored her. Suddenly, a shadow with 2 bright eyes appeared at Bai Fei's prison door. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Sushu startled awake, her hand unknowingly pulling down a talisman. Bai Fei's white hair flowed like tendrils spreading around. She grinned wickedly, and with a booming sound, transformed into her adult form. Bai Fei laughed wildly with excitement finally. She could get out of here. Bai Mi sneered, reminding her before leaving that she could go back to sleep now. Sushu held the talisman in her hand, drowsily replying, "Oh." Bai Fei shot spiritual power at a rock protruding in the room, laughing excitedly as she created a clone. With a bang, in an instant, another smaller Bai Fei was formed. She raised an eyebrow disdainfully, casually thinking that since Yayang would be training down the mountain tomorrow, he wouldn't check the prison. By the time he returned, she'd already escaped thousands of miles away. Bai Fei flicked her big tail confidently and strolled away. She stepped in front of another prison door. The person inside asked suspiciously, "Who is it?" She politely replied, "It's me." The prisoner gasped in surprise. "You're leaving?" Bai Fei nodded. "Yes, my wish is unfulfilled. I must go." The prisoner's face darkened as she asked, "Anan, how long till revenge? Your enemy's too strong?" Bai Fei was determined and said firmly, "I will definitely avenge this, even if it costs my whole life." The prisoner sighed helplessly. "You're stubborn as hell." Not wanting to dwell on it, Bai Fei asked, "Do you want me to help you get out?" The prisoner's slender fingers lightly plucked some strings. She flatly refused. "No need. I have an appointment with the old sect leader. 1 year left, then I'll leave on my own." Hearing this, Bai Fei turned to leave. "Then I'm off. Thanks for always looking out and teaching me." The prisoner smiled gently. "That great battle almost shattered your soul. I remember you still fear thunder. Are you really ready to face your enemy?" Bai Fei's face darkened as she stammered, I'm ready to face everything." Before she could finish, the prisoner waved her hand and shouted, "Catch this." Bai Fei easily caught the object. She opened her palm, revealing a jade orb. The prisoner explained, "This is the primordial pearl the old sect leader gave me. With it, entering Wuji sect won't be affected by the defense formation." Bai Fei lowered her eyes gratefully. "Thank you." Before she could get too emotional, the next words from the prisoner froze her in place. "If you've decided, then let me play a farewell tune taught by sect leader Ye. For you, pure land earth." Bai Fei was stunned and hurriedly refused. "No need for that." The prisoner ignored her and raised her soft hand. In an instant, her calm demeanor turned wild as she yelled loudly, "Wahaha!" The demons sleeping were startled awake by her piercing music. Again, the music played, instantly drawing countless curses from the disciples. "Long lady, don't stop. Keep playing or I'll kill myself for you. Your music needs money, hers needs lives. Demon crazy." Bai Fei stood there sweating bullets nonstop. It didn't stop there. The prisoner cruelly shouted, "Yayang, you better come quick." Bai Fei was immediately terrified, her face turning pale. She didn't dare linger and hurriedly ran off, shouting, "Take care, Long Lady." Long Lady sighed. This kid definitely can't handle separation. That's why she ran so fast. But today's mood is here. Play a few more tunes. The demon beasts hear it like a slap to the face, and each one looks pale as hell. Sweat poured down like rain. The whole night in the prison was noisy. No demon could sleep. The gate of the Wuji sect was tattered beyond belief. Many parts were patched up so badly it was an eyesore. At that moment, a shadow moved gracefully and stopped right at the gate. Bai Fei turned back, with longing to look at the Wuji sect. No, not meeting again. Yayang, thank you. Thank you for those stormy nights. She recalled the first time they met on a thunderstorm night. Bai Fei shrank her whole body, trembling with fear nonstop. Ugh, so uncomfortable. Just then he came over worried and asked her, "Did you hear the old sect leader say you're afraid of thunder at night?" He looked at her suspiciously, but her reaction seemed a bit over the top. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed straight down where they were. Bai Fei screamed, terrified. She curled up into a tight ball, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yayang reached his hand into the prison cell. "Come on, grab my hand. I'm here. I guarantee no one or any demon can hurt you." Bai Fei, though scared, stubbornly refused. "I don't want to." Another fierce lightning bolt struck the ground. She screamed in fear. "Ah!" Not realizing she had unconsciously grabbed Ye Yang's hand tightly, he smiled gently to comfort her. "Then there's nothing to fear." Saying that, he clenched his hand, holding Bai Fei's small hand firmly. She blushed and just softly moaned. Uh-huh. She was moved, thinking of the moments they spent together, silently grateful. "Thank you. You've been with me all these years, the gentlest, the rainy season that made me feel safest." Bai Fei stood outside the window, secretly watching him sleep soundly, thinking maybe she'd never see him again in this life. She quietly jumped into Ye Yang's room, so she took advantage of him sleeping like a log to say goodbye. Bai Fei silently sat down beside him. Even in his sleep, Ye Yang still remembered her and mumbled, "Little fox, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." She squinted, moved. "Ye Yang, I have to go now." "Thank you, you simple fool, willing to protect me. Really, thank you." Thinking that, she bowed her head gently and placed a warm kiss on his cheek. The late night was quiet, The wind carried leaves swirling over the hill. The bright moon cast a silver-white glow over everything. Bai Fei silently stared at the Wuji sect for a long while, then decisively left. Before leaving, she looked back with longing. Goodbye. Scene shifts to the next day, after going out to cultivate in Sihai City. Kwandong wore a seductive outfit that made passers-by turn their heads. The other wore a maid outfit, looking very cute and charming. A goofy glow seemed focused only on the three of them. Kwandong curiously looked at the passers-by and asked Yayang, "Master, it seems like a lot of people are staring at us." Yayang replied briefly, "Probably because you all look pretty." Lu Qing ignored the stares of many passers-by. She was delighted. "I really like this maid outfit. It represents my desire to serve my master." He cleared his throat coldly and reminded her, "Call me master." She obediently nodded. "Yes, master." Suddenly remembering something, Kwandong shyly asked him, "Master, the money from the blacksmith has been handed over to the sect. Do we have travel expenses to Yan City?" Yayang's face showed no emotion as he answered, "I forgot about that." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, Kwandong had an idea. "I have some money. I can sell some skills on the street." Yayang smiled softly, confidently reassuring her. "Don't worry. At the relay station, someone will bring money." Kwandong exclaimed in surprise. "Is there such a good thing?" He looked ahead and reminded, "The mysterious money person is up front." After a while, the three finally arrived at the relay station. Suddenly, a young man from afar waved and shouted loudly, "Ye's sect leader." The three of them stopped immediately upon hearing the call. Feng Hao and Yayang were perfectly in sync, meeting and slapping hands loudly. "Brother." Feng Hao handed him a bag of money and said seriously, "Ye, big brother, this is my farewell gift." He took the bag, pretending to be polite. "Just seeing me off is enough. No need to give money." Feng Hao frowned and loudly explained, "I'm leading disciples far away to cultivate. We'll need a lot of money." Kwandong innocently wondered, "Master, why the surprised face? Didn't you say someone would bring money?" Lu Qing kindly reminded, "The world of adult cultivation is fake. Dong Er, you don't need to understand." After some back and forth, Feng Hao finally waved and left. "Be careful out there. When I return, Yan Niang's contract will be done. Then we'll chat about books and drink." Yayang smiled softly and waved back. "Take care, brother." Lu Qing spoke emotionlessly. "I heard this guy is the son of the deputy city lord, but lately he's been working hard to earn money." Kwandong also curiously said, "Sushu said his money was all tricked by master. This guy seems very simple, easy to fool." Yayang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Yayang never tricked him. We've arrived. Let's go." Kwandong, still curious, continued to ask, "Master, so why does he risk everything to support you?" Yayang arrogantly flicked his chin, thinking, "Men's business, I won't tell you." Flashback to 3 months ago. Birds flying in the sky suddenly gathered and circled. He squatted by the roadside, quietly watching the bustling crowd. He sighed in frustration. "Man, I want to go back to Earth so badly." Suddenly someone came over, worried, and asked, "Han, brother, you've been sitting here complaining for days. Need help?" Yi Yang was drunk now. He looked up dreamily and replied, "You can't withdraw. No family anywhere. You'd sigh like this too." Feng Hao pointed at himself confidently and shouted, "No family anywhere. Looks like you're a lone wanderer here. How about I be your first friend in Sihai City?" Yayang's face showed no emotion. He coldly replied, "Get out." 3 days later, suddenly a loud shout appeared on the road. I said, "Stop following us." A man angrily grabbed Feng Hao's collar and questioned, "Are you stupid or what?" His face still shocked immediately retorted, "You're no longer qualified to hang with us." A fat guy hiding behind sneered, "Your father, the deputy city lord, has fallen from power, could be exiled any time." Feng Hao angrily shouted, "But you said friends don't abandon each other. We all drank to swear brotherhood." The long-haired man immediately punched Feng Hao, knocking him back. He cursed, "Idiot, now they're showing their true colors. We never saw you as a friend, just used you all along." Then came the sound of slaps and punches. They rushed forward and beat him to a pulp. After they were satisfied, they disgustedly dusted off their hands and complained, "How old are you? Still buying into this friend crap?" Saying that, the whole gang burst out laughing. "Ha ha, this dumbass doesn't know how to dodge. Keep hitting him." Little did they know. Not far away, a shadow was slowly moving toward them. Yi Yang suddenly appeared behind them, coldly asking, "What the hell are you playing at? Or should I join in a bit?" The whole gang immediately froze, nervously spinning around. Feng Hao couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw him arrive. The bullies angrily shouted, "Get lost! Can't you see I'm dealing with this trash?" Yi Yang lowered his head, his face dark as he sized them up. "So you're fighting, huh? But you guys are way too amateurish." The bully leader frowned, confused about what Yayang was up to. Yayang stepped right in front of him, cold as ice, saying, "I'm here to teach you how to fight." He lifted his head, expression calm and emotionless. The bully leader lost patience and threw a punch straight at Yayang. But Yayang just stood there, his body slipping to the side at the last second, making the punch miss dead center. The bully leader's face flashed with disbelief. Suddenly, something zipped by like lightning, accompanied by a voice saying, "You gotta be faster." Yayang's eyes narrowed slightly, danger flashing as he added, "Don't run away." Without warning, Yayang threw the bully leader straight into a wall, cracking it under the impact. Only then did Yayang shout before gently pushing him forward. The bully leader's face went pale, eyes wide like they might pop out. He couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The other two bullies were shocked and terrified at the sight. The bully leader's body was pinned against the wall, sending countless stones tumbling down nonstop. Feng Hao's eyes went wide, mouth hanging open, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yayang clasped his hands behind his back, slowly walking toward Feng Hao. "Last time you told me," the two remaining bullies clenched their teeth in silent hatred. "Damn, he's crazy." Saying that, both bullies launched attacks simultaneously, leaping straight at Yayang. He casually asked about making friends. Feng Hao panicked and shouted, "Watch out!" Just as the two were about to hit him, Yayang remained calm, like nothing was happening, and kept talking. "I'm in. From now on, you're." Feng Hao's jaw dropped in horror. Something unbelievable was happening right before his eyes. My first real friend. Yayang's face turned terrifyingly serious. Without anyone noticing, Yayang was suddenly behind the two bullies, grabbing their heads with both hands, his strength overwhelming. One hand slammed the fat bully's head down, the other pressed the skinny bully's head, making both scream in pain. Just like that, in a blink, Yayang quickly and efficiently took down the remaining two bullies. They were beaten so hard their faces were sunken into the ground, frozen in silence. The fat bully lost several front teeth, eyes rolling wildly. The skinny one was beaten so badly, he was practically doing push-ups on a rock. Yayang calmly walked over to Feng Hao. "All done. They're gonna be out for months." Suddenly remembering something, he curiously asked, "By the way, bro, got any good novels to recommend?" Feng Hao's whole body trembled, tears and snot streaming everywhere, deeply moved as he repeated Yayang's words in his heart. Feng Hao finally has a real friend. Seeing him like this, Yayang was stunned and asked, "Why are you crying?" The carriage sped down a deserted road with no one in sight. The surroundings were bleak and empty. A middle-aged man held the reins. The golden sky signaled the day was ending, but the carriage kept rolling without stopping. A fire blazed brightly, fueled by small dry twigs. Since they'd been traveling from afternoon to evening, everyone stopped at a small forest to rest. At dawn, the carriage started moving again, continuing through winding roads. Stepping down were slender legs with cute pink shoes. Someone in the group spoke up. "Master, this doesn't look like Yan City, does it?" Nan Guantong's words left everyone speechless. "The master only gave us a 40% discount on the carriage fee, so the animal cart dumped us here. That's why the three of us were abandoned halfway." Yayang, calm and collected, said, "It's okay. Probably not far now." Nan Guantong looked around. Night was falling. He glanced toward distant houses, watching for smoke. She looked a bit uneasy. How could they protect themselves from the wild beasts roaming these lands? Lu Qing answered simply. She slowly explained they relied on spirit stones, powering the defense formation around the tower. Yayang suggested the master might be leading them to scrounge food. Nan Guantong thought about the master's cunning plan. They headed toward those houses together. Smoke curled thickly from the rooftops. That was the secret hideout of the Wang family tavern owner in the village. As Yayang's group arrived, villagers came out to greet them. Yayang stared, still unsure what was going on. An older man smiled broadly. "You finally made it. Recently, monsters around the village have increased suddenly. Luckily, you arrived just in time." Yayang frowned and asked, "What master?" The man replied, "Of course, the world-renowned Demon Slayer Sword Sect's master. Master sent you here. A tough journey. Have some wine and food first, then we'll talk about exterminating the monsters." Yayang wasn't too interested in the man's words, unfamiliar with any Demon Slayer master. "No problem. After I eat, I'll work for you." One of the man's subordinates whispered, "This guy looks weak. A mountain demon could probably take down 3 of him, right?" The man considered it. Not one of the master's people. Nan Guantong suddenly shouted, "My master is super strong. He can fight many monsters one-on-one." Another interrupted, "Stop defending this pale-faced guy. He probably wouldn't even know how to run if he saw a monster." Yayang blushed, thinking, scrounging food is tough. Listening to those two, the man immediately turned hostile. If he wasn't valuable, then get lost from this village. The most powerful villager spoke up to chase them away. So the villagers grabbed their farming tools and advanced, driving Yayang off. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from behind. "What do you think you're doing?" Then the man ordered, "Our Wang family village never kicks guests out before nightfall. The three of them must stay." He scowled and shouted, "That old village chief is crazy. We barely have enough strength to protect ourselves, let alone care for these useless outsiders." The old man frowned and lectured, "Even though you're in charge now, I'm the oldest elder here. When it comes to hospitality, my word is final." Then he loudly said, "You leave, I'll handle this." Reluctantly, the man agreed and turned to leave, still grumbling inside. "Even though you're the boss in the village now, I'm the oldest elder of the clan, and hospitality is a matter of principle." Then the old man shouted, "You go ahead, I'll handle this." He reluctantly agreed and turned to leave, still grumbling inside. "What's that old geezer selling? Don't forget, this village is under my protection now, try pissing me off." The old man said to Yayang and his disciples, "You three, follow me." As Yayang followed the village chief, he wondered, "Old man, this village looks ancient and untouched. Doesn't seem like it's packed with people now." One disciple spoke up to stop him. "Master, don't say that." The old man smiled kindly, already caught by the young guy. Pausing a moment, he continued, "Originally, only a few weak old folks were left in this village. Recently, because mineral crystals were discovered nearby, quite a few people have returned, plus a large number coming from outside." Yi Yang nodded, now understanding the village situation. "So that's how it is." The sun was slowly setting, giving way to the night. The old man led the three disciples back home, just in time for dinner. Inside, when Yayang saw the food, he totally lost his cool. The two female disciples were helpless, watching their master's embarrassing behavior. The old man acted like a warm host, welcoming guests with genuine hospitality. This was the sincerity of the villagers. Hoping the three wouldn't mind, the kids bustled around, serving guests with pure joy. "Hey, big bro and sis." Tonight was lit by the high moonlight, making the sky less gloomy than usual. At the village chief's house, Yayang and the disciples ate their fill, savoring the aroma. Then Lu Qing curiously picked up a red stick and examined it carefully. Meanwhile, Nan Guantong and the old man's little girl washed dishes together, singing happily as they worked. Yayang sat silently on a nearby tall tree, hearing a voice whisper in his ear, "You can take down the village lord because there are no powerful spirit-level experts here." Disguised, then acting quickly to reclaim the clan's secret. In the quiet midnight, a disciple stood under the sparse tree, reporting to Yayang, "Master, I've patrolled the village once." Yayang asked coldly. "Any discoveries?" Lu Qing answered with what he knew. The village's spirit stone defense was fake, ready to crack any time, meaning demons could invade at any moment. The village lord was shrouded in terrifying silence, but her voice remained steady. "If demons invade, he cut her off. Get ready to fight." A meteor streaked across the sky as Lu Qing agreed to follow his orders. Time passed slowly. The full, round moon had risen without anyone noticing. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the village center. It lit up the entire Sihai village. The light was so intense that even the spirit talisman couldn't extinguish it. Instead, it shattered into tiny pieces. The man with the headscarf panicked and muttered to himself. The old man trembled, saying, "The spirit defense talisman is broken. The village is doomed." He shouted, "Staying here means death. Run," the headscarf man ordered. "Leave the weak and sick behind to fend for themselves. No point in risking our lives for those useless trash from outside. Move fast." So everyone hurriedly packed clothes and food to escape. "Hurry, don't take anything else." Scene shifts to a corner of the village. The village chief helplessly spoke, "They're all gone, only us left. Everyone hide in the ancestral hall. Hope the ancestors bless us." A little girl anxiously said, "Village chief, I'm going to find those three siblings and hide too." An old villager suggested, "They probably ran off already, right?" The village chief nodded in agreement. "Good, they're young kids, no need to wait here to die." Everyone to the ancestral hall. Then he and the elders headed there. Seeing the main door wasn't locked properly, the old man frowned in confusion. Strange. Why was the door open? He pushed it open and found Yayang and the three disciples inside. Shocked, he asked, "Is it really you guys?" Pausing, the old man asked, "What are you doing here?" Nan Guantong hesitated. "Village chief, we." Yayang continued for the disciple. "Originally planning to repair the spirit talisman but found it completely broken. Is there blue spirit stone in the village? I'll make one." A nearby boy excitedly shouted, "Big bro, can you really do it?" "That kind of blue spirit stone is in the western warehouse." Yayang patted the boy's head. "Okay, got it. You guys stay here first." Then he left, heading west. "I'll be back." At the same time, a group sneaked out of the village. The headscarf man hesitated, suspicious of something. Ahead, a blue light surrounded an unknown object. Everyone saw it and cheered, thinking it was a rare treasure. Ah, up ahead, there's something. But contrary to their hopes, a monster with blood-red eyes stared at them, drooling. grinning savagely. The group panicked, stammering about demons. Suddenly, one of them rushed forward to shield the others and calm them down. "Don't be scared." He spoke like he was sure of victory. "This is a mountain demon imp, extremely fierce, loves hunting humans, but its attack power is limited." As soon as he finished, the demon flew at him. He kicked with all his might, knocking it back. Seeing this, the group cheered loudly to encourage him. The leader was satisfied. "This old guard's got this, clearing out these little demons like chopping veggies." The battle continued as a distant demon charged at high speed, then sneered contemptuously. The leader looked at it and clicked his tongue disdainfully, kicking the demon hard again, making a crisp sound. Suddenly, the demon's sharp, blood-stained tongue struck, causing him to stagger and fall. The headscarf man still cheered enthusiastically. Good. But the fleeing group was full of question marks, not understanding why this happened. His face twisted in pain, clutching his injured, trembling leg. The demon lay there exhausted, then laughed gleefully, proud to have wounded its opponent. He struggled not to collapse. "This little demon may be weak but extremely fierce. I underestimated it. Don't give it another chance." The village leader shook his head in denial. "No, it's us who have no chance left." At that moment, the demon army appeared one by one, weapons in hand. The fleeing group faced them, the air filled with terrifying silence. The demons looked at them with deadly, contemptuous smiles. Not wasting any more time, they charged to attack. The group could only stand there, unable to fight back. The demons grew more ferocious, the scene turning to ruins with only hopeless screams left. At the ancestral hall where the elders gathered, everyone whispered among themselves. The Grand Talisman Master couldn't directly use primal minerals to make defense talismans. That young man must have lied and ran away. The village chief spoke up. At the ancestral hall where the village elders gathered, everyone whispered among themselves. The Talisman Master couldn't directly use raw minerals for protective charms. That young man must have lied and ran off, the village chief said. He's a guest, so he's got the right to stay. Hopefully, he can hold out through the night. Tomorrow my old friend Master Bai will arrive. Suddenly, savage sounds erupted outside, terrifying everyone. Everyone was scared, not knowing what was going on. What's that noise? It's horrifying. That ear-piercing laughter is the trademark of those demon beasts. They've successfully infiltrated Royal Family Village. Now, they're rushing to attack the remaining villagers. It seemed like the demon beasts would run wild in the village, but a figure appeared to block them. Luo Qing came like a god to save everyone from danger. She spoke in a low voice, telling them they were too slow. But the demon beasts didn't flinch or hesitate when they saw her. On the contrary, they got more excited than ever. So, two demon beasts charged at Luo Qing relentlessly. But with her agility and strength honed over time, she easily dodged their attacks. Suddenly, behind one demon beast appeared a golden shield and a clear voice that successfully caught its attention. Nan Guantong took advantage of its momentary lapse and slammed the shield hard on its head, making it let out a piercing scream. The beast's scream heavily affected the demon beast in front. They were attacked from behind by Guantong. Luo Qing was pressed from the front and couldn't defend anymore. A few seconds later, she shouted loudly. The next moment, she dashed quickly between the two demon beasts, slashing with her sharp spear and cutting both in half. After finishing them off, the demon beast's eyes widened as she gently landed on the ground. Luo Qing coldly ignored Nan Guantong but uttered a phrase praising their teamwork. Guantong exclaimed, "Wow, Luo Qing, the original fighting spirit of Master really made us much stronger in an instant." She reminded her not to celebrate too soon. Before she finished, a giant version of the two demon beasts appeared right in front of them. Luo Qing muttered something vague, meaning the trouble was way worse than expected. Without hesitation, the two charged together. The darkness around was filled only with pitiful groans. The ground was littered with defeated demon beast corpses. One unlucky demon beast was pierced through the body by Luo Qing's spear. After finishing, she calmly landed. She exhaled deeply, her strength nearly gone, then glanced to one side. The more they fought, the more demon beasts appeared. Nan Guantong worried. "This isn't good. The numbers are way more than we thought." She quickly gave her opinion. "This level of quantity, the old village chief is in danger. We have to get back fast." But Luo Qing disagreed with that decision. "We can't leave." Ahead, a huge foot stomped heavily on the ground. Then sharp teeth, dripping saliva, and heavy breathing followed. She and Guantong were a bit scared, seeing a demon beast many times bigger than the ones they had just defeated. It ground its teeth and breathed heavily, clearly announcing it was the strongest. Suddenly, it clenched its fist and punched hard. The punch shattered Luo Qing's footing into pieces. She quickly flew up to avoid injury. Realizing the situation was grim, she loudly called out to her friend. Smoke billowed after its thunderous punch. Nan Guantong successfully escaped by smartly using her shield to block and simultaneously using a clone technique. Luo Qing told Nan Guantong to hold on a bit longer, then shouted to let her know she would use the movement injury technique against it. Luo Qing's whole body was covered in brilliant light. She charged straight at the huge demon beast. However, the demon beast easily dodged, forcing her to circle back to her original spot and land again with her spear in hand. The situation was grim as the demon beast's hand behind prepared to slam her, and sure enough, it gathered all its strength into one strike. Luckily, Nan Guan Tong quickly used her shield to save Luo Qing's life. She gritted her teeth and shouted to her friend, "We have to hold our ground." So she used her foot and spear as support to prevent herself and Guan Tong from being pushed back by that beast. Their efforts paid off as they stopped moving backward. Nan Guan Tong panted and argued, "No way, it's a battle machine. I hope the old village chief is okay." The scene shifted to the old village chief, trembling and mumbling to himself. Strange, why haven't the elite monsters arrived yet? The villagers behind him clasped their hands in prayer, hoping everyone would survive. The old ancestor has manifested. Suddenly, the old man was startled by something. It turned out the demon beasts had already appeared. Not just one, but dozens began surrounding the villagers. Someone shouted loudly, "They're here!" The old village chief's eyes were bloodshot with fear. The villagers started cowering. A demon beast opened its mouth wide, drooling, and threatened everyone with a disgusting laugh. They spread out to easily control the fight. The old village chief held an axe, trembling. The demon beast wielded a sharp axe blade with a sneering contempt for its opponent. Suddenly, the old man slammed the main door of the ancestral hall shut. He locked everyone inside and went out to face the beasts, then shouted loudly, "Hide well, don't act rashly. Everyone worry about me, your village chief." At this moment, he was no longer afraid. He stood firm facing the demon beasts. A beam of purple light appeared with a piercing sound. He frowned, trying to see what it was. It was another huge demon beast. It had found its way here. "Old man, where's the treasure of this village?" The huge demon beast kept questioning the old village chief. "Old man, tell me where it's hidden." He firmly denied that the thing they sought was here. "I'm not afraid of you, ride over here." Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, it ordered its minions forward. The small demon beasts charged without hesitation. It held its weapon with both hands, ready to strike the old man hard. However, he had prepared his own weapon for defense. At that moment, he gathered strength and struck back. "Don't underestimate me." Then he punched hard on its right cheek and chased it away. These two moves left it battered. The huge demon beast sneered. "Humans just like to struggle in vain." The old village chief panted heavily. "As long as this axe is in my hand, I will protect the village, protect the human world." It mocked him, relying only on that talisman. Suddenly, a suspicious crack appeared on the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he saw the crack growing bigger. So it turns out there was a demon beast jumping up from the ground attacking, catching the old man off guard. All he could do was block it with his small axe. But not just one, 3 more demon beasts charged forward too. The big demon beast sneered at that hammer, saying even its skin wouldn't get scratched. Human weapons are just too weak. Then it wondered, where did the old village chief disappear to? Only 3 smaller demon beasts stood there confused. The demon beast froze for a few seconds, not believing its eyes. Then it turned around, hearing some noise. A deep voice rang out, "Sorry for being late. The spirit stones just finished, ready to be upgraded." Yayang continued, "Now the old village chief was saved by you in the nick of time." Still can't believe it. He kept mumbling just the word "you." Then Yayang reached out, using the simplest technique to control the old man's axe. At this moment, the axe was firmly in Yayang's hand. He finished his unfinished sentence, "Let's make them taste the real destructive power of this hammer." The big demon beast was still cocky. "Destructive power? Lucky guy sneaking up on the weakest soldier to grab this broken hammer." He barely finished his sentence when Yayang was already standing before him, raising the axe high. The demon's eyes widened, jaw dropped in shock, as the axe unleashed its full power, glowing golden. Yayang swung hard, splitting the demon beast's body in two. Its voice cut off. Useless now. The demon lost focus and seemed to collapse. This scared the other demon beasts badly. The old village chief's eyes widened, teeth clenched in amazement. Yayang was like a god protecting humans from evil. All the demons surged forward. Human weapons were itching with hunger and frustration. The air was thick with death, the battle about to get brutal. Unlike the big demon beast, the others charged recklessly. Yayang moved like a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, demons panicked, their bodies split in two. The old village chief knelt on the ground, grateful. Ancestors above, this must be a heavenly rescue. A little kid in the ancestral hall peeked through the main door, amazed. One hammer killed so many. Then a villager doubted if Yayang could really do it, but the monsters kept coming, and he was alone. The girl in pink shouted encouragement. "Uncle, keep going!" Yayang's every strike hit the mark. His eyes grew more serious with each blow. The demon beasts now trembled in fear, their whole bodies shaking violently. Cut to Lu Qing and Nan Guantong's spot. Thick black smoke covered a wide area. Nan Guantong hid behind a golden shield to avoid the dust. Lu Qing stood firm, spear in hand, guarding the front. The big demon beast stretched out its hand, ready to crush the two girls, who struggled to break free. Suddenly, it heard the smaller demons calling from behind. It stopped, paused its attack, and turned around. At first, it didn't understand why, but quickly turned back. It gathered strength in its fist to strike at Yayang's two disciples. Now I'll send you off. From Nan Guantong's view, Lu Qing still stood tall. She whispered nervously, fearing the worst. We're doomed. The demon's punch smashed the ground, sending rocks flying into the sky, emitting a blinding light. Dust and debris mixed into a chaotic scene. It held that pose, no further moves. Its smile was forced, seeing something it didn't want. Nan Guantong peeked to assess the situation. Yayang appeared just in time to save the two disciples, using his index and middle fingers to block the huge fist. The scene was miraculous, like a savior shielding his disciples, easily stopping the demon. Now he held a round pill, flicking it with his fingers toward the demon's hand. The demon's hand lit up as if engulfed in flames. Minutes later, the fire spread from its hand to arm, then its whole body. The demon beast screamed in agony. Yayang seized the moment, flying in to finish it off. He swung the old village chief's small axe, splitting the demon's massive body in two. Its left arm shattered into pieces, part of its left side severed. The demon collapsed, shaking the ground where it fell. Nan Guantong shouted, "Master, Lu Qing," and she rushed over, praising "You're too strong," she sadly told Yayang. "Master, we're too weak, can't help." Yayang gently comforted his disciples. "You guys grew up fast. Fight more and you'll get stronger." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded ahead. Another big demon beast, but this one wore iron armor. Finally, a prey that excites me. Nan Guantong feared it was the legendary Heavenly Pulse Demon, an armored beast no human weapon could pierce. Lu Qing bowed her head, pleading, "I want to fight. Please heal me, Master." Yayang asked suspiciously, "Want to force recovery?" She insisted on her choice. "Please, Master, let me challenge this strong enemy." As soon as she finished, Yayang used magic to fulfill her wish. Instantly, all her wounds vanished, and her strength surged. She gripped her spear tightly, showing her fierce comeback. Excited, her eyes sparkled as she charged forward to meet the enemy. Her speed increased. Lu Qing kept attacking the Heavenly Pulse Demon, but all her strikes were useless. It blocked every hit. Nan Guantong watched, frustrated, unmoved. It moved its right arm behind, preparing to counterattack. Lu Qing, airborne, lost momentum as sonic waves kept hitting her. She opened her eyes wide, scanning the scene, but unfortunately, the demon vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the Heavenly Pulse Demon appeared right behind her, shouting to draw attention. Its eyes were blood red, mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Then it struck hard, leaving Lu Qing defenseless. She screamed pitifully. Yayang quickly flew up to avenge his disciple. Nan Guantong could do nothing but call her name. Lu Qing struggled to land, her body covered in wounds. The Heavenly Pulse Demon activated magic, forming a bright blue circle. He went berserk, roaring 3 times to the heavens, "Farewell!" He charged straight at Luo Qing with lightning speed. Nan Guantong's tears streamed down her cheeks as she shouted for her friends to run. But she couldn't escape and kept glancing back to see how things were unfolding behind her. The fake heavenly vein was just inches away from her, but luckily Yayang arrived just in time. Like a moth to a flame, he recklessly dashed forward. He swung his weapon with a powerful strike that emitted a dazzling light. The fake heavenly vein was half normal, half wrapped in that golden glow. Looks like his fate would be the same as those 2 giant monsters just now. Shin Na's body burst into a blazing fireball, lighting up the sky. Luo Qing could only scream out, "Master is weak." After the intense battle, the sky started to brighten a bit. Nan Guantong stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Master's hammer is a divine weapon? Just when it seemed over, 2 massive monsters suddenly appeared. "These humans are a bit dangerous. No worries, I'll crush them." Yayang, who had been standing behind Luo Qing, vanished in an instant. One dumb monster just stood there. Where's that brat? As soon as he was mentioned, he showed up. Now he swung his weapon hard at the enemy, blood splattering everywhere. One monster after another. That small axe could slice through monsters, leaving no armor intact. Yayang's strike severed one monster's head clean off. The smaller monsters dropped their weapons, trembling with fear, sweat pouring like rain. Even the village elder was stunned by Yayang's extraordinary power. Nan Guantong gaped, rejecting her earlier thoughts. Master's hammer wasn't a divine weapon. Luo Qing chimed in without hesitation, saying Yayang himself stood tall like a warrior who defeated evil to save good, more terrifying than any divine weapon. The villagers rushed to the hall, buzzing with excitement, praising him. "Little bro really is a god descended to earth. We're saved." Nan Guantong sighed in relief. It's over. Thank God for Master. Just as she spoke, eerie sounds echoed. The legs of the giant monster appeared again, not just one, but thousands of monsters standing there. Ridiculous. These weak little humans actually want to resist us? To everyone's shock, a massive army of monsters had invaded without anyone noticing, bringing fierce momentum and terrifying strength. Nan Guantong's face turned pale as she wondered, what the hell is going on? Luo Qing frowned and shook his head. This doesn't add up. A small village can't be the target of a huge demon army. What's in this village? The village elder lost his calm, mumbling ominous warnings. It's over. The villagers were terrified by the horrific scene. The little girl in pink burst into tears. What do we do? What do we do? We're going to get eaten alive. Ugh. Even though things had escalated this far, Yayang remained calm as he casually dropped a line, implying these monsters were just weak fish. Then he raised his hand to the sky, gathering power while murmuring, "Let the little third master breathe." A blinding light burst forth, turning the sky blood red, summoning the three-headed giant dragon. A red three-headed dragon appeared to annihilate the giant monsters. The astonished onlookers weren't just the village elder and his two disciples, but the monsters themselves. Yayang was already strong, but with the three-headed dragon by his side, he grew even stronger. The monsters could only gape in disbelief, never having seen such a massive creature before. Without hesitation, Yayang ordered the dragon to clean up. Instantly, all three heads spewed blazing flames, turning everything into a sea of fire. The fierce monsters were no more. In their place was weakness and surrender. We scattered like scared sparrows, running for our lives. The dragon kept unleashing wave after wave of fire without rest. The monsters fled like terrified rats, trampling over each other. The fire formed a brilliant ring of light, creating a stunning spectacle. The dragon relentlessly spewed flames non-stop. Yayang crossed his arms, hovering above, praising, "No doubt, the little third master is badass." The villagers all stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them, speechless. Even Nan Guantong's disciple was silent. Yayang muttered to himself, realizing he had to be cautious using this power. Little third master was seriously intimidating. Suddenly, bird-shaped monsters appeared in the sky, flying in one after another with menacing growls. These were the infamous fierce giant demons known for attacking anyone who crossed them. 3 giant demons charged straight at the three-headed dragon so fast they were invisible to the naked eye. A kid hiding behind a rock shouted, "Those are giant demons. One of them can destroy the whole village." The village elder trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he muttered, "It's over." One giant demon opened its mouth wide, forming a purple energy orb. Then it unleashed all its power, hurling the orb at the enemy. The three-headed dragon watched the attack without dodging or fighting back. The orb exploded, engulfing the dragon in thick smoke, sending rocks flying everywhere. Nan Guantong stood outside the battle circle, screaming in anguish. "Little third master," she gasped, unable to believe her eyes. White smoke covered the area, creating a hazy scene. When the smoke cleared, the three-headed dragon rose again. Not only was it unharmed, but it seemed even stronger, roaring with renewed strength. Then little third master breathed fire back at the attackers. However, the giant demons easily dodged the furious flames. The fire blazed fiercely before dying out, leaving only white smoke behind. The three-headed dragon, which had been on the ground seconds ago, was now behind the giant demon, but it was too late to look back. The dragon grabbed the demon's body with its claws, causing it to emit piercing screams. Next, the dragon moved to the sea of fire it had created and dropped the demon into it. The flames blazed hotter than ever. The dragon spread its wings proudly as if celebrating its victory. At this moment, the dragon seemed like a savior, fierce, yet full of compassion for the innocent villagers. Yayang turned his back to the crowd. The small villagers hid behind rocks, Luo Qing injured and clutching his arm. Nan Guantong limped forward, amazed by Yayang's power and the three-headed dragon. The village elder knelt low on the ground, his voice trembling, "Great Dragon Lord." Minutes later, he summoned all his strength to shout, Thank you for your grace, great Dragon Lord." Yayang was surprised, not understanding why the elder spoke like that. Then he gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly, like he was returning the village chief's goodwill, while thinking to himself, "You guys don't need to worry. I've already burned this plain to ashes, so it's all good." The disputed land gradually returned to normal, and the huge, demonic beasts were nowhere to be seen. Only the three-headed ancient dragon stood tall there. A long day passed, and the sun reappeared. A morning with blazing sunlight and a clear blue sky, Yayang and his two disciples set off again after bravely fighting to restore peace to Wangjia village. Nan Guantong felt worried inside, wondering if the village chief still had to face danger. Luo Qing suggested that such a large-scale demon legion appearing at humanity's front line must have been planned for a long time. This level of danger wouldn't show up again. She nodded, showing she understood. Yayang overheard the two disciples chatting and spoke up to reassure them. Don't worry, that legendary senior master Boy Fan has already arrived at the village. He turned around and flashed a bright smile. I can feel his powerful aura. Let's move out. Target, Yan City, the disciples shouted in unison. Yes. Through the thick smoke appeared a man cloaked in a mysterious black robe. He was suspicious. How could a young man guard a village? He was none other than Boy Fan of the four great sword sects. Now, many questions about him were hard to answer. What kind of powerful youth is this? Scene shifts to another place, where someone is flying through the sky. He knelt respectfully and reported, Honorable envoys, the Demon Legion attacking Wangjia village to reclaim that item was wiped out in a sea of flames last night. Pausing briefly, he continued, causing two of Yuan Zui's subordinates to frown in displeasure. Even the three-eyed demon lord commanding the army was burned to ashes. What nonsense is this man spouting? The great secret of our clan, hidden in Wangjia village, was swallowed by the demon ancestor Ling. Luckily, only a few thousand high-level demon beasts survived. This sudden ambush caught the human world off guard. She sat on his shoulder and replied strangely. The three-eyed demon lord gathered all demons in this area to form a massive army to attack a small village, yet they still lost. Unbelievable. He loudly voiced his opinion, and a bold subordinate guessed it was probably the work of some superhuman humans passing through. Suddenly, he decided, I'll go seek out those superhumans. She immediately stopped him. Stop talking nonsense. We have to head to Yan City to prepare for the big event and welcome the awakened master. Another subordinate reported, Boy Fan, the Sword City has stationed troops in Wangjia village. No demon forces dare approach. If nothing else, I'll take my leave. She turned to him with a dangerously sharp gaze. You bring bad news and ruin my good mood. You must be punished. Hearing this, he was shocked to the core, jumped up in panic, and prepared to flee. Just as expected, he took off flying, begging nonstop. Great master, please spare me. The man calmly released some power by forming a small orb aimed straight at him to punish him. How could his flying speed match that power? His face drenched in sweat as he looked back and saw he was caught. Then a loud explosion rang out, and there was no way for him to escape. The man spat in anger. The three-eyed demon lord is useless. If the master let us handle it, the secret would have been reclaimed long ago. Let's head to Yan City. She smiled gently. Yan City, where all directions converge, is sure to be lively. At Yan City, the sky was clear and cool with many birds flying overhead, and the massive city gates stretched endlessly. Yayang had entered the city, feeling down and complaining it wasn't easy, taking more than 2 days to arrive. Nan Guantong looked around. The city was too quiet with very few people. Luo Qing explained, this place is near a super dangerous storm zone. So many demons appear, meaning fewer humans live here. Hearing this, Yayang immediately turned and asked, have you been through this city before? Honestly tell me, did you pass through here with the Liang army? Then she curiously asked him, Master, are we here to find someone? Yayang said, not looking for anyone. We're heading to the original demon arena. Luo Qing quickly guessed that the original demon arena was where humans and fierce demons fought each other. He looked at his two students with a sly gaze and a savage smile. That's right. It's the place I used to train you guys. The ultimate terror. Nan Guantong turned pale and weak hearing his master say that, but suddenly Ye Yang laughed heartily. Xiaonan Gong was definitely scared. She was so rustic she could only silently fume without arguing. Enough joking around, he urged his disciples. Let's go check it out. Scene shifts to the original demon arena, a vast space crowded with people. The three of them reached the arena gates. He shielded his eyes from the glaring sun and said, we're here. Nan Guantong gaped in amazement. The demon arena was so lively. Luo Qing added, many cultivators come here to compete for prize money, and some factions bet on the outcomes. Winning can earn you money. Outside, a hurried voice shouted, make way, make way. Nan Guantong was curious. Someone nearby explained, this seems to be the demon seller's convoy at the arena. Demon selling is an extremely dangerous job. When they saw who was on the cart, they exclaimed, whoa, they're the famous superhumans on the demon extermination leaderboard. The poor demon and the evil demon from the 5 demon slayers, they've all come to Yan City. Luo Qing shared what she knew. The 5 demon slayers were very famous. Rumor had it the poor demon was ruthless for money, with unclear gender. The evil demon would eat demons when hungry. That person was extremely dangerous. And indeed, the red-haired guy was chewing on a demon's arm. Yayang didn't care much anymore, no matter what kind of demon it was. Look over there, we've arrived. Many cultivators from everywhere had gathered to prove themselves. He smirked and told his disciples, we're going to join the demon tournament. Nan Guantong asked, Master, you're competing too? Luo Qing added, with 300,000 gold coins entry and all expenses included. He fell silent, closing his eyes to absorb everything here, as if indifferent to the world. The sky was clear, sun shining, creatures freely soaring, and a question without an answer hung in the air. It had been some time since leaving Wuji's sect. He wondered, was the little fox in the sect behaving well? In the eastern world of Wanlin-Chi Kingdom, the sky was clear, the sun shining bright, creatures freely spread their wings, and an unanswerable question was raised. It had been a while since leaving the Wuji sect, and curiosity stirred. Was the little fox well behaved in the sect? In the eastern world of the Wanlin Kingdom, in this world of demons and sworn enemies, this place is the only nation that allows female existence. The female fox spirits who once saved the demons here are regarded not as demons but as sacred beasts. Two people saw Dong Nuyet walking down the street and exclaimed, "Wow, that one's so cute." According to the old rules, they'd have grabbed her, knocked her out, and taken her away. But before they could make a move, Dong Ningguit appeared behind them. Holding a brick, she gritted her teeth and said, "Attack intent, counterattack begins." Then she beat the two guys mercilessly. They lay on the ground screaming, Don't kill me." She gently reached into their money pouch and said, "I want money, not your life." Everyone on the street buzzed, saying this female thief was robbing passers-by again. Shouldn't a female fox spirit be seducing men? Quiet down. Keep your voice low. Don't let her hear. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Dong Nuyet looked up, dazed, and said, "Master's here." Then she confirmed her master had returned. She immediately unleashed her power and dashed after him. Dong Nuyet quickly went to meet him. Outside on the street, Xuanfeng asked the bakery owner, "Uncle, I don't have money. Can I trade radishes for steamed buns?" The bun seller replied, "Of course, kid." "Cute kid? Want one or two?" Xuanfeng giggled. "Uncle, you're the best." Then she dashed off quickly. "Wait for me a bit. I'll be right back." A while later, Xuanfeng returned with a huge bundle of firewood on her back. The bun seller was stunned. Did a beast break into the city? The firewood was huge and long, but Xuanfeng carried it effortlessly. She approached with a smirk toward the uncle. Then she threw the firewood forcefully forward, yelling at the man. The firewood covered an entire corner of the yard. Xuanfeng said, 3,000 pounds for 300 buns. Hugging the buns, she said, "I'll take them all, and I'll come back tomorrow with another 5,000 pounds of firewood." Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Xuanfeng saw it and dropped the big bag of buns to the ground. She looked after it and softly said, "Master." She left the buns behind, running and shouting, "Master's back." Inside the hall, a voice rang out, "Young Master Li, I really can't drink anymore. Please spare me. Little demon, next time when there's a flower feast, I'll definitely come. Last time I wasn't feeling well." Thu Tuyet draped an arm around him, and Mr. Zhang said, "Good girl, if you don't come next time, I'll really get angry." Young Master Zhao chimed in, "Miss Thu Tuyet, this time you can't escape my booze again. This time I definitely won't dodge it." The two women spoke. Thu Tuyet was truly the most charming social butterfly in the Wanlin-Chi Kingdom, impossible to resist. The advantage of this fox spirit was unmatched. Thu Tuyet handed the wine to young Master Li, but before he could take it, she splashed the glass right in his face. Everyone watching was shocked. The woman exclaimed, "How could this be?" Beautiful Thu Tuyet had lost her manners. She used to be gentle and enchanting, but now she had suddenly turned cold. Thu Tuyet threw down the wine glass and arrogantly said, "Crown Prince, if you didn't have powerful backing, a fool like you, I wouldn't even waste a word on." On the other side, Tai looked pale and scared. Thu Tuyet raised her voice. "Young Master Li, General Zhang, lay your cards on the table. I'm someone you'll never get to date. Wake up." Then she moved like a shadow, jumping over the fence. She turned her back coldly. "You all, Thu Tuyet is a heartless fox spirit, so I'll play whatever role you want. I'm done pretending. You're on your own." She shouted goodbye and flew away. Thu Tuyet flew toward her master. Dong Nuyet was flying too, and so was Xuanfeng. The three landed on an open patch of land, knelt down together, and in unison, Xuanfeng, Thu Tuyet, and Dong Nuyet welcomed their master's return. Bai Fei spoke softly. "Stand up. You all suffered while I was gone." Xuanfeng's eyes welled up as she said, "Master still lives. That's really good." Bai Fei smiled. "Of course I'm alive. I'm back now, and it's time to settle debts." Dong Nuyet replied, "Master, your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. You can't enter the Forbidden Zone." "Absolutely. Fei Fei is sure. I'll recover quickly. I won't borrow anyone's power. Our revenge will be on our own." Thu Tuyet spoke up. "Master says no borrowing power because there's someone in his heart, afraid it'll affect him." Fei Fei was startled and stammered, "No, no way. Why would I have someone in my heart?" The other three whispered, "Master, you lived in the human world before because of a man, right?" Fei Fei shouted back, "Who likes men? Men are just tools to us nine-tailed foxes," Thu Tuyet said. "Master explains too much." Xuanfeng frowned. curious about what kind of man could move their master's heart. She added, "Before, some of our bodyguards planned to marry the person you liked with you." Hearing this, Fei Fei yelled, "Stop!" Then she attacked fiercely, shouting, "Without that person, I'll recover my strength quickly. Believe it or not?" Thu Tuyet replied, "There's a clue. I'll find her soon." Then Fei Fei jumped down from a tree branch, turned, and said, "Good." Then Fei Fei left with a warning. "When my strength recovers, when the four of us are together, that's when we strike." Yes. Before the opening night of the demon fighting tournament, Yayang walked while saying, "This place really is a strange realm. Even the meat vendors dress so hot." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. It was Dong Nuyet. She muttered, "Better go back to the inn while the grilled meat's still hot. Bring some to those two girls to try." After saying that, she cast a transformation spell. Dong Nuyet now appeared in another area. She took a running leap from the rooftop and landed lightly in the hall. She looked around. Where did they go? Behind her, Yayang walked up and patted her shoulder. "Little fox spirit, why are you following me?" Dong Nuyet sighed. "You caught me. I came to confirm if the master is the man the master's heart is moved by but refuses to admit." "What's so special about him?" Yayang whispered, "Your master, the little fox spirit, really ran off while I wasn't around." Dong Nuyet snapped, "You look so normal. I don't know why the master's heart is moved. Whatever, take you back first." Yayang sneered, "Screw it, I don't want to try anymore. You can't even touch my collar. I'm following you." Dong Nuyet emphasized, "My speed is really fast." Before she finished, Yayang had already jumped over the wall. She was completely confused. Is this human speed? Then she jumped after him with all her might. "I'll catch you." Dong in White reached out to Yayang, who was just in front of a house. Just as she touched him, Yayang jumped quickly to another spot. He flew up high and said, "When did Ming Yue show up?" Behind the building, someone was hiding. She quietly watched the scene unfold. On the rooftop, the two were still chasing each other relentlessly. "Whatever. You go back first." Yayang sneered. "I've long stopped trying. No one can grab my collar and make me follow." Dongfang Xing emphasized, "My speed is really fast." Before finishing, Yayang had already leapt over the wall. She was utterly confused. Is this human speed? Saying that, she jumped up and chased after him. "I'll catch you." Dongfang Xing reached out to Yayang, standing just outside the house. As soon as she touched him, Yayang jumped sharply to another spot. He flew up and said, "When does the bright moon show?" Behind the building, someone was hiding. She quietly witnessed the scene before her eyes. On the rooftop, the two were still chasing each other relentlessly. Dong Ninyet was yelling for him to stop while chasing him, but he didn't listen and kept running. They were chasing each other through the air. Yayang flew to an open area and stopped. Finally, Dong Ninyet was panting behind him, thinking, how can one person fly that fast? Yayang turned and asked, "You're the strongest fighter under the little fox, right?" Dong Ninyet replied, "I'm the best fighter." He said, "You're too weak. Your current level isn't enough to protect the little fox who hasn't recovered yet. I've taught you a few things, but it's still not enough to handle so many enemies." Dong Ninyet said, "What do you mean? No need. I can handle it myself." Yayang laughed. "Oh, while you were following me, didn't you notice someone else was watching you too?" He flew higher and said, "Forget it." Then he added, "I'll catch them for you, but you have to handle it yourself." He opened his mouth wide, inhaled deeply, then exhaled a strange gust of wind with powerful force. Dong Nuyet quickly raised her hand to block so she wouldn't get blown away. The people hiding behind the rock panicked, then the rock was blasted away, revealing two watchers. Dong Nuyet was an assassin for the Puppet Master sect, one of the enemies of our Qingqiu faction. The two revealed themselves through the smoke, their cracked faces terrifying. Dong Nagit drew her sword. Yayang said, "Let me see if your skills can really protect the little fox." "Absolutely." The puppet started spewing out a burst of power. Dong Nuyet dodged quickly to the side, and the one behind attacked immediately after. At that moment, Dong Nuyet appeared behind and swung her sword hard into the puppet's body. The other one angrily counterattacked. Dong Nuyet glanced coldly, then slashed fiercely at both of them. The two shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Yi Yang crossed his arms and admired. "Not bad, but the fight's just starting. Be careful." He added to watch out for their coordinated attacks after they split. The puppets began launching attacks, unleashing a flurry of moves toward Dong Nuyet. She was flying when suddenly she vanished. Behind her, a puppet appeared and kicked to attack, but Dong Nuyet dodged just in time. The puppet was caught off guard, unable to react. Dong Nuyet shouted and swung her sword hard, cutting the puppet in half. But the puppet didn't disappear. It appeared behind her again. Two puppets tried to attack. She muttered helplessly. They split again. The puppets kept attacking Dong Nuyet relentlessly. She spun in the air, her expression grim. Dong Nuyet regained her composure and shouted back. Another puppet started attacking Dong Nuyet. Explosions of power burst repeatedly as she jumped and dodged. Suddenly, a blast hit her from behind, startling her. She turned around confused. It was about to strike her. At that moment, Yayang intervened, saying, "Return." The power blast was reversed back at them, shattering them all. But it didn't stop. The one behind launched another attack. Yayang quickly pulled Dong Nuyet aside. Just as they vanished, a lightning bolt struck where they had been standing, smoke exploding loudly. Yayang and Dong Nuyet landed somewhere else. The place where they had stood was now heavily surrounded. Yayang said, "You're a speed and evasion type swordsman. That's extremely important for you." The puppets charged again at high speed. Yayang pulled Dong Nuyet to dodge repeatedly. He told her, "Watch my footwork. 30% skill, 70% illusion. Everything's a mirage." His speed was insanely fast, weaving through every attack. The puppets didn't give up and tightened their encirclement. They rushed closer to the two. Dong Nuyet, in Yayang's arms, said, "You're so fast, like an illusion. If I couldn't feel your hand, I'd suspect you're a spirit." He replied, "Next is defense. The key is speed." Then he swung his hand to emphasize, predicting the enemy's moves. The puppet with sharp claws was about to rush in, but Yayang struck back to block. The puppets kept charging non-stop, attacking furiously at the two struggling to defend themselves. Amid the attacks, Yayang said, "Prediction is crucial." Dong Nuyet was amazed watching. He stared at the disgusting puppet in front of him and concluded, "Finally, it's about attack speed, power, and angle combined to make the sword strike flawless." With that, a fierce burst of power exploded. Yayang grabbed Dong Nuyet and flew away. His attack was incredibly strong, smoke exploding everywhere. The two had retreated far away, quietly watching everything. The puppets were hit and fell, scattered on the ground. He breathed out lightly and asked her, "Remember the fight just now? Remembering doesn't help if you can't use it." Yayang handed her a basic sword manual from the Ye family. He handed the book to her and said, "I wrote this book. Combine it with today's real fight and you'll gain a lot." Dong Nuyet took it, confused. "Such a good thing. Just give it to me." Yayang left, saying, "If the little fox wants to leave, let her relax. When I have time, I'll go catch her back. Until then, you have to protect her well." After saying that, he flew off quickly. Dong Nuyet held the book and said, "You've really grown strong. No wonder the master is interested in him. If the four of us marry him for the master, it'd be a win-win." She walked while thinking, "Time to head back to Wonsam. The only traditional talisman tracking method is used up. Now we can only walk back, perfect to practice this sword technique on the way and protect the master." On the opening day of the Demon Arena tournament, Yayang, with contestant number 297, calmly said, "There are even more shadows than spectators." As he finished, many beams of light appeared in the sky, and a group of heroic figures showed up. The crowd below exclaimed, "The owner of the Blood Arena has arrived." 6 great blood guards stood beside him, each a master who had slaughtered countless demons. Nan Guantong looked and said, "The aura of those 6 was terrifying." Yayang said, "You're really tough. That old man is interesting." The Blood Elder said, "Everyone's been waiting. I hereby declare the original Demon Arena tournament officially open. Life and death are fate. The strongest will be honored. The final champion will have the chance to fight me." Hearing this, everyone cheered excitedly. "Blood Elder, Blood Elder." The Blood Elder turned coldly. "I hope you all get lucky." After speaking, they slowly disappeared into the valley. The crowd below buzzed. Such a peerless expert like the Blood Elder giving juniors a chance with a move. Truly a rare opportunity. With his guidance, strength could increase tenfold. Outside the arena hall, Yayang was looking at the list and said, "Luck's not bad. You two are in Group 1. Enter the arena immediately." He added, "The Master is also in Group 2. The arena started announcing to the contestants, "The first survival round is about to begin. Contestants number 1, please enter the arena immediately." Nan Guantong heard this and asked, "Master, this survival contest, is it deadly?" Yayang rubbed his head to reassure, "Don't worry. With the stealth technique I've been teaching you these past few days, it's damn hard for any demon to get close to you," he added comfortingly. "Go on, but in this fight, you gotta fight for yourselves. No teaming up." The 2 disciples responded loudly and clearly. Inside the arena, it was buzzing with excitement. Luo Qing spoke up. "Master said no teaming up, so I'll be careful over there by my sister." An announcement echoed, explaining the survival match rules. Contestants entering the arena must endure attacks from various monsters, lasting for 30 minutes to qualify for the next round. The voice was clear. "First wave of monsters approaching. Please prepare yourselves." The countdown started at 10. All the fighters were tense. Nan Guantong was no different. Behind him, a voice said, "Brother Yang, I'm scared. I really shouldn't have come." The other replied, "Don't be scared. Just some low-level monsters. When the time comes, hide behind me. I'll shield you from 1,000 demons." The girl said to Nan Guantong, "Little sis, don't panic. Come with us. I told Brother Yang to watch over you. No need to worry. The countdown was getting shorter. 3, 2, and then a sharp one. Strange energies began to spew from the arena that was the monsters rushing in. These beasts were vicious, disgusting. The fighters tensed up. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? Are the monsters this twisted this round? The wolf demons weren't just insanely strong, they were fast and hot-tempered too. Everyone stay sharp. The beasts growled fiercely, then lunged at the combatants. The arena quickly descended into chaos. The monsters charged, tearing everything apart. A wolf beast appeared right in front of Nan Guantong. The two were trembling. Brother Yang cowardly hid behind his sister's coat. Don't be scared. I got you. A fighter standing aside sneered, what a loser. Then he charged forward with his massive body, directly confronting the wolf beast. Spectators marveled at his skill, a true powerhouse fighting a wolf demon. He was a spirit realm master, so he had the guts to battle such terrifying monsters. In midair, two forces clashed, but after a while, the master was scratched and bleeding. The beast slammed its paw hard on the ground, slowly advancing toward Nan Guantong. The beast got closer, and Brother Yang ran away terrified, screaming, Demon Heart, I'm here! Nan Guantong said nothing, silently forming a shield. The wolf beast opened its disgusting jaws and lunged. Nan Guantong recalled Yayang's words, trust yourself, she shouted inside her mind. Taking a risk, she charged forward, using shield strikes to push the wolf beast back. The wolf's claws struck the shield, blood flowing continuously. Everyone was stunned when claws hit the shield. The claws themselves broke. Nan Guantong then gathered all her strength to attack. The wolf beast was blasted far away, then slowly collapsed. The beast died in a pool of blood after the powerful strike. The arena echoed with awe. Some said, damn, this girl's insane. Nan Guantong stopped after the strike, opened her eyes and looked around in surprise. She thought to herself, the second shield strike technique Master just taught really works. Everyone cheered excitedly. Little sis is brave enough to stand up. Let's go too. Before they could finish, the next wave of monsters appeared, but no one had the courage they had before. Screams echoed as they ran in panic, just trying to survive. Suddenly, a spear flew out of nowhere, piercing the throat of a wolf beast, Luo Qing. She was full of fierce energy. People marveled. Isn't this a survival match? Why is she chasing and killing monsters like that, and with such a terrifying spear technique I've never seen before? Luo Qing said calmly. This is the spear technique Master taught me. Then she stabbed again. Every spirit and beast has a weakness. Luo Qing emphasized finding it. One spear pierced through, and the ground was littered with the bodies of beasts she defeated. They lay scattered on the ground. The powerhouses said, the wolves are all killed by those two. We, following the Wuji family's orders, have nothing else to do. Outside the hall, someone said, those two girls really surprised everyone. Watching them kill so fiercely, I want to jump in and play. Is it the prize money that's got you fired up? The demon said, this time we're in Yan City. Our mission involves countless lives, so don't cause trouble. The poor demon replied, just watch the fight. I like that girl with the sword. He watched closely, hoping she'd last longer. The system announced, contestants, attention, second wave of monsters approaching. Please prepare. The countdown started again. 109. Everyone was confused. Already the second wave, then time ran out. 3, 2, 1. A monster with a long tongue flew out. It was a serpent beast. They were incredibly agile. The serpent beasts began spitting deadly venom. The powerhouses panicked. Those hit were frozen solid. Brother Yang and his sister were terrified. So scary. And these were ice serpent demons. What do we do? Don't worry, don't worry. Then they pointed at Nan Guantong. She'll protect us. Stick close to her. Before they finished, a group hid behind Nan Guantong. The serpent demons attacked fiercely. Nan Guantong used her shield to block. The group was amazed. This shield technique could even defend against cold energy, but there were too many snakes. They stressed, continuing like this won't work. Let's help her a bit. Nan Guantong replied confidently, no need for my shield strike technique. I have another move. She swung her shield and shouted, shield strike counterattack. The serpent demons hit were frozen solid again. They fell and shattered. Everyone was speechless. This girl was stronger than demons. The whole arena cheered, go shield girl. Ice energy blasted out. Luo Qing also fought fiercely with her spear. The ground was littered with defeated beasts. Everyone cheered, go spear girl, go shield girl. Outside, the system announced, contestants of Team 2, please remain in the waiting area. People chatted, Team 1 is so lucky to have two battle goddesses like those girls. Wonder which master trained them. Feels good to win, we're just unlucky. Nearby, some trash talked, looking at Yayang dozing off. The system announced, time's up, contestants, survival round ends. No one fell, all qualify for upgrade. The powerhouses cheered, we survived. The serpent and wolf demons now trembled before Luo Qing's spear. The system quickly warned, Upgraded contestants from Team 1, please withdraw from the left side of the scene. Everyone exited the gate, chatting non-stop. Little sis, thanks for protecting me, the girl said to Nan Guantong. If you ever need anything, just say the word, I'll do it. Nan Guantong smiled and replied. Everyone left the gate chatting non-stop. Little sister, thanks for protecting me, the girl said to Nan Guantong. If anything happens later, just say the word, I'll definitely help. Nan Guantong laughed and replied, You look pretty. How about being my master's girlfriend? He's still single, that guy muttered. Don't listen to her. The girl said nothing and kicked him away. If you don't mind, little sister, it's no problem. Lu Qing was speechless. That dumb Nan Guantong. Then Lu Qing pulled Nan Guantong away, apologizing. She's joking, but master really is single. Isn't it our job to find a mistress to make him happy? Silly girl. The girl blushed and stopped. Everyone was gradually pulled out of the city. Nan Guantong looked around, wondering if master was sleeping somewhere. Lu Qing replied, Master really can't leave us. Lu Qing and Nan Guantong stood outside watching. The system announced, Contestants from Team 2, please enter the arena quickly. The survival competition began immediately. Yayang yawned after a nap. Nan Guantong said, Master is over there. She added, There was a senior sister who registered earlier saying she wanted to protect me. She sighed. That sister is even in the same school as Master. She recalled the words, Little sister, the demon arena is extremely dangerous. Your master is bad for forcing you to join. If we're in the same team, I'll protect you. A voice called from behind. Ah, the old hero. The old hero is here. Yayang heard the name and wondered. Old hero? Tiancheng's guard Ma Ui appeared, standing tall before him. People whispered, Old man Ma, why is he here? Last time, if it weren't for him taking down the 3 great demon generals, the entire Yan city would have fallen. The old hero's arrival must have a purpose. Yayang was confused. How did he become the old hero? The scene shifted back to last month. Yayang was fighting the 3 great demons. Get lost! He struck the 3 demon beasts. His punch pierced all 3. Smoke exploded, shaking the whole area. Ma Ui sat and exclaimed, Oh my God! After finishing, Yayang said softly, Hey old man, you handle this big demon's corpse. Then he flew away. The scene returned to the arena. Yayang called out, startling Ma Ui. Seeing him, Ma Ui ran over, shouting, Big brother! Yayang asked calmly, What's going on? I told you to come protect my disciple. Ma Ui replied, You told me to come, but the team division isn't fixed. You're relaxed, so protect me. Last night I tutored the little fox until late. I want to sleep a bit. This isn't very suitable, right? Yayang said. Fair enough, then sit down. The system alarmed. Contestants, pay attention. The first wave of beasts is coming. Prepare yourselves. The countdown began. 8 gates of the arena opened. Everyone tensed as the count hit 3, 2, 1. A scorpion tail appeared. This time it was a scorpion demon beast. They looked disgusting and said, Just chicken meat. A girl raised her sword and warned, Everyone be careful. This scorpion demon is very fast. Watch out for its tail. It's both poisonous and sharp. Don't touch it. The scorpion launched its attack. It jumped and tore a warrior's arm. The chaotic battle unfolded before their eyes. Ma Ui was terrified. Don't come here. The scorpion said nothing, glanced over. It had spotted Ma Ui from afar. It laughed weirdly. Old man, you've got some guts not to run. Ma Ui gritted his teeth, trembling. He thought, I'm just an old man running a small martial arts school who suddenly became the city's hero, but my strength is still weak as hell. He panicked and wanted to run, but his legs felt like jelly. The crowd outside is cheering. Are the weaklings on the ground scared faint? The old hero protecting the weak is the old hero's nature. No abandoning, no giving up. The scorpion demon came closer. Ma Ui froze in fear. Yayang, sleeping, suddenly woke up. Annoyed by the strange noise stuck to the room, he angrily released a power wave that terrified all the scorpion demons. One was struck down, eyes wide with fear. Around him radiated a defensive gravity field level 1,000 meters. Ma Ui was stunned and shocked too. Everyone cheered. The undefeated old hero. The old hero is awesome. Truly an old hero. Ma Ui was deep in thought. Big brother sleeps so soundly and is that scary. After thinking, Ma Ui laughed loudly. This old man's pure righteous energy is enough to suppress these little demons. Other strong fighters chimed in. This old hero is too handsome. I want to join Ma's martial hall to learn fighting. Everyone cheered him on. Then they all charged into a fierce brawl. One move after another, they took down the beasts. The first wave of beasts was wiped out. The system announced the arrival of the second wave. This time, a bunch of bull demons appeared. They growled fiercely. Everyone remarked that bull demons were insanely strong, so everyone had to be careful. But Yayang was still sound asleep. The bull demons growled once and charged. The battlefield turned chaotic. The girl wielding a sword said, "Everyone, avoid direct clashes. Their movement is super slow. Just circle around them." A bull demon approached Ma Ui. He trembled and asked Yayang, "Wanna run?" Yayang replied, "No running." His face turned pale and grim. The bull demons charged fiercely. He looked like a soul leaving his body. Ma Ui fell hard backward, but Yayang caught him. He unleashed his martial power behind Ma Ui. A massive force exploded, incredibly strong. The bull beasts froze for a moment. Their clubs mysteriously shattered. The arena erupted with cheers. The bull beasts facing Ma Ui didn't stand a chance. Everyone kept praising, "The old hero is so strong," using his body to attack these tough bull demons with their tough demon skin. Behind, Yayang's voice echoed, "I'm boosting your body with primal battle energy for 3 minutes. Chase them off. Don't disturb my sleep." Ma Ui laughed joyfully. Empowered by the force, he charged with excitement. "This old man's here." He struck hard repeatedly, making the bull demons dizzy. The strong fighters judged the old hero's moves were lightning fast. His skills were still sharp. He shouted loudly before finishing them off. He swung his hand with sky-high spirit, arrogantly flipping the middle finger. But the two bulls remained unaffected. The crowd was stunned. How come these two bulls weren't hurt? This damage wasn't high, but the insult was brutal, right? He panicked. "Bro, you only boosted my body, not my attack power." Behind, a bull lunged at Ma Ui, but before its hand could touch him, it shattered. Its arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Another bull charged, but same as before. It broke apart before contact. The strong fighters got hyped. Turns out the old hero was just teasing them. Such a crafty plan. Ma Ui was shocked. "Bro? Boosting my body to counterattack and kill enemies? That's twisted." The crowd cheered. Old hero, he basked in the glory. The system warned the final beast was arriving. The ancient beast elephant appeared, shaking the arena. The powerhouse shouted, "Run! The basic arena wants to assassinate us. This huge elephant will crush flesh and shatter bones if it hits." The fierce elephant smashes everything away, wrapping its trunk around a powerhouse, then squeezing hard, tearing the body apart. Yayang remained silent amid the chaos. The powerhouses hurried to respond. The girl with the sword glanced at the elephant charging toward the fallen person. She stood in front and shouted, "Get up now!" The elephant was already very close to the two of them. At that moment, Yayang suddenly opened his eyes. The elephant kicked toward the girl with the sword but suddenly halted, hitting something. It was furious beyond measure. The thing blocking it was Yayang's hands. He lightly struck once, flinging the elephant 3 meters away. "Step aside!" The elephant refused to give up and charged again. He slowly squeezed his hands tighter, channeling his magic power. The elephant's trunk began showing signs of injury. He created a swirling vortex around the arena floor, then shouted, "Get lost!" The elephant was blasted away in shock by the overwhelming force, slammed deep into a section of the fortress wall with just one strike. Everyone gawked. He hurriedly helped the fallen person up, asking, "You okay?" The crowd in the stands was confused. Earlier it was all smoke and unclear. Who the hell threw the elephant into the wall? The smoke cleared, revealing Ma Yu standing there. The audience got excited, eager to see if he was the legendary hero. Everyone shouted in unison, "The undefeated hero, the hero." Then Yayang spoke up. "Thanks for looking out for Dong Er while lining up. You okay? You're her master, right?" Yayang smiled, whispering behind the scenes. The hero was really kind, always saving people along with this useless trash. He was probably the hero's student, admiring having such a guardian angel. This time he leaned on his master. Next time he'd probably be dead for sure. Outside the arena was packed. Nan Guantong worried, "Tuo's dead. They won't let us stay inside to watch the master's style." Lu Qing replied, "This low-level monster, even if the master intervenes, there's nothing worth watching." Nan Guantong added, "I want to see if the little sister taking care of the master has any potential to develop." Lu Qing said, "Stop looking for a master for the master." The system announced the time is up. Contestants, the survival round ends now. Those who haven't failed immediately qualify for promotion. Yayang scratched his head, casually walked out, cleaned up, and went back to sleep. Inside the arena, Ma Yu was still enjoying his victory. Suddenly, a wolf beast appeared from behind and bit him. "No, no!" The audience was stunned. Why doesn't the hero deal with that wolf? Probably because he loves dogs. Truly a great hero with a heart for animals. Yayang sighed in boredom witnessing this. He clearly saw some interesting demons but wondered why they weren't released. The organizers said, the mysterious young man behind the hero was very powerful. Maybe he was the demon realm's target. Someone nearby added, special agents from the demon realm said that person would come to the demon arena. Elder Blood said, "For the next match, send someone to test him a bit, to avoid the demon realm complaining we've been profiting from them for years." Yes, the scene shifted to Wanlin Kingdom. Ho Thu Diep and Thu Tuyet were on a boat waiting for Bai Fei. Chun Feng suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Master, jump onto my boat!" Thu Tuyet snapped, "You're so reckless. You'll disturb the master's cultivation like that." Bai Fei softly asked, "What's going on?" Chun Feng replied, "Master, I found an ultimate book. Let's cultivate happily together today." Bai Fei said, "Chun Feng, I've reached a stage where I'm no longer sad for things or myself. Let me see." As soon as she saw the book, Yan Niang's record, Bai Fei felt like she hit a bomb, furious beyond words. She tore the damn book apart. "Damn it. I don't want to see this book. I'll burn all Yan Niang's records from Wanlin Kingdom," she shouted, making the two on the boat uneasy. Yan Niang's record is a green tea bitch, pretending to be innocent all day, tricking Trachnam. "Bitch?" Thu Tuyet asked. "Master, what's Trachnam?" she bristled. "A type of man," Thu Tuyet replied. "If the master hates Yan Niang's record that much, I'll find someone to kill her. That Diep Traknam will also sever his thoughts about Yan Niang, not letting anyone's feelings affect him. I want revenge, so I won't care about anyone's feelings." Bai Fei shouted back, "I simply don't like Yan Niang." She growled once and flew off. Thu Tuyet said, "Master's really strange, losing her way over some human man." Chun Feng said, "Wait till Dong Yue returns, then we'll know what kind of man he is. After all, he might be my fiancé." The two were still puzzled, really weird. On the demon competition's second day, Xiao Dao spoke up, "Contestants for round 2, get ready. The match is about to start." Nan Guantong looked at the announcement board and said, "Master, they're up before us today." The people around them marveled, calling them the goddess of spear and goddess of shield, confirming they really came together. Meanwhile, someone added, "Wait, the hero's useless student is so close to them?" A man pointed a rude finger at Yayang and asked, "Goddesses, is this useless guy bothering you?" He almost spat water hearing that. Lu Qing quietly pointed at Yayang. "We all belong to him. What are you talking about?" The man's eyes widened, his finger slowly retracting. Utterly shocked, Yayang said, "My match is about to start. Let's go." The crowd cursed one by one, saying it was definitely for money. Only then could he have a good teacher and hook up with goddesses. "Don't worry, today's individual fight, he'll definitely get kicked out." Xiao Dao, the announcer, said, "Contestants on the stage, please proceed to the corresponding fight platform according to your number for the individual promotion match." Yi Yang just stepped up when whispers started. That's the hero's useless disciple. Last match, the hero protected him so he barely survived. The audience laughed non-stop, saying he'd be scared shitless alone. Someone cut in, "Shut up, the real show's about to start." From the space appeared a giant white octopus with some turtle tentacles. Everyone was amazed and curious. "What is that?" The referee couldn't help but shout, "This kid's so unlucky." He summoned a high-level great demon. Before she finished, she hurriedly opened a book to read, then wondered what it was. The referee's face turned to pure horror. She shouted just as it fully emerged. It was the Death Evil Octopus. From a hidden corner of the arena, small voices suddenly appeared. A master asked, "Is using the Death Evil Octopus on him a waste?" The girl beside him said, "When the Death Evil Octopus kills its prey, it can devour its soul. Are we sure he's involved in the royal clan's actions?" Elder Blood frowned. "If so, we'll know what happened to the royal clan. Selling that intel to the demon world will bring us huge benefits." He looked down at the match and continued, "If he doesn't die, then he's dead. Second round contestants, get ready. The match starts immediately." Nan Guantong looked at the announcement board and said, "Master, we're up before them today." The people around marveled, calling them the goddess of spear and goddess of shield, confirming they really came together. Meanwhile, someone else added, "Wait, that old hero's useless disciple is so close to them?" A man raised his middle finger and pointed at Yayang, asking, "Goddesses, is this loser bothering you?" Hearing that, Yayang almost spat out water. Lu Qing softly pointed at Yayang. "We all belong to him. What are you talking about?" The guy's eyes widened, his finger slowly retracting, utterly shocked. Yayang said, "My match is about to start. Let's go." The crowd started cursing. "It's definitely for money. Only that explains having a good teacher and snagging goddesses." "Don't worry, it's a solo fight today. He'll definitely get kicked out." Xiao Dao, the host, announced, "Contestants on the stage, please go to your assigned rings for the individual upgrade matches." As Ye Yang stepped up, whispers spread, "That's the old hero's useless disciple." Last match, the old hero protected him to get through safely. The audience laughed non-stop, saying he'd be scared shitless alone. Someone interrupted, "Shut up, the good show's about to start." From the space appeared a giant white octopus with some turtle-like tentacles. Everyone around was amazed and puzzled. "What is that?" The referee couldn't help but shout, "This kid's so unlucky, facing a high-level beast." Before she finished, she quickly opened a book to read, wondering what it was. The referee's face turned to shock and horror. She yelled just as it fully emerged. It was a death-taint octopus. From the arena's shadows, soft voices appeared. A master asked, "Is using death-taint octopus on him a waste?" The girl beside said, "When death-taint octopus kills prey, it can devour their soul, confirming if he's involved in the king's village's deeds." Blood Elder frowned. "If yes, we'll know what happened in King's Village, sell intel to the demon world, and gain huge benefits." He looked at the match and continued, "If he doesn't die, then he's dead." Yayang covered his nose, scared, waving his hand. "Damn, it stinks. Don't come here." The octopus unleashed a crazy soul attack, slamming down where he stood. Yayang dodged the tentacles but didn't forget to curse it to back off. The crowd laughed loudly, thinking he had nowhere to retreat. The show was on. The giant octopus pushed forward. Yayang kept thinking, attacking its body would scatter its soul everywhere, so he just thought it through, turned around, and flipped the middle finger at the octopus. Blood Elder's group watched, speechless. Yayang's finger waved non-stop at the monster. He used the novice priest's haunting skill, stunning it. Yayang officially activated the soul lure skill at level 100. The octopus was forced to obey. Blood Elder was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. The demon enforcers nearby stammered, "This is the legendary soul lock technique." A poor demon asked, "Is he human or a death god?" The crowd couldn't see the spirit and wondered, "What's this loser doing?" He even dared to provoke Death-Taint Octopus. Yayang calmly waved his hand, creating a red-gold energy. He casually turned, pinched his nose, and said one word, "Done." The octopus's soul above was split in two by this kid. The octopus quickly collapsed under a pile of rubble and died. Everyone from the audience to Blood Elder and the demons was stunned by the scene. Referee Xiao Dao raised his hand and shouted, "Contestant number 287 wins, advancing to round 3. The crowd all wondered, how did the beast fall on its own? These beasts were already injured when hunted. He just met a dying one. Lucky as hell. Yayang on the other side just finished fighting and immediately started retreating cautiously, muttering curses as he went. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." The Blood Elder's disciple then asked, "Master Zhang is dead by his hand. What now? Should I go down and scout him out a bit?" The girl standing next to him ran over, pouting, "Let someone else have a turn this time." The Blood Elder then spoke up, "It's been a while since we've seen such an interesting prey. I'll handle this personally. Once we confirm he's involved with the Wang family's affairs," his face darkened, "I'll personally drag him to the demon abyss to answer for his crimes against the demon world." Meanwhile, the crowd was wildly cheering for Ma Yu, the old hero. The old hero's solo battle was finally starting. Ma Yu and Feng Taihe waved casually, "All demons, come at me." 10 minutes ago, he was crying, "Big bro, you gotta hold down the title of old hero for me, or my martial arts school is done for." "I agree, since you always help orphans of soldiers fallen in demon battles when you have the cash. Helping you once, turns out he was relying on Yayang behind the scenes to be this confident." Right then, Yayang, sitting in the back, spoke up, reminding, "Hey, look ahead." Ma Yu instinctively looked forward and saw a Ming Shui eel crawling out. The commentator slammed the table excitedly. "It's the Ming Shui eel, a very strong opponent for the old hero. The Ming Shui eel is brutal by nature, with a tough body impervious to blades and spears, almost immortal. How will the old hero respond?" He opened his eyes wide in panic, telling himself to stay calm. After calming down, he pointed and shouted, "Come out, my proxy." He thought to himself, "Big bro made me say such a humiliating line." Yi Yang looked completely calm, then raised a finger to cast some spell. Suddenly, a giant bear appeared behind Ma Yu. It was summoned through a medium-level 100 violent strike summoning technique. Seeing this, Ma Yu's eyes flashed dangerously. No mistake, his hidden profession is a summoner. Ma Yu quickly flailed his arms wildly and shouted, "Proxy envoy." The crowd cheered excitedly. The old hero summoned beast was also full of spirit. The Ming Shui eel stood tall with its massive body. The old man was basically bear meat, probably delicious. Xiao Er got angry. "Old man, get lost. I want to fight," he pleaded. "Bear bro, can I get a little taste of the action? But you look like that. At least save me some face." Xiao Yi tilted his head, eyes full of murderous intent. Then, in the next moment, he swung his arm and tossed Ma Yu into the air. "Fine, you'll be the bait in this fight." The crowd below was horrified. The old hero's proxy was brutal. Was this summoned beast a sacrifice beast that needed to offer its master to unleash its true power? Instantly, the Ming Shui eel charged fiercely, as if wanting to devour its opponent alive, opening its long mouth full of sharp teeth. "Eat the old man first, then the bear's paw." Xiao Yi was burning with rage and leapt up to block it. No bear paw, but bare fists aplenty. As he spoke, he threw a punch called the Violent Strike right into its face. The Ming Shui eel's head immediately flew off from the blow. The crowd in the stands erupted in chaos, gasping, "One punch and it's dead." The Ming Shui eel collapsed on the arena floor, leaving a huge hole. Xiao Yi stood proudly, looking down at the bloodied, motionless eel. The Blood Elder's disciple Ma Yu. "How can there be such a terrifying summoned beast? We investigated before and thought he wasn't that strong. We need to report the latest situation to Master." After Xiao Yi defeated the Ming Shui eel, Ma Yu finally landed from the sky. Then he landed in a very stylish way that surprised everyone. The commentator shouted, "Player number 314 advances to round 3. She thought silently, that finishing move was kinda slick. The crowd was thrilled, truly the old hero. Even though the monster attacked first, and the summoned beast responded, their coordination was flawless. The strength and performance were powerful, and that roar was spot on. Xiao Yi approached Ma Yu. "Old man, for the master's sake, I'll help you this time." Shay San's face was trembling all over. My back, who's gonna help me up? Who?" Then the next match began. Longji was defeated, groaning, my back, who's gonna help me up?" Io Luoqing coldly watched Longji surrender. Player number 288 advances to round 3. The next player broke the bone of the White Ancient Star Beast. Player number 289 advances to round 3. Yayang sat in a corner looking bored watching the match, lazily saying, not bad. Suddenly, Yayang sneezed loudly, then wiped his nose and wondered, "What's going on? Who's missing me?" The scene shifted to the sect's study room, the door slightly ajar. Little birds panicked. "Where did you hear that rumor? The first girl to enter Yayang's room will get lucky. I suspect he made that up himself to trick people into cleaning his room. They said the sect master was the only man. Having a room that brings luck isn't just talk, and it's the Cloud Peach Blossom again. I absolutely have to get the right to clean Master's room." Yandu shot a furious glance. "Master's room can only be cleaned by me. Anyone who wants to step in has to go over my dead body first." Xiong Zhaoxi waved her hand. Go away. Master Zanan's room should be cleaned by a proper lady like me. If you mess up those weird tools, can you pay for them?" Ouyang Lei stood with her hands on her hips. "To make the big sister die hard loyal to Master, I can only sacrifice myself to endure Master's cruel charm." Little Bird looked confused. "What's all this nonsense? I don't care about cleaning rights. You guys do whatever you want." Just then, the door suddenly opened. Sushu came out calmly. "What's all the noise so early in the morning?" She rubbed her eyes with her hand, complaining, "You all woke me up." Yandu couldn't believe her eyes and stood frozen. "Why did you run in here?" She said, "Because the big sister decided to marry me off to Master. Master's not here, so I came here to get used to the bed a bit, to avoid any problems after marriage if I can't sleep well." Yandu exploded in rage, her whole body boiling like a volcano erupting. "Damn it, Sushu, I'm gonna kill you." Sushu was scared. "I'm Master's wife alive. Dead. I'm his lost wife." Little Bird sighed helplessly. Yayang, you better go back quickly. I can't stand these women anymore." Scene shifts to the next day at the demon fight on the 16th round of the 3rd day. The eliminated said, "The audience is growing in round 3. That useless guy, will he die this time? His luck is about to run out. If he makes it to the next round, I'm quitting martial arts training." The referee announced. The two teamed up to fight. The round 3 demon continued. The next team was invited in. He sighed, waited too long, finally. Then Yayang strode confidently onto the arena. The audience threw trash. "It's that useless guy again. Quit the competition. Yeah, he's the old hero. The old hero is here." Ma Yu stepped out. "Big bro, being able to team up with you in this demon fight. I'm the luckiest little guy in 3 generations. Can't ask for better fate." The audience immediately went crazy. Damn, is he buying the organization, and he gets to team up with the old hero? I feel hopeless about this money-controlled world. The two stood before the gate waiting for the demon when Yayang said, "Really hope to get some interesting demon action." Seconds later, a huge and fierce Fentian blood python appeared with a roar. The commentator was surprised. Fentian blood python is a savage demon beast that devours whole herds. She reassured, "Everyone don't worry. This big demon has a restricted space on its body. The audience area also has protective barriers. Everyone is safe." Ma Yu turned pale. "What's going on? Isn't this the demon released only in the finals?" "It's over," Yayang smiled. "Isn't that a good thing?" Blood Elder and his disciples watched the match from above. One disciple asked curiously, "Teacher, are you planning to kill them?" The elder said, "Killing them isn't the goal, but to make them feel the greatest fear before death." The Blood 5 soul control skill is about to activate. It reads memories through him. The old man whispered, "I put your soul into the Fentian blood python's body. You control it to make them feel the fear of death. Then despair turns into your soul's remnant, counter-killing the enemy. That's my specialty. Then Blood Elder used some technique to extract the soul inside him. Next, he threw it forcefully into the Fen Tian blood python's body. Go! Immediately, the Fen Tian blood python's eyes flashed open, watching the soul merge into its body. At this moment, the entire demon's body was occupied and fully controlled by him. On the stands, cheers echoed. It was the forbidden summoning skill. The snake heads of the Fen Tian blood python attacked fiercely. Yayang fought fiercely. It spat countless venomous stings at Yayang, but he dodged quickly. Then Yayang pulled Ma Yu to protect him. The crowd cheered. The old hero really isn't afraid of danger. Mountain blades and sea fire felt light and easy. At the crucial moment, he didn't abandon the useless student. So kind, so cool. Ma Yu was dizzy from being dragged but still smiled at them. Yayang whispered, "Old hero, what's next?" He panicked. "Big bro, don't call me that. You're shortening my lifespan." Yayang calmly said, "If you want to kill, it's not me but the bird." The Fen Tian blood python lunged at them. Dozens of snakes opened their mouths and struck together. Yayang quickly pulled Ma Yu close, dodging the attack. He grabbed the old man's cloak and ran fast. "How about playing with it?" Then he pressed Ma Yu's acupoint. He flew up. "Big bro, except for your hands. The rest of your body can't move." Yayang said, "Not moving is right. I hardened your body with original movement energy. You're my weapon now." Ma Yu felt frustrated and cried silently inside. A tool person. The venomous snakes lunged again, almost touching him. Yayang was quick and sharp. He pulled Ma Yu to strike back at them. Everyone was shocked. This unfilial student was using the old hero as a punching bag. His powerful attack sent the snake's head flying 100 meters to the observation spot, landing on the disciple's hand, startling him. Suddenly, the body of the soul controller inside the Fen Tian blood python started bleeding. He was provoking us. The audience above was moved. The old hero used himself as a weapon to protect the useless student. Truly a noble and heroic act. Then they started cheering for Ma Yu. Undefeated old hero, mighty old hero, heroic old hero, old hero, old hero. Ma Yu lay dizzy on the ground but still smiled at them. Inside the blood python, the soul controller was using some technique. "Damn it, I must make you feel fear." His eyes flashed open, bleeding tears, shouting, "Go die." Then 3 giant mad serpent cannons sprouted from the blood python's body. Yayang showed no fear and taunted, "Bring it on." Ma Yu was so scared, tears welled up. "Big bro, finish it quickly! I want to go home!" From high above, the blood python's bird shot a large energy beam at the enemy, mad serpent cannon. Below, Yayang didn't hesitate to throw Ma Yu away. Old hero. Ma Yu was like a sharp weapon, piercing through the powerful attack. He kept piercing through and got closer to the fierce red bird. After completely countering the attack, Ma Yu slashed across the fierce red bird's body. Blood Elder and others on the stands were stunned. Ma Yu, flying in circles, also flew toward Yayang's outstretched hand. Yayang caught Ma Yu's leg precisely, help him land safely. Ma Yu's face had turned pale, foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth completely out of it. The crowd in the stands erupted instantly. The old hero was foaming at the mouth. He was fighting with his life on the line. Even the strongest weapons in the world couldn't easily do that. Another disciple of the Blood Elder spoke up, his head still intact, so there was still hope. Hearing that, Bloodpang immediately cast a healing spell. In the blink of an eye, the battered body of that red bird started growing new cells, and within just a few seconds, the red bird had fully recovered, as if it had never been injured. The crowd in the stands couldn't help but comment, "Is Bloodpang immortal or what?" The greenhorn beside him added, "We chopped it up but still couldn't kill it. Now things are getting complicated." A yellow talisman flashed, surrounded by a powerful spell. The red bird's eyes shone brightly. That was the sign of a mutated beast awakening. The entire mutated beast was enveloped by a massive amount of magic. The sound echoed throughout the arena. The mutated beast began condensing spiritual energy to unleash a powerful move. Blood flame, heaven split. The energy from the mutated beast's body gradually amplified, spreading even to the stands as if it wanted to swallow the entire arena. The attack was so strong it crushed the protective barrier, making the crowd there flinch in fear. From outside, you could see the huge energy sphere about to engulf the arena. In this life or death moment, Devil suddenly looked up at the energy sphere before him. Without hesitation, he sucked in the energy from that sphere. The guy really eats everything, but he's careful not to get indigestion. Even while eating, Devil retorted, "Poor Devil, don't talk so much, don't get all sentimental, keep pulling and you'll die." Poor Devil sitting nearby looked at Bean Soldier jumping up and said, "1 Bean Soldier, 1 silver plum. That's a win for me." The tiny bean soldier gradually grew bigger and sprouted parts just like a human. After successfully evolving, Bean Soldier advanced to silver-level Bean Soldier. The silver-level Bean Soldier jumped out to block the crack in the protective barrier. But in the end, Bean Soldier gradually merged with the protective barrier. Its body slowly dissipated. Thanks to that, the crack in the barrier was sealed. A female commentator somewhere spoke up, "Thanks to Lord Poor Devil and Devil for stepping in. That was terrifying. Blood Flame Heaven Split will burn everything in its attack zone. Can the old hero and his disciples still hold on?" Just as Ma Yu was named, he was thrown again by Yayang on the arena floor. "Come on!" Ma Yu flew up, gradually closing the distance with the awakened mutated beast. Blood Peng on the other side laughed savagely while chanting a spell. "Overestimating yourself, you'll be burned to death soon." Facing the mutated beast twice his size, Ma Yu kept sweating profusely. Meanwhile, below the arena, Yayang casually raised a hand. Ma Yu in the air mimicked the gesture with confusion, performing a basic recovery technique. Blood Peng tensed, casting spells and shouting, "Come on. The moment you touch me, your soul will scatter." But suddenly, a fist came out of nowhere and struck Blood Peng's head. Or rather, Ma Yu delivered a powerful punch to the mutated beast's head. Synchronize, straight punch. Then, he punched again, this time to the red bird's face at the highest level. This hit affected not only the bird but also Blood Peng on the other side. He immediately vomited blood, frightening his fellow disciples. The crowd in the stands watched intently. "Wow!" Blood Peng collapsed to the ground. His head was now just a pool of fresh blood. The mutated beast flying above also fell straight down onto the arena floor, creating a loud thud. It lay motionless with its head buried straight into the ground. Now only the commentator's voice was clear. Blood Peng was defeated. Congratulations to the old hero and his disciple for successfully upgrading. Yang leisurely beckoned with a finger. "Come down." Ma Yu immediately landed on the ground on both feet. Yang spun around and snapped his fingers, clearing the way to get closer to the prize. The enhancement spell on Ma Yu throughout the fight was also dispelled. Ma Yu stood motionless, his face pale, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, cheers kept ringing from the stands. Old hero," Blood Elder's purple-haired female disciple asked. "Master, what should we do with him? I'll go down and deal with that young punk now." Blood Elder's eyes were bloodshot, clearly filled with rage. Blood 5 techniques are inferior. He brought this on himself. The arena has its own rules, but this arena is my world. He's strong, but still just a pawn. He can't escape my control. Just wait. I'll arrange the outcome for this pawn. In Tian Sam country, Songjie Mountain, a shadow sat under a small pavilion beneath a huge ancient tree. Bai Fei was inside the pavilion, cultivating to level up, with Chun Feng and Qiu Shui standing guard outside. Suddenly, Bai Fei's eyes snapped open, staring ahead. On the bridge, not far from the pavilion, a figure with strong, evil energy suddenly appeared. "Damn." Chun Feng clenched his fists, exclaiming, "The evil energy is too strong." Qiu Shui nearby also raised her guard. A fierce look appeared behind her. Chun Feng bristled, shouting, "Grr, don't come over here." Dongfang Xing stood still and laughed. "Ha, you really think two mixed foxes can stop me?" Qiu Shui tensely said. "Dongfang Xing kills everyone, humans and demons alike. Master, go quickly. Leave this place to us." Chun Feng growled at Dongfang Xing. "Get out." Bai Fei closed her eyes and said, "It's fine. Let her come. At worst, I'll just lose a tail and kill her." Then, in the blink of an eye, Xing, who had been standing some distance away, appeared right in front of her. She said, "Little fox, you've come to the point where you have to cut off your tail to kill your enemy. You used to be the nine-tailed fox king. Now you're a homeless fox. It's truly heartbreaking." Bai Fei retorted, "You're the pitiful one. Once a proud young lady, now a monster. Your spirit could explode at any moment." Bai Fei opened one eye to look at Xing, still hoping to rely on Yayang to lift the curse. Yayang didn't look at them, because his heart belonged to someone else. She understood that. Dongfang Xing narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Who's your sect master's disciple?" "Not so easy to say." Bai Fei sprang up from the ground. In a flash, she sat cross-legged on the pavilion's bench. "What's there to say? We even kissed. Every time you meet my brother, you just fight, right?" Dongfang Xing angrily shot back. "Little fox, stop babbling. If you really had something, you wouldn't have escaped the infinite sect." Bai Fei calmly replied, "Fool, the guy you want is out of reach. I'm the one dodging him. That little schoolboy is way too clingy. So, what's your reason for coming here?" Xing smiled, openly admitting it. She originally wanted to discuss cooperation, but the vibe was off, so she'd come back next time. Before leaving, here's a little tidbit about the life or death news of the sect leader's junior brother. Bai Fei heard this and immediately looked up toward Dongfang Xing, but Xing had already turned her back to him. The demon world instantly unleashed a fierce storm over Sihai City. No human could escape. This plan by the demon world was the first step to thoroughly destroy the human defense line. Basically, Sihai City was about to become a dead zone. Dong Fengxing walked against the wind, a smile playing on her lips. Is the sect leader's junior brother caught up in this? It's really worrying. Then she shot up into the sky, reminding, take care of yourself. Right after Xing left, Bai Fei suddenly dashed out of the small pavilion. I have to make a trip to Sihai City. Mu Xin'er immediately rushed forward to block him, knowing the master wanted to save Yayang. Bai Fei blushed and denied, no. I want to go to Sihai City to find some pills to restore my strength. Mu Xin'er bluntly said, the master hasn't recovered yet, and Yayang still carries the sect leader's power. You won't be able to help much. If it's about getting him out of Sihai City, I suggest Dong Yue inform the master. Suddenly, Mu Xin'er announced, Master, I just found Ha Hua's location. She's being held back. We need to handle this first. Bai Fei was startled, his eyes showing worry and hesitation upon hearing this. He turned and compromised. Fine, tell Dong Yue to inform Yayang to leave Sihai City quickly. I don't care if he lives or dies, but he did help me. The Qingqiu clan always keeps things clear. After Bai Fei finished speaking, Mu Xin'er and Chun Feng chimed in unison. Yeah, clear as day, we all get it. Chun Feng even chuckled quietly, thinking, Master's so adorable. Bai Fei hovered midair, ordering them to find Ha Hua. Mu Xin'er and Chun Feng responded clearly together. Meanwhile, in Sihai City at night, lanterns lit up the surrounding houses. At some eatery, a man commented, that old hero's student actually made it into the top 16. So annoying. Another at the table added, making everyone angrier. He hangs out with 2 goddesses every day. Just then, Yayang suddenly appeared carrying a bunch of stuff. Boss, I'm back. 40 skewers of goat meat, 20 skewers of chicken wings, 30 skewers of beef tendons. Done? The meat shop owner replied, wait a sec, almost ready. Yayang smiled softly and said, please hurry it up. In Yayang's mind flashed the scene when Dong Yue came to deliver the news. This little fox. A beggar turned to him and said, Cao Cao. Cao Cao's here. Why are you here? Yayang turned and retorted, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? A woman at the same table raised her cup. Sure, we've seen handsome guys, but never one who thinks he's the hottest. The guy next to her sneered, trash little bro. During the Demon Arena tournament, contestants aren't allowed to leave the dorms at night. The man next to the woman laughed and said, you left on your own, so you automatically forfeit. No more exciting matches next round, huh? Ha ha. Hearing this was like a thunderclap to Yayang, who thought, no way. He panicked and shouted, no. Meanwhile, the meat shop owner's voice rang out, little bro, your grilled meat's ready. Later, when he returned, Yayang was actually stopped by 2 burly guards outside the door. You left without permission, so you're disqualified. Yayang hugged his food tightly, tears streaming down. It's over. I bet everything on myself and I lost it all. The next morning, at the Demon Arena's final battle, 2 people stood atop the stadium roof. One said, what a shame. Gotta work now. Can't watch the finals. The Demon World's big move is about to start. Li Yongjun was also frantically recruiting troops in Sihai City, the danger ready to explode. Below, Duan Jun had arranged his forces, ready to fight at any moment. The poor demon above continued what Jiang Zuo said earlier. Hundreds of thousands of human army rations are all in Sihai City. This place must be held. The poor demon described the worst-case scenario if something happened in Sihai City, then sighed regretfully. Today we can't cheer for Lady Shang and Lady Dun. The evil demon added, but your feelings are all on your master. The poor demon tearfully replied, I don't trust men anymore. Elsewhere, in a private observation room for the influential, a man with a scarf standing in the middle suddenly said, Yayang broke the rules and was automatically disqualified. The armored man beside him guessed, maybe he saw through it all. The ending was set, so he left on his own. The Blood Elder spoke gloomily. It's okay. Lady Shang and Lady Dun are his disciples. As long as they're here, Yayang can't run. The purple-haired female student added, the master has his arrangements. No one can escape this net. Look, Yayang is right there. Yayang sat calmly in the stands, surrounded by angry curses from the crowd, but also some praise for the old hero sitting beside him. The female referee excitedly shouted into the mic, today is the final battle of the Demon Arena. I am the host and referee of the Little Blade Finals. 4 people have made it to the final round. The last winner will get the chance to challenge the strongest demon. The final battle format is very special. The scene shifted to the arena floor where Lady Shang and Lady Dun stood together, the female referee's voice continuing steadily. Now let's welcome the first cooperative pair. They are Shang-Chi, the female god of deer, and Dun-Chi, the male god of the bow. Yayang sat with his head down, reluctantly cheering. Come on. All the money my master lost can only be made up by your prize. At that moment, a voice rang out, welcome to the Demon Arena Finals. Group 2 contestants are the Zhao siblings, Zhao Ling and Zhao Han. The cold-toned man holding a bamboo fan was Zhao Han. As everyone knew, they were heirs of the 4 great families of the Xiao clan from Ziyuan Kingdom. The sharp-featured woman was Xiao Ling, the prodigy of the youth. Let's all look forward to their performance. The audience marveled. Even the Xiao family sent people to this deadly tournament. These siblings are fierce, probably a family arrangement for cultivation. The announcement continued. Now announcing the final battle rules. 3 small groups fight simultaneously. The last surviving group, if it's the human group, will select one person to challenge the final demon. Everyone around was surprised. Aren't there only 4 people in the finals? What's this third group? The third group isn't human. Suddenly, 2 ancient demons appeared on the arena floor. These siblings are all formidable figures, probably arranged by the family's cultivation plan. The announcement continued. Now announcing the duel rules, 3 small teams will fight simultaneously. The last surviving team, if it's the human team, will select one person to challenge the final demon. Everyone around was surprised. Weren't only 4 people supposed to enter the duel? There's a third team? The third team isn't human. Suddenly, 2 demons appeared on the arena. The ancient demon Garden and Blood Sun. The organizer's voice rang out, now releasing Team 3 into the arena. Blood Sun looked satisfied and said, "Master, finally let me up. No one on the floor would survive." The crowd below shouted, "Damn, the ancient demon garden is a super-level walking arena. This team's really unlucky." Someone else said, "What are you yelling about? The key is, they have a high-level humanoid demon. Definitely the final duel." The opening announcement for the match, the battlefield opened. No one knew who would be the ultimate victor. Let's wait and see. Hope everyone's lucky. The lively discussion went. How do you think this match will go? The human team will probably team up to take down the demons first before deciding the winner. I feel like someone will exploit the demons to kill a team first and then take advantage. The countdown echoed intermittently in the silent space. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the match started, 2 people dashed forward like lightning to attack. The commentator was very surprised. The Xiao siblings are skilled and brave enough to start fighting both humans and demons at the same time. Too exciting. Xiao Ling fought the human team. Xiao Han went after the ancient demon garden. Xiao Ling swung his sword in rapid attacks, ignoring Quan Tong's defense. Xiao Han created multiple whirlwinds flying toward the demon team. The commentator kept exclaiming, "No joke? These 2 siblings are way too strong." Tio Lin vong kim ton kong lin hui, mak cho quan dong fong tu chong ku. Tio han ben kia kung tao ran yu dut lok bei ve fia to yu ma, bin luan vien lai kong ngung kam than, dua ji chu, hai hui mui nai man quaroi. At the same time, she subdued members from both groups. No wonder the Xiao family is 2 against 4, truly unexpected. Xiao Ling seemed to have a new plan now. Her expression stayed calm, but her moves clearly sped up. The commentator got hyped when she saw her instantly jump behind the shield where the 2 others stood. Xiao Ling suddenly started accelerating. "Nan Gung, you better watch out." Even Lu Qing noticed Xiao Ling's unusual movement. She quickly backed off, letting Nan Guantong block the attack with his shield. Xiao Ling's sword jabbed into the shield but shattered instantly. This shocked her so much she flinched. Xiao Ling then gathered her energy and leapt far back. The commentator kept praising, "Lucky break. Nan Gung's shield is insanely tough like a weapon crusher," the voice continued. And on the other side, Xiao Han seemed to have started slaughtering his opponents. With that attack style, the enemies couldn't fight back at all, trapped by the whirlwind Xiao Han just created. He stood calm now, swinging his fan down once, unleashing the wind trap beast technique, creating a formation that trapped the demons inside with wind. The whirlwinds from all sides gradually merged, weaving into a massive storm aimed at the 2 demons, forming a raging tempest. Suddenly, a roar tore through the silent battle space, shattering the quiet. The ancient demon rushed out of the whirlwind, swinging a punch at Xiao Han's face, making him spit blood and drop his magical weapon. Everyone in the stands was shocked and panicked, shouting with Dongcheng. The commentator shouted, "Big turnaround!" One strike from the demon origin just flipped the whole fight. The demon's power is terrifying. Xiao Ling on the side called out worriedly. She ignored her broken sword and spun toward Xiao Han, yelling, "I'm coming to help you, brother." At this moment, Blood Sun also emerged from the smoke unharmed after that move. He spoke softly, "Let's go." The ancient demon didn't hesitate and threw a punch at the fallen Xiao Han. A terrifying blue force slammed into the ground, scattering dust and rocks chaotically. Xiao Ling was shocked, screaming, but Blood Sun rushed over and blocked her path. He swiped hard at her, making her spit blood and cry out in pain. Xiao Ling was blasted far back by Blood Sun's hit and slammed hard onto the ground. Meanwhile, Nan Guantong used his shield to block the ancient demon's fierce strikes, exhaling deeply. The commentator was surprised. Nan Gung actually stepped in to pull the opponent back, taking a brutal hit. "Xiao the kind-hearted beauty, must be careful." The voice kept echoing. Over here, Xiaoling was in grave danger, the demon aiming a fatal blow at her. Just as Blood Sun swung his fist down hard, someone pulled Xiaoling out of harm's way. Lu Qing jumped up, lifting her, and said, "She's unconscious. Ha Ti must finish them off." Blood Sun didn't hesitate and launched an attack at the two, laughing slyly. "Then you'll die with her." Lu Qing calmly dodged the attack by leaning to the side. The crowd roared, "Miss Shang, why haven't you counterattacked? Miss Shang, strike back now," the commentator analyzed. Miss Shang is looking for the enemy's weak spot. Her attacks are precise and deadly. If she doesn't strike, it's because she hasn't found the weakness yet. Based on earlier battle data, the demon was 95% damaged by her critical hit. Lu Qing held Xiao Ling while dodging attacks, thinking, "The weak spot's found, but his power's too high. If I attack his weak point first, I'll be killed before I can land the blow." Nan Guantong was still using his shield to fend off the ancient demon's brutal strikes. Seeing her hold firm, the commentator couldn't help but praise, "No wonder she's the little Nan Gung. Facing a giant beast, she can still defend perfectly." The ancient demon was losing his cool, trembling with anger. Then he slammed both hands hard on the ground. Nan Guantong quickly grabbed Xiao Han and jumped onto the shield to escape. The commentator marveled, using the shield as a skateboard to slide away. Little Nan Gung is too smart. The arena was filled with dust and smoke, and the commentator shifted to a question, but now the demon clan totally controls the situation. What can the humans do? Over at Yayang's side, he was blushing. Ma Wei looked at the book he was reading and softly said, "Big bro, what time is it?" The other was still watching the Yan Niang story, hesitating. "Wait till I finish this page first." The situation was extremely tense, the commentary non-stop. "Dear viewers, the demon clan has full control. The human clan is in danger." Blood Sun grinned wickedly while attacking, laughing terrifyingly. Lu Qing stayed calm, trying to protect Xiao Ling and dodge deadly strikes. Suddenly, a strong gust hit Blood Sun from behind, startling him. Blood Sun angrily turned and sneered, "Cowardly sneak attack." That wind was Xiao Han's power. Though injured, he forced himself up, swung his fan to counterattack, and said, "No choice. Humans must unite to fight demons." Suddenly, a lightning-fast strike flew toward Xiao Han's stomach. Blood Sun suddenly came up beside him, stabbing his hand straight through his body. He sneered, "Just relying on yourself?" Xiao Han felt the pain shoot through his entire body, trembling with wide-open eyes. In an instant, he collapsed dead, blood spilling out in wide patches. As Blood Sun finished off Xiao Han, he quickly rushed over to Luo Qing. The commentators suddenly shouted, "The situation's bad. All the Xiao brothers were defeated in a blink." The demon clan had overwhelming advantage. Luo Qing saw him rushing toward her, quickly letting Xiaoling down and retreating to dodge. The commentator was a bit puzzled. What would the Qingdong team do now? Nan Guantong on the other side was also constantly dodging punches from the ancient demon spirit. The commentator announced, "Qingdong team is in a brutal fight. Both air and ground are controlled by demons." Ma Wei saw this and grabbed Yayang's collar, shaking him. Big bro, stop reading your book. Your disciples are struggling." The people sitting nearby wondered, "Big bro? His disciples? You're only now using soul transmission?" Luo Qing, Xiao Er, listen carefully. The enemy's power far surpasses you two. Cooperation is the key to overcoming strength with weakness. Nan Guantong must clear the obstacles before the enemy's critical weak point. You two are still surrounded. Yayang is guiding you. Use the two-polarity formation I taught you. Luo Qing and Nan Guantong realized this and shouted in unison, "Understood." The crowd in the stands grew increasingly worried. They were nearing a dead end. The gap between humans and high-level demons was just too huge. The two of them simultaneously unleashed the primal chaos, opening the two-polarity formation. The commentator spoke up, "The ancient demon spirit's ultimate killing move is about to be unleashed. Can the human team hold on? My heart's pounding so hard it might stop." The ancient demon spirit concentrated energy for the destructive demon orb attack. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful strike at the human team. As the energy flew, Nan Guantong completed the two-polarity formation. His head rotated like a spinning top, deflecting the attack behind him. The ultimate killing move shot straight at Blood Sun, startling him. Blood Sun's eyes widened, shocked to the point of gaping, frozen in place. The powerful attack pierced him, causing blood to spurt as he fell backward. Blood Sun couldn't hold his ground, flying several meters back. His body was battered, blood mixing everywhere. The commentator was stunned too. A humanoid demon seriously wounded by a demon orb? The human's chance had arrived. Luo Qing saw Blood Sun defeated and nimbly leapt out to attack. She used momentum from afar to jump, gradually closing in on the ancient demon spirit. Nan Guantong blocked his punch with a shield. Luo Qing took the opportunity to leap onto his head. Together, they launched a combined shield-piercing spear attack. The commentator was excited. Under the coordination of Shield Lady and Spear Lady, the spear finally struck. Luo Qing drove the spear straight through the top of the ancient demon spirit's head. All the blood vessels and bones inside shattered. Blood Sun, just getting up, was shocked to see this. Elder Blood, Mao Yi, and the audience were all stunned by the critical hit. Only Yayang kept focused on his book. The ancient demon spirit fell, the commentator shouted. One-hit kill. The commentator's voice was thrilled. This battle is insanely exciting. The tide has turned. The ancient demon spirit was killed by the Qingdong team. Next, they continue to hunt down the humanoid demon seriously injured by the demon orb. Keep it up! Blood Sun seemed to have recovered energy. Kong Ming shouted loudly. He swung his fist fast toward the two and said, You don't even know. All three of us are fighting together. Blood Sun's voice echoed, Who dies by whose hand? He threw multiple rapid punches, all blocked by Nan Guantong's shield. The commentator was amazed. The claws of a high-level demon cracked from the shield. Luo Qing had already moved behind Blood Sun, swinging her spear, which he just noticed. The deep red spear shot like lightning at Blood Sun. The spear pierced his chest, making him scream in pain. Blood Sun felt weak, clutching his wound and fleeing to dodge the two. The commentator praised, a high-level demon not killed immediately, but this was their last stand. The stands erupted with cheers. Spear Lady, Shield Lady, Yayang was rushing, having eaten too much barbecue. He planned to quietly finish the last pages of the Yan Niang Chronicles in the restroom, but the arena restroom was crowded, so he had to go outside to find a spot. The commentator was eagerly waiting. Humans at their peak moment, let's wait for the final strike. Blood Sun was relentlessly attacked by Nan Guantong's shield. His face was hit countless times, blood spurting in streams. The audience shouted encouragement, one hit kill, stab him. Blood Sun panicked, screaming, No, don't come here, get lost. In a hidden corner of the fight, a group quietly called out, Master, a serious woman spoke. The demon envoy orders you to cause the biggest chaos immediately. Attract all the Yan City defense troops to the demon arena. Elder Blood was a bit angry. These stupid demons want to use me as a pawn, but I'm using them too. Now I'll kill everyone in the arena first, as an investment. He schemed wickedly. I want what I want. This world will become a bloody arena under my control. The commentator's voice rang out. Dear viewers, the high-level humanoid demon has been cornered by the spear and shield combo. Blood Sun suddenly tensed, like he was going mad, and shouted, I won't accept this. Luo Qing swung her spear and jumped toward him. A deadly strike sound was heard. Her spear clashed with someone's finger, sparking a powerful energy burst. A sudden flash shot through, knocking Luo Qing and her spear far away. Elder Blood appeared. Seeing such fierce fighting, he felt itchy and uncomfortable inside, personally stepping into the arena with you all. From now on, the rules change. If you can draw blood from me, you're the champion of this battle. His voice echoed, If you can't hurt me within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone here dies. The audience was confused. Has Elder Blood gone mad? Why would he do this? Elder Blood not only protects demons, but wants to kill us all. The commentator was shocked, couldn't believe it. Ah, is what I'm seeing real? Elder Blood now formed a powerful energy orb with his hand. The small orb quickly expanded, transforming into a secret blood prison barrier. The commentator panicked and shouted for help. The arena was sealed off by Blood Elder, and no reinforcements from outside could get in. Blood Elder's eyes turned cold. He was certain no one could break through. But by the time the army entered the arena, you'd all be nothing but corpses. You still hope these two girls will pull off a miracle? The two were leaning on each other. Lu Qing was gasping for breath, boosting his spirit by 12%. His strength was way beyond those demons, not just by a little. Suddenly, Blood Elder swung his hand and shot out a red energy beam that hurtled straight toward Nan Guantong, accompanied by a shout. Watch out! She was pushed into the air by that energy, raised her shield to block it, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Seeing this, Blood Elder laughed. Looks like you're tougher than I expected. Then he suddenly fired 2 energy beams like before and asked, How about this? The 2 red beams slammed into Nan Guantong's shield with a loud boom. She and her shield were ripped apart and fell from the sky to the ground. Nan Guantong was covered in wounds, coughing up blood. When Blood Elder wasn't paying attention, Bai Fei grabbed her spear and jumped up from behind. Her spear shot down like a sharp arrow. Blood Elder casually raised a finger to block it and spoke mockingly. He adjusted his cultivation technique to knock Bai Fei and her spear away, making her scream in pain. Blood Elder calmly licked the blood off his hand. The fear of humans was the most delicious feast. The crowd in the stands cheered wildly when they saw Nan Guantong struggling to get up. Come on, Shield Maiden, don't lose to him, keep going. Both she and Bai Fei were trembling, doing their best to hold on. Together, They launched themselves back into the fight, preparing for a new attack. Nan Guantong used her shield to create a shield strike, a super heavy blow, while Bai Fei unleashed dazzling spear techniques. Blood Elder just lightly grabbed the spear with one hand and launched an attack at the shield with the other. He swung once, sending both of them flying far away, making them scream in shock. Bai Fei was stabbed painfully in the shoulder by her own spear. Nan Guantong was knocked away, losing her shield and crashing hard on the ground multiple times. Ma Ushen quietly listened to the commotion. No way, these two girls are too weak. We better run fast. Staying here means death sooner or later. We gotta run or hide first, maybe we can survive. The chaotic situation left the commentator helpless. Many spectators, terrified of Blood Elder, panicked and fled. The match had turned into this mess. Blood Elder calmly stepped toward the weakened Nan Guantong. It was over so fast, no resistance at all. He gathered energy to strike. Go away. Next life, come find me to challenge again. Shield Maiden, I'll send you off first. Ma Ui now stood like a hero, arms spread wide, blocking Nan Guantong's path. Blood Elder's expression darkened. Ma Ui, do you want to die? Ma Ui replied, I'm here to stop you. Then he shouted, everyone listen up. We can't just sit here waiting to die or rely on two injured girls to protect us all. His voice echoed. At this point, humans had to unite and fight with everything they had to survive. Got it. Hearing this, everyone stopped in shock and turned to look at Ma Ui. A girl in the crowd, who was about to run, shivered and clenched her teeth, reconsidering. The audience rushed down to the arena floor, shouting, let's risk it all and fight alongside the old hero, protect the Shield Maiden. Blood Elder frowned, a horn growing on his head. Relying on you lowly humans? I've already absorbed demon blood and evolved into a superior being. I'm a god. How could I let you oppose me? He waved his hand, blasting everyone away, shouting, do you even understand? The rocks he blasted flew and crashed down noisily. Ma Ui's group, who had tried to resist earlier, were now battered and bloody. The crowd in the stands grew even more chaotic. The old hero couldn't hold out anymore. Anyone gonna stop this monster? Save us! Blood Elder suddenly noticed Bai Fei's spear flying toward him. Before the spear could touch him, a strong force stopped it. The spear was quickly restrained. Blood Elder's voice rang out, human spear techniques? You think you can hurt me? Bai Fei stayed in her throwing stance, but her spear was thrown back, stabbing into the wall behind her. She trembled as Blood Elder boasted, I told you, kill her first and you'll die later. This is the arena, my world. The rules are mine. Then he stepped toward Nan Guantong. Now, let me send you off. Suddenly, a burst of power punched a huge hole through the stands. Everyone present was stunned, even those hiding in the shadows. Nan Guantong secretly rejoiced. Blood Elder turned to see a book fall to the ground. It looked like Yayang's book. From the hole, a cool figure gradually appeared. The crowd watching the fight gasped. Oh my god, the one coming to save us is him. Ma Ui dropped his heroic pose and started crying, stammering. Damn you, Yayang. I hope you die. Yayang's face was grim, eyes bloodshot, his dark cloak fluttering as he stepped forward. The commentator got excited. Can Yayang really challenge Blood Elder? Let's hope he can. A faint golden light radiated around Yayang as he faced Blood Elder. The audience above was amazed. What's up with this useless little bro? He just smashed a corner of the arena with one punch? Blood Elder tensed. You finally showed up. Good. A worthy opponent excites me. Yayang ignored him, picked up his book and said, I spent a lot on this book. Can't just waste it. Blood Elder sneered. But to challenge me, you better have the qualifications. The people from the shadows appeared, lining up before him. Except for Blood Sun, who was still injured, the others were full of strength, ready to strike any time. Some whispered, the 6 blood guards, each a freak. Blood Sun is said to be the weakest. Against the other 5, strength alone won't cut it. A guy in brown stepped forward, threw off his scarf, and taunted, if you want to save your disciple, get past me first. Yayang's face turned cold as he stared at him and asked, what's your name? Then he jumped high, tearing his shirt and shouting arrogantly, I'll send you to hell first, then wait for your disciple. He aimed straight at Yayang's spot and dove down, using a refined technique to finish him off. He didn't panic. Instead, he calmly raised 2 fingers. In a flash, Yayang jabbed the brown-shirted guy, making him freeze. His eyes widened in shock as the spot on his chest where Yayang touched was pierced through, bleeding bright red. Blood Elder witnessed his power and was equally stunned. The crowd screamed, the blood guard in front of the useless little bro can't take one hit? Yayang then kicked that guy aside, speaking with disdain. Stop wasting time. His whole body radiated killing intent as he belittled Blood Elder's disciples and moved forward. The other 4 quickly stepped up to attack together. The commentator was outraged how shameless to gang up on one guy. The 4 great blood guards attacking one, winning without honor. The woman raised her hand to the sky, unleashing a radiant flame strike. while the other 3 used Thunder Cannon, Heavenly Flame Wave, and 9 Heavens Slash. 4 forces converged on Yayang, striking. A massive explosion rocked the arena, leaving only thick smoke. The crowd was worried. This attack is terrifying. He's done for. We're all done. Ma Yu sat silently calling out, "Big bro." From the dissipating smoke, a dignified figure suddenly appeared. The commentator brightened seeing Yayang brush dust off his clothes. "Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary Smoke Invulnerability Law has appeared on player Yayang." Bloodguard was shocked, and Yayang quietly questioned, "Just like that." He raised his hand to the sky, using a basic skill copying technique, saying he would return one of their moves to them. Yayang swung once, releasing a level 100-meter fire flame strike. Blood Sun was quickly hit, falling to the ground, screaming. The blue-haired guy and the woman were also slammed hard and sent flying. The armored guy got hit straight down, pinned to the ground. One by one, all blood guards were defeated by Yayang's single strike and exploded. The crowd in the stands was stunned, mouths agape. Blood Elder on the other side was furious, forcing out each word. "You killed my disciple." He manifested a black dragon claw, wrapping his hand, and shouted, "I'll kill you to avenge my disciple." Blood Elder rushed toward the exhausted Nan Guantong, adding, "To make your master suffer for life." Yayang beside him tore a poster of a graceful woman and muttered. Just as Blood Elder's fist was about to hit Nan Guantong, something blocked the blow. He punched the torn poster, trembling with anger. Yayang raised his hand, face dark as night, cursing, "My disciple doesn't let you touch him." Scram. In an instant, the paper emitted a powerful energy blast that sent Blood Elder flying. He crashed into the stands behind with a boom. The commentator was dumbfounded. Blood Elder lost to a piece of paper. The crowd caught on and took turns exclaiming, "Damn, he's messing with Blood Elder. He's no loser, he's a god." Blood Elder from the ground shouted, "Is this your strongest killing move? Impressive. It destroyed 80% of my demonized body." But he used the Forbidden Great Earth Battlefield skill and laughed. "My burnt body can regenerate instantly. Now watch the true terror of a great demon level." Blood Elder finished and tensed up, mouth wide in a fierce laugh. The commentator sensed the change and worried, "This is bad. Blood Elder wants to merge with the battlefield. Is this his final combat form?" Yayang wasn't scared, just disdainful. Old man just likes eating dirt. The ground turned into a murky black liquid. Blood Elder laughed wickedly. "I and the Arena Master have merged into one." The crowd buzzed, wondering if the Arena Master would swallow them whole. "So scary, little bro Yayang must win." Yayang's gaze was sharp as he stared at Blood Elder. "Old man, if you're gonna fight, just get to the point. Don't act cool." Blood Elder fully transformed, sneering, "Then I'll crush you." He unleashed the Great Earth Giant's Wrath move. A bunch of black arms burst from the ground, grabbing for Yayang. The commentator panicked. "Player Yayang, run!" But he didn't run. Instead, he calmly stomped, creating a basic skill circle. The circle grew bigger, glowing golden as it enveloped him, called the Gravity Defense Force Field. This move was level 100 meters. Explosions erupted all around Yayang. Smoke cleared, but Blood Elder was nowhere to be seen. The crowd above gasped, "Damn, little bro is too badass." Blood Elder merged with the ground, shadows appearing behind him. He softly warned, "Kid, that was just the appetizer." Those shadows became puppets from Blood Elder's Great Earth Giant's Awakening move. He shouted, "This is my real killing move." The commentator was terrified. Blood Elder's Stone Giant Legion. This is like a monster attack. It'll kill everyone in the arena. Blood Elder laughed madly, all kneeling and begging for mercy. Some kneeling more sincerely. "Maybe I'll pick one lucky person to keep as a living beast." Yayang's face darkened as he used the Gravity Defense Force Field. Crackling, red energy beams shot everywhere. Suddenly, Blood Elder and the Stone Giant staggered to their knees. He grimaced, struggling. "Too heavy." The commentator was stunned. "I can't believe my eyes." Blood Elder and his Stone Giant Legion suddenly knelt before Yayang, who gently flicked his finger down, saying, "Kneeling won't save you." Golden energy shaped like a finger pressed down, pinning Blood Elder's men. Blood Elder's face was crushed deep into the ground, shattering the surrounding stone. The Stone Giant Legion collapsed instantly, dust and smoke scattering everywhere. Ma Yu watched, moved to tears. "Big bro is so damn handsome." Yayang wasn't happy, standing still watching the wreckage. Blood Elder jumped up from the ground, laughing loudly. "As long as I link with this arena, I can keep regenerating and fight you forever." He slammed his hand down and shouted, "Come out." Something like a silk cocoon with long tentacles rose, called the Great Earth Destruction Silkworm. The white cocoon quickly expanded, its tentacles spreading across the arena. A strong strike slammed toward the stands, causing everyone to scream in panic and run away. Ma Ui's spot got hit too, and he quickly dodged to escape. Lok Than and Kwandong on the side raised their shields to block and protect. Countless tentacles were eyeing Yayang from above. At that moment, he stomped the ground and said, "Then I'll sever your connection to the arena." Yayang's primary defensive force field technique, a 100-meter level anti-gravity move, caused the patch of silk-like ground to lift off and separate from the earth. Everyone panicked, seeing that the half of the arena was already airborne. Was he some kind of god? That white silk roll instantly snapped into pieces and shattered. The arena floor cracked and a huge hole appeared, looking utterly devastated. Blood Elder sat on a rock that had broken off from the arena, angrily cursing, "Damn it, you beast." Lokthon's spear suddenly flew up, accompanied by Yayang's message. "Lokthon, watch closely. I'll show you how it's done just once." Yayang held a book in one hand and summoned her spear in the other. Using the Heaven and Earth Pillar primary spear technique, he sent the spear flying toward the isolated rock. At 100 meters level, the spear pierced straight through Blood Elder without missing. He was thrown back, eyes wide in disbelief, thinking, "No way." Blood Elder was blasted far away, unwilling to accept dying at the hands of a pawn. After a moment, he quickly fell down, causing a strong impact. Blood Elder lay sprawled on the ground, blood covering his entire body. The guards of Yan City rushed over to the smoky scene. A lead soldier looked at Blood Elder on the ground and wondered, "It's over. We came with so many reinforcements, and now there's nothing left to do." The cracked stone from earlier had been put back in place. The commentator shouted, "The match is over. The audience's champion, Yayang, has saved us." The arena floor was completely restored. The voice continued, praising Yayang as a godlike champion. Everyone cheered his name and said, "Damn, he's no trash student, he's basically a war god. Now I believe the old hero is the student of his." Amid the cheers, Yayang wasn't happy. His face was dark and serious. He growled loudly, "Shut the hell up! What the hell are you cheering for? I didn't come to save you guys. I'm just protecting my disciple." Everyone felt silent, confused by his words. Yayang used a minor healing technique and softly said, "Sorry, Master Thung. I'll make a new one for you later. Don't look anymore." Lokthon praised, "Master's Heaven and Earth Pillar technique is truly miraculous." Yayang flicked his robe. "Let's go. We're heading home." Both replied, "Yes, sir." Yayang then noticed the sky and grew thoughtful. The sky was pitch black, making him hesitate. Looks like the weather in Yan City was about to change. Scene shifts to a place called the Demon Assembly Hall. The doors were opening wide. Above the wall, big letters read, "Yayang's Conquest." A girl named Lam Vu spoke up. "I know. Everyone's been waiting for me to talk about this topic. It was tough to come back even once, so I'll satisfy you all. I'll teach you how to conquer Patriarch Ye." Yan Du said, "Senior sister Lam Vu is usually sent out to handle business, so this rare chance to lecture at the sect is precious." Mu Shinner, standing nearby, cheered. "The strongest player in the Wuji sect is starting class." Lam Vu casually said, "Though I have 10,000 ways to make men bow down, the one I really feel is real is money." Yan pulled out some cash from her pocket and said generously, "As long as I can win the Patriarch's favor, I'll give you all the money I've saved over the years." Lam Vu took the money and replied, "You're all my people, so I'll give you a 50% discount." She continued, "The rest you can pay with labor. Cleaning the Demon Assembly Hall from now on will be your job." Mu Jinner and Lin He nodded. "No problem." Lam Vu then requested, "Before the lesson, each of you tell me why you want to have him." Yan Du hugged her book shyly. "Master is too handsome. Whether it's the way he walks around the sect in sandals or the sound of his morning crow, he's so open and confident it makes my heart race." Lam Vu was speechless and said, "Brain dead." Next person. Mu Shinner thought, "I always feel I can't lose the Patriarch." Yan Du argued, "Losing your head? You don't even have him yet. Anyway, the Patriarch is the most important man in my life." Yan Du got angry hearing this. "Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Just because you have a fear of men doesn't mean no other men exist, so don't forcibly claim the Patriarch." Lin He finally spoke. "My reason is simple. The Patriarch is a public resource belonging to all disciples. I don't want some people cutting off love. I want to level the playing field." Mu Shinner grabbed Yandu's twin braids to stop her from blowing up. Lam Vu ended the brewing tension and silently observed before the lesson ended. "Now class starts. You all work and listen." Bai Fei's puppet turned over. Lam Vu's voice echoed. "Everyone knows the Patriarch is very strong. That's his combat power." The puppet jumped out. Lam Vu continued, "But emotionally, he's just a simple-minded guy who loves romance novels. Wanting Patriarch Ye's power is pretty easy. Let me introduce some tricks." The puppet transformed into Bai Fei and thought, "Luckily I can use soul transfer to temporarily return. I'll reluctantly listen to some boring power talk from Lam Vu." Yan Du took notes while the other two stayed focused. Lam Vu began. "First point." She summarized it then. "All right, I'll conclude. The Patriarch's power has 3 key points. First, agree to all his requests. Trak Nam is simple-minded. He can't resist a passionate girl." Yan Du nodded. I can even agree to some requests he can't voice. Second, don't be jealous of a guy like him. He's surrounded by beauties, but he's most attached to gentle ones. Third, when necessary, force a kiss. Don't just chase with words. Physical contact is the strongest medicine. Bai Fei laughed loudly. You're killing me. That's nonsense. If you follow her advice, you'll only drift further from Yayang. The four of them noticed she was sitting in a jail cell. Lam Vu angrily turned and asked, Xiao Hu Li, do you have another way? Bai Fei calmly said, you humans are too one-sided about love. Do you know why for thousands of years fox spirits like us have had men wrapped around our fingers? Mu Xinair, Lin He, and Yandu listened carefully, stunned. It's because you women are too weak and don't understand the nature of love. You want to get Yayang, but you gotta follow the three no's? Bai Fei stood atop the mountain commanding. First, don't be too aggressive. Being too proactive ends with nothing. Second, if it's too easy to get, men won't value it. Yandu admired. Makes total sense. Lan Wu listened calmly. Second, don't let Yayang contact anyone. Everyone being equal is the fairest. Third, absolutely no physical contact. Being flirtatious leaves a bad impression. The three asked. It sounded reasonable. But Lan Wu's senior sister said, Xiao Hu Li might be right. After all, fox spirits know men best. Lan Wu smiled. Xiao Hu Li, your words make people think. Bai Fei replied, what bad intentions could I have? You're the most famous in Wuji's sect, so why still single? Is your logic trustworthy? After speaking, Bai Fei turned and left. That's it. Think it over yourselves. Yan Du was annoyed. All sounds so reasonable. Damn it, who should I listen to? Ling Ni whispered. Really took a wrong step. One wrong move, and the army freezes. Bai Fei returned, turning around, half asleep hearing some calls for the master. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Thu Tuyet curious. Master, you were spacing out earlier. Now why are you smiling? Bai Fei was back at Fuchu Mountain, the proud representative of the sect. Below was a pile of corpses stacked high. Bai Fei opened his eyes and denied. I wasn't smiling. I was just thinking about how to untangle this mess. Thu Tuyet suggested. The Hoi Loi sect has been a pain for years. Now that the master has recovered 20% of his power, he could wipe out one of their clans. Maybe we should just finish them off. Bai Fei nodded at that. All right, but this time we're only going to the Khoi Loi sect to get the forbidden map to rescue Ha Hoa trapped in the forbidden palace. Thu Tuyet smiled. Killing all these pests would be a waste. Maybe we keep them alive as servants? Whatever the master commands, these tasks really need underlings to handle. What do you think, master? When Bai Fei didn't answer for a while, she called out to the master. Hearing the voice, Bai Fei snapped back to attention. She flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, leaving behind a single word tui and accidentally dropping a piece of paper. Xuanfeng saw it and quietly picked it up. What's this? The master was spacing out and writing something down earlier. Bai Fei was startled and turned back shouting, Don't look! Give it back now! Xuanfeng read the paper aloud, agreeing to all the demands on it. Third, force a kiss when necessary. Before she could understand anything, Bai Fei snatched the paper back, stammering. Kid, don't meddle in things that aren't your business. Anyway, we got the map. Let's head to where Ha Hoa is imprisoned. Suddenly, Bai Fei stopped, pondering as if she'd discovered something terrifying. Her worried face said, Over 1,000 miles west, there's a destructive breath heading straight for Yan City. Thu Tuyet reassured her. Master, don't worry. According to Dong Yue's intel, sect leader Yayang has probably already left Yan City. Bai Fei whispered, Let's hope so. Yan City might be destroyed very soon. I hope he's safe. At that moment in Yan City, strange clouds were gathering, shooting out dangerous bolts of lightning. Scene shifts to another place. The sky here was pitch black but seemed normal. Suddenly, collisions from several houses scared birds flying everywhere in panic. The shockwaves even reached the somewhat ruined arena after the fierce battle. Huge rocks from the stands fell, causing everyone to panic and shout, What's going on? The unpredictable changes didn't stop. Screams rang out. Earthquake! The earthquake is here! Help! Two people hovering in the sky witnessed this calmly. The final catastrophe has finally begun. Poor Ghost said calmly, This is just the first round. The ghost beside him sighed. The forest is gone. The dense, sturdy green trees all toppled over from the quake. The ground seemed to be splitting apart, cracking into chunks. Tall buildings couldn't withstand the quake and collapsed in an instant. Poor Ghost and Evil Ghost standing nearby couldn't help but marvel. These buildings are way too weak against an earthquake like this. Different-sized houses all crumbled simultaneously. Evil Ghost's face darkened with disappointment, unable to hold back his words. At this moment, a large dam cracked and broke from the earthquake. Water from the dam immediately gushed out uncontrollably. Poor Ghost had nothing left to say except sigh. Yan's city is really about to be wiped out. Not only that, a huge section of the city wall also cracked and broke apart. Spectators in the arena shouted loudly, seeing the danger. Help! The arena is collapsing. Yayang on the side finally decided to intervene. He used his primary power to stop the level 100 cracks in the stones from falling, suspending them mid-air. On the ground, Yayang created a large protective dome. Lok Thon shouted urgently, "Everyone get inside the square and away from the falling debris." People inside the protective dome also called out, "Come here quickly." Yayang looked down from above and instructed two disciples. Lok Thon, Dong Air, protect yourselves well. I'm going up to check. Saying that, he spun around and shot off quickly, leaving the area. While moving, Yayang thought, this earthquake lasted only 45 seconds, but its destruction was terrifying. From above, he observed the entire shaking of Yan City below. At the foot of a collapsing building, a mother and child were pulling each other. "Run! Hurry up!" The child suddenly tripped and cried out in pain. The mother, worried for her kid, didn't hesitate to turn back and shield him, just as the building was falling. She was surprised the huge building hadn't collapsed right on them. Filled with suspicion and worry, she looked up. She was shocked to see Yayang hovering above, holding up the entire massive building with one hand. The child quickly reacted, looking at him and shouting, "An angel! Mom, it's an angel! An angel!" Yayang had lifted the entire upper part of the building onto the hill. The people below were trapped between a broken bridge in front and a large pile of debris behind. They screamed for help, trapped with no way out. Yayang lightly swung his hand, and the building's front part quickly flew away. Everyone was amazed to see it suspended mid-air. What's falling down? That front part of the building landed smoothly in the river, splashing water high. Yayang blew out a breath filled with blue energy from above. The water that was splashed up was instantly frozen in its exact shape. Yayang then shot two red laser-like beams from his eyes. The two laser beams quickly targeted the protruding ice. "Tujiroi sungvoi. Kainaido toanakia tuan loi roi sung dong song hien nuk trong song ban len kao, diep dung tu fia tren toi ramot hoi dai nung nang lung san. Nung dong nuk bidai len kao kinai truk tiep bidang bang lai voi chin hindang von ko. Diep dung beijua moi tu mat min chiu ra hai tia do nu laser. Hai tia laser kia and han chong kiu tang ve fia dam bang bitin ho len." The ice block shaped like a splash of water was instantly sliced off at the top, leaving the bottom perfectly straight and beautiful. People quickly ran onto the flat part to cross to the other side, not forgetting to express their gratitude, thanking the immortals. A red dragon flying suddenly tilted and staggered, falling down, growling for help. On its back was a carriage with a few people inside, screaming, "Help!" Yayang heard the cries and quickly grabbed the dragon's tail to stop it from falling. Then he pondered, this city's gone crazy. Even the flying beasts are out of control. Yayang looked at the ruined VM Tan, thinking to himself, he had to stabilize the situation fast. On the other side, at the battle commander's place where everyone was in earthquake-proof shelters, the people below saw Yayang and shouted one after another, "Master, Yayang Immortal is back." He just replied, "Release the people in that dragon carriage first," he said firmly. Yayang and the dragon carriage quickly landed safely. He approached his disciples and instructed, "Luo Qing, Xiao Er, I've arranged for people to investigate the cause of this mysterious earthquake. You two take charge of these folks. Understood?" After speaking, Yayang turned and left, leaving behind only one sentence, "I'm going to save more people." The crowd was swooning and silently admiring. Master, so handsome. Over at Viamthan's 100,000 grain warehouse underground, someone shouted, "It's over!" The Earth's core triggered a fiery disaster. The flames spread rapidly, causing panic. "The 100,000 grain warehouse is burning. Hurry and send help to fight the fire." The grain warehouse was gone, and the human defensive line was destroyed. The fire raged fiercer, directly engulfing the large room. A squad of firefighters was trapped in the sea of flames. One soldier said, "Number 5, take a break. Over 10,000 grain units burning at once. The fire's too strong. We can't put it out." The soldiers sitting aside were exhausted but said one by one, "We can't get out either. I'm not afraid because my wife, Liang Jun, will take care of things. But I worry about the comrades on the other side. Number 5 is still bravely spraying water to fight the fire, worried, refusing to give up. If we give up, what will happen to the human defensive line?" Suddenly, from the flames that Number 5 was trying to extinguish, there was a loud explosion that shocked her, and she couldn't dodge in time. The blast force threw her far away, knocking off her helmet. Around the firefighting squad was now a blazing sea of fire. She thought it was so unfair. As Number 5 cried, suddenly raindrops fell on her face, surprising her. Everyone in the squad was equally shocked. "It's raining! It's raining!" someone shouted. "It won't work. This level of inferno won't be put out even by a storm." Suddenly, Lightning bolts appeared in the sky, shaped like something. Number 5 seemed to lose her sorrow and stared fixedly at the sky. The world was a clash of opposites, water and fire. She saw the silhouette of a person above. Yayang was raising his hand to the sky, using the mid-level martial skill Dragon Rain Summon at level 100 meters. Noble blue dragons appeared around him. They roared in unison. The blue dragons simultaneously opened their mouths, spitting out massive streams of water below. The rain increased, joining forces to douse the fire. Soon, all the flames were extinguished, smoke rising thickly. The sky cleared back to its usual brightness, and Yayang was still flying high above. Number 5 saw and realized he was slowly descending. She whispered in disbelief, "Am I dreaming?" The sea of fire was put out so quickly. The 100,000 grain warehouse is saved. It's saved. In front of everyone, Yayang quickly jumped down beside Number 5. He performed a minor healing technique on her. The soldiers were amazed. Number 5, Immortal not only knew how to put out fires, but also how to heal wounds. This Immortal really knew everything. Yayang looked at her with slight surprise and asked, "Your name is Number 5? I once had a disciple named Number 7. What a coincidence." Number 5 was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Number 7? She immediately remembered Number 7, the warrior Luo Qing had mentioned, this time heading to the front line. Maybe I won't come back. Number 5 suddenly became excited. "You're Number 7's master? Number 7 is still alive?" Yayang said softly. "Yeah, she's alive, and so are you." Before she could fully react, Yayang left with just 2 words. "Let's go." She couldn't help but think, Number 7's master is so powerful, VM Tan is saved. Over at VM Tan's central area, where tall mountains smoked, the poor demon and the evil demon stood looking down, whispering, "Maybe the heavens are blessing humans, sending a superstorm to extinguish the entire sea of fire caused by the earthquake." The evil demon couldn't help but say, "But the real danger for humans was just beginning." He looked toward the smoking volcano and sighed, "This demon world is really making a big move." Awakening the ancient volcano that's been asleep for 10,000 years beneath Viamtan, not hesitating to cause earthquakes to bring it forth. The formation is activating the ancient volcano, and once it erupts, Viamtan will be completely destroyed. The 100,000 grain warehouse will vanish, and the western human defensive line will be wiped out. The poor demon whispered, "This will be the true beginning of the demon apocalypse." The evil demon added, "No matter the cost, we must sabotage, activate the formation, and prevent the ancient volcano from erupting." A voice spoke from behind. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This was exactly what Lai Yanjun had to do. Only then did the two turn around, surprised to see the 3 figures standing behind them. The legendary 6th general, known for being nearly demonic and highly intelligent, of the Lai Yanjun was cold and emotionless, yet it was a girl. Number 6 calmly replied, "Evil demon, poor demon, you two are too polite. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. You have come to help." Lai Yanjun was deeply grateful, looking down at the restless demons below. She continued, "This time, the demon world must send countless demon soldiers to defend the volcano about to erupt." The soldiers below kept fighting relentlessly. Number 4 spoke softly, waiting for a loud crash. The earth cracked, and the trumpet of human destruction blew loudly. She declared firmly, "Before that happens, we must extinguish the volcano." The poor demon also spoke up. "The evil demons are using their consciousness to scan the battlefield and assess the enemy's situation." "That's right. The general is Number 6, but what about generals Number 5 and 7? Number 6 then said with a sigh, "Actually, all of us numbered soldiers are orphans who survived the demon war. Number 5 was the fire soldier. Number 7 was the frontline warrior. She died on the battlefield." The poor demon asked, "So General Number 6 wants to hold the Flame City in place of her fallen comrades?" She answered, "Exactly. I promised her." Number 6 recalled the day. Number 7 went to the battlefield. She had gone to see her off. The wounded soldier Number 7, named Lu Qing, asked, "Why have you come?" Number 6 replied, "Sorry, you're injured. I can't use my privileges to let you stay and recover instead of going to the front lines." Number 7 said softly, "I'm fine. A low-ranking soldier." Number 6, "You are smart, calm, and meticulous in planning." Lu Qing turned and said, "No matter what happens, you must remember. You were born to do great things. Lai Yanjun needs someone like you. Only then can humanity hope to defeat the demons." 10 days later, a soldier reported to the Lord. Number 7 was gravely wounded and left behind on the battlefield. Soldier Number 6 responded, "This is the soldier's resting place." Lai Yanjun felt honored by her, but despite that, Number 6 sadly shed tears. A person born to do great things, a hero who forever prioritizes the greater good. She looked into the distance and thought, what is the meaning of growing up together with comrades? In the end, I couldn't save anyone. Back to the present, A soldier ran up to report. Ahead was the toxic smoke of the volcano. The soldiers of the Lai sect began moving slowly. Relying only on a few elite peak-level martial artists, it would be difficult to break through deeply. The evil demon then said, "The enemy of Flame City has finished scouting. Ahead is a fortress formed by a massive demon army, but we can only force a breakthrough. Poor demon, take action." The poor demon cursed. "Damn it! This will cost a lot of blood. Lai Yanjun must compensate me." Number 6 calmly said, "As long as Flame City can be held, the army will definitely compensate you doubly." He then said softly, "Since there's no financial loss, I must also stop the ancient volcano from erupting. This time we're investing a lot of blood." The poor demon swung his hand, using a super-level technique to summon soldier beans. At that moment, numerous small silver-level soldier beans, all identical, wielded swords and charged forward, quickly rushing toward the demons below to fight and attack. Nearby, some ancient demon orbs were fighting with all their might. The poor demon was surprised. "There are demon orbs too?" The evil demon said, "Just watch. It's even more troublesome up in the sky." In the distant sky appeared pink lightning and tough demons. These were the 7 great demon sins with the top 3 sins. Daidoa shouted, "The game begins." One of the 7 great demon sins, violence, roared and used the lion-heavy cannon technique. A series of intertwined energy beams flew down, creating a massive earth-shattering attack. The energy caused a terrifying earthquake, striking hard. The ground below shattered quickly, killing even ordinary people caught in the blast. Daidoa, one of the 7 great demon sins, pointed and said, "Lion, calm down. This fight will be long. Don't use all your strength at once." Energy from Daidoa's hand shot out, freezing the low-level soldier beans. Another great demon sin, Lust, smiled. "The lion likes to show off." She shouted at a fool and waved her hand, creating a swirling vortex of energy. The vortices collided and compressed, causing soldiers pain and scattering them in panic. Violence angrily shouted, "You little witch! Are you tired of living? How dare you steal my prey?" Lust laughed loudly. "Stop babbling. Even I can tear you apart." Daidoa mocked as they argued. "Why argue? Flame City has so many people. You can kill to your heart's content. Just hold the pass well. Wait for humans to come and die." Number 6 spoke. "They are the top 3 sins of the 7 great demon sins. The top 3 are already troublesome." The evil demon said, "The real trouble isn't those 3, but the original sin. Compared to it, they're just grains of sand." The poor demon and number 6 suddenly turned around in surprise and thought, "What?" They saw someone faintly appearing at the volcano's peak. The 2 were astonished. The original sin has arrived. The figure standing there with lightning was the original sin of the 7 great demon sins. The original sin's rage was almost always dormant. That's because once he woke up, his image wielding a hammer was a symbol of destruction. He would devastate heaven, earth, and all living things. One swing of his hammer could crush a vast area of land, besides his terrifying hammer of fiery wrath. His body was also monstrously strong. According to reports, he was once besieged by an army for 7 days and 7 nights. Not a single hair was broken. His 2 subordinates, when near him, could increase their power tenfold, almost reaching the strength of the top 3 sins. The poor demon asked, "With these monsters here, what are the odds we can storm the ancient fire mountain and stop it from erupting?" The evil demon replied, "The enemy is too strong. I can't estimate the final odds of entering the fire mountain." Number 6 said, "Before charging into the ancient fire mountain, we'll probably be wiped out. But we have to gamble. If even one person breaks through to the end, they might surpass the top 3 sins and the original sin, stopping the volcano's eruption." The evil demon also showed determination and said, "Save Flame City, save humanity." Everyone there thought in unison, "We can only charge straight ahead." The 3 of them, the poor demon, the evil demon, and number 6 attacked together, flying forward and shouting, "Go!" At that moment, someone in the sky reported, "Master, all the information I have has been synchronized." The special life form summoned, Yayang, the unparalleled mechanical maiden, continued, "Master, have you received it?" Yayang on the other side flew while replying, "Xiao Yi, I know, so these demons are causing trouble. Let me handle it." He held the energy in his hand and thought, "This time I need a sword that's a bit more reliable." Number 6 was preparing to fight when suddenly the sword slipped out of its sheath and floated away. The sword shot forward so fast that she only had time to shout in shock, "My sword!" The sword flew straight through the smoky haze without stopping. It kept flying until it reached Yayang, who caught it firmly in his hand. The young attendant was surprised to see this. He could tell the master was using a limited-use skill, a profession skill with a set number of uses, defaulting to 1. Yayang quickly raised the sword high and then executed the move. The intermediate cultivator's limited-use skill, "One sword slays 10,000 demons at level 100, appeared in the sky. unleashing a series of golden lights that formed a massive net covering the entire area. The net was so vast it could envelop the expansive land around the volcano. It targeted a small demon and marked it as 001. The net gradually identified more and more demons. Even the large demonic beasts flying high were caught in its sights. The number of detected demons kept increasing. They vaguely muttered about devouring all humanity. Even ancient demonic ruins like the primeval demon ruins were targeted and assigned numbers by the net. Torture and assault on one side were also numbered. The violence on the other side was shocked but quickly brought under control. The Prime Sin, sleeping soundly, and his subordinates were numbered one by one. Yayang raised his hand high, his eyes flashing a fierce red lightning. He gently but forcefully swung the sword downward, creating a bright white-red slash. All the demons and demonic beasts, including the primeval demon ruins, the three great sins, and the Prime Sin, were cut in half by that slash. The sturdy iron box used by the Prime Sin to sleep was also sliced in two. The box, along with his hammer weapon and subordinates, fell into the volcano's depths. The lava there reacted violently, bubbling and destroying everything. After a while, the lava calmed back to normal, and whatever fell inside sank without a trace. The three people, including number 6 and the poor demon, watched in astonishment, all eliminated. The battlefield was silent in an instant. All the demons below were sliced in half, bleeding out and dying. The poor demon stammered, "Is this the heavenly Chu?" Number 6 widened his eyes. "Am I dreaming?" The soldiers below all wondered aloud as the demons' bodies cracked open on their own. Number 6 placed his hand on his chest sincerely and said, "Thank you, mysterious hero of Heavenly Chu, the demon slayer who saved the world. The Liang army will never forget you." The soldiers wildly cheered, convinced that a divine being had intervened to bless Liang. Number 6 sighed. "Luck truly favors us humans." The poor demon was incredulous, shocked that the god had wiped out all those demons with just one move. He said, "You must understand, among those demons was the Prime Sin, that perverted monster." The young attendant asked, "Master, next is to stop the volcano from erupting?" Yayang replied softly, "No need. Use the M74 Chioji missile to shoot the volcano." The young attendant was a bit surprised. "Master, that will cause the volcano to erupt sooner, and the mixed missile explosion will be even more terrifying than the volcano itself." Yayang didn't care and said, "It's fine. Let it erupt. I have a plan." She then responded, "Understood." Yayang stood tall in the sky and called out, "No, move over here." A voice replied, and the young attendant quickly appeared, saying, "Master, please provide me with a spatial coordinate." She answered, "Got it." Then she began the mission. After a while, the young attendant reported the spatial coordinate as 9, 8, 6, 2, 1, 3, 4, 9. Yayang turned and ordered, "You go first." She responded with a yes. The young attendant then took out a huge M74 Chao-Ji missile. Her eyes suddenly became deep and cold like a machine. The young attendant's vision locked onto the distant primeval volcano. She controlled the missile mentally. The M74 KOG missile locked onto the target and flew straight into the volcano's mouth. The soldiers saw a strange object flying into the volcano and shouted, "What is that?" The primeval volcano then erupted with a terrifying blast of lava. Number 6 sensed the situation and worried. "It's over. The energy of the primeval fire mountain is out of control. It's about to explode." A level 100 primary spatial transmission formation suddenly appeared, enveloping the volcano. The poor demon wondered, why did such a huge formation suddenly appear? Number 6 hesitated. Then Yayang spoke, "Don't worry. I have read the spatial coordinates where these demons are headed. The terrifying energy released after the primeval fire mountain erupts will be transferred entirely through the formation I set up." Just then, the volcano erupted again with massive flows of lava. At the demon ruins, a deep and mysterious place for demons, a voice echoed from a large fox spirit, "Master, the barrier of demon ruins is too strong. We can't get in. Huaxia is trapped inside. The situation is bad. If we can't enter, she's in danger." Bai Fei looked as if she saw something unbelievable and exclaimed, "Huh!" A formation appeared above demon ruins, pouring down streams of molten lava. The lava flowed down like water from a spring to the lower reaches. It continued flowing non-stop. It was the primeval fire mountain's 9-linked fury. The lava poured directly onto the ground, destroying countless things. The area below demon ruins was directly exposed to the immense heat and exploded. The explosions spread wider and wider, causing devastating destruction. Bai Fei's subordinates watched in shock. So terrifying. The power of the primeval fire mountain's 9-linked fury has destroyed half of demon ruins. What is going on? Bai Fei was sure it was him. She said, Perhaps secretly, heaven is helping us, giving us a chance to enter demon ruins. The master of demon ruins, the nine-headed demon lord, angrily cursed. Damn it! Why is Dam Cheng's primeval fire mountain attacking our demon ruins? The seven great sins lead these trash, yet humans do whatever they want. Bai Fei quickly assessed the situation and whispered, "The master of demon ruins has gone mad." She hurriedly controlled the fox spirit to flee and said, "Let's sneak in to rescue Huaxia." The lava flow finally ended, leaving behind a wasteland in demon ruins. On the second day at dawn, the scene had returned to calm. Lu Qing looked at the two people before her and softly called, "Number 5, Number 6. She embraced her two friends with longing. "I have to follow my master home now." Number 6 gently spoke. Lu Qing thanked her for bringing her master to save Dam Cheng and the Western Human Defense Line. She vowed to always remember Liang with honor because of her. "I'm also glad you're doing well." Number 6 spoke gently at this moment. Lu Thon thanked her for bringing her master to save Dam Thon and the Western front line of humanity. She must always remember that Yayang is forever honored because of her. "I am also glad that she is doing well." Lok Thon, with tears welling up in his eyes, choked out, "I know you all will take care of yourselves." Then Yayang's group, Lok Thon, and Quan Dong set off to leave. Ma Ui watched Yayang walk away and said, "Big brother, Ma, love you." The poor ghost and evil ghost also sent their farewells. Yayang set off, wishing everyone well. The three figures gradually disappeared, and he waved goodbye to everyone. "See you all again." The martial world promised a reunion. The scene shifted to 2 months after the Battle of Dam City, with the sun shining over the desolate plains. A loud explosion shattered the ground before the two of them. Lan Wu spoke up, "Master, we clearly took the money to kill just one primal mountain demon." She was annoyed. "How come the person wiped out all the demons on the mountain? This was a losing business deal." Yayang simply said, "Hunting one was too troublesome, so I attacked the whole map. Besides, it was just a basic fire technique." Lan Wu pretended to suddenly realize that what the master used wasn't called a fire technique, but a star manipulation technique. Did that scene just now somewhat resemble the Eternal Sword Sect when it was mysteriously struck by star manipulation? Yayang immediately said, "How could that be? That time it was an advanced skill." Lan Wu was surprised and quickly backtracked, realizing she had spoken out of turn. "Nothing. Let's go. Don't you still have a few demon extermination jobs to take?" Yayang quickly changed the subject. "Let's finish quickly and return to the mountain. The Grand Sect competition is in half a month." The two moved together, and Lan Wu said, "Master, you've worked hard this time. Developing the sect requires capital. Master, you came down the mountain to do demon extermination business with me. Your disciple is deeply grateful. You've really matured a lot." At that moment, a familiar book appeared in Yayang's hand. Lan Wu saw Yayang reading it and was speechless, thinking, "Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Let's get going." After traveling a bit, Lan Wu whispered, "Master, I have a question I want to ask you." He just hummed in response. She gently said, "Our demon extermination journey is like a man and woman traveling together. I wonder what I can do to make Master happy. Just say the word, and I'll do anything." Yi Yang stayed focused on his task and then replied, "Don't bother me while I'm reading the Yan Niang Chronicles. I'll be very happy." Lan Wu's face clearly showed displeasure at his lack of romantic understanding. She felt a bit annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, am I about to lose? This time, I'm betting with that girl I will definitely make Master fall for me. The title of strongest ladies man absolutely cannot be lost to Master." She then lifted her leg, revealing smooth skin, and sighed, wondering if the outside world was just too harsh. "Master, look, my white thigh is a bit uncomfortable." Yayang, still lying quietly behind the carriage, called out, "You must have mosquito blood type. If you're uncomfortable, drink more hot water." That comment stung Lan Wu without a hit. From afar, 4 horsemen approached. One shouted, "Miss, we've been watching you on this road for a long time. Just want to advise you, flattering gets you nothing in the end. These guys are bandits." The leader shouted loudly, "Anyway, that pale-faced guy is eyeing your group. Bring the money and become my madam." His underlings laughed loudly. Lan Wu shouted, "Bandits? What nonsense are you talking about?" She was suddenly surprised when Ye Yang kissed the book and said, "Moa, Yan Niang, wait for me. I have some business to handle." Lan Wu quickly took out her leather whip. "These riffraff don't need Master's help. I've traveled all over the north and south. Dealing with them is no problem. These bastards dare say I'm flattering? Go to hell." Saying that, she stood up and fiercely swung the whip at the group. The man on horseback was whipped and flew backward, and even the horse was shocked. Another man carrying a greatsword shouted recklessly, "This young lady's a bit fiery. That's what makes it exciting." Lan Wu said nothing, and directly unleashed the 8 directions wind and rain whip technique. 2 men on horseback dropped their swords and flew away with the first man. She sneered, "Just relying on your little strength. You deserve to be bandits in the Laknyut wild plains." The gang leader remained arrogant. "Woman, if you underestimate your enemy, You'll pay a terrible price. Lan Wu's expression darkened as she said softly, one of you is about to die. I'm too lazy to waste words on you. He then activated his blood-killing transformation, his body swelling and tearing his clothes as he growled, kill me. Lan Wu immediately spoke. You're definitely a wanted criminal on the blood hand list, killing people from 13 villages, he wondered. You came for me? Lan Wu immediately cracked her whip and replied mockingly, if it wasn't to lure you out, who would ride this broken carriage? Come on, obediently give up. He gently raised his hand to catch Lan Wu's whip and smiled slyly. A woman who knows strategy is really scary. Too bad you love too much. Then, he swung hard, surprising her as she was lifted and spun around. He said, deal with you first, then kill that pale-faced guy. Lan Wu was whipped and flew off, screaming. Suddenly, a hand appeared to catch her waist. Yayang embraced Lan Wu, grabbed the whip's handle and scolded, how dare you touch my disciple? The man was surprised. This bookworm knew some kung fu. Lan Wu stuck out her tongue, and Yayang's face darkened in suspicion. I have one question. Does your power come from Ma Ui? His eyes turned bloodshot and arrogant. That's right, he once possessed Ma Ui's blood, able to kill 100 men with one finger. He was about to say something, but only got out one word before. You've been whipped to death by Yayang's whip. All three of his underlings that Lan Wu had just knocked away were also easily dispatched by Yayang. Yayang only told them to clean up, which surprised Lan Wu into silence. After completing the mission, the two got back on the carriage to return. Lan Wu, sitting in front, couldn't help but ask, Master, this time out I noticed you kept telling me the missions are related to Ma Ui, and whenever you meet someone related to Ma Ui, you strike hard. She glanced at Yayang and asked, Master, do you have a purpose? He just replied, you're overthinking. It's just a coincidence. Lan Wu continued, Ma Ui has been quieter than usual these past 2 months, but Master, you keep provoking them. Feeling no response from Yayang, she called out, Master, I know you're asleep, and then huffed in frustration. It turned out Yayang was just pretending to sleep to avoid the topic. He silently looked up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a place belonging to the Sun City Shen clan was revealed. As soon as Lan Wu stepped through the door, she immediately demanded an extra 100,000 Jin Yuan. If not, I'll leave immediately. The wealthy merchant Shen Tam, hearing her firm words, began to cry and plead. Lan Wu said, Sis, don't. We clearly said it was 100,000 Kim Yuan, and now you just arrived and raised the price. My family is about to go bankrupt. There's not much money left. Hearing him wail and complain, Lam Vu paid even less attention and coldly said, Boss Thom was joking. You didn't tell me before. The demon you want to deal with is the Earth Elder, and this Earth Elder is a demon of the annihilation level who has lived for over 1,000 years. Although not the strongest in the demon abyss, he is the oldest. He uses the city as food, absorbing the life force of the city, turning it into rot and dust. After hearing this, Lam Vu was a bit thoughtful, then spoke, This great Yan demon abyss, I only charge 200,000 Kim Yuan, and you're already complaining to me. I never brag in business. There are 2 reasons I raised the price. She paused here, looked over the group, then said, 1. You hid important information. It's the Earth Elder. 2nd, this house has already signed a contract with the Black Ink Trade Guild, who are known for their cruelty. Tomorrow is the land handover day. What do you think your fate will be? Thom Tom, hearing she knew everything, immediately looked scared and submissive, replying, I'm only selling the land for 150,000 Kim Yuan. Seeing he still hesitated, she didn't want to hold on and stood up to leave, saying, Boss Thom has made plenty of dirty money these past few years. If you can't bear the money, then bear the consequences. My time is precious. If fate allows, we'll do business in the next life. Seeing her about to leave, he grabbed her leg, crying, Miss Lam Vu, don't go. I'll pay the 200,000 Kim Yuan. Though he agreed on the surface, inside he thought exactly as rumored. Anyone who does business with her will get stripped bare. Outside, Yayang leaned against the wall taking notes, and overheard the entire conversation inside. He was decisive early on. Everyone felt relieved. Pretending to be pitiful doesn't work on me. At this moment, Lam Vu called out, Master, it's time to trouble you to act. Hearing her call out, Yayang stepped in. Seeing this, he asked, Miss Lam Vu, didn't you say someone would come to save the Western Human Defense Line? The old guard Thom Bu, seeing him enter, said, I can't sense his realm. He's clearly just an ordinary person. Hearing the other ramble, Lam Vu standing behind got annoyed and snapped, Enough chatter. Don't disturb my master's work. It costs extra. Yi Yang then sat on the floor and tapped the ground, then said, After summoning number 2, the wait time is a bit long. Then he pressed his ear to the ground to listen and continued. Locking the demon's position is easier. Thom Tam, seeing him at work, said, Since we can't eliminate the Earth Elder, I won't pay a single cent. Old Thumb Bu beside him replied, "Look at that crack in the ground. Do you think the Earth Elder will crawl out on his own?" Over here, Yayang placed both hands on the crack in the ground. Immediately, the floor made a sound and split in two. Seeing the crack widen, the people above shouted and moved aside, and right outside the Thom family city, the ground split in two. Old guard Thom Bu, seeing the city split, said, "Old master, my weapon is still on the opposite shore." Thom Tam, witnessing this, felt a chill run through his body. Seeing their faces change constantly, Lam Vu said, "Since you're selling the land, the house will be torn down sooner or later. We're just helping you get ahead of it. No need to thank us." Meanwhile, Yayang hovered in the air, looking down into the crevice. Then he saw the old man below. The old man spoke, but only Yayang could hear. "Foolish human, daring to disturb my slumber. Do you know the consequences?" Hearing this, Yayang got a bit interested and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Oh, what consequences?" Seeing him ask, the old man continued, "I intended to enjoy this fortress, because you angered me. Within 3 watch periods, I will turn this city into a wasteland." As soon as he finished, everything on the surface began to slowly lift. He added, "Now let this area suffer the abyss first." Thom Tom and Thom Bu, feeling the violent tremors, feared in their hearts. "We're doomed. This land is about to be lost." Yayang hovered in the air, looking down at Lam Vu below and asked, "Lam Vu, according to procedure, can we act now?" She quickly replied, "Master, please." Yayang then pulled a bag of salt from his sleeve. Thom Tom below, curious, asked, "You want to use salt against the Earth Elder?" The old guard also looked puzzled. Hearing the question, Yayang laughed and scratched his head, replying, "I told you. To exorcise demons, I sometimes follow tradition, like using salt to ward off evil." Below, the Earth Elder heard this and immediately got angry, calling the brat who dared insult him. Then he used his internal power to violently toss a piece of the ground up. Surprised by the display, Yayang's eyes flashed bright red as he stared intently at the flying object. With a loud explosion, Thom Tam and Old Thom Bu were startled, and the old guard said, glancing at the mountain. Seeing their faces turn pale, Lam Bu, fascinated but still speaking, said to them, "This is psychic power. My master wants to teach me psychic skills, but I prefer using a whip." Yayang grabbed a handful of salt and quickly threw it, shouting, "Evil spirits, retreat." The salt grains slowly fell onto the Earth Elder below. Seeing this, he immediately planted both hands on the ground and quickly gathered energy to form 2 large chi rings. He then cast a great shield technique, creating a large rock to block the salt. Instantly, Yayang used his technique. The primary secret technique of the Dao sect, Shadow Weapon Protective Blossom. The salt grains quickly multiplied to 100 times. The salt rained down relentlessly on the rock shield. Soon, the salt grains pierced through the large rock the Earth Elder created. They even pierced through the Earth Elder's body, leaving small holes. Then the area around him collapsed and exploded, causing a loud boom. Thom Tom, seeing the Earth Elder explode, looked confused and blurted out, "Salt can be used like that? I've really broadened my horizons." Old Thambio replied, "Is the Wuji sect still recruiting? I want to become a disciple." Yayang landed and saw them telling Lam Vu that the demon extermination mission was complete, eagerly anticipating the demon abyss's reaction. "Let's head back to the Wuji sect first." Hearing this, she replied to her master, then turned and reminded, "Boss Thom, remember to transfer the gold source into the Wuji sect's account within 3 days, or bear the consequences yourself." Hearing this, the wealthy merchant Thomson immediately started crying as he saw off Miss Lam Vu and Ye Yang, while the old bodyguard beside him thought to himself, "I wonder if the Wuji sect still accepts miscellaneous jobs?" At that moment, Lam Vu and Ye Yang had already arrived at Sihai City, where the city lord's mansion was located. Soon after, the two along with several others entered the guest hall to exterminate demons. A man named Zi Dao, ranked 28 in demon extermination, took a swig of wine and said, "How strong is this demon exactly? We need to gather enough people before going." Hearing this, the demon hunter ranked 25, sitting cross-legged and floating like fishing, replied, "Forget it, no more words. Old Kim will definitely take the reward this time." Seeing the two arguing, Lam Vu spoke up, "Master, you won't blame me for causing more trouble by taking on one last mission after arriving at Sihai City, right?" Before they could answer, she smiled and continued, "The reward of 500,000 gold is too tempting." Hearing her, Ye Yang leisurely replied while reading a book, "No problem, it's just one strike anyway." Suddenly, a regular patron of the monk Panshu's tavern entered, smiling as he called out to Chief Ye. Panshuan immediately noticed the book in his hand, rushed over, and called out to Yan Niang, Seeing the man rushing over, Yayang raised his leg to block and shouted, "Step back, don't touch my stuff." After a heated argument, Wan Shu came over to Lam Vu, then said, "So petty, Miss Lam Vu, long time no see." Seeing his greeting, Lam Vu shouted back, "Get lost, you bookworm who's obsessed with novels every day." Hearing her rejection, he retorted to the master, "You're the same." Hearing this, Lam Vu loudly rebutted, "Master is studying the philosophy of life, different from someone who hunts demons daily, but loses their life treasure to a female demon." After she spoke, he felt a bit uncomfortable but said, "Mrs. Fierce, Chief Ye, do you want to receive the secret intelligence on this demon case? Exchange it for Yan Niang 6 with me." Yayang responded with a simple, "Oh." Pan Shu An began to explain that this demon extermination involved the city lord's daughter, who was a parasite monster inside the heiress's body. The city lord invited all the top demon hunters across the country for her. Pan Shu then recalled and continued, "Many demon hunters were killed, the most terrifying being the top demon exterminators in the region. After replacing her with Miss Jing Hua, the demon creature recovered 3 days later. At that time, many people said it was hopeless, but the city lord refused to give up and kept adding money to find other experts." Yayang listened attentively while reading, showing no expression but simply responded, "Oh." Lam Vu also listened and asked, "Does the bookworm really believe he can solve the demon problem?" Hearing this, he answered without hesitation, "Why would I come for 100 silver coins? I already have Yanxiang 6 and the plans. I need the money. Why did you come, miss?" Seeing him ask back, Lam Vu smiled and replied, "Also for the money, no other reason." When she said she came here, she recalled about 3 hours ago when she and Ye Yang were walking and heard someone screaming repeatedly, "I am not a monster." A girl suddenly rushed out of the mansion, crying and shouting, "I'm not a monster, don't lock me up, someone save me quickly." And she slipped and fell face first onto the ground, and 2 soldiers caught her and dragged her inside. As they brought her in, one said, "Miss, accept it, the person at night is the monster." The girl cried louder, begging to be released, but he replied, "In this life, you can only be locked up." While Lam Vu listened, people behind were whispering, "The monster is really scary. My child used to play with her, but now absolutely cannot get close to her anymore." Hearing this, Lam Vu recalled her childhood. Back then, she was despised and mocked, told not to play with the monster or she would be harmed. Being stoned and threatened by kids pointing swords at her, Lam Vu was only scared and curled up in a corner. One kid holding a sword said, "I have to use my father's sword to kill you, monster." Hearing that, she was filled with murderous intent and grabbed the sword. Immediately, the sword cracked and shattered from her killing aura. The kids, seeing her transformation, got scared and ran away. They ran while glancing back and shouting, "Monster, everyone don't play with the monster." After they left, it suddenly started raining. At Eternal Sword Peak, someone said to her, "I heard you've done housework since childhood but were bullied and rejected. From now on, wear these gloves, you can control yourself and won't be bullied anymore." Lam Vu was very happy and replied, "Thank you, master." Recalling that, Lam Vu felt heavy-hearted and thought, "I will never let others discover I am a monster again." She then unfolded the notice in her hand and said, "Master, we must earn this money." Hearing this, Ye Yang was startled. At that moment, she was even more determined, thinking, "This girl, I must save her." The two then arrived at the mansion and met a soldier. The guard said, "Demon Hunters 11 to 20, please proceed to the Demon Extermination Hall, miss." Quickly, they were escorted inside the mansion and immediately entered the Demon Extermination Hall, where the city lord appeared before them. This is the father from the rumors, whose daughter is a monster. The city lord of Sihai bowed deeply and earnestly said, "Please save my daughter's life. As long as she is saved, I agree to pay the reward and everything else. I only beg for her life." Behind the iron door, his daughter was pale with a dark expression, sighing continuously. Beside the two stood a demon slayer ranked 73, who suddenly rushed forward passionately, opening her eyes wide and observing carefully. Yi Yang had not yet registered as a demon hunter, while Ye Shen was ranked 9th. Seeing her rush like the wind, they watched in surprise. Suddenly, only one clear voice echoed inside the demon extermination hall from the demon slayer. She rushed to the city lord and said, "Let me just release my big brother from death row." Hearing this, he replied, "No problem. As long as my daughter is saved, even a death row prisoner can be pardoned." Then the soldiers opened the iron door and let her enter. When she stepped inside, she immediately saw his daughter sitting in a corner. The girl cried and ran over, saying, "Sister, I'm scared." Hearing this, she replied, "Be good, don't be afraid. Let me check a bit. You will be fine very soon." The little girl's normally calm eyes turned fierce the moment she saw Zhang Ji. Her expression changed instantly, and she rushed toward her, growling loudly. Seeing the girl like that, she was startled. Quickly stepping back a few paces, she shouted, "Demon, trying to ambush me." Zhang Ji was about to say no, but before she could finish, the little girl had already lunged forward and bitten her neck. Immediately, a sharp scream erupted from inside the iron cage, along with a spray of blood. The people outside, seeing Zhang Ji collapse, were astonished and thought, this demon's speed is really something. The little girl, controlled by the demon, then sat on the iron cage, watching the people below snatch the sound. "Is everyone who came today just a bunch of trash?" Hearing this, the elder Taoist replied, "Demon, don't even think about causing trouble. I'll seal you." Immediately, the old demon woman jumped out and said, "Old brother, don't fight me this time." Seeing the two quarrel, Pan Shu spoke up. "Master, you and old demon woman, you two experts are to eliminate demons within 30 meters. You both claim to be each other's dog meat. If one gets into trouble, the other will immediately risk their life to help." At this moment, the little girl's expression turned eerie. She rushed past the two and shouted loudly. The elder Taoist immediately unleashed a technique. The great wrath flame spewed a blazing fire from his mouth, blocking the little girl's charge, also aiming to distract her attention. The old demon woman then used her dazzling demon rope, instantly throwing out a fishing line that tightly wrapped around the girl's entire body. Bang! A loud noise rang out. The little girl, controlled by the old demon woman, fell heavily to the ground. The city lord's daughter looked furious, gritting her teeth and letting out low growls. The elder Taoist saw the girl restrained, and quickly coordinated by spraying a ring of blazing fire around her. The city lord, seeing this, shouted anxiously, "Don't harm her." The demon woman replied, "That rotten guy's demon forging fire only injures demons. Mortals are unaffected. Now I'll take out that demon." After saying this, the demon woman retracted the rope, pulling out a crazily writhing black demon, while her little girl remained lying on the ground. The city lord, seeing this, couldn't help but feel relieved and said, "That's great." Pan Shu also spoke up. "The wine-drinking twin really has skills." The elder Taoist, seeing the old man control it, used the flame full break left technique, quickly bringing the gourd forward and rapidly sucking everything inside. Even the demon was caught tightly by the flames, forcefully pulled toward the gourd. Struggling, it kept growling and screaming. Soon after, the fire wrapped tightly around it and it was sucked into the gourd. The elder Taoist then said, "Purification complete." At that moment, the city lord's little girl also woke up. Her expression returned to normal. She looked around in confusion. Lam Wu, seeing her awake, was very happy and said, "Good, she's saved." But soon after, a sharp scream rang out. Lam Wu was startled by the scream. The elder Taoist had one hand severed, blood gushing non-stop. The little girl appeared again in front, while the old demon woman stood to the side in shock. The little girl was holding one of the elder Taoist's hands, her face wickedly staring at him as she rushed forward. The old demon woman panicked, shouting loudly and rushing to call the old demon. The elder Taoist stood frozen in horror, muttering, "Impossible." Before the old demon woman could reach to help, a slash came from nowhere, severely wounding him. The demon inside the girl's body now blazed with fire, hovering and saying, "Weak humans, come and exterminate me." Pan Shu immediately rushed out and summoned the heavenly book. A glowing book appeared, radiating dazzling light. Pan Shu then shouted loudly, calling Feng. The demon inside the girl began to tremble as if controlled, then was violently pulled downward. Bang! A loud noise. The little girl was dragged back and locked inside the iron cage. Pan Shu worriedly said, "This demon is terrifying. It can resurrect. The only way now is for the host to die with it." Yayang heard this and said, "Lam Wu, let me handle it." But Lam Wu looked gloomy, suddenly objecting, "Master, can I try? I want to say a few words to it." Hearing this, he agreed. Lam Wu sat in front of the little girl. The girl said, "Sister, you're so beautiful." Hearing the compliment, Lam Wu didn't respond but asked, "Girl, I want to say something to you." Lam Wu said, "You can only save yourself. Forever only yourself." The girl looked confused. Lam Wu continued, controlling her own body, determined to hold on herself, unwilling to be a monster forever, wanting to return to normal by reclaiming her body. Hearing this, the girl helplessly said, "Sister, can I?" Lam Wu reassured her, "You must believe in yourself." Hearing this, the girl looked a bit sad and said, "Sister, I understand." Suddenly, the demon seemed to regain control and said, "But sister, I see there's a monster inside you too. You can't control it either." The girl's eyes reflected Lam Wu's shadow. She immediately asked, "Are we the same kind?" Lam Wu suddenly froze. The girl continued, "Then let's destroy this world together. Destroy the world that hates us. Destroy the world that fears us." Instantly, Lam Wu's body changed. The monster inside her awakened and said, That's right. I'm a monster too. No one can accept a monster. Suddenly, Yayang spoke from behind. I will accept you. Hearing this, she seemed to awaken. He continued, even if you're a monster, even if the world rejects you, I will protect you, so the world can't harm you. That's my responsibility as your master. Lam Wu was deeply moved by these words and cried, telling her master. She said, you really don't mind me. Before she finished, Ye Yang replied, no matter how many identities you have, to me, you're just my silly disciple who stubbornly endures. Hearing this, she was overjoyed and said, Master, I understand. Yi Yang then faced the demon and said, actually, defeating this demon is very simple. Just use a fist. The city lord anxiously said, please don't kill the little girl. Yi Yang's whole body radiated cold energy and said, killing it is useless, because the real demon, mid-sentence, he punched Tu Hai straight in the face with great force, breaking several of his teeth, then continued, is you. He was punched flying far away. He flew so far he broke a pillar in the house. The front wall shattered with a loud crash. Everyone nearby was stunned and amazed by the scene. Lam Vu stood there bewildered, only able to watch Ye Yang take action. The Sihai man collapsed to the ground after being struck by Ye Yang, but immediately a strange object emerged from inside his body. The demon then looked at him and said, I never expected a human like you to uncover the truth. The people here were confused, but Sushu seriously explained, no wonder she kept reacting despite the purification. The culprit is really sect leader Zhao, who has been demonizing his own daughter. Meanwhile, the demon began to summon. Moliati spoke, I had already evolved with demon blood to gain higher intelligence. This is just bait to lure the demon slayer. As the demon said this, the little girl inside awakened, her eyes showing a fierce delight as she looked at them. Lam Vu realized she was deceived and immediately grew angry. The demon continued, I didn't expect your kind to have someone smart enough to guess my plan. Hearing this, Ye Yang retorted, guess again, monkey. He smirked and added, the primary demon-slaying technique lets me see all life in this house clearly. I intended to examine your daughter, but your power was too strong, so I ended up examining you instead. The demon was hit right in the heart and fell silent. Then he angrily said, watch my soul-destroying demon technique. As he spoke, he unleashed a move. Immediately, the eye he created launched a soul-destroying demon cannon attack. Seeing this, Yayang was unfazed. He shot a beam from his eyes toward the demon and said, I know demon techniques too. At first, the beam was a thin line, but then he activated the basic thunder-shooting eye technique, amplifying it 100-fold. The beam grew large and pierced through the eye and the demon. Instantly, both the eye and the demon split in two. With a loud explosion, they shattered into hundreds of fragments. As the demon was destroyed, the little girl inside collapsed as well. Hearing noise behind, Lam Vu turned and saw the scene, sighing without a word. But seeing the little girl was different from her. She felt some relief and smiled. After about half an hour, outside the city lord's mansion, Ye Yang stroked a cat and sarcastically said, is Lady Yan the rebellious empress you're looking for? So impatient, Lady Yan. Hurry and update. Lam Vu came out happily and said, the little girl is fine now, thanks a lot, master. She's no longer a monster. Hearing this, Ye Yang lowered his voice. Actually, I'm not a monster either. Lam Vu was surprised. Yayang continued, I was born with overwhelming power, couldn't control it, causing an energy mutation outbreak. I taught her psychic techniques to control her power. She calmly replied, I don't care if I'm a monster or not. I only care about always being your disciple. While they were engrossed in conversation, Sushu suddenly appeared and said, I don't care if you're a monster. Can you spare some money to buy Lady Yan's favor? Startled by him, Lam Vu flew into a rage and struck him away, angrily shouting, get lost! As Ye Yang was about to leave, he said, you go back first. I have one more thing to finish quickly. She agreed. All right, you go first. Don't run off with the little fox. Quickly, Ye Yang moved to a desolate place with no one around. Below, someone was peeking at him from the shadows. Ye Yang called out, come out! Soon 3 demons jumped up and stood behind him. Ye Yang stood still and asked, what do you want? The snake-headed demon replied, Master Mo Li wants to see you. Ye Yang's expression darkened, and he said, Mo Li, moving through the void of the demon realm isn't easy to find. I'm not interested in meeting Mo Li. Tell him to come to the Wuji sect. Hearing Ye Yang's arrogant disdain, the demon spat poison and angrily said, then you won't get the chance. Immediately, the other 2 demons also blew poison toward Ye Yang. Yi Yang remained calm and expressionless, though a bit disappointed, and said, that's it, because he had been sealed by the demon crystal wind earlier, freezing him in place. Seeing this, the demon was puzzled and asked, got him! Is he the legendary Ye Shen? The demon said, the sealing crystal of Master Mo Li is powerful. No matter what, We've done our job. Let's take him to Mo Li to meet Master Mo Li. Then all three used their power to transport Yayang. Yayang said, "Go," and the lively scene instantly returned to silence. A cold gloom covered the sky over the demon realm's crystal hell. Dong Fengxing stood alone in a corner watching the seated group and laughed. Ha ha. They were playing cards, placing bets on the table, nearing the end of the game. Xiao Huli still had cards, her face pale as she said, "It's over. I'm about to lose." The person next to her suddenly said, "Sect Leader Ye's teachings make playing cards really fun." Mu Shina replied, "Sorry, master." At this moment, the four bodyguards raised a card with Ye Yang's image and said, "Last card, I win again." Hearing she won, Mu Shiner said, "Hua, our strategist, is the strongest in the Qingqiu clan. It's reasonable we lost, but does the master care about our wins and losses? Doesn't Sect Leader Ye's disciple teach you not to lose to anyone?" Hearing this, Bai Fei got angry and shouted, "Isn't everyone trying to win at cards? Why bring up that irrelevant name?" Seeing their argument, Hua coldly said, "Sect Leader Ye gave you a chance to save me." Suddenly, she recalled the time when they fought the nine-headed demon and were captured after being tracked by the demon lord. Bai Fei, the fox, remembered and said, "Unfortunately, I only recovered 20% of my strength. We have to find a way to escape, otherwise they'll bring us right to the enemy." Her serious tone made the others stop and turn around. 3 days later, he led us to the enemy we were hiding from. The group kept discussing. Dong Fengxing stood aside, uninterested. Bai Fei continued, and Hua spoke of a plan to escape the demon realm. Hearing this, she said, "Let's secretly set up a spatial formation, and once we're escorted out of the crystal prison, activate it to escape." There are always demons guarding outside the crystal prison, so Hua said to keep an eye on them constantly. Bai Fei replied, "No problem, I'll seal their senses." They kept discussing non-stop. Dong Yue just stood aside, indifferent. Bai Fei responded kindly. Ha Hoa revealed the plan to escape from Ma Ui Ni. Hearing that, she replied, "Now we secretly set up the spatial formation, waiting until we escort them out of the crystal prison, then activate the formation to escape. Outside the crystal prison, there are always demon guards, so Ha Hoa told the others to keep watching us constantly." Bai Fei responded, "No problem, I will seal their sensory powers. As long as the nine-headed lord doesn't come to patrol, it's fine." Hearing that, Ha Hoa thought for a moment and replied, "Right now, the nine-headed demon and the other giant-headed dogs are probably playing the human survival judge game in the Red Wind country, so they won't return to Ma Uyen for the time being." Xuanfeng heard that and asked about the human survival judge game. He then recalled the demons from the Red Wind country. The nine-headed is a national-level demon commander who leads his subordinates to infiltrate small, weak human kingdoms when controlling a nation. He starts playing the human survival judge game. Then he invites strong fighters to play with him, ranking them according to the 6 great demons of Ma Uyen: Demon Slayers, Ma Uyen's Demon Remnants, Ma Uyen's Blood Buddha, and finally Ma Uyen's Beasts, or selecting the strongest human warriors to fight the giant-headed Ma Uyen. The game's outcome decides humanity's survival. But so far, humans from the 5 small countries have all been wiped out because of this. After hearing this, someone spoke up, "That's utterly reckless." Bai Fei then said, "No time to waste. We must set up a formation and figure out a way to escape. Seize the opportunity." The atmosphere here was even darker than the prison earlier. This was Ma Uyen's main hall. At this moment, the demons who had earlier brought Yayang, who was sealed inside the demon feng shui crystal, down here. A demon stepped forward and slammed his hand hard on Yayang, saying that Lord Demon Dream had ordered them to wait until the demon lord returned before opening the crystal. Hearing this, the old blood Buddha immediately replied, "This little monk wants to see what's so special about this human-turned-Ye god." He thought he would be allowed in, but the demon guard shouted loudly, forbidding him from advancing. However, he ignored it and decisively made his move. Instantly, a shout rang out along with a call to the Lord. After acting, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The old blood Buddha approached the demon feng shui crystal, looked at Yayang inside, and said, "He is the Ye god wind from the rumors, but I can't sense his realm." After saying that, he pondered and continued, "The original sin is that he died by his hand. Although he is said to be the weakest existence among the 6 great demons of Ma Uyen, dying by Ye god wind is still very strange." Saying this, he muttered to himself, "The original sin of death is one thing, but many disciples who gave their demon blood to this little monk were killed by him." At this point, he became angry and immediately raised his hand to attack, shouting, "We can't let him stay!" The demon behind was frightened and warned, "Lord, absolutely not. Wait for the demon master to return." Before the demon could finish, the old man had already struck toward Yayang. Then the old blood Buddha pretended to be shocked and said, "This little monk slipped up." Very quickly, a loud explosion rang out, and the demon feng shui crystal shattered into hundreds of shards. In the thick dust ahead, the old blood Buddha was eagerly awaiting to see Yayang's corpse. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Yayang was still sitting there calmly, looking at him and whistling. Seeing Yayang unharmed, the old blood Buddha was astonished, thinking his blood Buddha technique had no effect on him. Yayang saw him standing still without speaking, then took out the wanted order and said, "You are the monster spreading Ma Uyen's demon blood to create monsters everywhere." Then Yayang's tone turned cold as he called out, "Blood Buddha." Yayang's face darkened, his whole body radiating cold energy as he continued, "You filthy thing have polluted many humans." Seeing Yayang's fierce spirit and mocking tone, the old blood Buddha replied, "The master's words are harsh. Little monk is only trying to save and transform them. My Buddha is compassionate." Hearing this, Yayang threw the wanted order at him. The old man shouted, "Now I will transform you. The demon blood monsters that kill every troublesome creature will just transform you directly. Then this world will be pure." At this, the wanted order Yayang threw gained power and rushed toward the old man. Seeing this, the old blood Buddha raised his hand to block the attack and angrily said, "Everything is like illusions and shadows, like bones and lightning. The master is agitated." His expression grew darker, his sharp eyes commanding loudly, "Let this little monk teach you the heavenly Tao." Before the old blood Buddha could act, Yayang boldly controlled the paper fragments in the air and shouted back, "I am the heavenly Tao." He then performed a move, the beginner cultivator's technique, the 100-level leaf and flower petal method. The torn paper instantly transformed into sharp shards, swirling like a tornado right before the old blood Buddha's eyes. Seeing Yayang's power, the old man was startled and looked anxiously at his fierce disciple, shouting, "Not good, retreat quickly." Before his people could move, hundreds of thousands of swirling shards charged down. The demons were continuously cut to pieces, and even the old blood Buddha was knocked down to the ground. Seeing his people wiped out, Yayang coldly flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Very soon, he calmly and leisurely sat down on the throne of the blood demon. From outside, a winged demon flew in from afar. As it approached, it reported, "Your Majesty, we have returned." The one called Your Majesty replied, "This time, the Red Wind Country's judge game was boring. Those humans are too weak." Hearing this, another demon said, "As long as the slaughter can draw a sword and kill, that's satisfying enough." As they neared, a demon on the winged creature immediately jumped down. Seeing the devastation and ruin above, he asked in shock, "What happened?" At this moment, the nine-headed demon lord appeared, looking ahead with surprise and snorted. The beast stepped inside and saw the demon dream hiding behind a pillar. She panicked and said, "Something bad happened. The blood Buddha was killed here by humans we captured." Then she came before the branch leader and said, "I am useless. I beg the demon lord to punish me." At this time, the nine-headed branch leader and several other demons jumped down from the winged demon. The nine-headed then moved inside, but after a few steps he was startled. Before him, Yayang was sitting leisurely on the throne, looking at him with familiarity and saying, "Finally, you're back." Then Yayang spoke in a deep voice, "Let's play a game called the Ma Uyen Survival Judge. If you win, you live. If you lose, all Ma Uyen's elite demons are killed." The demon there was shocked and alarmed, saying, "The judge game." The beast warned, "Ma Uyen's humans have never been weak." Yayang ignored him and coldly replied, "That monk can't even touch me with a finger. Are you sure you want to resist me?" Hearing this, the nine-headed angrily said, "I killed the blood Buddha with one strike. You're too arrogant. Do you think that after killing my original blood Buddha, you can do whatever you want in Ma Uyen?" The demon remnant beside him also said, "That's right. Why would the territory of the demon lord allow humans to be so arrogant?" Seeing those two acting disrespectfully, Yayang immediately grew angry, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent as if he wanted to devour them alive, warning that such arrogance was not allowed. Outside the main hall of Ma Yuan, one could see two sources of immense power bursting out from inside the hall, stretching all the way to the horizon. Then, with a loud boom, his nine-headed subordinate, amazed by the internal power of the boy, called out. Even the three demon minions under him over there were startled and shocked. Yayang spoke in a deep voice and continued, "Look closely, demon lord. You think you can withstand my attacks, but your demons cannot protect anyone." At this point, his expression turned dark and indescribable, his gaze carrying the aura of death, speaking ruthlessly, saying, "The only way out is to follow my rules and play this game." His nine-headed subordinate wanted to flare up, but cautiously said, "If I kill him first, all beings of Ma Yuan would likely perish." The demon wasteland man replied, "Your Highness, for Ma Yuan's sake, I can only agree to this game until I can win. Once he leaves Ma Yuan, I will find a chance to deal with him." That led to his most tragic end. Hearing his reasoning, the nine-headed subordinate agreed, saying, "Fine." Then he loudly responded, "Yayang, I will play this judgment game with you." Seeing the judge ready to act as the sect leader, the demon and the beast showed anger, glaring fiercely at the boy. Hearing their agreement, Yayang encouraged them psychologically, saying, "Be happy now. You all have a glimmer of hope to live. Down here, Xiao Ba will preside over this game." After saying this, his face twisted mischievously. He raised his hand to summon a mid-level summoning technique, Tolu Zhang Yuji, level 100. Immediately, a little girl appeared, greeting the goats. "Now I will replace the master to preside over this Demon Lord judgment game." Xiao Ba, hovering in the air, told the little goats, "You will definitely enjoy this game. The rules are simple. Ma Yuan and the master each send out 5 one-on-one matches." Xiao Ba glanced at the 9-headed subordinate who was listening intently and continued, "Do the demons of Ma Yuan feel the opportunity has arrived? The master is generous. As long as Ma Yuan wins 2 out of 5 matches, the challenge is successful." Xiao Ba looked at the demons and continued, "You may receive the master's pardon." After saying this, she approached the boy, flattering him, saying the master is truly kind. Xiao Ba likes it so much. "You all feel the same, right?" The demons here heard Xiao Ba's tone and felt angry but could do nothing. Yayang suddenly snapped his fingers and, hearing her, understood and said, "Then let's start the first match." He reminded lightly, "Ma Yuan can win 2 matches and end the game. You all can survive. So fight hard." Xiao Ba now looked excited and said, "Ma Yuan lost 4 matches in a row. The game is paused. Ma Yuan is destroyed. Ma Yuan can now choose the first player." Hearing this, the demon beast wanted to volunteer, saying, "Let me go first." But before he was approved, the 9-headed sect leader interrupted fiercely, saying no need. He observed briefly, then coldly ordered the demon blade to fight. The demon blade heard his command and immediately advanced with eager momentum. As he stepped forward, he immediately showed his power, holding a knife radiating fierce killing intent. Xiao Ba was surprised and said, "This is the legendary #1 demon blade with notorious abnormal speed," recalling his previous image. "You once single-handedly wiped out an entire human sword saint squad, really making people look forward to your performance." Hearing her say that, the demon blade arrogantly and confidently asked, "Who is my opponent?" Hearing his boastful tone, Yayang silently snapped his fingers without answering, and immediately, a sword with oppressive power appeared in the air. This is the summoning technique of a primary spirit, a sacred relic level 100. The demon blade's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the sword. Nearby, the demon dream also looked surprised and asked, "This is..." The demon wasteland man just saw it appear and recognized it, saying it is the weapon of the dead demon. Wasn't it lost? How is it in this human's hands? Once summoned, the dead demon appeared and said to the master, "Thank you, master, for summoning me again, allowing me, as a spirit, to return to the mortal world to experience the thrill of battle." Demon Dream immediately asked, "Dead demon, you are the bloodline of Ma Yuan. How can you accept a human as your master?" The dead demon replied, "I have always respected the strong. Compared to my master, you are foolish and too weak." Hearing this, the 9-headed subordinate grew even more furious and said to the demon blade, "Do not hold back. That little subordinate under the 3 crimes dares to betray the master. We must make her regret betraying Ma Yuan." The demon blade obeyed and unleashed the ghost blade technique. The primordial heaven and earth spirit moved toward the dead demon and said, "Rest assured, I will make her carry deep regret." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. His technique drew a long line on the ground, slowly cracking and splitting in 2. The demon blade then unleashed another technique, shouting, "The ghost blade heavenly net." Dead demon saw him continuously attacking, leaving her no time to react, only watching as his last move rushed toward her. The dead demon moved swiftly, quickly dodging his strike. Then she appeared right behind the demon blade, decisively raised her blade to strike down hard, but he was not defenseless, immediately turning to block her attack. With a loud explosion, the two were thrown apart. The demon blade angrily looked at her and said, "Stronger than I thought." She replied, "Nonsense. I was enhanced by the master. Compared to the previous high and mighty demon blade, you are slower than I expected." At this moment, he regained balance with his blade and shouted angrily, "Little subordinate, prepare to die." The blades on his back shot out instantly, following his voice, and moved accordingly. The demon blade unleashed a third technique, infinite ghost blades. The blades spinning in a circle like a cyclone, launching swiftly toward the dead demon. Demon Dream saw him unleash the technique to prevent her from carrying him, and happily said, "Infinite ghost blades, infinite pursuit, little subordinate is surely dead." The dead demon quickly dodged all his attacks and then lunged forward. The demon blade was shocked, not expecting her to evade his strikes. Moreover, she was full of killing intent, charging forward. Before he could react, she used the Ye family's shadow leap technique, swinging her blade to pull back several of his blades, then launched them back at him. Instantly, he was injured by his own attack. At this moment, his whole body stiffened. Unable to think, the demon blade wounded by his own blade. Even the beast watching was stunned and said it was the first time seeing the demon blade injured by his own weapon. The demon wasteland man nearby also spoke. Unexpectedly, she was modified, her speed so fast it was abnormal. The dead demon hovered in the air, looking at the wounded demon blade below. Bao said, "Krong, you have 3 seconds. I want to end this fight." He heard her arrogant words, his voice turning harsh as he said, "Damn witch, how dare you speak to me like that?" Then he unleashed another move, the super infinite demon slash, continuing to control his blade to spin back and attack her, shouting destruction. At this moment, he launched another move, Heaven and Earth Slash. Then he decisively swung down hard, yelling Demon Shatter. The man on this side saw him use his familiar move and excitedly shouted, "Seal the Heaven and Earth Slash. Demon Shatter is surely dead." The beast on the other side saw this and smiled, waiting. Demon Shatter's attitude was cold. Without a hint of hesitation, he launched another move, even disdainfully saying, "Too slow." Very quickly, she also executed the enhanced version of the Thousand Scales Slash to counter his attack. Now both sides had moves, about to collide. The Demon Slash side saw her move suddenly become so powerful, he was a bit shocked and startled. Before he could get close, the blade and move from Demon Shatter decisively slashed through his body. When the attack hit, Demon Slash couldn't block it and was cut in half. Seeing his subordinate defeated, Nineheads was shocked and shouted Demon Slash's name. Demon Shatter nearby saw Nineheads getting angrier and used a sound transmission technique to say, "Your Highness, calm down. If you act, you might win. But the entire demon garden will be destroyed by him. You must endure." After transmitting, he lifted his staff and lightly tapped the ground as a signal to end the technique. Yayang, sitting on the throne, enjoyed and praised, "Excellent." Hearing this, Demon Shatter was satisfied and replied, "The feeling of the master empowering me is truly amazing." Xiao Ba appeared smiling and announced, "Round 1, a demon wins." Wuji Sect and Demon Garden, 1 versus 1, Demon Slash transformed into a cute lock. The Demon Garden goat continued, "Looking forward to you showing more forms I like." The game continues. Demon Shatter saw Demon Shatter obeying Yayang's will, and couldn't help but angrily call him a traitor of Demon Garden. Demon Dream, I grit my teeth and curse that bitch. The beast was also stunned and motionless from the recent scene. Demon Shatter heard the curses, but didn't care, coldly replying, "Say it again. I only serve the strong. Weak bugs, don't talk so much." Nineheads grew angrier hearing her, gritting his teeth and saying, "Demon Slash, the fastest human killer, is defeated by a demon sister." He said this, then Demon Shatter transmitted, "Master Demon Lord has no wings. Demon Shatter's speed is terrifying, and when empowered, it increases nearly 30-fold. Old Demon Shatter continued transmitting, "She's strong enough to fight these 6 Nineheads, deep and unpredictable, and cannot kill your highness with one strike, so be patient." Hearing this, Nineheads retorted bitterly, "Scum." Yayang, watching the battle, was satisfied and said, "Good job, a demon. You can retreat." Hearing this, she replied, "The battle was fun. I will follow the training method and look forward to the master arranging the next fight. But I'm also very loyal, hoping the master will give me a chance." "Understood. I'm withdrawing." Yayang saw the demon didn't say more, and eagerly said, "Hurry up. Who's next from Demon Garden? Someone stronger, to make the fight more exciting." Hearing this, old Demon Shatter said, "Your Highness, remember, in Nineheads' Demon Garden, King Bai is a beast." Hearing this, Nineheads replied, "Right, this round, we're sure to win." The beast on this side couldn't stand still, his whole body burning with anger as he said to, "Your Highness, I will not disgrace my mission." Yi Yang saw the demon appear and lightly snapped his fingers, saying, "Xiao Yi, it's your turn to fight." Quickly, Xiao Yi appeared from the space, his aura blazing as he said, "Master, finally you let me fight. This is fun." The beast saw it was just a bear and disdainfully said, "Big dumb bear, meeting me means you're cursed for 8 generations." Immediately, he used the technique Earth Demon Noan and blew out a long, dark purple breath. Within the breath appeared 2 shadowy human figures flickering in and out. They gradually materialized. One was a muscular, furious figure holding a large thunder hammer. The other was Demon Slash. Xiaoba watched with interest and said, "Interesting. The beast's special ability is to use breath to recreate the bodies of dead comrades instantly." The beast was proud hearing this, knowing his body stored the demon blood of the 5 Nineheads, allowing him to create 2 strongest dead comrades. Though the time is short, it's enough to start hunting the bear. The 2 demon comrades looked confident hearing him, while old Demon Shatter snorted coldly, immediately summoning Furious to rush forward excitedly shouting, "Let's go! I want bear guts!" growling to intimidate Demon Slash beside him, who also charged forward simultaneously. Furious was agile, watching the opponent's situation and seeing an opening. He swung the thunder hammer hard at Xiao Yi, who shouted loudly. Xiao Yi didn't dodge but directly blocked the attack. The two were evenly matched. Furious attacked with force. Xiao Yi resisted fiercely, their power erupting and shaking everything around. Soon after, Xiao Yi gathered strength and punched hard at him, shouting, "Aren't you full yet?" Surprised by the counterattack, Furious lost balance. But Demon Slash appeared to replace him. Seeing Xiao Yi off guard, he raised his blade to strike down, shouting, "Demon Eradication Slash." But Xiao Yi quickly dodged. Seeing the sneak attack, Xiao Yi exploded with anger and quickly bit down, shattering his blade. Demon Slash was shocked and startled that his weapon was destroyed by the angry bear, thinking the Demon Eradication Slash was eaten, but he wasn't worried because he had many other blade techniques. Still, looking at Xiao Yi, he was a bit cautious, thinking, "This bear is terrifying." Meanwhile, the beast was mutating, one arm becoming abnormally large. He shouted and unleashed his power. Immediately, the beast attacked, using the crushing bow technique, slamming his huge hand down directly on Xiao Yi. Furious and Demon Slash standing nearby were stunned seeing the attack, but quickly snapped out of it by his order to kill it. Hearing his command, the two demons understood, and Furious used the Thunder Hammer to perform the Furious Hammer technique, while Demon Slash used the Slash Eradication technique. The two struck simultaneously to attack Xiao Yi. Xiaoba appeared excited and commented, "Ah, finally, things are getting interesting." The three great demon heads from the Wuji sect joined forces to fight Xiao Yi. At this moment, Xiao Yi saw the claw of the beast approaching and was briefly surprised. Suddenly, before the beast could strike Xiao Yi, a loud explosion erupted from Xiao Yi's side. The blast knocked the three demons back against the beams. The beast, thrown off, quickly reacted, gripping the ground tightly to maintain balance. But then, its fury turned to shock and panic, because in front of it, Xiao Yi looked very different. He had just unleashed a high-level beast technique, a level 30 giant beast state. Seeing Xiao Yi's new burst of power, the enraged beast angrily shouted, "Damn, that's the only move you got?" After defending, it raised its thunder hammer high, gathering force to unleash the divine annihilation strike, smashing the hammer down hard in front of Xiao Yi, creating a massive fury. Xiao Yi didn't dodge but stood firm, baring his teeth in anger as he charged forward. The beast was shocked to see him unharmed and advancing. Before it could react, Xiao Yi bit down hard on its upper body, shattering the hammer. The demon executioner also rushed in, witnessing this and becoming scared and reckless. But before it could strike, Xiao Yi opened his mouth wide again and decisively tore the demon's upper body apart. The beast on this side, seeing the other two defeated, became terrified. Xiao Yi then lifted his large foot to stomp on it. Seeing this, the beast panicked and fled, screaming, "Help! Help me!" Before it could get far, Xiao Yi stomped the ground fiercely, causing a sudden tremor and loud noise. The beast's head turned in shock, seeing another demon defeated, and called out in alarm. The demon leader cursed angrily, "Damn it!" The demon enchantress beside him froze in terror. Yayang clapped happily and said, "Xiao Yi, well done." Hearing the praise, Xiao-san turned and replied, "Master, you flatter us. Xiao Yi is honored to serve you for 3 lifetimes. Then, Xiaoba appeared again with a cheerful face and announced round 2. Xiao Yi is good at flattering the master and winning. Wuji sect and Demon Enchantress, you both lost. Demon Enchantresses, I'm disappointed in you all. I really want to kill you right now." The demons were shocked by Xiaoba's words. The Demon Enchantress sensed something was wrong and gasped. Yayang made a disappointed face and said, "I'll give you a chance to lower the difficulty for round 3. I'll send out a disciple who's still training." The demon leader sneered and replied, "A disciple from Wuji sect? The strongest girls from the Eternal Sword Sect were only at Spirit Realm for half a year before entering the sect. Just one hit and they'll definitely die." Seeing Yayang's disdain, he angrily said, "Underestimating the demon enchantresses will cost you." Yayang ignored him, flicked his hand lightly, and immediately summoned the young mage Sushu. She appeared confused and asked, "I'm in the sect's sweep mission." "Master, why did you summon me here?" Yayang replied. "Just to let your master know how your new mage outfit looks." She answered, "It's great, very cool. The most important thing is that wearing it makes master happy." Hearing this, Yayang teased, "Really? Then if you win, will master marry you soon?" She said, "You're not smart. I've read many books on mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relations, but I forgot to hope that when I remember the marriage content, the marriage lasts." Yi Yang cleared his throat and said, "Go show off your special mage training results." She replied, "Before battle, should we hug for encouragement? Master, want to try?" The demon enchantress, annoyed by their antics, said angrily, "I'll take this round." The demon leader, confident in her victory, said the opponent's martial realm was the weakest, and the mage wielding a broom was definitely doomed. She immediately advanced and attacked, trying to seal the poison bone sea. Sushu defended with fiery resistance, spinning her broom rapidly, creating swirling flames that blew away the demon enchantress's poison. After extinguishing the attack, Sushu angrily shouted, "Now it's my turn, Snake Spirit, watch this!" The demon enchantress, frustrated that her move was countered, couldn't believe the mage's fire control was so powerful. Quickly, different-sized flames appeared and surged toward her. Sushu unleashed the great fireball barrage. Just as she thought for a moment, she was attacked and screamed, "Oh my god!" Sushu immediately ordered an explosion. Tiny flames exploded in succession, creating a series of loud booms. The demon enchantress screamed in fear, trapped by the flames with no escape. She ran around in panic, cursing. "Damn it!" The demon leader said, "That wicked girl is really cunning, using fire to trap the demon enchantress's moves." Yayang, seeing the demon leader's frustration, said disappointedly, "Are you stupid? This is Sushu's innate talent as a grand mage." Xiaoba appeared and commented, "Sushu is a top-tier mage, absolutely perfect at avoiding legendary targets." Sushu remained calm, controlling the formation and said, "I don't need accuracy when using magic, right?" After saying this, she immediately unleashed another move, the Scorching Flame Storm, summoning a massive fiery tornado that violently suppressed the demon enchantress below. The demon enchantress, terrified, screamed and ran wildly, but she didn't get far before being sucked into Sushu's fiery storm. Only her screams could be heard as she was swept up. Two demon subordinates of the demon enchantress saw their master being swept away and rushed out fiercely to call her. The demon leader nearby was startled by the two's sudden move. Xiaoba appeared with tentacles to block the two from reaching the demon enchantress, but someone slashed the tentacles, preventing Xiaoba from stopping the two demons. Angry, Xiaoba said darkly, "Anyone who breaks the master's game rules will be punished." The demon leader, hearing Xiaoba's tone, was shocked and cautious, stopping without further words. Yayang, seeing the demon daring to interfere, coldly said, "The demon enchantresses have lost 3 rounds in a row." Raising his head, he saw and heard the attitude of this little miss, suddenly shocked and a bit cautious, stopping without a word. Yayang up here saw that demon dared to interfere, and with an unhappy, cold face said, "Ma Ui has lost 3 consecutive rounds, so it can only be this way." His expression suddenly darkened, and in a deep voice he said, "Ma Uyen only has one last chance." Suddenly, Sushu cut him off and said, "Master, I've won. Should we discuss marriage now?" Surprised by this, Yayang fell silent. Sushu continued, "No need for a wedding ceremony. I just want to talk." Before Sushu could finish, Yayang's face turned pale, and with a decisive snap of his fingers, a few seconds later he said to leave, and Sushu was immediately summoned back by him. Xiaoba was no longer gentle or cheerful. His face was dark and cold as he said, "The final round was the countdown to Ma Uyen's destruction." His 9-headed form sounded like a provocation, and he couldn't help but respond, "With me here, no one will ever destroy Ma Uyen." The old decayed demon heard this and said, "Your Highness, let these insignificant people witness some true nation-level destructive power." The Ma Uyen branch leader's eyes glared fiercely as he replied, "After so many years, I've lost count of how many nations and people I've destroyed, how many faces twisted in fear. Is there anyone who dares to fight me?" Seeing this one was unafraid of death and still issuing a challenge, Yi Yang's eyes burned cold with ruthless fire as he said, "Since arriving in this world, no opponent has ever made me serious. A great demon with nation-level destructive power? Sounds interesting." Meanwhile, the 9-headed demon thought, "If I weren't worried about your Ma Uwen demise, I would have dealt with you long ago. This battle will send you straight to endless hell." Ye Yang's whole body radiated a pressure darker than hell itself as he spoke in a ghostly voice, "I hope you don't disappoint me." Xiao Ba, excited by the intense moment, suddenly appeared and said, "Master is about to make a move." Xiao Ba is so pumped. At this moment, the Ma Uyen branch leader struck first, announcing his overwhelming power and throwing a punch toward Ye Yang. Seeing the attack coming, Ye Yang didn't flinch and immediately raised his hand to block the blow. With a loud bang, Ye Yang's small fist resisted the large strike, but his strength was no less, instantly breaking through the block and countering the attack. The 9-headed demon was affected, losing balance and flying back. Seeing Yi Yang's strength was not easy to handle, he said, "Good, a full-strength blow from you can shake me, worthy of my serious attention." Then he unleashed another move, 9-headed assault, aiming straight at Ye Yang. Quickly, the snakes on his heads extended, gathering nearly 10 of them, and they all attacked Ye Yang at once. Ye Yang, seeing them approaching, showed no fear, but calmly unleashed his inner power. He then said, "Your force is insufficient. Get stronger." Then, with a glare that seemed to shoot sparks, he shouted, "Stronger!" The 9-headed demon, provoked by Ye Yang's taunts, couldn't hold back and roared loudly, unleashing his full power. Both sides attacked simultaneously, and a massive explosion erupted. The main hall of Ma Uyen belonging to the nine-headed demon began to crumble. Immediately, the demons and Yayang each stood their ground. Seeing the destruction, Yayang was pleased and taunted. "Is that the extent of your attack?" Then he shouted loudly, "Can you let me have some fun?" He gathered all his strength and inner power into his arm and decisively punched toward the others. With a loud explosion, the nine-headed demon was hit and shocked, thrown backward. His branch leader was blasted away by Yayang's power and strength. Passing through a shower of debris and space fragments, another loud sound rang out. He landed after the heavy collision. Seeing him still able to sit up, Yayang was unsurprised and said, "Ma Uyen Lord, prove you're still worth fighting." Xiaoba agreed and added, "Master, if you keep playing like this, you'll make him angry." The nine-headed demon, knocked down on the ground, hissed with hatred. "Pathetic humans, if you want to die." The sky darkened further. Black clouds and lightning streaked toward the nine-headed demon. Seeing this, he bitterly said, "I will satisfy you." He then unleashed the Thunder Snake World Annihilation move, sending the many snakes on his heads charging at Yayang. Yang responded by channeling powerful electric lightning through his body, immediately striking the snakes rushing toward him. This time, the explosion was not ordinary, but sounded like a destructive blast. Xiaoba, witnessing this, worriedly said, "This attack has already wiped out many of Ma Uyen's floating continents." Yayang's whole body radiated with vengeful energy as he said in a dark voice, "Such a boring level of attack. You think you can hurt me?" Then he became furious and unleashed the basic ancient echo move. The roaring lion at level 100 loudly shouted, "How ridiculous!" From within the move, a lion appeared, carrying destructive power, roaring loudly. Quickly, the snakes from the nine-headed demon were destroyed and vanished into nothingness, along with everything around them being shattered. The decayed demon on this side was almost unable to withstand this terrifying power. He called out, "Ma Lord," but soon started coughing up blood from his mouth. Seeing Yayang destroying everything, the nine-headed demon desperately unleashed his final move, Nine-Headed Fury Annihilation. Summoning another giant beast, charging straight at Yayang, he said, "Destroy the human." Xiaoba sensed the danger and warned, "Master, be careful, don't get bitten. Its venom is 10,000 times stronger now." Yayang quickly activated another move, the basic martial Tai Chi shift at level 100. He gently swung his hand, instantly opening a spatial rift in the air. The demon from the nine-headed form was sucked into this other dimension. It screamed and cursed, calling humans despicable. The old decayed demon, seeing his branch leader defeated, fearfully said, "Ma Lord." Yayang stood coldly opposite the spatial rift and said, "If you don't use your final battle form to fight me, then I'll send you on your way now." His aura blazed fiercely, eyes icy as he watched the nine-headed demon being pulled into the space, but he still transmitted his voice to the decayed demon. "Be sure to open the protective barrier around Ma Uyen at any time. My final battle form is too dangerous," the old decayed demon responded. Then he suggested, "Your Highness, release it. If we defeat this despicable human, even if Ma Uyen is destroyed, we won't regret it." Then he and the old demon activated the demonic god transformation to reach their strongest state. Then, Yayang saw a bizarre circle forming in the sky above. Seeing this, Yayang crossed his arms, looked on with interest, and calmly said, "Don't keep me waiting too long." Immediately, a huge explosion erupted below, shaking the entire town. At that moment, from afar, the demon lord appeared, surrounded by overwhelming power. Gradually revealing himself, his entire body clad in shining armor, he declared, "Humans are finished." In this new form, accompanied by immense friction, he raised his sword high and unleashed a technique, transforming into the demon lord's form as the demonic judge. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light shot down from the sky directly at him. At the same time, several ghostly heads emerged from the ground. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, opening the spatial judge. Immediately, a vortex named the Central Judge's Mandate appeared above his head, and powerful lightning bolts struck down, empowering him. At this moment, the demon lord roared with momentum. Humans turned to dust, then directly swung his sword, unleashing a massive power to suppress and attack Yayang. Seeing the incoming strike, Yayang calmly raised his hand to block it, then clenched his fist and effortlessly shattered the technique. Seeing that Yayang had not only dodged but destroyed the attack, the demon lord refused to back down, swinging his sword forward and saying, "I have a secret skill to crush your empty judgments." But before I could say more, Yayang's hand suddenly shot out, gripping the demon lord's neck tightly. Caught off guard, the demon lord couldn't react in time. Yayang looked at him with murderous eyes, coldly saying, "Rest assured, the entire demon abyss will be buried with you." The demon lord suddenly sensed Yayang's serious tone and attitude, trembling in fear, thinking, "Before I could even say anything, He unleashed the first-level Dragon Claw technique at full power and immediately crushed the Demon Lord's head with his hand. Meanwhile, the old demon remnant witnessed this chaos and couldn't help but panic. The gathered demons stood frozen after witnessing this. The old man then shouted loudly, "Your demon lordship!" While the demons were stunned, Xiao Ba appeared, shocking them even more. She said, "Sorry, the master has already won." The abyssal demon judge descended, declaring, "You are all to be annihilated." The old demon remnant trembled with rage and said, "We won't just sit and die. I still have the undead legion formed by the demon lord's bloodline, the true divine weapon of the DE kingdom." As he spoke, he ordered the demons to appear and retreat. Immediately, the demons swarmed in thickly. From above, something began to appear. The demons looked up attentively, and suddenly a three-headed dragon emerged, roaring loudly and stealing the spotlight. Xiao San burned everything in its path, and upon command, it opened its mouth to spew furious flames. The old demon remnant was instantly burned, falling from the sky while screaming. Almost half of the summoned demons were incinerated by Xiao San's flames. At that moment, another demon army appeared. They were the Abyssal Demon Archery Legion 1, who immediately raised their bows. Countless arrows shot toward Yayang, but before they could act, Xiao Er suddenly jumped out and said, "Master, leave this to me." Standing firm against the demons, she slowly spread her arms, then unleashed the quantum no-man technique of the sea. Instantly, she summoned tens of thousands of missiles, flying wildly through the air, furiously firing back to block the demons' attacks. Xiaoba watched with interest and said, "Interesting, I want to join in too." Xiao Er controlled the missiles, quickly blowing the demon horde apart. Xiaoba also jumped into the fray, using her tentacle-like hair to strike at them. The scene was utter chaos. Soon, a stray missile flew into the abyssal crystal prison. With a loud explosion, Bai Fei's chamber blew up, startling her as she was playing cards. Seeing this, Bai Fei said, "The nine-headed soul lock on him has disappeared. Looks like Yayang killed him." Hearing this, Xia Hua replied, "The Yayang sect leader has finally arrived." The room immediately buzzed with excitement. "Master, go meet him." Another said, "Why should I meet someone so insignificant?" Chun Feng said, "You've said that 1,000 times since leaving the Wuji sect." Xia Hua replied, "Master, go. This might be the last time you meet in this lifetime." Bai Fei ignored the two and hurried away. Then she thought for a moment, shaking her head, "I can't not go. I know meeting him will make me weak." Wanting to stay by his side, she immediately fell into deep thought, saying, "I can't. I still want revenge. I carry the deep hatred of my entire wiped-out clan." Thu Tu Ye said, "So Master fears dragging Yayang into this, right? Our enemy is the only goddess left in this world. When Master stirred the dynasty to march and kill the gods, Suo was completely wiped out." Chun Feng asked, "Yayang sect leader destroyed the abyss, but couldn't stand against the goddess. Now Bai Fei says we should go. I will use every means to restore my strength." Bai Fei then transformed into a fox demon and left, thinking silently that she couldn't drag anyone else into this. But as they left, Yayang seemed to sense something and turned his head to look after them. Xiao Er noticed his gaze and asked, "Master, what are you looking at?" He replied, "Nothing." Xiao Er coldly said, "Master's heartbeat just fluctuated." Caught off guard, Yayang angrily said, "Don't randomly check my heartbeat." Then he decisively walked away, saying, "Let's keep clearing the abyss. Once it's all cleaned up, we can leave on our own. I'll return to the Wuji sect first." Hearing this, Xiao Er and Xiao Ba responded, "Understood." Yi Yang then looked at Xiao San and said, "Xiao San, don't be lazy." Very quickly, Ye Yang arrived in front of an empty prison cell at the Wuji sect. Sitting before the cell door, he thought, "I still remember the first time you smiled at me, and I frowned, looking at the puppet you left in the cell. You teased me so much that I came to this world frowning. Whenever I came to the Wuji sect, you were always there." Ye Yang thought this while staring at the cell with a complicated expression, then sat alone, dazed, saying, "For now, consider this a holiday for you. One day, I'll come to take you back." Then he closed his eyes, remembering her, telling her to wait. In Sihai City, a long line of people was waiting for something. "So today's the day they're selling the Yan Niang sketch. No wonder so many people showed up." Pan Shu smiled with satisfaction and marveled, never expecting the Yan Niang sketch's pose to be so unique. Feng Hao also praised Xiao Yu Qing Chun for a major breakthrough. The Yayang sect leader coming to the grand sect competition is a rare sight. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "It's Hong Xianzi, the #1 martial genius on the continent." Didn't expect she'd be interested in a book like Yan Niang's story. Hong Xiaoxi smiled shyly. "Our bookstore was appointed as the promotional ambassador, so everyone has to support it." Yan Niang's fans cheered loudly in support, their dreams intertwining, creating a frenzy of excitement. Suddenly, she spotted Pan Shu and Feng Hao and waved them over with Zhong Er to check out the books. "Long time no see." Panshu asked curiously. Strange, such a noble fairy. Why would she take on a job promoting this kind of X-rated book? She replied immediately, saying she got the Yan Niang sample book 7 days before a month ago. Master liked it, so I tried everything to make him happy. After saying that, she turned to invite customers. Everyone, hurry and buy. Buy a lot and get my autograph. She blushed shyly. So charming, the Yayang sect leader having a disciple like this, still obsessed with Yan Niang. Feng Hao wondered. The grand sect competition doesn't allow sect leaders to participate, right? Scene shifts to a lush green forest. This is the ancient Luanan Forest, the alliance of 15 countries in Dongyuan, where the Grand Sect Competition's trial takes place. The first round of the Grand Sect Competition, squads start from different areas, crossing through the ancient Luanan Forest. Those who succeed reach the ancient city and advance to round 2. According to the competition rules, Yayang was randomly assigned to a squad. Right now, he's roasting meat over a fire while wiping his gourd. Having joined the Tansect squad and for several days hasn't had a full meal, it's really tough. Elder Bai Xian panicked. Brother Yayang, no. Lighting a fire will attract the black demon salamander. If it stays in this swamp, our squad won't be able to move forward, he reassured. It's just a temporary squad. We could be eliminated any time. Stay calm. He mentioned Kai Zigui, a drunken ghost, who could be tested at any moment. Bai Xian was also criticized by him, a useless fighter plus a 5-month-old infant. She was happily playing with the baby. Little Bao, when you grow up, you have to be like sister. Okay? A novel moment. He didn't hold back and scolded the old man. Even the old man with a 7th-level martial realm, this squad surviving is already not bad. Bai Xian was angry, no matter what. The black demon salamander is a high-level demon creature, absolutely not to be provoked. Yi Yang feared no one and activated his magic. Then let me see how unprovocable it really is. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a power orb onto the lake's surface. Instantly, the black demon salamander shot straight up, scaring the Tansect elder so much his eyes nearly popped out. Yayang sternly scolded, "You scared little Bao." Then he snapped his fingers and the big salamander exploded, leaving no trace. Little Bao turned pale and trembled. Parts of the creature's body fell with a thud. Bai Xian stared, wide-eyed, speechless. Even the drunken ghost had to peek at Yayang calmly collecting a primary-level telekinesis ability before the old man's helpless eyes. You're the spoils of war, a leg to be roasted immediately. At this point, the old man became cautious. Tan sect is an assassin sect. Brother Yayang will need to use more assassin tactics in future battles. He replied, "You go out. I'm just here to fill the numbers. Don't ask for much." Suddenly, Yayang shouted, "Ah, the meat's burnt again." The story goes that 3 days ago, Bai Xian hurriedly recruited people. Where's the last person? Only 1 spot left. The ancient assassin sect is recruiting living people to participate in the grand sect competition with food and lodging provided. Yi Yang stood there and asked the old man, "Living people are allowed? This morning you were shouting only experts." The old man was so anxious he couldn't wait. Registration time was almost up. He signed and stamped, "Let's go to the future together." He thought to himself, the sect leader can't participate, but to care for the disciples, they randomly mixed in. So the paperwork was ready for him, though he still doubted. "Hey, we have enough people now." Bai Xian nodded. "Enough. Let me introduce you. I'm the Grand Elder of Tan Sect, hoping to revive Tan Sect. Here's the missing sect leader Bai Xuan, who doesn't know martial arts. She gave up fighting for literature, but her works all became bestsellers," she objects. "What? I also wrote books to make money from Yan Niang's story." Yayang was surprised. "What? You're a fanfic author of Yan Niang? Didn't expect such a big fanfic to be written by you." Bai Xuan signaled him, "Silence. I'm also supporting my family, but my ideal is to be a famous writer remembered in books." Then she introduced the baby she was carrying on her back. He's the youngest member of the squad, Little Bao, whom she found when demons attacked the village. He helplessly followed along. The grand sect competition has no age limit, and they're using a baby to fill the numbers. So cruel. Little Bao looked at him with a cunning gaze. "I'm no Little Bao. I'm the Holy Lord of the demon world. I infiltrated the human world, waiting for the right moment to conquer you all and make you my servants." Suddenly the kid panicked, seeing something. A gaze sharper than a blade reminded the little one to behave. "I hate naughty kids the most." So the boy smiled brightly to win him over while reminding himself of the danger. "This person is very dangerous and powerful." Bai Xian looked over at the girl on the other side, "The last warrior I met on our street with similar goals, hence the blood alliance cut." The drunken ghost mumbled, "I'm not drunk, don't want to see goldfish." Yi Yang was annoyed. "You probably saw her drunk to unconsciousness, told her to sign to fill the numbers." The old man objected immediately. "She volunteered completely." Now recalling what happened, He couldn't help but sigh. What kind of strange squad did I join? Little Bao worried, looking at his back, crushing the black demon salamander with one hand. Way too scary. I definitely can't reveal my demon identity. After everything that happened, Yayang now stood atop a high mountain, silently praying, "Hope all disciples go smoothly. Come on. The path for our sect to return to number one in the open world has begun." From the training forest afar came desperate cries for help. Help! A group was running desperately to escape enemies. Why are we so unlucky? Damn it, this time we're all gonna die here. A bunch of terrifying beasts were chasing fiercely, and they encountered a beast tide. Suddenly, someone flew down from above. The girl riding a broom shouted loudly, "Firewall, block them." She was Sushu, and behind her was another girl. "Everyone stay calm," Ling Ruos confidently declared. "We will handle this." A man shouted loudly. It was the young sword goddess Ling Ruos. Has she also come to compete in the sect tournament this time? Suddenly, Ling Ruo activated her ultimate sword technique to annihilate heaven and earth, creating a magnificent scene with a barrage of sharp swords. Then she shouted a powerful killing cry that sounded heroic. So those swords attacked the fierce beast horde under her command. The whirlwind slashing technique made it impossible for their bodies to remain intact. Yandu fiercely struck the beast horde, refusing to listen, or else they would be punished. Another person exclaimed, "The Ling goddess is both newly born and strong again. No wonder she is the beautiful young goddess of the entire continent." Someone nearby praised, "That little junior sister is also very adorable." Nan Guantong observed, "Everyone became stronger after changing their professions." Lu Qing also started speaking. "She is very formidable, and no monster has yet broken through her defense. With her here, everyone feels much easier." Late at night, the crescent moon lit up a corner of the forest. Everyone sat around the fire to keep warm. Ling Ruo said, "Everyone, no need to be afraid. The danger has passed. We are all cultivators," she continued. "If we participate in the competition together, we should look out for each other. Let's camp together for defense." The young man smiled kindly. "Thanks. I wonder which lucky man this is." Someone nearby dismissed the goddess, saying she only focuses on swordsmanship. At this moment, Yandu was roasting meat while muttering, "I wonder if Master is hungry. Also, without me around, I wonder if some strange woman will trick him away." Luthon went to gather firewood and asked, "So you asked Yandu, where are the others?" She honestly replied, "Senior sister went to practice swordsmanship. Nangong went everywhere to find ways to contact beauties, saying he must choose for senior mother." Pausing a bit, she continued, "If it's Sushu, it seems she went to find several married senior sisters to ask something." Scene shifts to Sushu. "Sorry, senior sister Zhang, if mother-in-law is in a bad mood, the new wife needs to do what? Speak sweetly, tone must be low. Importantly, be generous. But what if the person is unmarried? Why care about this?" She laughed coquettishly. "Soon, senior sister wants to marry me off to master quickly. These issues will have to be faced sooner or later. I'm slow-witted. Slow people need to start earlier." Senior sister Zhang nodded, showing understanding. "Oh," Sushu asked further, "there is another issue. About doing that thing together. How many times a week is best? Should I be more proactive or more seductive?" This question left the other speechless. Dongfang Xing overheard the entire conversation from afar and was now extremely angry. "Junior brother, what kind of weird disciples are you taking in?" She pondered deeply. Except for that cultivation machine, Ling Ruo is stubborn about the sword path. Other disciples seem more interested in junior brother than cultivation. If I weren't afraid of making junior brother angry, I would definitely kill them all. Unable to stay longer, she flew away. Junior brother must have chosen chaos. I'll go find him a bit. While flying, Dongfang Xing suddenly faltered. She randomly landed on a branch, but it didn't help. Her soul state was increasingly unstable. She tried to endure. The frequency of explosions grew higher. "I must quickly get beside junior brother to avoid losing control at the last moment. If I can't control it, I can only replenish energy." Suddenly, she saw a group of people far away, so she began to smile savagely, using her ultimate skill to slash and kill all those people. At the same time, because of excitement, her laughter grew louder, her body parts scattered in different directions. Xing was extremely pleased. Those people were demons disguised to infiltrate. "Consider yourselves unlucky. You wanted energy and got it as you wished. Now much better." Then she reached to pick up a jade pendant. Suddenly startled, the Grand Sect Tournament Demon Lords also want to come. Could they have the same goal as me, the ancient treasure vault? Looks like there are good things there that I don't know about. The nine-headed snake was killed by junior brother, not even worth a shoe. The image of a boar-like demon appeared, its strength considered nation-destroying. The nine-headed destroyer overwhelmed several spirit levels of the small city-state. The 12 weakest demons only had one, not even counting the star. Dongfang Xing analyzed. Zhou Yi is a Hong Yue-level character of the Yin country. He devours thousands of people. The most terrifying is the existence of the Dragon Lord level Mo Ri. Zhou Yi appears. The Grand Sect people will be devoured by him. She calculated carefully and decided, temporarily not to look for junior brother. First, I'll see what Zhou Yi wants to do here. She remained lost in her thoughts. Maybe she could get a treasure to make herself stronger. This Grand Sect tournament looks more interesting than imagined. Junior brother, survive. The sky was clear, but Xiao Bao cried loudly. Yayang was very annoyed. What's going on? Crying non-stop early in the morning. Troublesome. Outside it seemed like that, but inside she kept thinking, quickly hand me over to someone else. As long as you chase away scary people like you, I can gather with my people in a safe place. He was helplessly holding the noisy kid, then Bai Xian ran off. I'm old. My nerves are weak. Can't stand it, especially children's crying. Xiao Bao kept crying non-stop. He complained, I don't know where that literary maiden Bai Xian went. I have no experience taking care of kids. Can't stand it anymore. So I decided not to care, then just hold him up high. Kids on Earth seem to all like this. Xiao Bao had a bad premonition about what was about to happen to him. Yayang said and then flew straight up, making Xiao Bao cry continuously without stopping. Flying several circles around the sky made the kid even more scared. Hey, why is this person flying so high? My head hurts. I want to vomit. So scary. After a few minutes, he flew straight down to the ground, causing the earth and rocks to explode with piercing sounds. He looked at the kid and gave a fake smile. Sure enough, raising him up worked. Finally, he stopped crying. Xiao Bao Xin turned pale, his body trembling violently. He thought, he's alive again. Could it be that he discovered something? Is he using tricks to warn me? I absolutely cannot act rashly. The little ghost came before him and spoke. Give me Xiao Bao. You're a bit surprised. A drunkard like you knows how to take care of a kid? She replied slowly. After all, I'm a woman. I know how to make him stop crying. Feed him some good wine. I guarantee he won't cry anymore. If you don't give him, then I'll beat your house down. A few seconds passed, and she acted. She lunged to grab the kid, but Yayang quickly dodged. I pulled. Surprisingly, the little ghost used her legs to clamp tightly onto her. She caught him off guard. Then she gently lowered herself. Only her hair fluttered in the wind. Finally, Yayang, with his unparalleled strength, was pinned down by the girl who was always nagging. Her face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she said, Sorry, I was a bit rough. I forgot I'm a girl. The weather's so hot, and you're sweating. Suddenly, someone high up in a tree across the way was watching Yayang's situation unfold. Didn't they say Lord Zigui kills any male creature after drinking, so his claim was a lie? Zigui glanced in that direction. Yeah, I smell the stench of demons. You should know that little demon here ranks 99th on the heavenly list. Do you still dare to come and risk your lives? The little demon was still trembling. She was the strongest wine demon among the 5 demon slayers. Luckily, my unique bloodline lets me hide my demonic nature. The kid was relieved to see Yayang's darkened face. If this person found out, the world would be doomed. At this moment, Zigui charged forward. Under the blades of the 5 demon slayers, no demon could be allowed to survive. If they've come this far, then they shouldn't leave. The demons in the tree panicked. They had received the rescue signal sent by Sheng Yuan. Even as powerful heavenly list warriors, we can still save Sheng Yuan. Just as they prepared to attack, she suddenly froze for a moment, then slumped down, vomiting from drinking too much. Her actions left Yayang and Xiao Bao speechless. At that moment, the demon bugs hiding nearby all flew out at once, taking advantage of Zigui losing her fighting strength. They tried to snatch the child from this weak person. Yayang couldn't stand watching anymore and drew his sword from his back. So your goal was to kidnap the kid. Nothing angers me more than traffickers. With a few basic slashes, he kept the demons from getting close to Xiao Bao. The situation was grim, surrounded by demons everywhere. One demon spoke up. Strange, Your Highness Sheng Yuan saw us coming to rescue, so why no reaction? Another chimed in. He must be preparing for the most critical moment. Your Highness has matured a lot. Sheng Yuan, playing Xiao Bao, sobbed silently. That mature head was held tightly by this monster. He could be crushed at any moment. It stirred up your whole family. I don't know you. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in. In an instant, rain poured down like a flood. Yayang lifted Xiao Bao high. I just washed my hair. I don't want it to get wet again. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuan wailed pitifully. This expert is definitely testing me. I must stay calm. No anger. Just smile. His subordinates wondered why he was holding Sheng Yuan up like that, and Sheng Yuan was smiling. They guessed Sheng Yuan was signaling us. We must keep smiling till the end. This young one must not be strong. That sword probably drained his power. Yayang wondered why these fools just stood frozen. So he decided to strike first. Xiaobao, let's finish off these kidnappers. The demons screamed. He was just trying his best. Kill him. With his agility, he easily moved around, slashing the demons perched in the trees with the lightest sword strokes. Within minutes, he wiped them all out. Only screams echoed through the forest. Then Yayang soared out to the forest edge like a bird. The tipsy little demon muttered, "Yayang's kinda handsome. I want to get drunk with you. Drink till we can be honest with each other." Sheng Yuan's subordinates were terrified. Even from afar, Yayang's landing startled them. He slowly cast his sharp eyes behind. The demons fled so fast they vanished. Sheng Yuan's dogs, "We're useless and can't save him. Go call reinforcements now." After the fight, he chatted with the kid. "Xiao Bao, are you okay?" Sheng Yuan was sure he was testing him, seeing if his subordinate's handling would break his heart. The kid smiled happily and babbled, "Tiger likes to dance. Good little rabbit picks carrots." Yi Yang frowned helplessly. The first phrase this kid learned was that. He wished he hadn't sung that silly earth song, but Xiao Bao kept humming, "Likes to dance and pick carrots." Bai Xian praised Yayang, a heroic youth. Indeed, he had good judgment. He hid behind a tall, ancient tree. "Our duel has hope. You just crushed his little wish. I'm just following the team into Old Luan City. Once there, I won't act anymore. Don't overthink it." Behind Zigui, he gave Xiao Bao some wine. "I can't bear to let others drink the good stuff. You still dare to struggle?" Sheng Yuan reminded himself to be patient. He couldn't be savage anymore. He announced, "Actually, Xiao Bao can talk now. Just coax him a bit more." Sheng Yuan wept silently. Luckily, 3 escaped this time. "I'll be saved outside singing nonsense. Tiger likes to dance. Good rabbit, picks carrots. I'm a saint all my life. Why suffer such humiliation?" Bai Xian clapped and praised. Finally, Xiao Bao has grown up. Ye Yang covered his face with a book, thinking, "Should I chase those 3 who escaped? Nah, better check out the book Yan Niang and Lady Track bought me." Turns out someone had already given him the book. This is specially from Sihai City, with a cover made by Yan Niang. Time passed long, but Sheng Yuan's subordinates still ran for their lives, kept running. "Don't stop," one complained. "That young guy without cultivation is scary." Dongfang Xing suddenly appeared before them. "Oh, how scary is he?" she asked sternly. "Is he scarier than me?" The 3 shouted in surprise. "Dongfang Xing, big demon head, why are you here?" She was injured. She didn't deny it. "Yes, she's hurt. You need to sacrifice yourselves as medicine for her." A demon flew in. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all." Without hesitation, the demon sucked the demons into her mouth. She explained, "I was hurt by your master, Zhou Yi. Sucking you up is my compensation." After finishing, she flew away. However, a group chased after her. Here they come again. So she had to land on a nearby rock. Zhou Yi was furious. "Dongfang Xing, come out. You owe me an explanation. You've killed so many of my subordinates." His followers spoke up one by one. "Dongfang Xing, don't you obey the demon lord's orders? Get out here." "Master, let me destroy this whole area," she replied. "Destroying this area will alert the organization. You disguised yourselves as humans to join the duel. You don't want to be exposed either, huh?" She sneered at them. "You guys are so many, making it hard for a weak girl. Truly no class." Yayang repeated her words. "Oh, so humans and demons are different, and Dongfang Xing is just a weak girl?" She pretended to beg, "Prince Chu Tian, you flatter me. The demon lord of the Scarlet Moon personally came to compete this time. Killing you was a surprise, but their lives are lowly and despicable compared to yours. Stop quarreling with them." Chu Bang questioned, "Dongfang Xing, what exactly does a crazy woman like you want?" She answered immediately, "I'm even more curious what Prince Chu Tian wants to do. Let me guess. The Dragon Lord's son, Shang Ying, who has some human blood, has gone missing. The entire demon world is searching." Pause. She continued, speculating. "Although the reward is generous, Prince Chu Tian is just doing this casually. He wouldn't come here just for that, right?" Dongfang Xing slowly analyzed that the sect competition among the 15 countries in Eastern Plains must be because the treasure of Lao Lan was opened, containing treasures important to both the demon and human worlds. That's why Prince Chu Tian personally came here. Chu Tian frowned. "Dongfang, miss, although you're a bit crazy, you really are smart. Why did you come here?" She shyly winked. "Our daughter is of marriageable age, so she has to get married. But to marry well, a good dowry is needed." "Then take the treasure Prince Chu Tian wants as my dowry." Chu Nam angrily blew smoke. "Your Highness, no need to fuss with this crazy woman Dongfang Xing. We can't let her ruin things." "Kill her now," Chu Tian growled. "Capture her alive." Then Chu Nyam struck fiercely at her with his weapon. "Fine, I'll keep this crazy woman's head for soul absorption. The shape of a shark appeared and obeyed his command, grabbing her head. It bared sharp teeth and flew straight toward her. Dongfang Xing wasn't about to stand still and take it. Who's the crazy woman? I'm not happy. To punish you all, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Then, a thunderous explosion lit up the area. Chu Nam shielded himself from the dust and shouted, "She exploded herself." Chu Tian sighed. She blew up her puppet's body and ran. If I really wanted to kill her, she'd be dead within 3 seconds. She's good at finding treasures. Let's treat her as a treasure hunting tool in Lao Lan. Chu Tian's people discussed that if they get that item, the plan to exterminate humans in 3 years will be carried out. The Dragon Lord is loyal to your highness. Speaking of which, we received a distress call from the Dragon Lord's son Sheng Ying, but all my subordinates are dead. He darkened his face and rejected it, saying no more concern, just go handle it. The Dragon Lord has 108 children. Only 9 pureblood sons are noble. The others are sometimes considered food by him. I want to taste them too, Chu Mu reported. According to our intelligence, the Wuji sect killed the 9-headed demon lord and also joined this competition. That Yayang might also appear. Chu Tian smirked. That useless 9th brother, I feel sorry for him. It's decided. After arriving at Lao Lan, ancient city, I will devour that Yayang and taste what it's like in place of my dead brother. At the vast Lao Lan ancient city, supported by 2 giant stone statues, only a few people moved sparsely inside. Yayang muttered alone, leading this strange team flying up, treating it as the last big effort before being eliminated, looking for a place to eat well. Bai Xian lay flat on the ground, whispering, "Indeed, the ancient city smells of history. Endless dark days, aimless breath." In front of the old man was a puddle, so he reminded, "Hey, Xiao Bao just peed there." On the other side, the undead were being vigorously chased by locals. Damn, even the wine was stolen. Elder Kentong lifted Xiao Bao high. "Ancestor, we've arrived at Lao Lan. I won't betray your wish to revive the sect. I willingly sacrifice this kid to heaven." But Xiao Bao screamed, "Damn, old man." Suddenly, a white bird appeared in the sky, carrying a group of people on its back. The locals shouted, "Look quickly, over there is Ling Ruo, the goddess of Wuji sect, and on her back are all disciples of sect leader Yayang." Yan Ru whispered, "I miss Master so much. Many people always praise her. Her little junior sister is really cute." Recently, Miss Sushu's fan base has also surged. Yayang blinked in disbelief. "There's a vehicle? I thought everyone flew directly." That bird landed in front of him. Ling Ruo came to where he was standing. Everyone was shocked and confused. What's going on? What would the goddess Ling say to a weak old man? Someone nearby guessed, probably asking Elder Kantong. Yayang panicked and covered his face. "I'm doomed. This girl found me out. I said I absolutely wouldn't come this time." Ruoxiu smiled gently and said, "Sister, since the initiation trial, I didn't expect to meet here. This is truly fate." He frowned and recalled old memories. "She recognized me when I was disguised during the initiation trial. What kind of look was that from the young female swordsman? Because you just stood there dumbfounded without answering. She picked me up. Sister, let's talk a bit." He was startled and shouted, "Huh?" Her fans witnessing this were shocked. The goddess Ling actively hugged a man from Cantong. "Oh my god, she doesn't like me? Is it because I'm not weak enough?" At this moment, Ling Ruoshu flew away, always grateful for Sister's rescue last time. "Meeting like soulmates, we have to talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Yayang struggled in despair, put me down quickly. "Half a year no see, you've gotten stronger." That's right. The story went back 2 months ago, on a day with heavy rain and thunder. A girl stood dazed there, weighed down by heavy worries. The sound of footsteps echoed, coming through the rain toward her. Her tears mixed with the rain, salty on the tongue. "I told you, forget me. This is the 3rd time I've failed the Soul Realm breakthrough. Let me sober up in the rain." Ling Ruoxiu sadly continued, "It's forest rain. I'll go back naturally." Yang worried about her, but she had been in the rain for a whole day and night. The rain grew heavier, and she stubbornly refused to listen to Master. The stubborn kid begged. The rain wouldn't stop. The kid didn't want to go. Unable to persuade with words, he took her sword out. "This is easy to solve." Then he slashed the dark sky, creating a brilliant streak of light. After a few seconds, blue sky and white clouds reappeared after days of heavy rain. Ruoxiu couldn't help but feel sorrowful. "I wonder when I'll have even a fraction of Master's 10,000 sword techniques." She remembered those happy times. Then Master said, "I have to relax a bit," and took me traveling, visiting many places to read books and contemplate life. She was taken by Yayang to see the vast sea and boundless stars. A girl stood there dazed, her heart heavy with worries. The sound of footsteps echoed, cutting through the rain as they approached her. Her tears mixed with the rain, tasting salty on her tongue. "I told you, no matter what, this is the 3rd time I've failed the Soul Realm assault. Let me sober up a bit in the rain." Ling Ruo said sadly. It's forest rain. I'll go back on my own. Yayang worried for her, but she had been drenched for a whole day and night. The rain kept pouring harder. She stubbornly refused to listen to her master. She begged like a stubborn child. The rain wouldn't stop. The child wouldn't leave. Words couldn't persuade her. So he took out her sword. This was easy to solve. Then he slashed once into the dark sky, creating a brilliant streak of light. After a few seconds, blue skies and white clouds reappeared after days of heavy rain. Ruoxu couldn't help but feel sorrow. She wondered when she would ever master even a fraction of her master's sword techniques. She recalled those happy times. Then her master said, I need to relax a bit, and took her traveling, visiting many places to study the nature of life. Yayang took her to see the vast sea and endless stars. The scenery here is breathtaking. She continued, confiding. Not long after returning from the trip, I have continuously broken through several spiritual realms. I advanced from the spirit realm to the soul realm, then to the void realm, and finally to the secret realm. I'm incredibly excited. Sister, this time I have a big question for you. It's not appropriate to discuss this with the other sisters in the sect, so I can only seek your guidance. Yayang gently set me down to talk. Then she stopped by the cliff, and I had already told myself, my whole life has been devoted to the sword path, untouched by the mundane world. My heart belongs only to the sword, but the image of my master is always in my heart, never fading. Ling Ruos shyly expressed, remembering her master. Sometimes I even feel my master is more passionate than the flame sword. For a moment, I don't know which is more important, my master or the sword. He stiffened upon hearing such deep words from his disciple. Damn, he turned away, his body temperature around 37, 2 degrees Celsius, at most 42 degrees Celsius. The melting point of a sword is 1500 degrees Celsius. There's no way a master could be hotter than a sword. But when asked who she would save if her master and the sword fell into the water, she hesitated and couldn't answer. So she picked up a flower and started plucking its petals one by one. Master or sword? Master or sword? Yayang was surprised. Where did she get that flower? Each flower's petals were all plucked off, one after another. It's the sword path. No extra flowers allowed. Master. The hateful sword path. I don't want to give up either. She was extremely determined about this. Sister, please guide me. After standing silently for a while, Yayang suddenly walked away. Oh no, sister's gone. Suddenly, Ling Ruo noticed a piece of paper on the ground. The content was the message he had for her. Her question would help her write a letter to send to the author's mailbox, Yanyang, for answers. I have other matters to attend to. Good luck with the grand trial. Scene shifts to the grand trial. Day 1. The sect's grand trial for the sword and soul test had a packed arena with spectators coming from all over to cheer non-stop. The commentator shouted loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, lucky viewers drawn from 15 countries of Dongyuan. Welcome everyone. The girl excitedly announced, I am Xiao Dao, welcoming you to the grand trial of the sects from 15 countries of Dongyuan. Xiao Dao was brought into the high-risk martial test space. Demonic beasts awaited them, making the Tantong the most concerning sect. Bai Xian was happily lucky, having drawn number 1, a strong start. Xiao Dao continued. Tantong is suspected to be the first team eliminated among the sects. Unexpectedly, they made it to the ancient city of Laolan. How long can they hold out? The audience jeered. This team is ridiculous. Even with newborns. If they pass the martial test, I'll plant banana trees and watch the entire grand trial. Ridiculous is the idiot dressed as an assassin reading a book. He'll definitely be scared by the demons. Bai Xian smiled brightly. The martial test is about to start. Everyone confident? Can they enter the grand trial number 1 of Ko Lao Lan? Yayang didn't care. I'll wait to be eliminated. Zigui focused on drinking. Bai Xian happily said. Xiao Bao is about to go home. Among the crowd waiting to enter the arena were Chu Tianyi's group. I think the guy reading a book sensed the death aura of my 9th younger brother. Lolan Ancient City was bustling with people watching the matches, chatting and speculating. No one on this team is normal. How could they last so long? Despite being pointed at, all 5 members remained calm. The martial test space was definitely dangerous. Xiao Dao announced through the loudspeaker, Lan City is the sect kicking off the match. We hope the Tantong members can hold on a bit longer. Let's all wish them luck. Chu Bang whispered. Want to kill him? Chu Tian stopped him. Wait, get clues about Ko Lao Lan first, then everyone in this ancient city will be eaten. He'll definitely be the first, Xiao Dao declared. Teleportation starting now. Immediately, the Tantong team was sent to the sword martial space. Bai Xian urged his teammates with fiery spirit, fight, young warriors. However, the old man's call had no effect on anyone. Everyone turned their backs, uninterested, so he had to lead the way himself. Fine, I'll go first. Ahead were various terrifying demons. each one formidable. Their aura made the elder tremble. Swear to die without faltering. Yayang spoke lightly, like a feather. Stop struggling. Give up. Suddenly, Zigui's eyes blazed red like blood. Demons. Demons, she shouted with all her might. Kill the demons! Kill them all! Then she used a gourd of wine to spray out a black mist. Bai Xian paused. Zigui has erupted. The smoke gradually formed into a girl floating in the air. It was Jia Tian Xuan Nin, slayer of all demons in the world. Immediately, Jia Tian and her master soared toward the demons. The fierce battle heated the grand trial's atmosphere significantly. Zigui seemed like a different person. If there are still demons alive, they must all be killed. Jiatian Xuan En used her umbrella to generate power, preparing to attack the opponent. Once again, both sides charged at each other, making the fight more intense than ever. Yayang was puzzled. What's going on? Didn't she agree to just lie down and wait to be eliminated? Bai Xian explained in detail. If she really is Zigui from the 5 demon slayers, then this round is normal. His voice was steady. Zigui is a member of the orphan organization Tiangu Rescue Troops operating in demon territory. During one mission, all members died. When she fights demons, she loses control of her powers. Bai Xian finished explaining just as Zigui returned to a tipsy state. It's over. These demons are done. No more. I still want to kill them. Xiao Dao suddenly announced, all demons have been eliminated. All members are being teleported out. Has Tantong upgraded? Didn't see the situation inside the martial space? Anyway, congrats to Tantong for advancing to the next round. The audience in the stands didn't believe it. This weak, crippled team upgraded? What the hell is going on? Yayang mocked herself. They can even upgrade? Forget it. Reading books anywhere is the same. Holy Yuan's Highness cried. I don't want to upgrade. I want to be eliminated. Stay away from that scary man. Xiao Dao grinned when mentioning other teams. Let's focus on the other teams that have entered the martial space. The team to watch this year is the Wuji sect. Wherever the goddess Lung is, that's the dream of the entire southern continent. Yayang finally noticed Ling Ruo's group had already started. Wuji sect was sitting and playing cards inside the martial space. Nan Guantong was worried. Is this okay? Sushu reassured. Senior sister is handling it. Don't worry. Ling Ruo shouted to attack. Immediately, giant demons were relentlessly assaulted. Xiao Dao loudly cheered, wishing Goddess Lang good luck. Everyone is hopeful for this grand sect trial. The Heavenly Sword Sect's martial space was equally strong, still the strongest sword sect, each member a prodigy born for the sword. The only attraction of the champion, a disciple of the sect. I don't understand why the sect leader wants to participate in this boring grand contest, Yayang said irritably. Our Wuji sect is like people from the heavens. What's worth fighting with those petty swordsmen? Zhou Diao also spoke up. What a bunch of inexperienced brats. Even someone like Ling Ruo is worshipped as a saint by them. It's ridiculous. After saying that, she summoned her sword. Utterly boring. A few basic moves were enough to wipe out the weak demons. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in the martial testing space. What does that mean? Xiao Dao analyzed. That spot is the martial testing space of the Eternal Sword Sect, and those terrifying sword lights can actually break the space. The Eternal Sword Sect is really strong. Let's all look forward to the grand contest. The martial testing space was struck by someone's power so hard it cracked. Spectators couldn't help but exclaim, a martial testing space was blown up. These people aren't from the Eternal Sword Sect. They're Chu Tian's squad. Chu Huo kept his fist clenched and mocked. This testing space is really weak. One punch and it's blown up. So boring. The announcer's voice rang out again. Here, these are members of the Old Mountain Sect squad. They live in the mountains year-round, always silent and unknown, haven't participated in the grand contest for years. It's unexpected they're this strong. Dongfeng Xing stood in a corner, talking to herself. So that's how it is. She crossed her arms and nodded. I get it now. Chu Huo is actually a demon master. Chu Yan is a goat. Chu Mu is a rat. She firmly confirmed that Chu Tian had brought a demon master-level spirit as his subordinate to join this grand contest. This is the Demon Master Squad. Humans basically can't resist them. The next development at Life Tree Peak, Chun Feng said. Absorb all the energy from this life tree. Surely the master can recover half his strength. Bai Fei was cultivating internal energy with a soaring aura, Thu Nuyet responded. So this time, the sect grand contest the master sent some puppets to sneak in. Dong Yue added, is it because of Yayang? She shouted, who would do this for that guy? She continued. This sect grand contest involves opening the Luanlan treasury. I have to arrange preparations thousands of miles away early. Absolutely nothing to do with that man. The panic quickly spread to the busy old city Luanlan. A woman in white held up a wanted order and asked, was it this man who came to talk to you earlier? She replied, he just came to buy fruit. She looked confused and said to the girls, "He's my ex-boyfriend. I'm an old friend of his ex-girlfriend. Accidentally got entangled with him. I'm injured, so I don't even have an honest person to rely on. I'm the ex-wife." He once said we were destined to part, then said he made over 300 mistakes out of loneliness. An order was given to them to resolutely carry out the master's command, to sabotage the emergence of Yayang and other feminine creatures outside the disciples. At the second round of the grand contest, Yayang worriedly said, "Strange, the women I met in Old City, Lu and Lan, all looked at me strangely." Bai Xian laughed loudly. "It's hard to get into the second round. Brother Yang, are you still thinking about love affairs? How can you accomplish great things?" he shouted angrily. "Our opponent this round is another sect assassin, the Ren Shui sect. They are our sect's enemy." He leisurely held a book and read, then said as usual, "Anyway, I won't make a move this time." Bai Xuan said, "The undead drank too much. If they don't get up today, we admit defeat." Xiao Bao thought, "Finally I can have freedom. You disappeared. Last night I watched Yan Niang all night. I need to find a place to catch up on sleep." The old man surrendered early. The elder then added, "What should we do? Ren Shui sect is ruthless. How do we respond?" Yayang answered clearly, "Surrender." He was sleeping in the forest when suddenly someone approached. Ren Shui sect squad planned to start by killing the weakest one first. This can only be blamed on him for overestimating himself. No realm yet and already rolling into the killing game at the Tula level. The assassins shouted, "Ren Shui sect strikes, no mercy." Yi Yang vanished in an instant, throwing darts straight into the ground, then appeared under a nearby tree with an extremely confident posture. One assassin wondered, how did he move and escape on his own? The second added, "He has a magic artifact to dodge hidden weapons, a survival trick for the weak." They all shouted, "Let's kill him and split his magic artifact." One held a knife and slashed at him, yelling, "Die!" Suddenly, he looked stunned and terrified, as Ye Yang's move caused him to scream in pain. His arm instantly evaporated. The others were shocked and hesitated for a moment. The sky lit up and exploded from his technique. The defensive barrier reflex was at primary level, 100 meters high. A huge red crater appeared between heaven and earth, leveling the whole forest. A small figure lay in the center of the formation. Bai Xian sat down in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Bai Xian and Xiao Bao showed terrified faces, thinking, "Is this a warning for wanting to run away? So scary." A bamboo voice rang out, "Congratulations to the Tarnished sect for upgrading to 32. Yi Yang woke up groggily, looking unbelieving. "Just slept and upgraded directly." He added, "Today Ling Ruo's opponent is from the Ling Yun sect. A bit worried about that silly girl Sushu. After all, she was expelled from the sect that year." Then Yayang vanished into the void, forcibly entering the battle space to fight them. In the Wuji sect battle space, Nan Guantong said, "Sushu wants a 1 versus 5. Is she okay?" Ling Ruo replied, "This is her and Master's wish. Trust her." Sushu clasped her hands and prayed, "Today is my important day. I won't let the person who always watches over me down. A daughter must grow up early. I'm trying to fulfill your wish, but I know I'm not worthy of Master yet." She thought further, "But I will try to be worthy of Master. I must make Master see me differently in this battle." The people on the other side said, finally facing the sect of that bitch, Sushu. The Ling Yun sect squad lit silver light and said, "Look, Sushu is a wreck now." The girl next to her said, "Women who serve as maids in Ling Yun sect forget their true nature when outside." The other replied, "Taking over our sect's legacy, Wuji sect must pay with blood." Sushu flew on a broom, clearly saying, "Ling Yun sect, long time no see." He sneered, "You're a waste who can't even condense true energy. Flying once and you lose respect in my eyes." The old man sternly added, "Little bitch, you dare come alone?" She seriously retorted, "Nonsense, dealing with your trash alone is enough." Adding, "Now I'll fulfill Master's first request, giving each of you a slap." He sneered, "Just relying on you." Sushu started to strike, illusions flashing through. The silver light tower stunned in surprise. A slap landed straight on his face. He exclaimed, "Ow!" The guy next to him also got a solid slap. They were all beaten to a pulp by her, screaming loudly. "Ow!" He rubbed his face, groaning in pain. The old man took off his mask, angrily scolding, "You traitor! Learning the dirty tricks of this lowly evil sect," Yan Lian grumbled. "And you dare hit your master." Sushu nodded. "So it turns out, sect leader Yan, you disguised yourself to join the fight. That's a noble crime." Pausing briefly, her voice rang out again. "Besides, you're not my master. My only master is Yayang." Sushu covered her eyes with a cloth. "Now, complete the second combat requirement for me, master." She unleashed a powerful move. A huge blazing red sphere appeared right before them, terrifying everyone. The energy leaf sphere shocked them all. How could this be? The red sphere shot straight down to the ground, scattering everyone who ran while shouting, "Master, save us! Shut up! Run fast! Run fast!" They all yelled loudly, creating piercing sounds. Sushu smiled and said, "The second requirement from Master is to tear off your fake masks. Unfortunately, no face coverings were found, so I had to tear them all off. Their clothes were shredded to tatters, leaving them with nothing to cover themselves. Bitch, you're ruining my pure reputation?" Yayang stood nearby, clutching his stomach, laughing, thinking to himself, fake masks are just a form of disguise. This girl Sushu is really too straightforward. The host announced compliance with the request, and we opened the broadcast of the grand battle situation in the combat space. Right now, the broadcast shows the goddess Ling versus the Ling Yun sect. The dark situation is extremely intense. Everyone, don't blink. The images of those people were displayed. Sushu was cruel, crazily bombarding, deliberately not hitting us, just tormenting us like that. This flirtatious woman, why not just slash once so we can relax? Sushu replied, "Enough talking, boring." Xiao Dao, covering his face, said, "Ling Yun sect once said they must give Wuji sect some color. This color is too harsh. Kids better not watch." Yayang Janche sat on a tree murmuring, "Sushu's talent absolutely never hits, sometimes even too cruel to enemies." Xiao Dao declared, "Congratulations to Wuji sect for making the top 32 strongest teams. You do some calculations." Ling Yun sect finished, "Next, no matter who the opponent is, probably no problem. After all, there's Ling Ruo Sue, chaos in the combat space of Heavenly Sword Sect." Chu Tian was unhappy and said, "The name Ling Ruo Sue, I never want to hear it again. The young sword goddess is only one person, me, Chu Fu. Say it loud and remember." Lin Yushin interrupted, "Heavenly Sword Sect is supreme. Wuji sect is lowly and inferior, absolutely not allowed to be compared. You all are unforgivable for those lying on the ground defeated and groaning nonstop." She angrily retorted, "They're wrong. The deserved dead are dead. The living I silenced with a spell, never to speak again." He instructed her, "Kind sister, hope next round you face Wuji sect. Then you deal with the fake goddess Ling Ruoxue thoroughly. Leave the others for me to kill." Cold desolation enveloped the combat space of Chu Tian's squad. Many have been frozen, unable to move in this boring type of match. Chu Bang spoke up, "I don't want to play anymore." Chu Tian stood behind to stop him. "Why rush? Maybe next round we face that bookworm from the Tarn sect. Then it's your turn." The announcement content is as follows: Hoenn Sword Sect, Shadow Sect, Wuji Sect, Dragon Claw Treasure, Lin Family Treasure Hall. Yayang looked intently, then read aloud, "This Dragon Claw treasure doesn't seem threatening." Bai Xian angrily cried and scolded, "When was that? Brother Yang, you're still caring about other sects. Our opponent is Heavenly Sword Sect." Bai Xuan passed by seeing two people, casually asked, "What is Heavenly Sword Sect?" She smiled broadly, analyzing, "The strongest sword sect in this grand contest. They have given up words. Other sects are just cannon fodder." He stood aside, saying, "Leave it to you. Anyway, I won't act." Bai Xuan replied, "You must act. And after each win, I'll make a fanfic of Yan Niang for you." Hearing that, Yayang's eyes lit up and said, "Really? Can I have Yan Niang do anything? Use any moves?" She immediately answered, "Of course." He quickly added, "Yan Niang, Xiao Yu, Lang Feng, and the main character are all trapped in a secret chamber, all three poisoned. The main character has to save all three at once." She replied, "No problem." The secret chamber Yan Niang's spring light immediately began writing. The two high-fived in agreement. Bai Xian tearfully said, "The young sect leader finally understands. This is for the Tarn sect's revival that she's taking notes quickly." She then said, "I heard the Luan Library has many ancient literary works. I must get them." The scene shifted to one day before the decisive battle between Tarn sect and Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Yang pushed the door open, suddenly seeing Sushu in the room. She said, "Senior sister said you're about to battle Heavenly Sword Sect. Told me to come talk, help you relax your mood. I'm an expert in foot washing and massage." She recalled the past, saying when entering the sect trial she was saved by senior sister, always wanted to repay. He said it's okay. She replied, "Senior sister is too strong." Yi Yang panicked, thinking, back then the masked protector during the trial was misunderstood as senior sister. As long as the mask is on, this person can't be discarded, right? He slowly closed the door, saying, "Thanks. No need to invite me back." The door was immediately blocked. One hand she pressed against the wall near him. "What do you want to do?" She replied, "I can't help senior sister." Then senior sister, "Help me with something. Can you help me practice kissing? I really want to marry Master soon, but I don't want to look like an idiot on the wedding night. The man I want to kiss first is Master, but it's okay with senior sister." He blushed and breathed heavily. She stepped closer. "Senior sister, come on. Let's fight 300 rounds. I must master a kissing technique that pleases master, she asked. Senior sister, your temperature seems to keep rising. Yayang wondered. Is master really that important to you? She quickly replied. Of course, she blushed and recounted. We once watched stars together, drank wine together, spent nights outside as a couple, woke up early together. Do you think we went through all that? She reminisced and confided. The important thing is, master never scolded me as a fool who can't cultivate. Living in a world overrun by demons, always relying on others for protection. She continued, I may be stupid, but I won't drag others down. Luckily, I met Master. You taught me magic. You told me to always believe in the light. Yayang spoke up, advising to focus. Tears welled in Sushu's eyes. Actually, you are my light. You are the one this fool wants to marry no matter what. Yayang rubbed her face and said, You fool, be bold and step forward, sister. Use your strength to teach me a lesson. Then he snapped his fingers and loudly ordered, You go back first. Suddenly, she appeared again on the busy street full of passers-by. Sushu looked around curiously. How strange. Why am I here? She continued. Aren't I supposed to be practicing the kissing technique with sister? Ling Ruo Shui clasped her hands in prayer. I hope sister will be safe when she meets the Eternal Sword Sect tomorrow. Nan Guantong also clasped his hands in prayer. As long as sister survives, I will introduce her to master later. Behind them, Bai Fei was helpless, wondering how many people were actually on her list of potential masters. Meanwhile, at the arena, the host enthusiastically shouted, Welcome everyone to the live battle of the top 32 between the Yayang sect and the Eternal Sword Sect, the legendary fight between the weakest and the strongest. In the stands, a girl was upset that the Yayang sect made it into the top 32. The man sitting next to Zigui on the heavenly board led them in, but she believed that even if Zigui won, the other four would have a hard time winning. The host was excited as everyone focused on the Eternal Sword Sect. Lin Yushen was a handsome genius, not yet 20 years old, and already the 9th generation Eternal Sword. Alongside the famous sword goddess Zhou Chuan, the Liang sect couldn't withstand a few strikes. Bai Xian screamed in terror. What should we do? This round is one-on-one. Whoever wins 3 times first gets promoted. We're doomed. Yi Yang stood beside her, reminding her to stay calm and follow his arrangement. The host shouted loudly when he saw Bai Quan and Bai Xian wave the white flag. The Liang sect has 2 members who have given up their rights, so the Eternal Sword Sect wins 2 matches directly. 2 disciples of the Eternal Sword Sect smiled smugly, as if mocking their opponents. The audience in the stands sighed. Surrendering 2 matches in a row means unless a miracle happens and someone wins 3 straight rounds, there's no need to watch anymore. The competition is over. A Zi Gui, a kid, and a scholar with no realm won 3 rounds straight. Lin Yushen, bored, ordered, Uncle Zhang, end the fight. This battle is really dull. That's right. If the opponent doesn't surrender immediately this round. Zhang Zi replied, Don't worry. Everyone outside the Eternal Sword Sect is just a toy. The arena suddenly fell eerily silent with beams of light shining down. Zigui stepped onto the stage with an unhappy expression. Yayang grinned with eyes squeezed shut, cheering her on. Come on, if you win, I'll buy you a drink. My Yan Niang comrade misses you already. Zhang Zi's eyes glowed red, threatening with disdain that he wouldn't spare her for being weaker than him. No matter who faces the Eternal Sword Sect, the final result is always a clean sweep. Worse than a dog. Zigui dashed like an arrow toward him, face flushed red, shouting mockingly. Before Zhang Zi could react, she struck him straight in the stomach, causing his eyes to bulge and foam to spurt from his mouth. With a powerful kick, Zigui sent Zhang Zi flying backward like a chair with a broken leg. The audience all turned pale, mouths agape, screaming. What's going on? This Zigui is too fierce. Is this really the Grand Sect competition? It looks like a fight in a marketplace. Zhang Zi, dragged up by his hair by Zigui, was so furious he was steaming, yelling, You little dagger! Eyes wide, mouth agape, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Am I seeing things? Zhang Zi, the Grand Elder of the Eternal Sword Sect, was once a legendary senior who could wipe out a sect with one strike. What's going on now? On the arena, Zigui tossed Zhang Zi high into the air like a wounded bird, then took a mouthful of wine and spat it out forcefully like a dragon spray toward him. Zhang Zi was extremely bitter. You Zigui, what kind of hero are you to attack me from behind? Zigui's cheeks flushed red, raised her hand and bent one finger, expression unchanged, as if preparing to unleash a secret ultimate move. Zhang Zi exploded in an instant, dust and smoke billowing to obscure everything, only screams echoing. Zhou Chuan and Lin Yushen were startled, faces pale, eyes filled with fear and extreme surprise. The little dagger stood frozen, shouting, Could it be that this Zigui is really the legendary Zigui on the heavenly board? Why did she suddenly join the Liang sect? Zhou Chuan was bitter. Never expected Zigui to join the Yayang sect. If only Lin's senior brother had dealt with him earlier. Lin Yushen replied, Zigui attacked Uncle Zhang. This debt will be repaid fully. After the grand competition, the Liang sect will face sword punishment. The two disciples stood on the arena as the host shouted, announcing the fourth match. Yayang's face was red as a coal, enunciating each word. Uncle, if you don't see Yan Niang, comrade, you'll be angry. This made Xiaoba turn pale, sweating profusely, thinking silently, he's too scary. Zhou Chuan angrily shouted, sending a kid onto the stage. Is this an insult to me? She sneered. The Liang sect's trash didn't even surrender for him. With a powerful stomp, Xiaoba shot up like a rocket, eyes blazing with murderous intent as if wanting to devour his opponent. Before Zhou Chuan could react, he was defeated by Xiaoba's lightning-fast move. Xiaoba flipped backward, while Zhou Chuan stood stunned, trembling like a leaf. She raised her head, confused and furious, screaming, Damn it! Xiaoba swooped down like a hawk on prey, delivering a precise kick to her face, knocking her back before she could cry out. The ground where she fell turned into a huge crater, dirt and rocks flying as if hit by a meteor. The audience was stunned, exclaiming how violent this kid was. Zhou, the sword goddess, probably won't keep her face intact. The only sword goddess left in the world is Ling Ruo. Bai Quan shouted in shock. Xiao Ba, it's Xiao Ba. Yayang replied, You finally noticed. Bai Quan broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Ba has gone bad. Near the lamp, he's bright. Near the ink, he's dark. He can't play with Zigui anymore, leaving Yayang and Bai Xian speechless. Zhou Chuan's face was bruised and swollen, her cheek unrecognizable, lying motionless on the conveyor, crying. The host regretfully announced, according to the doctor's diagnosis, Zhou's entire meridian system was shattered, rendering her crippled and unable to cultivate anymore, marveling at how terrifying the Liang sect's kid was. Bai Quan repeatedly spanked Xiaoba's buttocks, scolding, Too naughty, too naughty. The two disciples happily exclaimed, She can talk now. She's been unmuted, thanks to the Liang sect. Xiao San, a scholar, finally faced the strongest of the Eternal Sword Sect, hoping he could survive the tiger's mouth. Lin Yushen lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging like a storm, as if ready to explode from anger, growling at the ants. The little dagger happily announced the final match between the strongest and weakest sects was about to begin. Lin Yushen had never met an opponent who could stand firm against one strike since his debut, and warned the scholar to surrender to save his life. Yushen growled, Whether he surrenders or not is up to me. From now on, these 5 from the Liang sect will become pawns under my arrangement, causing my junior sister Zhou to be injured. You are simply incorrigible. Yang didn't bother to care, speaking while intently focused on the book. I'll finish this page before I respond. Nan Guantong fumed with rage, steam practically coming out of his ears as he shouted, I am Jian. Facing a powerful opponent demands respect. Right now, I wield a status that can sever all your meridians. Then he unleashed the Heavenly Sword Shadow technique, instantly creating 4 perfect clones like flawless copies. Xiao Dao was stunned. This was the 9th generation Heavenly Sword showing off its muscle, deliberately not using its original form to humiliate and torment the opponent, proving the supreme spirit of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Nan Guantong shot toward Yayang like a rocket, eyes blazing red, anger flaring fiercely. He was stunned, feeling as if he had stabbed right through him, but Yayang suddenly vanished like a faint bone mist. He gradually faded away like a ghost dissolving into the space before their eyes. Nan Guantong turned around in shock, eyes wide with horror, exclaiming. Onlookers gawked in amazement. The Heavenly Sword Shadow had been defeated. Nan Guantong swung his hand powerfully, thousands of swords shooting out like lightning bolts in all directions. He roared. This was the infinite secret sword of the soul-binding technique. He glared fiercely at Yayang, wearing a smug smile as he shouted, All doomed! Nan Guantong added the soul-severing sword technique, thousands of swords flying toward Yayang, but Yayang stood firm, showing no sign of dodging. A thunderous explosion rang out, sending earth and dust flying everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Nan Guantong was utterly confused, seeing Yayang remain unscathed. Yayang, meanwhile, continued reading, thinking to himself, finishing 2 more rounds before competing. Xiao Dao's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering, what just happened? The bookworm contestant stood still, and none of the many heavenly sword attacks hit him. The judges whispered among themselves. They couldn't understand why Nan Guantong's heavenly sword couldn't even graze the bookworm's robe, and suspected the bookworm might possess some kind of energy-consuming magical artifact. Nan Guantong's face darkened, grinding his teeth with bitter resentment, admitting to himself that 2 consecutive failed attacks meant he had seriously underestimated his opponent. This time, he unleashed the Heavenly Sword's ultimate song and Heaven-Earth Sword Fury, each strike like a raging storm. Xiao Dao was startled and warned. This was the Heavenly Sword Sect's strongest all-out attack, and the audience should back away from the arena. The attack was so powerful it caused the ground to explode, sending rocks flying. Nan Guantong smirked proudly and taunted Yayang, "You still won't die this time." Yayang appeared before him and asked why he didn't use the Heavenly Sword sacred form. "My disciples always want to study this move of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I'll clear the stage first, then you perform it, and watch him freeze up." Without changing expression, Yi Yang snapped his fingers, and a huge question mark appeared in Nan Guantong's mind. Nan Guantong's 4 clones exploded like fireworks on New Year's Day. The crowd was stunned. With just one snap, each Heavenly Sword clone was equivalent to a top-tier master, instantly destroyed. "Damn you, idiot! You dare give me a chance to use the Heavenly Sword sacred form? No one survives facing it," he shouted furiously while unleashing the move. "Go to hell and repent day and night." Xiao Dao was terrified. The Heavenly Sword sacred form? This was the forbidden technique of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It summoned all generations of the Heavenly Sword, harmonizing to unleash the strongest attack. A whole array of sharp swords intertwined with thunderbolts like straight lightning bolts rushed toward Yayang. Nan Guantong's sacred sword fusion technique merged the array into a gigantic sword. He charged like an arrow at Yayang, sarcastically saying, "To die under the combined attack of all generations of heavenly swords is the highest honor in life. Your ordinary fate." Yayang looked up with flushed cheeks, sighed, and remarked, "Such a flashy sword that lacks true power, only slightly modified to gift to Ruoxiu." He kicked, and the massive, powerful sword shattered into hundreds of pieces mid-air. Yayang exclaimed, "As for you," Nan Guantong's spirit was injured, and suddenly his mouth bled as if his body was rebelling against him. Yayang bent his leg and gently said, "The performance is over." He kicked precisely at Nan Guantong's vital point, shattering his testicles. He screamed in pain, flying up to the blue sky, mouth wide open, eyes bulging as if about to pop out. The audience suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They instinctively covered their own vital points. Nan Guantong was drenched in sweat, tears streaming as if the whole world was collapsing. He cursed Yayang as a bastard. Instinctively, he flew straight ahead, smashing into the stands and exploding like fireworks. Nan Guantong bounced like a rubber ball and continued crashing into 3 other buildings. Then he fell straight to the ground, leaving a huge hole where he landed. Sitting among rubble and dust, dazed and mumbling, "I, a once proud genius, have lost to a bookworm." It was unbearable. The host exclaimed that this match was thrilling. The weakest sect dominated the Heavenly Sword Sect to become champion. The bookworm contestant ended the match in an unimaginable way. "Congratulations to the weak sect for advancing to the top 16. Xiao Dao grinned and said, "Are all men who read Yan Niang that strong? I found the common trait between him and Yi Yang. I've decided, from now on, my first condition for blind dates is to read Yan Niang's records." Yayang kept his eyes glued to the book he was reading, thinking, "What the heck is going on?" Early the next morning, cherry blossoms began blooming everywhere in pale pink. Yi Yang lay stretched out on the bed, eyes closed, yawning loudly as if to blow away all life's troubles. He sat up, looked out the window, and wondered, "I wonder if Bai Fei's Yan Niang fanfiction is finished yet." Yayang glanced over when he heard a voice. "Stinky junior brother." Dongfang Xing lay face down on the chair, swinging his legs, asking, "Could it be someone better than Yan Niang?" Yayang jumped off the bed and hurriedly started folding blankets, each movement quick and light like a machine. He continued sweeping the floor diligently with no sign of stopping, despite Dongfang Xing lying there looking bored. Dongfang Xing was so angry, his face seemed about to burst into smoke, eyes blazing as if to burn everything down. Yayang suddenly appeared right in front of her, startling her. Something rushed at her so fast she couldn't track it with her eyes, only hearing her own sharp scream. When Yayang lifted Dongfang Xing up, she happily exclaimed, "You bastard. Finally couldn't resist my irresistible charm, huh?" Her cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes as she continued. "I knew the youngest brother would eventually fall under her spell, but just seconds later, his face turned purple as he was thrown out the window." Yayang stood looking out at the empty courtyard and sighed, "It's over. The room's clean. Let's get out of here. Today is the day Sushu competes in the 32nd round of the strongest. No doubt about it. I have to go watch." As he put on his coat to head out, he heard a delicate call from his junior brother and immediately turned with eyes sharp as knives, staring intently at the source of the sound. Dongfang Xing leaned against the wall, speaking weakly to cause pain. Yi Yang approached and, cold as a winter wind, pushed her aside and said, "Don't be a nuisance." Xing played coy and called after him, "This time I came with a purpose. I want you to come with me to the Luanlan treasury. I've worked hard and found its location. He replied coldly, not interested. Xing raised a book and said, I spent a lot of money to buy several manuscripts, discarding the quick parts about Yan Niang, but there are several chapters with intense, large-scale action scenes, exclusive editions. Hearing this, he froze. She smiled smugly and made a deal. As long as you come with me, it's yours. Yayang agreed in a flash, turning back with a hand signal to confirm. Dongfang Xing giggled, imagining the passionate scene between them. Then, heading into the Luanlan treasury, the two of them, male and female, were like fire near tinder, wondering what I'll do with you. At that moment, in front of the Luanlan treasury, someone thought to themselves, what Zhou Yi wants is inside it. Whatever's inside could have a huge impact on both humans and the demon world. I must get it first, Xing spoke up. The doors of this treasury are protected by many ancient magic formations created by the Heavenly Stone. The demon army once took 3 days and 3 nights to open it. How about a bet? If I can open it within 1 watch then? She turned to look at Yayang, who was focused on reading, and continued, then junior brother has to kiss me. Dongfang Xing looked at him with eyes full of expectation and smiled, asking, what do you say? Suddenly, a terrifying force like a tornado slammed into the door. A cracking sound echoed, as if the door would shatter any moment. Xing froze like stone at the sight, her eyes wide with shock, hair flying. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Yayang's arm steamed as he called out, let's go. Once inside, Xing thought to herself, finally inside, I must quickly find Zhou Yi's target and conveniently settle things with junior brother. Standing before many doors, she said, I think I picked the right ones, junior brother. Turning around, she was surprised to see Yayang performing some magic and called out to him. A loud explosion rang out, tearing the space apart, sending rocks flying. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a wasteland of rubble, with only 2 figures standing amidst the ruins. Dongfang Xing glared at Yayang and thought, damn it, he's acting cool again. Suddenly, a devious thought flashed through her mind. No, I have to change tactics. Being stubborn won't work, so I'll soften up. I have to outsmart him inside this Luanlan treasury. If that fails, I'll turn into Yan Niang and force him. A strange sensation suddenly hit, making Xing jump. She silently thought, weird. She was stunned and bewildered, looking up and asking herself, wait, damn it, can't speak anymore? She felt swallowed by something inside the treasury, wondering if what Zhou Yi is searching for is controlling her, reminding herself to stay alert, not knowing where she was or if time was reversing. A group blocked her way, threatening that she couldn't blame them for tricking her into the village, because the village needed a child as a sacrifice. They told her not to worry, to eat and get ready to leave. That was her fate, and fasting wouldn't change anything. In a flash, the small village was engulfed in flames, the fire blazing like a rage, wanting to burn everything down. Xing shouted in fury, you want my life first. This is your punishment. She slashed the neck of a demon while thinking, from now on, anyone who bullies me, human or demon, I will eliminate. The scene shifted to the Wuji sect mountain gate, where a man said to her, your mind is twisted. I shouldn't accept you. But you persistently sneak around and hunt at night. Determined for 3 months, so I broke the rules and took you in. He questioned her about stealing treasures and killing innocents, causing sect alliances to punish and expel her. She replied that this world belongs to the strong, the weak deserve death, and she wants to become a god to rewrite the rules. Xing's face was covered in scars as she turned and said, I will not only leave Wuji sect, but also abandon my human identity to reach where I want to go. A strange voice echoed, saying Dongfang Xing had committed the crime of killing and was imprisoned by the gods for 30,000 years. She exclaimed in surprise, 30,000 years. Has that much time passed? Have I reached the future? She suddenly paused, smiled mysteriously, and said, but what is the heavenly law? It's just the one who sets the rules of the game. Dongfang Xing, as long as I have breath, sooner or later I will replace you and redefine the heavenly law. The strange thing screamed, refusing to see reason. Then let me destroy your soul. Xing laughed loudly and challenged. Come on. She closed her eyes tightly and said, I'm really unwilling. I'm still weaker. This can only end here. A familiar voice rang out with a hint of mockery. Hey, you fool. Yayang suddenly appeared before her and asked, end your nonsense. I've been waiting for you ahead. What are you still dawdling here for, crazy woman? Dongfang Xing was startled, gasping and shouting, Junior brother, hurry, this is the world of gods. A huge question mark formed in Yayang's mind. The strange thing spoke, too late, this is my world. Since he's in, he must accept divine punishment, eternal damnation. Yayang swung his fist fiercely at it and asked Xing, what is that thing? The strange thing cracked and exploded, furious, grinding its teeth, shouting, mortal. Each shard that fell from it revealed flickering lights like lanterns in the dark. The strange creature burst apart, shards flying everywhere like shattered glass in space. The fragments fell like hailstones, and Xing instinctively sat down and looked up at Yayang. He reached out, touched her face, and said, "The sect leader said when you're frightened or go mad, squeezing like this will make you feel better, calm you down." Yayang asked her gently, "How do you feel?" Xing was moved to tears and called out, "Brother." Yayang's eyes widened as he stared into hers and said, "Feeling better?" Xing thought silently. Junior brother seems different from other humans and demons. Yayang stood up, turned, and left, calling back, "It's fine now. Let's keep moving forward to find that thing that affected your essence earlier." While walking, Dongfang Xing explained, "That is a powerful life form sleeping deeply in the Laolan treasury." She was a bit confused and exclaimed that earlier, it was just a fragment of this life form's consciousness that trapped me in the realm of mind demons. Luckily, my junior brother saved me. Yayang's eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed, "The true form is a powerful life form, so it should be playable." Dongfang Xing was surprised and replied, "It must be the reason Zhou Yi wanted to enter the Laolan treasury." She said with absolute determination, "This powerful life form might grant Zhou Yi the strength he has always desired. I must obtain this power." Yayang clearly stated, "Go and absorb this life form, and the grand event of Ling Ruo will surely go smoothly." Meanwhile, at the arena, the host enthusiastically introduced and welcomed the top 32 female god Ling Ruo. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the Wuji sect team to take the stage. She marveled, "The goddess and her junior sisters have arrived." Ling Ruo and her junior sisters appeared on the stage with fierce momentum. People in the stands widened their eyes. "The highest female sword deity, I prefer Sushu. She looks more practical." "The adorable Yandu is watching me. Oh no, I'm doomed." They chatted excitedly. The popularity of Shang Niang and Dun Niang was also very high. Shang Niang was elegant. Dun Niang was adorably silly. Their master was truly blessed. The audience cheered warmly. Wuji sect will surely win. The #1 Wuji sect, go for the victory. On the other side, the Longclaw treasure team was the opposite. They were sweating in fear and trying to escape. "I feel like I've already lost," the host excitedly announced. The first match between Wuji and Longclaw treasure is truly anticipated. On the stage now were Yandu and members of the Longclaw treasure team. Before they could prepare, a fierce lightning bolt suddenly struck a member of the Longclaw treasure team from above. His eyes rolled back, mouth agape as if the whole world was collapsing. Yandu was extremely confused, not knowing what to do. She just stood frozen like a broken machine. The Longclaw treasure member exploded, shocking everyone present. His comrades screamed in astonishment. "What is going on? Who did this?" Chu Hoa stood above, smugly saying, "Everyone, this match has a new challenger. The opponent of Wuji sect is us." Then he pointed down and shouted, "Everyone, get down to the arena for me." A deafening explosion echoed through the arena. Xiao Dao was terrified. It was truly frightening. The remaining 4 Longclaw treasure fighters were wiped out by him in one strike. The audience scattered in panic. "Are they crazy? Help!" Xiao Dao anxiously warned. "Everyone run fast. Try to escape." 3 judges angrily rushed like rockets toward the arena. The one in the middle shouted fiercely, "I am the Lolan City Lord. How dare you demons cause trouble here?" Chu Bang raised her hand and cast a spell. A blue vortex appeared in her palm. A block of ice materialized in midair, spectacularly freezing the 3 judges. The ice block fell to the ground with such force it caused a minor earthquake, shaking everything around. Chu Mu extended his hand, summoning a purple energy orb and challenged, "Run if you want," he continued confidently. "No one can leave the ancient city of Lolan anyway." Chu Bang spoke. "The master, through monitoring Dongfang Xing, has obtained the spatial coordinates of the Lolan treasury, but did not enter immediately. Instead, killing Wuji sect first is a mercy to humanity." Chu Tiancam angrily exclaimed, "Yayang killed my precious junior brother. I will kill his precious disciple first to settle the score, then give the order." Chu Hoa continues. Chu Hoa looked up at the sky excitedly, mouth wide open, shouting, "Received." He tore through the atmosphere and charged at the Wuji sect members. Nan Guantong widened her eyes, staring at Chu Hoa as if concentrating on something. Then she cast a protective shield, a giant shield standing before them. Chu Hoa punched the shield and unleashed the demon prison killing fist, causing the ground around the Wuji sect members to explode. Xiao Dao exclaimed, "Terrifying. A move that shakes heaven and earth." Yandu shouted while casting the Super La Xuan slash. Her master had said, "The best defense is a counterattack." Chu Ha looked up in surprise and smiled wickedly. Yandu glared fiercely at him and yelled, "Don't underestimate us." Chu Ha's cloak was blown upward. Two wing-like things gradually appeared behind him. He unleashed the Heavenly Return Demon technique. Two muscular arms wielding two giant blades appeared. Chu Hoa gleefully exclaimed, "Good, I love prey that resists the most." He bared his teeth in a hungry wolf grin and continued, "The more you fight back, the more excited I get." Ling Ruo Shui stepped forward coldly, glaring at him with authority. "Your opponent is me." She swung her hand, delivering a sharp slash like a blade aimed straight at Chu Hua. Yandu silently thought, "Senior sister." Ruok Sui and Chu Hua launched into a frantic chase, fighting non-stop from the ground up to the blue sky. When their swords clashed, Chu Hua gritted his teeth and growled, "You are tougher than I thought." Below, Xiaodao cheered. "Goddess Ling can even hold her own against the Demon Lord. Keep it up." Ling Ruo Sui unleashed the star-cutting sword, causing Chu Hua to fall backward. He crashed into the ground, causing the earth to explode, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ruok Sui continued with the 10,000 sword tide. Thousands of sharp swords appeared, surrounding her from all sides. The sharp swords rapidly descended at the speed of light. Xiao Dao marveled. Ling Goddess's sword treasure of heaven and earth. When the swords hit the ground, they caused a terrifying explosion, scattering everything around. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, swallowing the view, making it impossible to see anything nearby. Chu Hua cursed Ruok Shui as a stinky girl from within the ruins. He was covered in wounds but stood up, grinning and exclaiming, "Not bad, you even made my undying hell body bleed." Interesting. The wounds on his body miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. Yandu gasped, mouth open wide in astonishment. He recovered so quickly? Xiao Dao was frozen, body trembling like a leaf, exclaiming, "Undying hell body. Is fighter Chu Hua the Demon Lord dog? Are they all Demon Lords capable of destroying nations?" Chu Hua smirked arrogantly and said, "Kids, is that all your attacks?" Ling Ruoxue turned to Sushu with eyes full of trust and called, "Sushu, it's your turn." Sushu slowly stepped forward with a cold gaze and said, "I'm coming," then cast the Great Fireball spell, creating a super huge fireball. Chu Hua glanced up, lips curling into a sinister smile, then stuck out his tongue and said, "Interesting." The giant fireball shot straight down at him. Chu Hua suddenly stood firm, spreading his arms wide as if ready to absorb the blow, forming a gigantic fireball. Chu Huo glanced up, his lips curling into a strange smile, then stuck out his tongue and said, "Interesting." The huge fireball shone directly above him. Chu Huo suddenly stood firm, spreading his arms wide as if ready to take the hit. He actually reached out and tightly embraced that gigantic fireball. Yayang grinned smugly, mouth agape, bursting into laughter. His laughter echoed as if mocking his opponent. He hugged the fireball tightly while shouting defiantly. Suddenly, the fireball exploded violently. Sparks flew everywhere. But Yayang stood firm without flinching. Rubbing his arm, he laughed loudly. The announcer reported the great fireball was crushed and exploded. Xiao Dao's face darkened. She clenched her fists and gasped, "The Demon Dog King is terrifying." Xiao San, eyes full of determination, charged straight at Yayang without hesitation. She swiftly slashed her sword and stabbed directly into Yayang's nape, catching him off guard. Yayang was furious at being hit last. His eyes wide open, he shouted, "Damn it!" Spectators in the stands yelled. Xiao San's sneak attack succeeded. Every strike she makes is a deadly blow, never failing. As Xiao San withdrew her sword from his body, a gush of bright red blood spurted out violently. Ye Yang stood speechless, mouth agape. Suddenly, Xiao San's face turned pale. She tilted her head back and widened her eyes in pain as she was stabbed in the abdomen. Yi Yang's arm swept like a sharp blade. The force blew her far away. The scene before Ling Ruoxue sent chills down her spine. Her eyes widened, revealing unmistakable confusion. Xiao San slammed hard into the stands, causing a section of the wall to collapse. All eyes of the audience turned to her, mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Ruoxue approached gently and helped her out of the rubble. Ye Yang exclaimed, "The girl uses a spear. You really found my weak spot. But I have 3 heads. All 3 heads appear. He challenges you, unless you can strike all 3 at once. Now it's my turn, bastard." Xiao San glared at him and cursed Yayang bitterly. "Bastard!" He shot forward like a missile toward Xiao San, shouting, "Let's see this hellish performance." Ruoxu gave the command to form a formation. Then the 5 of them combined their strength to create a basic defensive array to counter the world-ending threat. A golden shield enveloped and protected them from Ye Yang's attacks. He swung his fist and punched the shield hard, but the barrier remained unscathed, seemingly invincible. Chu Ma continued with the demon prison killing fist, kicking the shield fiercely. Although the ground outside shattered, the shield remained intact. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, "So you won't break it?" Yi Yang kept unleashing continuous demon prison killing fist moves with all his might, but the shield did not budge. A terrifying explosion rang out. Rocks and dirt flew in all directions, creating an unimaginable chaotic scene. Ruoxue thought silently. This is the basic defensive formation taught by Master Yayang, which can indeed block attacks from a mid-level demon lord. After observing for a while, Chu Tian commented that this formation was quite interesting. It could even block attacks from spirit-level demon lords. He pointed downward. A beam of light shot out and he continued, but everything can be destroyed. The light swept across, slicing the shield in half. Ruoxue's 5 younger sisters were all stunned. Chu Tian exclaimed, "This hunting game, Chu Mu should join in to torment them to death." Chu Mu chuckled upon hearing this. Yayang raised a finger, smiled smugly, and stuck out his tongue, saying, rotten rat." Ling Ruo stepped forward to block in front of her sisters and said coldly, "I'll block it. You all run." Silence fell. Then a voice behind her rang out. "Ling Ruo, you can't stop it." A brown-haired girl with eyes blazing like fire said, "Let me go." She shouted loudly, merging with her clones beside her to become one. They then used the 9-tailed fox battle form technique, spinning rapidly like a whirlwind and emitting a powerful energy. Bai Fei appeared, her face cold as ice as she stared at them. Ruoxu shouted, "Xiao Hu Li, she's using remote puppet control to help us." Chu Mu sneered, "Nine tails, that's Chu Tian's business. I advise you not to get involved. I don't recall you protecting humans." Bai Fei calmly replied, "You're mistaken, and if you say don't get involved, then I won't. Isn't it embarrassing for my 9 tails to lose face?" She frowned, glaring straight at them, then said to Ni, "I'll definitely handle this." Bai Fei hovered in midair with blazing red eyes, shouting, "I protect them." Chu Mu mocked, "Half your power isn't recovered yet. You want to take on Yayang? You'll only be eternally defeated." Bai Fei shouted angrily, "Let's see who's eternally defeated." Then she unleashed the 9-tail's worst technique, wrapping her fox tail tightly around Yayang, making him jerk in surprise. She continued to thrust her tail decisively and powerfully toward Chu Mu. His comrades above warned, "Even if her power isn't fully recovered, she's 9 tails. Take it seriously." He hid behind a rock and replied, "Got it." Chu Mu suddenly became excited, laughing wildly as if plotting something. He sprang up like a spring, launching the demon spear heavenly strike while shouting, "Old dog, press her down." Meanwhile, Yayang rushed forward, sneering loudly. "These 2 tails want to control me?" Bai Fei unleashed the 9 tails thorn strike. Her eyes blazing, golden light radiated behind her like morning sunshine. Xiao Hu Li was very formidable. Bai Fei used the infinite harassment technique to trap Yayang's hands and feet, putting him in serious trouble. Chu Mu was no better off, his neck tightly wrapped by her tail, staggering as if drunk. Sushu sighed, "Xiao Hu Li is really formidable." Ling Ruo added, "Facing 2 enemies alone puts you at a disadvantage." A sharp black light suddenly shot from somewhere, sharp and cold like a blade stabbing forward. Bai Fei looked down, her eyes filled with confusion, as if she had just discovered something unbelievable. The black light stabbed straight into her chest, turning her tail a deep crimson. It turned out to be an attack from Chu Tian. He sneered contemptuously. "Weak lives deserve destruction. The game is over. Close your eyes." Bai Fei gradually faded away, but the small flame was extinguished by an invisible wind. Her figure blurred. She dissolved into the air like bones evaporating under the sun. In another space, Bai Fei suddenly sat up, face pale and coughing uncontrollably. Her 4 great bodyguards called out anxiously, "Master," they reminded her, "Master has only recovered 40%. You shouldn't force yourself to fight." Hua said fearfully, "The remote combat puppet was destroyed. Your vessel also suffered backlash." Bai Fei comforted herself. "It's okay. Living in Wuji sect for so long, helping once won't leave me lacking Yayang anymore." Thu Tuyet said seriously, "Master has only recovered 40%, but can already take on 2 enemies. Once fully recovered, the great revenge will be settled." Bai Fei's face darkened as she said, "Helping once means I won't lack Yayang anymore." Thu Tuyet said, seriously, "The Master has only recovered 40%, already able to take on 2 enemies. Full recovery is near. The great revenge is about to be fulfilled." Bai Fei said grimly, "I only temporarily held them back, especially the immortal prison form of the dog demon lord. I simply couldn't break through his next defense. Now, it's up to Yayang himself." Spring Wind was startled. "Yayang sect leader has arrived?" Bai Fei explained, "Yeah, he suddenly appeared the moment my puppet body exploded." At the arena, Zhou Yi sneered, saying it was nothing more than a wild fox, unable to withstand a single strike. Yayang suddenly appeared behind him and asked back, "Is that so? Was it you who attacked my people?" Nan Guantong was overjoyed to see him, eyes shining brightly, loudly calling out, "Ah, Master!" Sushu exclaimed, "Master has arrived." Zhou Yi sighed. The legendary Ye God has finally come, then ordered, Dog Demon Lord, use your true combat state to send him away. Chu Huo agreed, and laughed excitedly. Smirking and sticking out his tongue in a terrifying manner, Chu Huo unleashed full firepower. Flames blazed beneath his feet as if trying to burn everything. Chu Huo shot forward like a rocket, proudly shouting, Let me see. One punch to finish it. His eyes shone like headlights as he opened his mouth wide and swung his fist in the ultimate prison-destroying strike. Yayang remained calm, eyes carefully following every small move. With a worried expression, Xiao Dao quickly looked up and casually warned him, Ye God, be careful. Chu Huo punched straight at Yayang, a red energy enveloping his arm. Yayang did not back down, swinging his arm back with strong determination. When they collided, Chu Huo immediately lost. His upper body was shattered, no longer intact. Chu Huo groaned regretfully, eyes full of unwillingness. The audience gasped in shock. They clenched their fists and exclaimed, Wow, killed instantly. Xiao Gui looked up with cheeks flushed from the excitement and said, No wonder Ye God is the 9th heavenly champion with the twin strikes. Zhou Yi was stunned to see Chu Yan also fall from Ye Yang's attack. With a confused look, Chu Yan slowly faded away like a bone being sucked up by sunlight without a trace. Xiao Dao froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, shouting, Ah! One punch kills 2 demon lords? Chu Huo and Chu Yan both fell headfirst, leaving 2 huge holes in the arena floor. Chu Bang and Zhou Yi's faces darkened as if they couldn't believe their eyes, while Chu Mu screamed in fury. Zhou Yi glared at Yayang, licking his lips and growling, To unleash an attack of this level, you must be the most exquisite human delicacy. Yayang, I have to attack now. Fear is probably the best seasoning for humans. Yayang radiated golden energy all over his body, his eyes glowing bright yellow. He challenged, Oh, then come on and play. Zhou Yi, as fast as lightning, stood before Yayang and said, I smell countless powerful humans. He lightly brushed past and appeared behind him a second later. Zhou Yi smirked slyly and confidently said, I'm sure you're the finest delicacy. Then he laughed loudly. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and a long tongue, like a monster ready to attack. The crowd marveled, thinking this young genius was about to be devoured by the dog demon lord. Another person added, No human has ever escaped the devouring of the dog demon lord. Suddenly, Zhou Yi froze, eyes wide open, and behind him, a dazzling golden light burst forth. In his eyes, Yi Yang looked incredibly powerful, radiating a brilliant golden light like the sun. Zhou Yi retreated 100 meters and shouted loudly, his scream unable to hide his panic. He trembled like a leaf, utterly terrified. Chu Bang was surprised. Sir, what's wrong? Zhou Yi's mouth hung open in shock, weakly saying, I can't do this. Chu Mu exclaimed, Zhou Yi has consumed many lives and is especially sensitive to strength. It seems this enemy is very strong, but he's not a god. So why is he scared to the point of shrinking? Wait, not just shrinking, Zhou Yi isn't just trembling. He also wet his pants, as if his body couldn't bear this horror. Xiao Dao was startled. What's going on? The Red Moon-ranked pig demon lord just wet his pants? The audience witnessing this scene was also shocked, exclaiming, Did I see that right? Another replied, No mistake, he really peed himself. Bai Xuan's mouth dropped open in exaggerated disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao's tears streamed down, thinking about how scary his uncle is. Finally, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. 3 huge question marks formed in Ye Yang's mind. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Chu Mu growled. Though Lord Zhou Yi is perversely strong, he is also very cautious, only daring to fight when victory is certain. Actually, he is entering his demon god transformation, and no human can defeat him. We need to help him activate it. Chu Bang then stared ahead and shouted, Put the Lord into demon god state. She and Chu Mu simultaneously helped Zhou Yi enter the demon god state while shouting together, Annihilate the old Luan city. Zhou Yi screamed and began transforming. His body changed rapidly. A powerful black energy radiated from him, like an invisible force wanting to devour everything in sight. Zhou Yi completed his transformation. Now, he looked like a huge, powerful, and terrifying monster, completely different from before. He growled. I was careless earlier, not entering demon god state because of interference from the aura. Zhou Yi proudly declared, Now humans, I won't be fooled by you anymore, because as a supreme powerhouse, I will punish you absolutely and show you my final transformation. Yi Yang challenged. All right, bring it on. Zhou Yi roared furiously and charged forward as if wanting to crush everything. A thunderous explosion echoed, dust and smoke obscuring all vision. Zhou Yi's enormous foot stomped down, shattering the ground. Ling Ruo, Shui, Luo Qing, and Sushu looked up with wide eyes and open mouths. Sushu exclaimed, Oh my god! Yandu stared wide-eyed. So huge! Ju Gui looked up in amazement. Is this the apocalypse? Zhou Yi suddenly turned black, his whole body smoking and emitting a strange purple aura. Xiao Dao looked up at his blood-red eyes and shouted, "This is the mid-level national seal form." Tianchu Beast Yandu was terrified, face pale. Xiao Bao thought silently. He finally revealed his strongest form. Zhou Yi towered like a skyscraper, standing imposingly in the street, making everyone fearfully look up as he roared, "The human apocalypse has arrived! Yay, God! I won't give you any chance. I'll swallow you whole." Yayang suddenly glanced around slyly, searching for something. It was gone. He was confused and wondered where he had thrown his exclusive Yan Niang book. Could he have lost this treasure? Zhou Yi smiled smugly and exclaimed, "Good. Now that you're distracted, it's my chance." He looked up and created a massive black hole while shouting, "Let's destroy the world together!" Zhou Yi unleashed his ultimate cosmic dimension-devouring move. The black hole above Zhou Yi's head spun wildly like the core of a celestial palace. He raised both hands high in a V shape, and the black hole twisted like a tornado, sucking everything in. Chu Bang was stunned. He's gone mad. To kill Yayang, he had used a forbidden demonic technique to wipe out the entire team from the start. She fled in terror, screaming, "Are you kidding? I don't want to die." Chu Mu looked up in fear. "We're doomed. This move will destroy not only this town but us as well." He gasped and shouted, "Don't get sucked into that giant black hole." Amid the chaos, Xiao Dao yelled in panic, "We're doomed. The arena is collapsing." Luckily, Nan Guantong and Yandu cast a protective formation shield to defend everyone. Xiao Dao asked in surprise, "Is this formation safe?" Nan Guantong replied, "No problem. Our defensive formation can hold." The ground beneath their shield began to lift, and they shouted in fear, "We're doomed! The ground can't hold anymore!" Everyone scattered, floating in midair as the black hole pulled them up. They all screamed in terror for help. Bai Xian clung to the ghostly wine bottle, yelling, "No, I don't want to die." Bai Quan panicked. "Doomed, doomed, doomed." The ghostly wine spirit calmly said, "This is our fate for this lifetime." Yi Yang's face flushed red with anger as he grit his teeth and cursed Zhou Yi, calling him a pig who deserved to die. He turned around, his expression darkened, eyes blazing as he confronted him. "My precious treasure is gone, and you're still causing trouble here?" Yayang swung his arm forward and shouted, "Shut up!" His arm was enveloped in a golden energy. With a cold, icy expression, he unleashed a serious intermediate-level sword strike, level 100, swift and sharp like a lightning bolt. Yi Yang slashed down along Zhou Yi's giant body, cutting through him to the blue sky, leaving Zhou Yi gasping. The black hole above Zhou Yi's head was severed, no longer spinning fiercely to suck in everything. His body was split in two, standing stiff like a broken wooden statue, unable to move. The sun rose high, shining on the ruined city, but at least the situation was more stable than before. Yi Yang looked at the quiet space ahead and said with satisfaction, "Now it's peaceful." The city's residents were falling freely, shouting, "Oh my God, the world has been split in two by him. We're saved, but it feels like the world is about to be destroyed." A voice echoed from inside the shield, as if pondering, having met a man like Yayang. Xiao Dao's cheeks turned as red as ripe tomatoes as he sighed and continued, "How am I supposed to look for a boyfriend now?" Xiao Bao silently vowed, "So scary. Uncle, I promise I'll be good from now on. Please don't warn me anymore." Yayang suddenly remembered where he left his treasure and slapped his palm loudly. He shouted, "That book must have been thrown in the treasure vault tower. Hurry up and go find it." The scene shifted to the treasure vault tower, where Dongfang Xing was standing alone, swaying. A strange voice suddenly sounded, "Dear Rabbit, did you call me awake from my slumber?" Xing answered fearfully, "Yes." The ancient demon thought to himself, "Damn, I was supposed to kill it while it was asleep and absorb it, but it woke up. What now?" Xing hurriedly knelt down and said, "This world needs the honored leader to descend and restore order, standing not far from here." Chu Bang exclaimed, "Found it." The ancient demon just woke up and is weakened. It's the target Zhou Yi wants to absorb. She is the rabbit demon lord, Fu Yue. Chu Bang excitedly exclaimed, "This is my chance." The ancient demon laughed heartily and growled, "Another rabbit? I am indeed weakened now, but how could a weakling like you see it?" Chu Bang raised her hand to the sky and screamed with determination, "I will definitely have you." The ancient demon swung his arm fiercely at Chu Bang without hesitation, as if wanting to sweep everything away. In an instant, he slashed through Chu Bang's body, cutting her in half, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Bang frowned. Her face darkened, sweating profusely as if under tremendous pressure. She felt heavy difficulty breathing, with every breath becoming a struggle. Dongfang Xing whispered, "We're doomed. The demon lord of the Scarlet Moon level isn't worth a single strike. What should I do?" The ancient demon said, "After 10,000 years of slumber, I finally bring order to this world. I will crush heaven and earth." He stepped forward and accidentally stepped on the treasure book Yayang was searching for. Yayang questioned from behind. You idiot, you just stepped on my exclusive Yan Niang book. The ancient demon was amused. Good, another human to nourish me and help me recover. Yayang flew into a rage, slapped him hard and shouted, Don't you understand human language? You stepped on my book. Get lost. The ancient demon was knocked away 100 miles by just one slap, breaking several houses along the way. He lay on the rubble, spirit scattered, body drained of all strength. His face distorted beyond recognition. Dongfang Xing jumped in shock and slapped her palm. He's dead. Meanwhile, Yayang dusted off his treasure. Thank goodness my Yan Niang is fine. Earlier, he had gone too far, using an intermediate-level defensive martial skill, but he had already killed a demon with it. Xing's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Oh my god, that's the ancient demon, just awakened and very weak, yet still an immortal-level creature. Yayang turned to her and said, I'm leaving first. Rabbit, do whatever you want, whether to become a god or a demon. He shot off like a rocket, not forgetting to remind Xing, take care of yourself. Xing's face flushed bright red as she wondered, Why is my heartbeat so erratic? She reassured herself. Calm down. What you need is an easygoing person, not his heart. Looking at the ancient demon's body lying on the ground, a thought flashed in her mind. Now is the chance. The ancient demon's corpse is a gift for my junior brother. Xing recalled the legend of the Dragon Lord. You ate the bodies of 3 ancient demons to become invincible. Now I have 1 set, I just need to absorb it, and my cultivation path will change. Thank you, junior brother. I will definitely repay you. On the second day, Xiao Dao and the city's residents came out to greet Yayang and his companions before they left. Lu Qing looked back to see Yayang sleeping soundly, oblivious to everything happening around him. Xiao Dao shouted to send off Yayang, and the emotional townsfolk shed tears. Thank you, Yayang, for saving us. We are the first survivors after the ancient demon lord's attack. If you have the chance, please visit us in the old city. Bai Quan's eyes shone brightly. I have to kill the master so that humans can resist the demons, encouraging all people to unite against the demons. Bai Xian replied, It might be a zombie, but the stories are all legends of Brother Yang alone. Xiao Gui held Xiao Bao's hand as they stood on the treetop watching everyone leave and called out to Yayang. She waved goodbye to everyone. Seeing this, Xiao Bao thought to himself, I've decided not to return to Long City anymore. I'll just be a normal person, otherwise Uncle won't let me off. The little bird waited as Yayang's group was still diligently soaring across the vast sky. Ling Ruo spoke up. Even though the Grand Sect competition has stopped, we have earned the right to participate in the world. Yandu responded. Exactly, especially with that enchanting beauty while sleeping. I suggest playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to kiss the master. Lu Qing couldn't hide her embarrassment. Her face flushed red as she quickly turned away. Nan Guan Tong hurriedly covered his eyes, his face as red as a tomato at that strange proposal. Sushu just cracked her knuckles and asked again, Is that okay? Ruoxu shouted. Someone blurted out recklessly. Then, except for the great lion, the 4 of us can play. Ruoxu quickly said, No. It's 5 of us playing rock, paper, scissors to find out who wins the right to kiss the master. After some thought, among the 5, only 1 threw rock, while the rest threw scissors. Sushu beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she jumped up. Yandu was bitter, and Jian called out rock. But standing before Yayang, Sushu felt a bit nervous. Although after marriage she could kiss the master at will, now she felt a bit anxious. As her face drew close to Yayang's, a thought flashed through her mind. This is good, really good, just do it. The bird circled in the quiet space, only the soft sound of a kiss echoed in the stillness. Sushu gave Yayang a passionate kiss, surprising everyone. Yandu's eyes widened in shock and he shouted furiously, Sushu, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ling Ruo seemed frozen, clutching her sword tightly, stammering, Master, sword path. The scene shifted to Sihai City, a bustling city with houses packed closely together, creating a lively atmosphere. The young men all looked radiant. I'm about to die. The goddess Ling also came to participate in the martial arts grand event, Yan Niang. The goddess Ling, the heroic fairy, Sushu, the charming lady of the Dream Illusion Union, I'm done for. The opponent's strength is unbeatable. Ha'alai, I'm speechless. Everyone happily watched the 3 girls dance. The heroic fairy's dance was stunning. Sushu shook her head seductively, while the goddess Ling's dance was truly heavenly. The little bird thought silently, these disciples are so intense. Since returning from the ancient city of Luan Lan, he hasn't done any official business. Ruoxu also joined the event, because the prize was the Yan Niang puppet. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, so let's go back to the sect to celebrate early. In the quiet space, 2 bird calls rang out, breaking the silence. The little bird stretched its wings and flew up lightly, heading back to the sect. Just as it was going smoothly, Suddenly an explosion shook the front, startling the little bird. Looking at his great invention, Ouyang Lele pursed his lips and said, Master, let me switch to being a spear mage or something. It's too violent. I feel like the senior sister is avoiding me now. Musiner came up from behind and asked, Is the senior sister too close to you? Lele replied, The grand competition still has a year to go. Why is Master training us so early? Yayang was lying on a tree branch, sound asleep. Someone thought silently, the Master must have caught many monsters from somewhere. It's terrifying. Mu Shiner angrily shouted, Stop talking! I'm about to lose control! She drew her bow and continued, Master ordered me to kill one. Lele exclaimed, I always feel like Master is training us to destroy the world. Mu Shiner released the arrow, which flew powerfully forward. She used the soul-breaking bow technique. The arrow aimed straight at the Iron Man. Then the arrow pierced the Iron Man's face without missing by an inch. The Iron Man's head exploded, smoke rising thickly, making the space hazy. Yayang, who was sleeping, was startled by the noise. He said, Is it done? Let's go. Tomorrow is New Year's, so let's clean up early today. This made Lele jump. She turned and asked Yayang, Master, since tomorrow is New Year's, can I say my New Year's wish to you first? Yayang was stunned, eyes wide, staring at her, and asked, So soon? Lele raised the book Heaven's 18 Techniques and said determinedly, Of course my New Year's wish can only be fulfilled by Master. I hope Master stops tempting senior sister. Her heart is in chaos. She continued, If Master is lonely, you can find me anytime. I can definitely make you happy. After all, I've studied this Heaven's 18 Techniques book for a year, he panicked. What's all this mess? Yi Yang said helplessly, urging, Let's go. Everyone's waiting to celebrate New Year's together. The scene shifted to Sihai City, Shangheng Dung Yun, a luxurious house. Someone said, All right, this demon tent from Wuji sect is 1 million. Another generously replied, No problem. I really don't know where Miss Lam got so much. Lam Wu smirked. It's all thanks to the training from our junior sisters. Hurry up and pay. The other replied, Today Miss Lam is pricing generously, not like usual. She explained, New Year's is coming. The most important thing is to celebrate with Master. At this moment, in the Wuji main hall, bright lights illuminated the vast space. Once everyone was seated, Yayang spoke from above. You're all here. Let's prepare to start the feast. He asked everyone. Before we start, does anyone want to share their New Year's wishes? Lam Wu stood up, smiling brightly like spring flowers, and politely said, We want to hear from Master. Ling Ruo clasped her hands and gently voiced her guess. Master's wish must be to bring peace to the world. Yi Yang interrupted them. All right, I hope the author of the Yan Niang Chronicles updates many new chapters next year and stops taking breaks. The little bird was stunned, speechless as if its tongue was frozen by surprise. Yandu clasped his hands and said, As for me, my New Year's wish is to always be with Master. Musiner exclaimed, Me too, Musiner. Ling Ruos and Hung Tio Hai said in unison, We hope to always be with Master. Sushu silently prayed, Please let me consummate with Master soon. Lele also wished, I hope senior sister's sword path goes smoothly, and Master can treat me as her devoted substitute. The sun gradually set, and the flock of birds flew back to the sect to find peace after a long day. The full moon rose high, brilliant fireworks burst and light up the night sky. Yayang and his disciples are watching the fireworks. Yandu marvels, Look, fireworks, the new year has arrived. Feng Hao sighs, Too bad sect leader Ye has to stay with the disciples. The Yan Niang society is one short tonight. Sushu laughs and says, Sect leader Ye has beauties like clouds. We cultivate in solitude, pray for blessings, and drink wine. In the dark forest, fireflies flicker, and the sky seems to glow with shimmering streaks of light. Dongfang Xing is watching the fireworks alone. She softly calls out, Junior brother. Xing smiles, thinking, My wish is to become the new Moon Rabbit Lord and to have a junior brother. Bai Fei and her 4 elite bodyguards watch the fireworks and say, Humans are so boring, yet they like things like fireworks. Flashback to 1 year ago, Ye Yang said to Bai Fei, For New Year's, I should specially take you out for some fresh air. I bet this time next year, it'll still be just the 2 of us watching fireworks here, right? Bai Fei closes her eyes, snorts, and replies, I don't want to watch with you anymore. You 2 watch fireworks together. I'm tired of watching you, but I reluctantly stay with you. Slowly opening her eyes, her cheeks flush pink, creating a fragile and strangely captivating beauty. She suddenly gently pulls on Yayang's sleeve, as if wanting to say something. In the dark forest, a huge, powerful footstep cracks the ground. A group of giant evil cultivators stroll through the ghost forest, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The man wearing a hat nervously says, The giants in this forest are terrifying. Princess, we might be lost. Thokbat Yen shouts nonsense. We've been wandering this forest for days. Do you still need to tell me? The mountain warrior growls. This ghostly place is nothing like our great desert. It's full of deadly trees. He swings his fist, breaking a nearby tree in half, shouting, "Where the hell is the Wuji sect?" The man with the hat reminds, "Calm down. Remember, this time we're heading to Seahai City. The most important thing is to seek help from the Wuji sect." The mountain warrior grits his teeth. The Wuji sect protected our great Nian Empire for thousands of years. I heard they've weakened long ago, and we haven't contacted them for decades. Can they really help us overcome this crisis? Thakbat Yen explains. The ancient demon army deep in the Great Desert is about to revive. Demon lords are descending. The apocalypse of the Great Desert is near. With a determined expression, she says, "We have no choice. Seeking help from the Wuji sect is our last lifeline." They are surprised to see a figure ahead that looks like Yayang. Yayang is enjoying the quiet space, sitting alone in the deserted forest watching the newly emerged Yan Niang. So peaceful. The man with the hat is surprised. That person has no cultivation. Why is he in this demon-infested forest? The mountain warrior guesses. Probably a lost soul trapped here. Such a person is worthless. Ignore him. Thakbat Yen approaches Yayang and says, "Young master, are you lost and stuck in this forest? Come with us. We can protect you out." He asks, "Why leave?" Yandu explains, "This place is full of demons. One careless step and you could be doomed forever. You can't walk on your own because you've been lost too long and lost your strength, right? Mu, share some of our meat with the young master." Yayang replies, "Not interested." Before finishing, he is tempted by the delicious smell of meat. "Ah, smells great. I'll go with you." As they walk, Bat Yen encourages everyone. "Everyone, hang in there a bit longer. Soon we'll get out of the forest and reach Seahai City." Yayang stops, points to the right, and asks, "Isn't Seahai City that way?" "Really? Let's try." Someone in the group doubts. "Can we really trust him?" The princess angrily glares and snaps, "Find someone else for me to trust." The mountain warrior is also suspicious. "I think he's just a freeloader, and here in the forest, he's a burden that will get us all in trouble." A terrifying roar echoes deep in the forest. Birds panic and scatter. Yandu grabs Yayang's arm tightly and shouts a warning to everyone. "Quick, hide!" The giant evil cultivators step out of the forest, their faces dark with rage. The group hides behind a large tree. Yayang wonders, "What's going on?" Yandu quickly stops him. "Shh, don't talk." With cold eyes, the giant evil cultivators scan around like a pack of hunting wolves. Finding nothing, they turn and leave. Yandu breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a huge face appears and greets, startling her. Yandu's face turns pale, mouth agape in shock. Yayang peeks out with an innocent, blameless expression. The giant cultivator's eyes suddenly stiffen with a flicker of fear. It is utterly confused seeing Yayang, as if it can't believe its eyes. The giant cultivator's eyes widen in terror, sweat pouring uncontrollably. It spins around, cowers, and flees, screaming loudly. The other giant cultivators, seeing Yayang, are equally stunned. With no time to think, they rush to escape, desperate to save themselves. Yayang thinks to himself, "Their comrades remembered me after I killed them. Looks like they're not stupid." Bat Yen's people are surprised. They ran away? The mountain warrior shouts in shock. They all fled again. The man with the hat beside him says, "Could it be they were just full and only came to scare people?" Yandu doubts. Clearly they were scared. What could be so terrifying to make them run? Seeing Yayang leave the group, she anxiously calls out, "Hey, bookworm, don't run off." The forest falls silent again, birds flying peacefully, creating a calm scene. Yayang stops and says, "All right, follow this path for about 3 more hours and we'll exit the forest and reach Seahai City." Yandu asks in surprise, "You're not coming with us?" He replies, "No, I have to go back and read my books." Yandu sighs, this bookworm is definitely too obsessed with reading. Suddenly, a loud explosion breaks the silence, startling everyone. The red-eyed hunter with long fangs appears amid white smoke. The man with the hat jumps. The red-eyed hunter has spotted us. This great demon hunter alone could wipe out a whole village. The mountain warrior rubs his wrist and says excitedly, "Let me handle this." He decisively swings his fist forward. His arm radiates a blue energy. The mountain warrior uses the sky-opening punch straight at the red-eyed hunter's face, landing perfectly. He thinks, normal attacks won't work. The red-eyed hunter fights fast and decisively. I have to use secret techniques to drain his life energy. Thinking this, he unleashes the life-sharing blood technique, punching and kicking the red-eyed hunter relentlessly, catching it off guard. The red-eyed hunter explodes, smoke billowing, obscuring vision. The mountain warrior fights so hard his eyes bleed. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Yan was overjoyed to be saved. The guy wearing the hat was dumbfounded. Luckily, the Sun family immortal sacrificed himself to resolve this extremely dangerous underworld hunter. A series of loud explosions erupted simultaneously, tearing the space before them apart. The pack of underworld hunters suddenly appeared before them, their eyes cold like lurking wild wolves. Yan shouted, nearly 100 underworld hunters approaching. You must follow right behind me. Yayang raised one arm. A strange blue energy appeared around it. Yayang unleashed the level 100 max basic thunder formation technique. A fierce black lightning storm struck down, each bolt flashing fiercely like a burst of rage. The underworld hunters screamed in extreme pain, their cries echoing from the depths of their guts. One by one, they exploded like fireworks, and the sky cleared again. Yayang hovered midair, looking like a savior god. Yan looked up at Yayang with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Little brother Mo, turns out you're that strong?" The Sun family patriarch, face pale, clasped his hands and said, "The immortal has manifested. I must have been blind. Please don't blame me." Yayang turned and called back, "Remember the path I showed you. Be sure to leave before nightfall." A happy smile blossomed on Yan's lips as she quietly agreed. After a while, Yan's group had also moved to the Wuji sect and met Yayang's father. She said, "Although we've never met, we receive supplies from Neon Kingdom every year." Hearing this, Yayang's father gently replied, "Thank you very much. If Neon Kingdom needs anything, we will give our all. Since the master isn't here, I'll take everyone to meet the senior sister first." Walking behind Yayang's father, she thought to herself, although Wuji sect has declined, their etiquette remains very proper. While walking, the Sun Patriarch accidentally glanced at the disciples' training and muttered, "Now Wuji sect only has these weak female disciples left?" Hearing this, Yayang's father smiled and replied, "Not weak. They've all been personally guided by the master." But the Sun Patriarch refused to accept it and argued, "The weak are weak. Even immortals can't teach them. Like a child, just a single hair from me could kill them." From afar, Yandu ran over, pointed straight at the Sun Patriarch's face and shouted, "Hey, great monk, let's have a match and see." Yan couldn't hide her surprise and said, "All right." The Sun Patriarch shook his head repeatedly to refuse. "No, no. If I use my full strength, I'll just kill you all." Seeing the situation, Yan suggested, "Why not just try? As long as no one's life is harmed, it's fine." In her mind, she thought, Wuji sect has declined. If we refuse even training, they'll feel very embarrassed. The wind began to rise, making leaves gently flutter on the roof along with the sound of the Sun Patriarch accepting the challenge. Fine. The two faced each other, both ready to start the match. The Sun Patriarch arrogantly threatened, "My power is terrifying. Even if I use all my strength against you, you'll be seriously injured if you get hit. Be careful." Hearing this, Yandu was not afraid but spoke confidently, "You can't touch me." As soon as he finished, the Sun Patriarch swung a powerful punch at Yandu, but suddenly he vanished and his fist hit the ground. Yandu moved swiftly but lightly, holding two large blades to dodge the attack. The Sun Patriarch was surprised by that move and bitterly said, "Speed is fast, but only good for dodging. Eventually you can't escape." As he finished, Yandu appeared right behind him, leaving him stunned. Yandu swirled around the Sun Patriarch like a whirlwind, round after round, leaving him confused about what was happening. The Sun Patriarch's cloth pieces began to fall like rain, piece by piece dropping to the ground. When the move ended, the Sun Patriarch was left with no clothes covering him. Yandu stopped calmly and said, "I held back." The Sun Patriarch suddenly realized what happened, covered his privates with his hands and shouted, "Ah!" Seeing that, both Yayang's father and Yan turned shyly away, while Wu quickly ran over and said, "Sir, please quickly change into my clothes." After the Sun Patriarch wrapped Wu's shirt around himself as pants, he angrily said, "Speed is just a side path." The Sun Patriarch began cracking his knuckles, looking at the lion statues and said, "True strength is the real proof of the strong. Watch me." He staggered over and struggled to lift the statue, his voice trembling. "Look here. This is a real warrior. Only with strength can one destroy heaven and earth." From afar in the sky, Lam Vu appeared out of nowhere, lifting all three lion statues with one hand, making the Sun Patriarch gape in astonishment. She stood in the sky and sighed, "I just want to go down the mountain to make some money, but the master forced me to cultivate supernatural powers." She gently waved her hand and said softly, "So annoying." The lion statues shattered into small pieces, leaving the Sun Patriarch speechless. The Sun Patriarch still refused to admit defeat. Swallowing bitterness, he said, "I won't admit defeat. Our great Mo still has powerful experts, able to withstand fire." Just as he finished, Lam Vu conjured a huge fireball in the sky and challenged him. Is there such a thing? It scared the Sun Patriarch. He immediately knelt down, mouth agape and eyes wide in panic, shouting, "Saint, a saint who can summon the sun, please come with me to rescue Great Mo. I'm willing to be your servant." Yi Yang's father, standing nearby, saw this and gently said, "This is just Sushu's fireball technique. Our senior sister is still waiting for us." The sunlight began to shine, blending with the gentle breeze over the rooftops. Please come this way, Yu said, confused. Hasn't Wuji sect declined? How come the sect leader has produced so many terrifying experts? The sect leader is no ordinary person. After a short walk, they arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Hall. Ling Ruo looked at everyone and said, I understand why you came. There's no problem with this matter. Yan didn't believe it and asked, Can you really lend it to us? Ruoxu slowly turned toward the hall and said, Although the master isn't here, he is very generous. Please come inside with me. Everyone began to enter, stepping carefully on a deep stairway. At the end of the path, everyone was surprised to find a vast, desolate mountain valley. The little bird was also surprised and said even the sect's guardian beast was gone. Yan panicked and said, Without Wuji sect's beasts, how can Great Mo only destroy everything behind it? The image of a fierce eagle roaring gradually appeared in Yan's memory. She said the eagle that protected Great Mo for 10,000 years was so old it could no longer fight. Originally, we wanted to rely on the beasts of the Wuji sect. Ling Ruo understood the situation clearly and said, The Eternal Sword Sect is facing a 1,000-year calamity. Wuji sect could have helped, but since the master is not here, we can only return to the Eternal Sword Sect on our own. After a pause, she continued, Recently, the master has been refining a very powerful magical weapon. The princess can take it with her for protection. Bai Fei nodded firmly. All right. Everyone gathered again at the entrance of the hall. Ling Ruo presented a blade called the mid-level martial blade, causing Bai Fei to hesitate and say, Is this the powerful magical weapon you mentioned? Bai Fei held the blade, examining it with confusion, while Xiao San couldn't believe her eyes, looking back and forth. Ling Ruo explained, This blade was the master's first attempt, so it's hard to control. Its power is immense, making it unsuitable for everyday use. It could easily harm innocent people, but it might help during the Great Calamity. It can be used twice. Xiaoba frowned angrily, and Yu complained, Ridiculous. Why would they trick us with a vegetable-cutting knife? Xiaoba couldn't hold back either and said, Do they think we're a bunch of country bumpkins? Ling Ruo smiled faintly, recalling when Yayang was refining this weapon and caused a huge explosion. He even said it was a bit too much for a first attempt, and that it couldn't be used normally. Bai Fei reluctantly accepted the weapon, grateful for Wuji sect's goodwill. Then Bai Fei had to say goodbye. The situation in the Eternal Sword Sect is worsening. We have to return first, Ling Ruo said. All right, travel safely. As they left, Yu kept complaining. This is outrageous. We always give gifts to Wuji sect, and this is what they give us in return. Xiaoba angrily shouted, If this vegetable-cutting knife works, I'll eat it myself. After Bai Fei's group left, everyone gathered in the hall, standing before where Yayang was seated. Yayang was flipping through a book gently and said, If there's nothing else, our meeting is adjourned. As soon as he finished, he got kicked right in the face by a small bird. Weren't you the one who called everyone to discuss aid for the Eternal Sword Sect? Yayang whimpered. I kind of forgot. The Wuji sect's sect token was thrown away by the old sect leader in the Ran Kingdom, and the Great Trial World will also need this token a year from now. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Eternal Sword Sect. The three disciples standing there listened as Ling Ruo spoke. I volunteer to go to the Ran Kingdom to assist and retrieve the sect token. Yayang looked up and said, Then Ling Ruo, you'll go alone to the Eternal Sword Sect to train. The disciples below shouted in unison, Got it! In 3 days, I'll lead some disciples into the Eternal Sword Sect special training hell. Last time you couldn't even beat the Demon Lord. You need more training. Ling Ruo, you leave immediately, and then we'll meet in the Ran Kingdom's capital. The crowd below echoed loudly. The small bird above flapped its wings and said, I must remind you, this time the ancient army in the Eternal Sword Sect is about to resurrect. It's not just the end of the Eternal Sword Sect, but could become the apocalypse for all humanity. You must be extremely cautious. While it was speaking, Yayang suddenly disappeared. Your mission to the Eternal Sword Sect is critical, the small bird shouted, causing the entire hall to shake violently like an earthquake. That bastard Yayang always sneaks out before meetings end. You're no longer a hired hand. Scene shifts to the western wilderness, the Eternal Sword Sect's wasteland, where only the chirping of small animals can be heard. From afar, a group of people is approaching, accompanied by echoes. Eternal Sword Sect's merchant team is departing. Don't disturb. Yayang sat leisurely on a large sedan chair, while some unknown men below complained. This Wuji sect leader? What's his background? Another added. A large lion with a fierce face looked around thoughtfully. I'm the Thethian dog, a beast of extermination level, yet I'm being used to pull a cart. This sect leader is really crazy. A group of people, beasts and humans alike, followed each other across the desert. Yi Yang stood on the sedan chair and said, Don't say anything. Wang Kai pulls the cart pretty steadily. Another disciple said, Master, try this chilled grape. Sushu held out the grape, saying, It's specially treated with ice element magic. Yayang ate while saying, cold fruit in summer reminds me of Earth. Wherever the group went, people looked on and whispered, such prestige. A sect leader of a minor sect. What kind of person is he? Surrounded by beauties, he didn't look like he was in a hurry. Hearing this, both Ouyang Lele and Yan Du jumped down. She said, what are you looking at? Approaching my master without permission. Yan Du added, we serve with blade and spear. Seeing this, others took turns speaking. This guy has no cultivation level at all and uses the name Ye Shen to deceive outsiders. Yeah, his reputation was definitely built up by Ling Ruo. We businessmen know this kind of scam best. Lan Wu stood behind the crowd, frowning darkly, scaring the two. The Shanghang Li family whispered behind, our master sure is brave. Look closely. This is the Ran Kingdom Emperor's token. The Shanghang Li family has lost all commercial rights in the Eternal Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt deeply before Lan Wu, saying, your Majesty, we apologize. They thought, Queen Lan Wu of the commercial world is truly someone who can bankrupt you in an instant. Yayang sat above, glancing down and said, Xiao Wu, forget it. Everyone coming with the merchant team to the Ran Kingdom is fate. Let it go. Don't spoil the Vice Master's reading mood. Hearing this, Lan Wu suddenly softened and stepped beside Yayang, saying, all right, disciple understands. Someone below complained, I really don't get it. The Ling Ruo Wang serves a freeloader like that? The man said angrily. The young master has to be careful talking to her, afraid to say a wrong word and anger her, but Yayang casually calls her queen, and she's happy about it. Bai Jian, standing nearby, couldn't hide his anger and said, we can't have a woman like that, yet he's her servant. We have to deal with him. Bai Jian planned to lure Yayang away. I've observed. This freeloader sleeps alone at night. When the time comes, I'll drag him deep into the wilderness, use some tricks, and he'll probably cry and sign a contract selling himself to me. Haha. The man beside him nodded repeatedly. Young master is truly clever. Haha. In the silent, desolate midnight, two schemers stood plotting. At the Wuji sect's residence, Yan Du sat with Sushu and Yayang, roasting meat and talking, terrifying the nearby beast. Master, have some more late-night food. If it's not enough, we can roast this dog too. Sushu stepped closer, using his strength to massage Yayang, saying, Master, are you comfortable? I added a bit of magical system energy to my fingertips to lighten the sensation of the wine. Yayang chewed and replied, not bad, the magic my master taught me. I can finally use it flexibly. While they were talking, Lan Wu suddenly stepped out from the tent, walking and saying, Master, your tent and bed are all ready. Dad has cleaned them too. Everything is prepared. You can rest any time. Bai Jian stood hidden behind a rock at a distance, angrily listening to the conversation over there. Traveling through the desert is really tough. I'm going to sleep first. Escorting Master's arrows, Bai Jian said irritably. Damn it! How dare they let the queen herself wash his chamber pot? Bai Jian was so angry he almost cried, tears welling up in his eyes. Not only am I the young sect leader of the Wuhu Shanghang, but also the top disciple of the Pei Yue sect. He was so furious his face turned bright red, veins bulging on his face, thinking about that freeloader from Wuji sect. Tonight, I'll show you how cruel the world really is. By now, night had fallen, and the warming fire in front of Ye Yang's tent was extinguished. Bai Jian rushed into the tent, quickly tied him up along with the blanket, then ran outside. As he ran, he happily thought to himself, got him, the pale-faced one is indeed easy to handle. Suddenly, Bai Jian realized something, turned back to look at him puzzled. He slipped earlier. Yayang yawned and asked, brother, why are you dragging me out in the middle of the night? Bai Jian calmly pulled out a piece of paper and replied, all right, I have something good for you to sign. You have so many female disciples, sharing one Lan Wu with me won't hurt. Yayang rolled his eyes. What did you say? He got angry, daring to talk back. Out here in the wild, no one will pull out their bow against you, paleface. Bai Jian raised his hand and shouted, looks like I have to show you some color so you understand the situation. Before he could act, Yayang slapped him hard, knocking off his mask. The slap was so strong, Bai Jian flew face first onto the ground far away. He was in pain and stunned, unable to believe it, shouting, you! Yayang had already removed the blanket wrapped around him and bent down to say, what part of the situation don't you understand? He added. Then wake up a little more. Then decisively slapped Bai Jian again, sending him flying while he screamed in pain. Bai Jian hit a rock, then another rock below, 3 times in a row. The desert area where he rolled was filled with dust and flying sand everywhere. Bai Fei sat on the ground, trembling and groaning. Yi Yang suddenly rushed in front of him, making him panic and widen his eyes. Bai Fei struggled to stand, drew his sword, and said, Pale face, you're forcing me to kill that person. He arrogantly held the sword full of killing intent. This is the Pei Yue sect's moon-devouring blade. It can split mountains and ravines. Countless great demons in the secret realm have been cut down by this blade. Yayang paid no attention, gently picked up the sword, calmly twisted his hand and broke the sword into pieces. Baifei was stunned and frozen, then heard Yayang ask. Seeing he still wanted to resist, he wisely knelt down and kowtowed, begging, "Hero, spare my life. From now on, the word resist will no longer exist in my life." Yayang handed him a paper and said, "Then sign this contract of servitude. Carry this on you. It seems you've used dirty tricks to harm many people." Baifei stammered. I'll sign, big brother." "I was wrong." He trembled, holding the pen, repeatedly saying, "Big brother, I was wrong. From now on, I will be a decent person." Baifei lowered his head to hide his greedy eyes, then thought to himself, "Hold back for now. Later I'll find a chance to settle the score with Wuji sect, then cripple the Wuji sect leader who collects female disciples from the whole sect as concubines." He respectfully held out the paper and said, "Big brother, I finished signing. Please check." Yayang took it and softly said, "Good." Without another word, he swung his hand and chopped off Baifei's head. Yayang's expression was dark and solemn. Once the servitude contract was signed, the life was his. He didn't bother with him, threw the paper aside, and walked away leisurely, continuing, "Taking it now is very reasonable, isn't it?" Yayang's voice came from inside the tent. "Lan Wu, you've improved with breakfast, but still far behind Xiao Er." She carried the food and whispered, "Please excuse, master. I will definitely learn to cook with Yandu Jr.'s sister in the future." Yayang sipped the soup and replied, Keep it up." The people around were angry. The legendary queen of the business world, Lan Wu, hated women doing housework the most. She could make so much for him to eat, yet he still complained. "Don't stop me. I have to go beat the master's skirt chaser." Lan Wu asked. "By the way, yesterday the young master of Wuhu Shanghang wanted to cause trouble for master. This morning they found a corpse in the sand. He didn't disturb master's sleep last night, right?" Yayang answered, "It's fine. I slept very well." The others said one after another, "The young master of Wuhu is also the top disciple of Pei Yue sect. Forget it, hitting people is wrong. After all, I'm just a scholar." At this moment, Sushu stepped out of the tent and said, "Hello, master. Where are Xiao Er and Ouyang?" Yayang glanced briefly and replied, "They went for special training." She was excited. "Special training? I want to go too." Yayang held up something and said, "My special training is memorizing magical theory and formulas. The big fireball spell, even a magic lord can't kill it. I need to improve." Sushu was sad, "But reading makes me dizzy and sleepy." "Master, can you owe me and pay back in meat?" Yayang scolded. "Where did you learn that? Study well, there's a test tomorrow." She seemed to have discovered something. Sushu immediately hugged Yayang. "Okay, if I pass tomorrow, can master reward me with 1 hour? 1 hour where I can ask master to do anything with me." Yayang hurriedly said, all right, go down quickly. I promise if you pass, she'll be satisfied." "But where did Ouyang Lei go?" Lan Wu stood silently thinking, now we need a Xiao Er Jr. sister. Lan Wu was angry, keeping this secret. Just knowing master must go to Ran Kingdom to handle the apocalypse involving countless humans, needing to set up formations to subdue the desert forces first. "No matter how much I say, junior sister won't understand," Sushu angrily shouted. "Being smart is so great, at most you're just my strategist. I'll be your master later." Lan Wu was no longer surprised but angry. "Master? That's great. I can be one too." Master never said only one master. She scolded the foolish woman who wanted to monopolize master. Sushu also yelled, "Master doesn't like greedy ghosts." Yayang was stunned. Why is their hostility so intense? It must be because the desert air is too hot. Ouyang Lei and Yandu were holding guns in both hands, and swords in both hands. Yandu said, "That's right, I'm just a passing master, a little lady. What do you want to do?" It must be that the desert air is too hot. Ouyang Lei and Yandu were now holding guns and swords in both hands. Yandu said, "That's right, I'm just a passing master, a little miss. What do you want to do?" A demon sneered, "Your luck is really bad, running into our Sa-Fi territory." Another added, "Our boss loves feasting on pure-blooded humans." She smirked at this. "Not bad luck at all. You really are the Sa-Fi demons that Master wanted us to find." The demon flew into a rage and charged forward. "This foolish girl is still laughing? Break her arms and legs first, then take her back." Without a word, Yandu used her blade technique to send them straight to the afterlife. She stood looking into the distance and sighed. These Sa-Fi demons are truly bloodthirsty, swift and deadly. After finishing up, she caught some mountain goats to bring back for Master to eat. "You'll definitely be happy." Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere, shouting to attack her. Before they could reach her, something streaked through the air and killed them instantly. Below the mountain pass, Many demons were still lurking. Lei set her sniper rifle on the ridge, snorted lightly, sighed, then fired a few shots, still not quite skilled. 2 bullets flew straight through the heads of 2 demons below. Yandu charged forward with her blade and shouted, "I have to speed up now." In the distance, something like a rocky outcrop appeared, which was the main base of the demons around here. She flew straight toward the 2 guards at the gate and shouted, "Demons, prepare to die." Yandu swung her gleaming blade in a flash. The 2 demons didn't even realize what was happening before Yandu sent them to their doom. She swung her blade again and called out. Lei came over. The blade precisely pierced through the protective door of the demons. A group of savage demons charged out, brandishing all kinds of weapons. Seeing this, Yandu hurriedly warned, Lei, there are nearly 1,000 demons in this castle, thanks to you. Lei was using her firepower skill to continuously spray down below. Her powerful firepower was aimed straight at the cave entrance with great force. Gradually, Lei's gunfire spread all over the demon lair's outskirts. The place quickly became riddled with holes from the outside. The base endured so much firepower that it exploded with an earth-shattering blast. Yandu looked at the devastation in shock. She really didn't expect Lei to be so fierce. Lei just said, "No way, I just don't like demons getting close to me. They have to be destroyed before they get near." Yandu put her hands on her hips, hoping to finish quickly today so it wouldn't affect her making dinner for Master. Lei raised her gun and said, "The target seems to have appeared." Some tall demons stepped out from the fire and said, "So it's 2 humans causing trouble." One demon asked, "Weak little humans, what exactly are you looking for?" Yandu exclaimed, "It's him." Lei replied, "We're looking for you." He raised a mace and shouted, "I see you want to die." The 2 quickly dodged the attack, but the destructive power was clearly immense. Lei jumped high, raised her gun, aimed straight at his face, and said 2 words, "Goodbye." The demon immediately bled profusely, his head severed from his neck, and the green ring on his neck flew up by momentum. The large demon fell flat on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and the green ring on his neck broke off and dropped. Yandu quickly caught it and happily said, Lei, the token master wanted is ours now. Clean up the rest." Suddenly, some bombs were thrown at the remaining demons, startling them. Yandu watched the explosion with satisfaction. Finally done with the job, Lei wondered. "Yan, junior sister, I've always wanted to ask, is your true wish still to be the best chef in the world?" Yandu hugged her 2 blades and smiled. "Of course, becoming the best chef who makes food that brings endless joy is my dream. This doesn't conflict with Master choosing me to be an assassin." She asked back, "You always say you just want to quietly protect our senior sister." Lei continued, "I'm just a girl who knows how to summon machines now. I feel it's because of Master's guidance that we are like this." Lei worried about their senior sister's situation, who was sent alone to the stronghold of the ancient demon army. On a high mountain in the desert, the voice of a child appeared. "Are you scared? That demon, after capturing us here, eats 1 person every day." The little girl smiled. "I'm not scared because I have to be brave like the goddess Ling Ruo." The boy asked, "The one who, since starting sword cultivation, has only 1 sword and 1 heart, determined to slay all demons in the world, the goddess Ling?" Ling Ruo, at 11, once followed her master to the great desert, where her master was exhausted from fighting a great demon. She alone wielded her sword to carve a path of life and death, blocking over 100 demons to save the village, becoming the guardian goddess in the hearts of the desert girls. A strong wind blew toward the 2 children, and the boy shouted, "It's coming." Suddenly, a pair of bird-like feet landed. The girl, though trembling, spread her arms to protect the boy behind her and said, "Don't be afraid." The ancient demon stronghold's guardian spirit laughed savagely. "Time for breakfast again. Which good child shall I stuff between your teeth?" The little girl bravely stood in front of her friends and stammered, "No, no way." The demon was puzzled. Could this human kid be trying to resist? The girl calmly raised a wooden stick. The goddess Ling once said, "The sword in hand never leaves until the end, never giving up." The boy grabbed a brick and shouted, "The goddess Ling said, humans can never just sit and wait to die." Another child yelled, "Might as well risk it since we're going to die anyway, might as well fight." The guardian spirit raised his hand to grab the kids, laughing loudly, "Haha, humans can never resist a god." A sword flashed like the wind, cutting off the arm he was about to raise. The guardian spirit, in pain, staggered and fell down the slope. He and the large rock he stood on fell from above, causing a loud explosion and thick dust to rise. The girl saw Ling Ruo flying ahead and happily exclaimed, "It's the goddess Ling." All the children there were astonished. The girl excitedly said, "The goddess Ling has returned to the great desert." Ling Ruo shouted at the guardian spirit, "I am sent by Master to the great desert to exterminate demons. You," one of the 4 demons guarding the ancient demon's slumber, "quickly reveal the demon lair's location so you can die in peace." The demon was struggling to get up after the fall and sneered. The ancient demon army's lair is sacred land for our demon clan. How could we allow lowly beings like you to enter? Then he charged at Ruosue. You were just lucky to ambush me earlier. Now let me devour your soul as punishment. The guardian spirit immediately formed a black orb, crackling with thunder, called the Thunder Bullet. Ruoxue unleashed multiple sword strikes, forming the one sword 10,000 dust technique. Her attack instantly shattered the demon and the black orb into pieces, leaving him utterly shocked. Just like that, before the devouring soul demon could even unleash a move, his own orb exploded right before the children's eyes. Ling Ruoxue calmly took out a soul-absorbing crystal, drawing the black smoke into it. Within that black smoke was the image of the devouring soul demon struggling to fly away quickly. She was satisfied after capturing him. With your soul like this, we can accurately locate where the ancient demon army is in deep slumber. The children below quickly knelt before Ruoxue, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Goddess Ling, for saving us." She stepped forward and patted the little girl's head. "Get up quickly. You're very brave. Your parents will be here soon. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell here." The boy beside her spoke up. "Sister, I want to ask you something." Ruoxu agreed. "Go ahead and ask." The boy asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" She blushed shyly upon hearing that. Ah, that little girl wouldn't accept it. Goddess Ling wouldn't have a boyfriend. She only has the sword path. Ruoxue quickly turned around, telling the kids not to meddle too much. The boy watched her silhouette leave, waving and shouting, "Goddess, you must get a boyfriend. The sword path can't bring happiness to a woman." The little girl immediately scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then she said, "The sword path is better than men," pinching the boy's ear hard, causing him to yelp in pain. Ruoxue thought to herself about the sword path. "Master, you must have taken Lamvu into the great darkness by now. I have to quickly find where the ancient demon army sleeps, then head to the royal capital of Niat to meet Master. I hope my senior disciples take good care of Master." The scene shifted to the camp where Yayang's group was set up. Yandu stood outside shouting, "What kind of joke is this?" She was extremely shocked. "No way." Sushu passed the test again. Lamvu turned aside and said softly, "So, earlier, when her master left the merchant team, the two of them didn't know where they went." Moliadi was still talking about what request Sushu might make to Master. It was said that last time at the ancient city of Luan, Sushu kissed Master already, so this time could it be? Yandu shouted, "No, I have to find them." Moliadi was still deep in thought. Master is a man of his word, so he probably won't refuse Sushu's request. She probably can't stop them. At this moment, Yandu was burning with rage all over. If she couldn't stop them, then she would join them. Moliadi and Lamvu were speechless at her strange thinking. The scene shifted to a high mountain where a solitary tombstone stood alone. Sushu stood with hands clasped, saying, "Master, thank you for coming with me to see grandfather." Yayang replied, "This is what I promised you, to do anything within 1 hour. Anyway, you passed already, but you've been studying non-stop these past few days without sleep." She softly said, "I must pass. Only then can I lead Master to meet grandfather." He smiled. "You fool." Sushu bowed her head. Grandfather once said, "If you want to marry, you must bring someone to meet him, so he won't worry about a fool like you living alone in these chaotic times." Yayang said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I will protect this fool." Sushu, wiping her tears, said, "Master, grandfather loves me the most in the world. He always told me to be a good person. I will be like that to Master Piao Piao Yu Xian, and I'll work hard in the kitchen myself." At that moment, a large bird suddenly flew in from somewhere and perched on a tree, making rustling sounds. The big eagle called out with sharp cries. Sushu immediately shouted, "Ah, it's grandfather's eagle!" She happily and surprisedly yelled, "Grandfather's eagle has come too." Yayang looked at the bird curiously. "Grandfather's eagle?" Sushu explained, "Yes. Years ago, grandfather's eagle led me wandering to the great darkness. It was grandfather's eagle who helped me bury my late grandfather and saved me." She recalled that every time she came to pay respects to grandfather, the eagle would also fly over. She would report recent news to it. Sushu stepped forward and said, "Grandfather's eagle, this is my future husband. I brought him to visit you." The eagle made some cooing sounds. This eagle has quite the intuition. Grandfather's eagle seemed angry, cooing sharply, and she blushed. No, my master is not weak. He can protect me just like grandfather." Yayang was speechless, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Sushu to understand bird language. Grandfather's eagle spread its wings and cooed. Sushu quickly said, "No, master, I won't go get that great darkness warrior certification. Even if grandfather's eagle doesn't approve of our marriage, I will marry master anyway." Yayang asked, "Is that certification from the Fire Four Great Nomadic Tribes?" The eagle cooed once more. he continued. Lamvu said this apocalypse requires the allegiance of their people. If we meet the fire tribe, I'll go check it out. Grandfather's eagle spread its wings and flew away, leaving 3 coups behind. Sushu was embarrassed. Grandfather's eagle said, though weak, your courage is very good. The scene shifted to a vast mountain range, filled with icy, freezing snowstorms. A group of tall, burly men set up tents here. They were shirtless, wandering around outside. A large man said, our fire tribe's warrior certification is normally not open to outsiders because it's too dangerous. People like you, a scholar, shouldn't risk coming here. He spoke softly. But since you are the sacred beast guardian of the great darkness 10,000 years, we will make an exception. Sushu was surprised grandfather's eagle is a sacred beast. Yayang asked. The competition has 3 stages. The first stage is climbing the snowy mountain, right? The fire tribe man said. The first stage is to pick the cold star stone on the snowy mountain peak. Everyone has already started. I suggest you don't act rashly and watch how our tribe's warriors do it first. He continued. This snowy mountain is extremely dangerous, with treacherous terrain and bone-chilling cold. Fierce snow beasts also appear. The voice continued. After overcoming the tough trials to reach the peak, to pick the cold star stone in such harsh conditions, these stones are harder than diamonds. Without several days and nights, success is impossible. After speaking, he asked Yayang, young man, do you understand the danger level of this first stage? The other man worriedly said, I advise you to give up early. Don't risk your life for unrealistic goals. Yayang ignored him and suddenly raised his fist. He punched the icy mountain where other contestants were competing. The powerful punch instantly cracked the large mountain, making a sharp splitting sound. The mountain quickly shattered into many pieces, rocks falling with a clatter. The peak above was torn apart and fell down, causing the man's eyes to widen in shock. The contestants, seeing the mountain collapse near them, quickly dodged and ran away. Yayang then lifted the broken mountain chunk and asked, how many tons of cold star stone are on this peak? Is it enough? If not, I see the peaks nearby also have some. Maybe I should do a bit more. Hearing this, the man panicked and waved his hands. No, 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 no! The master of Fengshen Mountain Tribe has been destroyed, the whole mountain vein is gone, and we have no place to live anymore. Sushu stood happily nearby. Master is so cool. The contestants on the side sulked and complained, this scholar is really scary. The strongest sword warrior couldn't even take 1 hit from him. Truly the man, the sacred beast introduced. 1 strike could topple a mountain. Yayang calmly asked, what are the other 2 trials? Let's hurry up. My disciples are still waiting for me. By now, everyone had gathered in front of a large lake. Someone spoke up. It's settled. You just told us not to kill the king beasts, only the smaller ones. A giant monster had lost its flesh. Yayang snapped his fingers. The others were astonished. Oh my. Under everyone's terrified gaze, he simply said softly, that's enough for now. Then Yayang stepped to the lake's edge, gently lifted his foot. He decisively stomped down hard enough to crack the ground. From beneath the lake, a massive surge of water shot up, rising like a towering pillar. At the top of the water column, a boat was lifted up. Yayang asked, the 3rd trial, the lost treasure the tribe needs, is on that boat? Is that okay? He looked at them. The final check was complete. Sushu hurriedly asked, so does our master get the title of Great Warrior that grandfather agreed on? The fire tribe members exchanged awkward looks. Then they all knelt and shouted loudly, greeting the Fire King, surprising the 2 onlookers. Yayang spoke up, the warriors are enough. I have no interest in becoming some Fire King. The man quickly said, according to our fire tribe rules, the record-setting warrior becomes the Fire King. Yayang said, forget the Fire King, but I have one thing I'll need your fire tribe to put effort into. You can also ask me for help with something. He then shouted, this is the great man's business. The fire tribe burns fiercely and spares no one. He left, calling back, we're just business partners. If I need your help later, I'll say so first. The group respectfully escorted the great man. The man pondered. The sacred beast Great Bang introduced this person. The power is truly God-level saint. The fire tribe having ties with a saint is all thanks to Great Bang's favor. They were worried. Great Bang was too old now. Many of its clones used to protect the Great Mac were disappearing. It was weakening. Soon it would lose fighting strength. Who would protect this Great Mac then? They wondered if this young adult might be Great Bang's successor. They said, let's go. We should return to the tribe first. Meanwhile, in the fire tribe village, long plumes of smoke rose. A group of soldiers arrived, killing villagers, causing people to scream, help, run. A man holding a sword said sternly, you fire tribe, you're suspected of conspiring with the demon clan, so the Zhou Yi clan forbids any resistance. A wounded man shouted, Great Bang always protects humans. It's the faith of the entire Great Mac. You're soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, but you've joined the demons, betraying the nation, betraying the royal family. The other side grabbed the man's head and said coldly, the royal family, the backing of the tyrant's house, is the Wuji sect. That sect has already been wiped out. Now it's about to be replaced. You must be cleared out first. Then he mercilessly slashed the fire tribe member's neck. The soldiers jumped in, slashing villagers and shouting, kill! One man painfully watched his family killed and tried to escape. He used all his strength to light a fire in a tube to send a smoke signal for help. The leader laughed loudly. Good. Exactly what we want. You're signaling for the fire tribe to be targeted. He calmly raised his hand to gather his forces, shouting for everyone to assemble. The red-haired men near Yayang saw the smoke and shouted anxiously. He said angrily, after Great Bang weakened, it seems the defectors in the Yan Kingdom army have started colluding with demons. They want to eliminate the human resistance. The group rushed toward the village. Everyone sped up. Even if the village is destroyed, we must defend it. The soldiers kept killing villagers. A woman clutching her child was terrified. No, don't kill me. The man raised his blood-stained sword toward her, terrifying her. Help, save me. The soldier swung his sword and said, humans who resist demons only have one path, death. Suddenly, something flew from afar, startling him. Yayang charged fiercely and killed him with one move. The soldier nearby shouted, ah, who's that? Yayang said nothing and unleashed a golden energy strike. The soldier didn't react in time and was sliced in half. He gasped once as his body and sword were cleaved instantly. Yayang then coldly said, who allowed you to act in the fire tribe? Soldiers appeared behind Yayang and asked, Outlander, do you know how serious the consequences are for killing Yan Kingdom soldiers? As he finished speaking, Yayang launched another attack. The soldiers screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Just then, the leading officer appeared. Seeing the scene, he said, young man, calm down first. I know you're formidable, but alone, you can't fight an entire army. We came prepared, so don't rush to kill. We can win together. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you, even grant you the power of the ancient demon. At this point, we came prepared, so don't rush to kill. We can win together. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. I can even let you gain the power of the ancient demon.